Dragon God Supreme Chapter 1124 to Chapter 1206. The terrifying energy waves gradually dissipated, and the gray space gradually became clear. Under the impact of the terrifying energy ripples, Yun Zhongzi's barrier was already shattered. High up in the sky, Tianming and Yun Zhongzi's figures slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Tianming's injuries were extremely serious. His body was covered in blood, and his face was as pale as a corpse. His body was swaying, and he could fall at any time. I really underestimated you, Yun Zhongzi said strenuously. His injuries were also extremely serious. Seeing that Yun Zhongzi was seriously injured, Tianming finally heaved a sigh of relief. This mission was extremely dangerous. You underestimated the immortal grade rune. Feng Wuchen's cold laughter could be heard. Feng Wuchen was right. With just Tianming's strength, he could only lightly injure Yun Zhongzi. With the immortal grade rune that Feng Wuchen had meticulously refined, he was able to severely injure Yun Zhongzi. The immortal grade rune that I meticulously refined is much stronger than ordinary immortal grade runes. The power of 13 immortal grade runes is not weak. Feng Wuchen sneered proudly. You're an inscription master? Yun Zhongzi looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly and did not speak. Sir. The hundreds of guards were panicking. One of them said in panic, the mysterious jade of the 9 heavens in the mine is all gone. What? Yun Zhongzi's face changed drastically. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled, I'm sorry. When I saw so many treasures, I got greedy, so I took them all. Preposterous. Yun Zhongzi's pale face became sinister, and his eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he really wanted to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Unfortunately, Yun Zhongzi was seriously injured and could not kill Feng Wuchen. Yun Zhongzi is heavily injured. These guards can't stop you. This is your best chance to escape. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and leave this place. Take as many heaven spirit stones as you can, Feng Wuchen shouted to the crowd. Yun Zhongzi is heavily injured. The barrier has been broken. Let's run. Let's go. Little brother Kazakage, thank you for saving my life. Everyone came to their senses and ran for their lives in panic. Many of them did not forget to thank Feng Wuchen. Yun Zhongzi was seriously injured, and the hundreds of guards did not dare to stop him, unless they did not want to live anymore. Big brother Tianming, are you alright? Feng Wuchen flashed over, supporting the seriously injured Tianming. I'm fine, Tianming replied with difficulty. Then, he took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Leave the rest to me. Take care of yourself, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yun Zhongzi was seriously injured and posed no threat to Feng Wuchen. Yun Zhongzi, do you want to live or die? I'm not afraid to tell you that I'd buried a large number of runes in the entire mine. It's enough to destroy the entire mine, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile as he walked into the void. Hearing this, Yun Zhongzi said coldly, Brat, don't be smug. You won't have a good ending if you go against the Spirit Emperor and Tian Quan. I've already sent the news to the Spirit Emperor. You'll soon know how terrifying the Spirit Emperor is. I'm afraid you'll be dead before he comes. Feng Wuchen was not threatened at all. This was because the Sky Shadow Pavilion's Heaven Leader assassins were still in the dark. Tell me about the Heavenly Path Portrait of Emptiness, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I have 10,000 ways to make you tell me, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. It's still too early for you to kill me, Yun Zhongzi said savagely. Then, he forcefully activated the power of his primordial spirit and used his movement technique to escape. You can't escape. Feng Wuchen said calmly as he activated the power of space. Feng Wuchen reached out and grabbed at the void. Then, he pulled. Yun Zhongzi, who had disappeared in a flash, was forcefully pulled back by Feng Wuchen. How is this possible? Yun Zhongzi was shocked. He couldn't believe it. What kind of power is this? There are 3 completely different powers in Feng Ying's body. Tianming was extremely shocked. Seeing Yun Zhongzi being forcefully pulled back, Tianming was dumbfounded. The young master of the dragon gods after his rebirth is too mysterious. Tianming looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. Although I'm only at the early stage of the Heavenly King realm, Don't even think about escaping from me when you're heavily injured, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile as he grabbed Yun Zhongzi's neck and lifted him up. How did you do it? What kind of power was that just now? How did you teleport me back? Yun Zhongzi asked in shock. He couldn't imagine what had just happened. Tell me honestly. Tell me about the heavenly path portrait of emptiness, and I'll give you a quick death. This way, you can suffer less, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile as he took Yun Zhongzi's storage ring. Brat! How dare you? Yun Zhongzi, who had sensed something, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Feng Wuchen actually dared to have designs on his storage ring. Why wouldn't I dare? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Don't even think about it. Yun Zhongzi gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Explode. Boom. Boom. Boom, Feng Wuchen shouted coldly, and his hand gestures changed slightly. A series of explosions came from the mine, and several mines collapsed. Feng Wuchen brought Yun Zhongzi down in a flash. He waved his hand and crazily collected the heaven spirit stones as he said with a cold smile, if I destroy the entire mine and take away all the heaven spirit stones, even if you're still alive, how do you think the Spirit Emperor will punish you? You. Yun Zhongzi's face twitched. As the Spirit Emperor's first general, if he couldn't even protect the mine, how could Yun Zhongzi face the Spirit Emperor? Boom. Boom. Boom, Feng Wuchen's hand gestures changed again, and several more mines collapsed. Out of the 4 major areas, 2 of them had been completely destroyed. Have you thought it through? Feng Wuchen asked mockingly, looking at the furious Yun Zhongzi with a playful expression. I'll never forgive you. Yun Zhongzi roared angrily. Boom. Boom. Boom, Feng Wuchen's hand gestures changed again, and he directly blew up the mines in the other 2 areas. The entire mine was destroyed, and countless heaven spirit stones were lost. The first mission is complete. Feng Wuchen sneered. Looking at the completely collapsed mine, Yun Zhongzi's eyes flashed red, and his killing intent soared. Yun Zhongzi couldn't explain to the Spirit Emperor that the Heaven Spirit Stone mine was completely destroyed. Ah! Yun Zhongzi was extremely furious, and a terrifying power suddenly erupted from his body. Oh no! Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom, poof, the sudden change caught Feng Wuchen off guard. Yun Zhongzi's power immediately caused Feng Wuchen to vomit blood and be severely injured. This bastard actually used the power of his primordial spirit. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. Wind Shadow. Tianming was shocked. He didn't expect Yun Zhongzi to be able to erupt with such terrifying power. Feng Wuchen's injuries were severe, and his body was falling from the sky. Feng Wuchen was lucky to be able to survive Yun Zhongzi's terrifying power. I was too careless, said Feng Wuchen weakly. Wind Shadow. The heavily injured Tianming turned pale with fright and desperately charged forward. Regeneration Divine Art. Feng Wuchen forcefully circulated his true essence as he fell. He clasped his hands together and roared inwardly. In this kind of crisis, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to hold back. The spell was cast. In the next second, Feng Wuchen's heavily injured body recovered at a terrifying speed. His pale face became rosy in the blink of an eye. His weak body became lively again, filled with explosive power. He's recovering so quickly. What kind of technique is that? Tianming's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he charged out with a dumbfounded expression. How is this possible? Yun Zhongzi was so furious that he had lost his mind. He was also shocked by this strange scene. His injuries actually healed in the blink of an eye. Is he a monster? How can he recover so quickly from such serious injuries? Did I see wrongly? The hundreds of guards were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. In just a few blinks of an eye, Feng Wuchen's injuries were completely healed. Swish. Buzz buzz. A terrifying green energy slash flew over. Wherever it passed, the bright space was torn open with fangs and claws. Rumble. Feng Wuchen dodged, and the energy slash landed on a towering mountain behind him. A loud rumbling sound reverberated in all directions, and the towering mountain collapsed and disintegrated. Consuming your yuan spirit is equivalent to burning your life. You've exhausted your yuan spirit, so you're dead. Feng Wuchen coldly said. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen activated the third stage of his sovereign body, as well as the Fortune Divine Art, the most powerful ancient energy. In the past, the demon monarch had relied on the Fortune Divine Art to defeat many peak experts of the human world. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. Buzz. Feng Wuchen took out the Qilin battle armor and the Dragon God gauntlet one after another. His aura soared crazily, and a resplendent golden light soared into the sky. The overbearing power was like a flood dragon bursting out of the sea. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura had already broken through the middle stage of the Heavenly King stage. Hiss! The hundreds of guards gasped in shock as they stared at Feng Wuchen, dumbfounded. The fourth power. Tianming was shocked. His strength has increased by so much. What's with this ancient aura? Where did this brat get so much mysterious power from? Moreover, he has a divine artifact. Yun Zhongzi was equally shocked. Don't show off your wealth, lest others covet it. However, Feng Wuchen was not worried about a dead person. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, Yun Zhongzi was already a dead man. Forcefully activating your primordial spirit while heavily injured has already consumed a lot of your primordial spirit. How much longer can you hold on? Feng Wuchen sneered. It's more than enough to kill you. Yun Zhongzi roared as he shot out crazily. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up into a dangerous arc. His figure disappeared into thin air without a sound. Teleportation? Yun Zhongzi's claws condensed a terrifying aura and wrapped his entire body, preventing Feng Wuchen from launching a sneak attack. Brat, no matter how fast you are, you won't be able to break through my aura with your strength. Come out and die. Yun Zhongzi shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen's aura could not be detected, so Yun Zhongzi did not know where Feng Wuchen was. World-destroying heavenly punishment / Feng Wuchen's roar suddenly came from above Yun Zhongzi. Swish! A powerful golden energy slash swooped down with an extremely domineering attack. You're overestimating yourself. Yun Zhongzi shouted angrily as he threw a punch forward. Boom! Buzz buzz! Yun Zhongzi's punch shook the heavens and the earth. It destroyed Feng Wuchen's energy / effortlessly. The terrifying aura turned into wind blades and swept out. After the punch, Yun Zhongzi's mouth was bleeding. Obviously, he had forcefully activated the power of his primordial spirit while heavily injured and had suffered a backlash. You can't take it anymore, right? Feng Wuchen's illusory and mocking voice sounded. Even a ferocious hunting dog could wear down a severely injured tiger's willpower and strength. Destructive Dragon God's Palm. God-slaying soul-severing. Finger. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen's figure flickered continuously. Every time he appeared, he used a powerful martial technique. Waves of terrifying power rushed toward Yun Zhongzi one after another. Boom boom boom. Yun Zhongzi attacked consecutively, defeating Feng Wuchen's martial technique power one after another. Feng Wuchen's martial technique could not cause any harm to Yun Zhongzi, but it could exhaust his primordial spirit power. Yun Zhongzi attacked consecutively. Under the condition of being heavily injured, it consumed a lot of his primordial spirit. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Primordial Dragon God's Fist. Feng Wuchen circulated his primordial spirit with all his might and roared again. His fists condensed a domineering power and began to bombard Yun Zhongzi. Boom boom boom. Pfft. Both fists bombarded Yun Zhongzi's body indiscriminately. Explosions rang out incessantly, and Yun Zhongzi spat out a mouthful of blood. He was powerless to resist Feng Wuchen's fierce bombardment. Damn it! I actually lost to a heavenly king. Yun Zhongzi was unwilling to accept this. He was so angry that he could not reverse the situation. Your Excellency. The hundreds of guards were terrified. You can't do it anymore, right? Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, his figure shooting out explosively. Boom. Pfft. Feng Wuchen's speed was astonishing, arriving in an instant, a fist slamming onto Yun Zhongzi's chest. With a loud explosion, Yun Zhongzi's chest caved in, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His figure shot out like a cannonball. The fierce and heavy blow completely defeated Yun Zhongzi. His primordial spirit power was almost exhausted. Yun Zhongzi was already powerless to fight. Early stage Heavenly King Realm, defeating a heavily injured late-stage Celestial Deity Realm powerhouse, probably only Feng Wuchen could do it. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air, and the heavily injured Yun Zhongzi was sucked over by a powerful force. Tell me the news of the Heavenly Tao Portrait of Emptiness, and I can let you die a quick death. Don't be stubborn in front of me, otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. You'll beg me to kill you, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, squeezing Yun Zhongzi's neck forcefully. Dying early or dying late, I'll die. Don't even think about knowing. Yun Zhongzi rebuked stubbornly. Is that so? Feng Wuchen said with a sinister smile. His other hand grabbed Yun Zhongzi's wrist, slowly twisting it as if he was going to forcefully twist it off. The moment he felt the intense pain, Yun Zhongzi's face immediately twitched. Breaking it directly might not be so painful, but Feng Wuchen took his time, twisting it bit by bit, causing Yun Zhongzi to be shocked and in pain. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I'll break your arms and legs first, then destroy your dantian and meridians. Finally, I'll torture your soul and make you suffer hell-like torture. Feng Wuchen was ferocious and dangerous. He stared coldly at Yun Zhongzi. Feng Wuchen's words frightened Yun Zhongzi. Speak. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. Yun Zhongzi hurriedly said, Not long ago, I obtained a treasure. It's a strange crystal. There are the words Heavenly Tao on it. Perhaps it's related to the Heavenly Tao Portrait of Emptiness. I haven't had time to study it recently, so I don't know anything about it. Really? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. He didn't seem to believe Yun Zhongzi. Absolutely, Yun Zhongzi replied. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor, save me. Yun Zhongzi had already sent a message to the Spirit Emperor, but the Spirit Emperor hadn't appeared yet. Now that he was seriously injured and was about to die at the hands of Feng Wuchen, Yun Zhongzi was extremely anxious and panicked. If the Spirit Emperor still didn't appear, Yun Zhongzi would definitely die. Where's the crystal? Feng Wuchen asked. Yun Zhongzi said in fear, in the palace of the mine. Yun Zhongzi had to stall for time and wait for the Spirit Emperor to come to his rescue. Bring me there, Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. Then, he brought Yun Zhongzi to the collapsed palace. Hundreds of guards watched in fear. No one dared to stop them or say anything. Under Yun Zhongzi's lead, Feng Wuchen obtained an exquisite box in the attic in the backyard of the palace. Inside the box was the crystal that Yun Zhongzi mentioned. The crystal was about the size of a fist and emitted a faint white light. Moreover, it was filled with a peculiar aura. It was completely different from ordinary crystal stones. Within the crystal stone, there were strange patterns, as if they were miniature versions of paintings. What are these paintings? This strange aura is very unusual. Perhaps it really is related to the portrait of Heavenly Tao, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. At the same time, he also saw the two words Heavenly Tao engraved on the crystal. For a moment, Feng Wuchen couldn't understand, so he directly put the crystal into his storage ring. The Heavenly Spirit Stone mine had been destroyed, and he had also obtained information about the Heavenly Path Portrait of Emptiness. His near-death mission had been completed. You are quite lucky to have met me. I will let you die a quick death, Feng Wuchen said with a sneer. With a flip of his hand, a dagger appeared out of thin air. Kazakage, what good will it do you to kill me? The Spirit Emperor will not let the Sky Shadow Pavilion off, much less you. Yun Zhongzi said fearfully as he prayed for the Spirit Emperor to come to his rescue. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, it doesn't benefit me at all. However, since it's a mission, I have to complete it. Don't you know the rules of the Sky Shadow Pavilion? As he spoke, the dagger had already moved to Yun Zhongzi's neck. Kazakage, stop. Don't. Please don't kill me. Yun Zhongzi begged in fear, his body trembling violently. Stop. If you dare to kill Lord Yun Zhongzi, we will kill you even if we have to chase you to the ends of the earth, a late-stage Heavenly King Realm guard shouted angrily. Then come after me. Feng Wuchen sneered and slashed the dagger in his hand across Yun Zhongzi's neck without hesitation. A stream of blood spurted out. Yun Zhongzi looked at Feng Wuchen in despair and unwillingness. Holding his bleeding neck with both hands, he finally collapsed. My lord. The hundreds of guards were shocked. They didn't think that Feng Wuchen would actually dare to kill. Yun Zhongzi was the strongest general under the Spirit Emperor. No one in the entire spirit realm dared to offend him. However, Feng Wuchen had killed Yun Zhongzi. Our mission this time is to completely destroy the Heaven Spirit Stone Mine. In other words, you have to die too. Feng Wuchen looked at the hundreds of guards with a fierce gaze and sneered. A biting cold murderous aura swept out crazily. The leader of the guards said fiercely, Tian Ming is already heavily injured. Do you think you can kill us? I was afraid that you would run away. Do I need to run to kill you, bunch of trash? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. As he spoke, he activated the power of time and crazily spread it out. Wherever the domineering power of time passed, the hundreds of guards felt their bodies become extremely slow. It was as if they couldn't move at all. None of them had ever experienced or seen such a terrifying binding force before. Dragon God's Shadow. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly and used his movement technique. Holding the Sky Shadow Pavilion's dagger, he shot out explosively. Swish swish swish. TSK TSK TSK. Hundreds of guards were unable to move. Feng Wuchen launched a one-sided massacre. Wherever he passed, he killed with a single strike. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. In less than 2 minutes, nearly 300 Heavenly King stage guards were mercilessly slaughtered by Feng Wuchen, not leaving a single one alive. Hundreds of guards didn't even know how they died. Time slowed down by dozens of times, and their thoughts also slowed down because of the time. Seeing Feng Wuchen mercilessly slaughtering hundreds of guards, Tian Ming's heart trembled with fear, and cold sweat broke out on his back. They are actually unable to move. No, it should be said that their movements are extremely slow. What kind of power is this? The opponent's movements were completely restricted. Encountering such a terrifying enemy, they were simply waiting for death. As a heavenly god, Tian Ming was filled with fear towards Feng Wuchen. What a pity. So many heaven spirit stones. Feng Wuchen shook his head. It was already too late to plunder. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Big brother Tian Ming, the mission is complete. We can go back now. Feng Wuchen flashed over with a faint smile. Then, he supported Tian Ming and flew away. Wind Shadow, what kind of power did you use just now? Why were their movements restricted? Tian Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. This is an ancient power called the power of time. It can control the speed of time. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Control the speed of time? Tian Ming's expression changed drastically. Thinking back to how he was able to dodge Yun Zhongzi's attack just now, it was also because of Feng Wuchen's power of time. If Yun Zhongzi's cultivation wasn't so high that he could forcefully break through the power of time, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the chance to attack, Tian Ming thought to himself, secretly shocked by the power of time. After Feng Wuchen and Tian Ming left, a figure silently appeared and said, as expected, only Wind Shadow can complete a special mission so perfectly. Without his immortal grade seal pattern, Tian Ming really wouldn't have been able to severely injure Yun Zhongzi. Sealing off this area was not in vain. The person who appeared was none other than the #1 assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, Tian Kuei. The reason why the Spirit Emperor didn't appear was because Yun Zhongzi's voice transmission had been blocked by Tian Kuei's power. In other words, the Spirit Emperor had no idea that the Heaven Spirit Stone Mine had been destroyed. The reborn young Master Dragon God is even more terrifying than before. I don't know what he experienced in the mortal world, but one thing is for sure, the rebirth of young Master Dragon God has stirred up a storm of blood in the Heaven Realm. It's even more terrifying than before. Hundreds of Heavenly King stage guards. Young Master Dragon God did not even use the Heavenly Tao's divine power, but he was still able to easily kill them. It's truly terrifying. With such powerful strength, even in the midst of a vast army, young Master Dragon God would still be invincible. Tian Kuei muttered to himself. Thinking back to the events of the past, a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Pavilion Master, young Master Dragon God and Tian Ming have successfully completed their mission. The heavenly spirit stone mine has been completely destroyed. Tian Kuei sent the news to Ying Hun. Very good. In the heavenly shadow pavilion, Ying Hun slowly opened her eyes and smiled faintly. It was much faster than I expected. Several days later, Feng Wuchen and Tian Ming returned to the heavenly shadow pavilion. You completed the mission well, Ying Hun praised. She looked at the crystal in her hand as if she wanted to see something. Pavilion Master, what is the picture in the crystal? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Ying Hun pondered for a moment, then guessed, perhaps it has something to do with the heavenly Tao portrait of emptiness. I can't see it for the time being. Perhaps it records the whereabouts of the heavenly Tao portrait of emptiness. How are you sure it has something to do with the heavenly Tao portrait of emptiness? Feng Wuchen asked in astonishment. Ying Hun took out a picture and handed it to Feng Wuchen. This is the heavenly Tao portrait of emptiness, but it's only one of them. The picture in the crystal is exactly the same as the heavenly Tao portrait of emptiness. One of them? Feng Wuchen was stunned again, then asked, how many heavenly Tao portraits of emptiness are there? Ying Hun said indifferently, 3. Only by piecing together 3 heavenly Tao portraits of emptiness can I comprehend the profound meaning within. Just one, I studied for many years and still couldn't comprehend anything. Feng Wuchen looked at the enlarged heavenly Tao portrait of emptiness and said in surprise, these movements are the cultivation method? There were many movements recorded on the enlarged heavenly Tao portrait of emptiness that could be seen at a glance. Ying Hun shook his head and said, even so, I can't comprehend anything. Have you tried it? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. I can't see anything special about it. It's just an ordinary move. Therefore, I haven't tried it out. Ying Hun was stunned when he heard this. Then, he shook his head. Can you bring it back for me to have a look? Feng Wuchen asked. If young Master Dragon God wants to give it a try, there's no problem. If young Master Dragon God can comprehend it, that would be a good thing. Ying Hun smiled indifferently, as if the heavenly Tao portrait was just an ordinary portrait. Thank you. Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to go back and give it a try. He wanted to see if the portrait of emptiness was really that powerful. Looking at Feng Wuchen's departing figure, Tian Kuei said, the portrait of heavenly way floating dreams is extremely profound. The pavilion master has studied it for many years but has not been able to comprehend it. Even if he obtains 3 portraits of heavenly way floating dreams, he might not be able to comprehend its profound meaning. There is a reason why the things left behind by our predecessors are called treasures. It's just that our cultivation is too shallow to comprehend them. Ying Hun shook his head helplessly. In the room, Feng Wuchen carefully observed the moves on the portrait of heavenly way floating dreams. As he watched, he also practiced them. The portrait of heavenly way floating dreams is a treasure left behind by a top expert of the heaven realm. It looks like an ordinary move, but there must be a reason for its existence. Perhaps it's a mysterious cultivation method. It's just that it requires an extremely high level of comprehension to comprehend it, Feng Wuchen mumbled as he practiced. However, Feng Wuchen didn't notice any changes even after he practiced it a few times. Other than being adept at it, there was no use at all. Looks like it's really just an ordinary move. I can't tell that it has anything to do with a mysterious cultivation method. The pavilion master hasn't been able to comprehend it for many years, Feng Wuchen said disappointedly. After thinking about it, Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. If it's really that simple, can it still be considered a mysterious cultivation method? The more powerful the cultivation method, the harder it is to comprehend. Ordinary methods definitely won't work. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the portrait of Heavenly Way and said, wait, if ordinary methods don't work, then we'll find other methods. If it's a heaven-defying method, then we'll have to find a heaven-defying method. A heaven-defying method. Feng Wuchen frowned as he pondered. With a flash of inspiration, he said, the movements of the portrait of Heavenly Way can be reversed. After saying that, Feng Wuchen immediately acted, and practiced the movements on the portrait of Heavenly Way floating dreams in reverse. It looked like an ordinary move, but when Feng Wuchen practiced it in reverse, streams of golden heaven's essence actually appeared on the surface of his body and coiled around him. When Feng Wuchen finished practicing, he miraculously discovered that the heaven's essence in his body had actually grown a lot stronger. What's going on with this heaven's essence? It's actually going against the flow in the meridians, refining spiritual energy from the outside to the inside. Feng Wuchen said in shock and wild elation. A strange cultivation method that he had never seen before. Feng Wuchen completely could not figure out what was going on. Indeed, it's going against the heavens. The cultivation method of the portrait of heavenly way floating dreams is truly miraculous. Just one diagram has such astonishing effects. If 3 portraits of heavenly way floating dreams are gathered, I really don't dare to imagine how horrifying the cultivation speed will be. Indeed a good treasure. No wonder Empyrean wants to get it too, Feng Wuchen said agitatedly, his face revealing a brilliant smile. Agitated, Feng Wuchen practiced for a while again and discovered that the heaven's essence in his body was still going against the flow in the meridians. With each cycle in reverse, the heaven's essence would strengthen by a large margin. Feng Wuchen hurriedly sat down cross-legged and started cultivating according to the route of the practice. The heaven and earth spiritual energy from all directions instantly converged over like toppling mountains and overturning the seas, frenziedly burrowing into Feng Wuchen's body through the pores all over his body. The surface of his body suffused with a faint golden light. What kind of speed is this? Feng Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with shock and disbelief. It's actually several times stronger than the Supreme Dragon God technique. An endless stream of heaven's essence is pouring into my body. What's going on with this reverse flow of heaven's essence? I can't believe that there's such a miraculous cultivation method in this world. The cultivation speed was so terrifying that even Feng Wuchen couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Such a miraculous cultivation method is actually hidden in an inconspicuous painting. With this miraculous cultivation method, I don't have to worry about my cultivation not being able to increase in the future. Even if I don't have any cultivation resources, I don't have to worry. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. This unexpected surprise made Feng Wuchen unable to hide the excitement on his face. With this miraculous cultivation method, coupled with the 9 heaven mysterious jade and the heaven spirit stone, Feng Wuchen was just around the corner from breaking through to the middle stage of the heavenly king realm. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the second level of the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. A piece of news that terrified countless cultivators spread throughout Cloud City. The heaven spirit stone mine under the Spirit Emperor's control had been completely destroyed. After the news spread, Cloud Capital was the first to be affected. Countless cultivators fled in fear, worried that they would be implicated. Who dared to destroy the mine under the Spirit Emperor's control? Did they have a death wish? I heard from the people who escaped that it was a first-class assassin from Sky Shadow Pavilion called Tian Ming and a silver card assassin called Wind Shadow who saved them. That's right. I heard about it too. They were the ones who destroyed the Heaven Spirit Stone mine. That's not all. I also heard that Lord Xianxia, a dozen heavenly monarchs, and hundreds of guards were all killed. What? The Spirit Emperor's #1 general was killed? How dare Sky Shadow Pavilion touch the Spirit Emperor's men? I say, why are you still standing here? The Spirit Emperor is furious that the Heaven Spirit Stone mine was destroyed. If we don't leave now, we'll all die. Leave now. Leave now. The news spread like a plague from Cloud City. One person spread to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. After half a month, it had spread throughout Spirit Realm. At the same time, it had reached the Spirit Emperor's ears. For a time, the names of Wind Shadow and Tian Ming resounded throughout Spirit Realm. The news spread like wildfire, but the Spirit Emperor didn't do anything. He didn't seem to care, and Spirit Realm was still relatively peaceful. Sky Shadow Pavilion. When the assassins heard this news, they were extremely frightened and trembled with fear. They all knew that Feng Wuchen had a special mission, but no one thought that this special mission was to destroy the Heaven Spirit Stone mine. This news can't be true, right? The Heaven Spirit Stone mine is under the Spirit Emperor's control. Not even Zhu Feng dared to accept this mission, but the Pavilion Master sent Wind Shadow and Tian Ming. I heard that Yun Zhongzi is in the late stage of the Heaven God realm. He's so strong that he won't lose to Zhu Feng. I didn't expect Wind Shadow and Tian Ming to destroy the Heaven Spirit Stone mine. The Heaven Spirit Stone Mine's 4 areas are guarded by 3 heavenly monarchs. With Yun Zhongzi, their strength is absolutely terrifying. It's impossible to break through without heavenly monarch-level assassins. This is unbelievable. How did they do it? The Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins were shocked. They couldn't and didn't dare to imagine. Wind Shadow. Are you there? When Zhuai Yu and Ming Yu heard the news, they immediately went to the palace where Feng Wuchen sat. It seemed that they also wanted to know what had happened. But when they stepped into Feng Wuchen's Wind Shadow Palace, their expressions changed drastically. They became extremely shocked and were stunned on the spot. Zhuai Yu was dumbstruck. He actually saw with his naked eye the enormous spiritual energy that was scrambling to gather in the palace. Is Wind Shadow cultivating? Such a huge amount of spirit qi. This is. Ming Yu was also stunned. Her cold face was like a wooden chicken. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the two of them were a little scared. The spirit qi from all directions was pouring into the palace in a frenzy. How terrifying was the spirit qi that was visible to the naked eye? Such a spectacular scene had been going on for half a month. Feng Wuchen stopped cultivating in the ninefold cosmos pagoda as if he sensed someone approaching. Zhuai Yu and Ming Yu, what's the matter? Feng Wuchen opened his eyes. With a thought, he immediately exited the ninefold cosmos pagoda. As Feng Wuchen stopped cultivating, the majestic and unbelievable scene in the palace gradually disappeared. Is there anything you need from me? After a while, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared at the entrance of the palace. He looked at the two with a faint smile. But when he saw Zhuai Yu and Ming Yu's shocked faces, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but be stunned. Was there a flower growing on his face? Wind Shadow, the Heaven Spirit Stone Mine was destroyed by you and Tianming? Zhuai Yu hurriedly asked. His face was still filled with shock and disbelief. Feng Wuchen nodded indifferently and asked, yes, what's the matter? What do you mean what's the matter? Do you know how serious this is? Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't care at all, Zhuai Yu's face couldn't help but twitch. He was almost angered to death. Wind Shadow, this news has spread throughout the spirit realm. It can't be hidden from Spirit Emperor, Ming Yu said. I see, Feng Wuchen nodded and said, Pavilion Master isn't worried. What are you worried about? Since Pavilion Master sent me and Tianming to carry out this mission, he naturally guessed the result. After a pause, Feng Wuchen said, Pavilion Master dared to touch them, which means he's not afraid of Spirit Emperor's revenge. Spirit Emperor was just a Heavenly Emperor-level expert. Shadow Soul didn't care about him. A Heavenly Leader-level assassin was enough to make Spirit Emperor apprehensive. Spirit Emperor might not dare to do anything to Sky Shadow Pavilion, but you and Tianming are in trouble. Spirit Emperor will definitely think of a way to get rid of you and Tianming, Zhuai Yu said seriously. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said indifferently, don't worry, I'll be fine. Don't underestimate them. Don't forget that you just broke through to the Heavenly King realm. By the way, Yun Zhongzi is a late-stage heavenly god. There are so many heavenly monarch experts in the Heaven Spirit Stone Mine. How did you two kill them all? Zhuai Yu asked again. This was what he wanted to know the most. Because I have an immortal grade rune. Tianming used the rune's power to severely injure Yun Zhongzi. That's why I had the chance to kill him, Feng Wuchen said casually, as if killing Yun Zhongzi was as easy as flipping his hand. That's it? Zhuai Yu asked in shock. That's it. Feng Wuchen nodded. You and Tianming actually destroyed the mine for a mission that even Zhuai Feng didn't dare to accept. I can't believe it, Zhuai Yu said in a daze. That's because we were lucky. Feng Wuchen smiled and waved his hand. Dozens of green jade pieces floated above Feng Wuchen's palm, exuding extremely pure and powerful energy. 9 heavens mysterious jade. Ming Yu's beautiful eyes widened. On the surface, the Heaven Spirit Stone Mine is used to collect Heaven Spirit Stones. In fact, other than Heaven Spirit Stones, there's also 9 heavens mysterious jade. Take it, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. This is a treasure you obtained by risking your life. I don't want it. Ming Yu shook her head and refused. Keep it for yourself. We don't lack cultivation resources. You need it more than us, Zhuai Yu said. Feng Wuchen waved his hand gently, and the 9 heavens mysterious jade flew to the 2. He smiled and said, I still have a lot here. I came back from the Heaven Spirit Stone mine. Thank you. Zhuiyu and Mingyu looked at each other, then thanked him and accepted it. Wind Shadow, were you cultivating just now? Mingyu asked, recalling the spectacular scene just now. Yes, what's wrong? Feng Wuchen asked. Nothing. Mingyu shook her head and said, then we won't disturb your cultivation. Zhuiyu and Mingyu's hearts were already in turmoil. Spirit Emperor, Yun Zhongzi was killed and the Heaven Spirit Stone mine was destroyed. The Sky Shadow Pavilion doesn't take you seriously at all. We can't let this go. Wind Shadow and Tian Ming killed Yun Zhongzi, 12 heavenly monarchs, and hundreds of guards. They are declaring war on us. If you don't do anything, how will the people of the spirit realm view us? Won't they say we are afraid of the Sky Shadow Pavilion? This is the Spirit Emperor's dignity. Spirit Emperor, it's been many years. The Sky Shadow Pavilion wants a yard after taking an inch. If we don't do anything, they will do worse. Many heavenly gods in the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace were furious and proposed to deal with the Sky Shadow Pavilion. In their opinion, the Sky Shadow Pavilion didn't take them seriously at all. They were declaring war on them. An elder gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then he said, the Spirit Emperor only has a plan. There is no need to rush. On the main throne, the Spirit Emperor looked calm. He didn't seem angry at all because of Yun Zhongzi's death and the destruction of the Heaven Spirit Stone mine. The Spirit Emperor was very young, only in his 30s or 40s. He was wearing gorgeous golden leather armor and exuded a violent and terrifying aura. He was full of majesty. What's in the Heaven Spirit Stone mine that's worth Ing Hun's help? Heaven Spirit Stones and 9th Heaven Mysterious Jade are nothing to him. With his personality, he won't save those traitors for no reason, the Spirit Emperor said calmly. He couldn't figure out why the Sky Shadow Pavilion would do this. The top assassin Tian Ming is in the middle stage of the Heavenly God realm. He can't kill Yun Zhongzi. As for Wind Shadow, he is only in the Heavenly King realm. It's incredible that the two of them could destroy the Heaven Spirit Stone mine and kill Yun Zhongzi, the Spirit Emperor said. The Spirit Emperor didn't care about Yun Zhongzi's death or the destruction of the Heaven Spirit Stone mine. He cared about why Ing Hun attacked and how Feng Wuchen and Tian Ming worked together to kill Yun Zhongzi. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared in the hall and bowed to the Spirit Emperor. He said respectfully, Spirit Emperor, I've investigated. The Spirit Emperor nodded slightly and said, tell me about it. This subordinate captured a mine trader and found out that the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion destroyed the Heavenly Spirit Stone mine for a mysterious crystal. This crystal is in the hands of Yun Zhongzi, and it is said to be related to the Heavenly Tao Portrait of Emptiness. The crystal should have been taken away by Tian Ming, that person reported respectfully. Oh? Is it related to the Portrait of Emptiness? The Spirit Emperor frowned slightly and asked in confusion, however, how did the Sky Shadow Pavilion know that Yun Zhongzi obtained such a treasure? Why didn't you tell me? I don't know. Maybe it's because Yun Zhongzi didn't have time to report to the Spirit Emperor, or maybe it's because of other reasons, the man said respectfully. The Heavenly Tao Floating Dreams diagram is a treasure that Empyreans want. The Heavenly Shadow Pavilion actually dares to encroach on it. Simply courting death. A celestial deity realm powerhouse yelled furiously. The Heavenly Tao Floating Dreams diagram contains a mysterious cultivation method. If we can obtain such a treasure, Empyreans and I will have a chance to ascend to the divine world, an elder said solemnly. If that's the case, let's go and take the crystal back immediately. We can't let the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion take advantage of us. A celestial deity realm powerhouse said in a deep voice, looking very confident. There's no hurry. Ing Hun has been looking for the Portrait of Emptiness all these years, but the Portrait of Emptiness is rather profound. It's absolutely impossible to comprehend the profundities within it in a short period of time. Another elder spoke indifferently, and there wasn't the slightest ripple on his aged face. After a pause, that elder continued, Ing Hun's strength is not simple. Since the crystal is already in his hands, you'll just be sending yourselves to your deaths if you go. Moreover, other than Ing Hun, the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion also has a heavenly leader assassin. That's a heavenly emperor. Great Elder is right. There's no hurry to get the crystal. Even if Ying Hun and the others find the Heavenly Tao Floating Dreams diagram, they might not be able to comprehend it, the Spirit Emperor said slowly. He was puzzled. Who is this Feng Ying? Why would Ying Hun send an early-stage Heavenly King on such a dangerous mission? The Spirit Emperor had always been puzzled by this question. Feng Wuchen was only an early-stage Heavenly King. He was pitifully weak. Sending him on a mission was akin to sending him to his death. However, now that Feng Wuchen was actually able to survive, the Spirit Emperor was very curious. I don't know, that person replied respectfully. The assassins of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion were all very mysterious. Moreover, no one knew how many assassins there were. At most, they only knew a few powerful and famous assassins. An early-stage Heavenly King and a middle-stage Heavenly God destroyed my Heavenly Spirit Stone mine right under my nose. As expected of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, the Spirit Emperor praised with a slight smile. The Heavenly Shadow Pavilion had sent 2 people to destroy the Spirit Emperor's mine. This was undoubtedly a slap to the Spirit Emperor's face. The Spirit Emperor slowly stood up and walked down with a fierce aura. He said, I'm not to be trifled with. Ying Hun, let's wait and see. The show has just begun. Please give the order, Spirit Emperor. Several Heavenly God powerhouses knelt on one knee respectfully. Su Yang, check on Feng Ying. He's just a silver token assassin. I'm really curious why Ying Hun sent him on a mission, the Spirit Emperor ordered. Yes. Spirit Emperor. Su Yang ordered respectfully. Then he left in a flash. We'll give him a taste of his own medicine. At this moment, the Great Elder finally spoke. The Heavenly Venerate is in a deep sleep. The 8 Heavenly Emperors are in charge of the Heaven Realm. In the Spirit Realm that I'm in charge of, no traitors are allowed. All traitors are to be killed without mercy, the Spirit Emperor said calmly. Although he seemed calm, he was filled with endless majesty. Yes, Spirit Emperor, the Heavenly God powerhouses replied respectfully. Take back the crystal from whoever took it, the Spirit Emperor said calmly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Feng Wuchen had successfully come out of seclusion. The magical cultivation method recorded in the Heavenly Path Portrait of Emptiness had already helped Feng Wuchen break through to the middle stage Heavenly King realm, greatly increasing his strength. My cultivation has broken through to the middle stage, and my strength has increased by more than 10 times. I feel that my Heavenly Path divine power and physical body have also become much stronger, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. With my current strength, no one below the Heavenly Monarch realm should be a match for me. Against he too, 1 punch should be enough, Feng Wuchen said confidently as his eyes flashed. Feng Wuchen could already defeat he too, who was in the middle stage Heavenly King realm, when he was in the middle stage Heavenly King realm. Now that his strength had increased greatly, it was even easier to deal with a middle stage Heavenly King realm. The cultivation method of the Portrait of Emptiness is indeed magical. Just by relying on spirit energy, I can break through in a month. At this speed, I'm not far from the middle stage Heavenly King realm. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more excited he became. The benefits that the Portrait of Emptiness brought him were immense. Let's see if there are any treasures in Yin Zhongzi's storage ring. There should be plenty of immortal-grade artifacts. After exiting the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen took out Yin Zhongzi's storage ring and smiled happily. He activated his soul power and forcefully erased Yin Zhongzi's soul imprint. Then, he checked Yin Zhongzi's storage ring. The storage ring of a Heavenly God Realm expert is indeed extraordinary. The number of treasures is beyond my imagination. After a simple check, he was dazzled by the variety of treasures. This was the first storage ring of a Heavenly God Realm expert that Feng Wuchen had obtained since he ascended to the Heaven Realm. Feng Wuchen did not lack Heaven Spirit Stones and Ninth Heaven Mysterious Jade, but since he had them, he would not complain about having more. High-grade pills, spirit liquids, treasures of heaven and earth, spirit arts, immortal arts, many precious herbs, immortal artifacts, magic treasures, and so on. There was a huge amount of them. What's this? Feng Wuchen accidentally saw a token when he was looking through the storage ring. He immediately took it out. Spirit Emperor. Feng Wuchen looked at the black token with surprise. The 2 words Spirit Emperor were engraved on it. Could this be the Spirit Emperor's token? Feng Wuchen smiled wickedly and said, this token is the real treasure. With the Spirit Emperor's token, even if he encountered some powerful forces in the spirit realm in the future, he could make them retreat obediently with this token. So many precious cultivation resources. It's enough. Feng Wuchen grinned and took all the treasures he wanted. Then, he directly threw Yun Zhongzi's storage ring into the Sun and Moon Lake. Walking out of the palace, he was greeted with the unique eerie murderous aura of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. However, Feng Wuchen was already used to this eerie murderous aura. Feng Wuchen originally wanted to visit Tianming. After all, he had been seriously injured in the battle with Yun Zhongzi. Even though half a month had passed, his injuries were still not fully recovered. Brother Tianming should still be recovering. It's best not to disturb him. Feng Wuchen shook his head and dismissed the thought in his mind. He turned around and headed for the Sky Shadow Pavilion. In the main hall, Ying Han was drinking tea alone, very leisurely. Kazakage, you are here. Ying Han smiled and waved to Feng Wuchen, come and have a cup of tea. Pavilion Master, I'll return the Heavenly Tao floating life portrait to you. Inside it. Feng Wuchen returned the Heavenly Tao floating life portrait to its rightful owner. However, before Feng Wuchen could finish his words, Ying Han shook her head, since young Master Dragon God has already comprehended it, then keep it. It will be of great help to you. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen, who had just raised his teacup, could not help but be stunned. He looked at Ying Han in astonishment. Ying Han actually intended to give such a peerless treasure to Feng Wuchen. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Tao floating life portrait will be of great use to Pavilion Master. It might even help Pavilion Master break through, Feng Wuchen said. He had originally intended to tell Ying Han about what he had comprehended. The fewer people who know, the better. Don't leak it out, Ying Han warned. At the same time, she handed the original crystal to Feng Wuchen. Pavilion Master, what are you doing? Feng Wuchen looked at Ying Han in astonishment again. Feng Wuchen did not understand why Ying Han did not want to know the secret of the Heavenly Tao floating life portrait. Since she did not want to know, why did she search for it for so many years? Strange. Who wouldn't want such a miraculous cultivation method? What's wrong with Ying Han? Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. Feng Wuchen really could not figure it out. I have studied it for many years, but it is not as good as you for one day. This means that you are fated with the Heavenly Tao floating life portrait. It is most suitable to give it to you. You can also search for the secret of the crystal. It will be of great help to your cultivation and allow you to grow, Ying Han said calmly and seriously. Thank you, Pavilion Master, Feng Wuchen said gratefully. A trace of warmth welled up in his heart. Ying Han stroked his beard and continued, the news of you and Tianming destroying the Heaven Spiritual Stone Mine and killing Yun Zhongzi has already spread to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. You must be careful when you go out in the future. The Spirit Emperor seems to have not made any moves, but with his personality, he will not sit idly by. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I know. Now that I have two identities, it will not be so easy for them to deal with me unless they can tell that Feng Wuchen and Kazakage are the same person. As Kazakage, Feng Wuchen was wearing the assassin's black brocade robe. His head was covered, and his face was covered. No one knew Feng Wuchen's true identity. When Feng Wuchen's identity was revealed, no one knew Kazakage's identity. Ying Han nodded slightly and said calmly, anyway, be careful. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for your reminder. I will be careful, Feng Wuchen said. Then, he accepted a mission and left the Sky Shadow Pavilion. After leaving the Sky Shadow Pavilion, Kazakage's identity instantly became Feng Wuchen. With two identities switched, even if the Spirit Emperor sent people to investigate, it would not be so easy to find out. Kazakage should have grasped some of the cultivation method of the Heavenly Path Portrait of Emptiness. In just a month, he broke through from the early stage to the middle stage of the Heavenly King realm. Such a terrifying cultivation speed, even the Dragon God young master back then could not do it. Sky Sovereign, it won't be long before Migras collapses. When that time comes, you won't be able to sit on that stable chair of yours. After Feng Wuchen left, Ying Han looked at the void outside the hall with a smile on his old face. After leaving the Sky Shadow Pavilion, Feng Wuchen flew all the way to the Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce. While improving his cultivation, Feng Wuchen also needed to improve his alchemy, weapon forging, inscription, and forging realms. Now that he had time, Feng Wuchen had to improve the realms of these four professions as soon as possible. First of all, the realms of inscription masters are in high demand at this stage, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Whoosh! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Just as Feng Wuchen was thinking about this problem, a strong sonic boom came from afar, followed by a clear and arrogant shout. So fast! Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. The moment he turned his head, a giant bird flew over like lightning. Spirit beast! Feng Wuchen turned pale with fright and immediately dodged. Bastard! You're courting death! The giant bird flashed past, and a woman sitting on the giant bird cursed at Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, but he didn't care and continued to fly away. Feng Wuchen had seen many pampered women. Feng Wuchen didn't want to care, but it didn't mean that the woman didn't care. Sure enough, a moment after the giant bird flew away, a strong sonic boom suddenly came. The giant bird flew over again, and this time, it was aimed at Feng Wuchen, its giant claws fiercely clawing at him. The spirit beast giant bird's speed was astonishing, and its cultivation had reached the late stage of Heavenly King realm. How dare you block my way, you're courting death! The woman on the giant bird shouted angrily. I don't know you, nor did I provoke you, nor do I have any enmity with you. Miss, you don't have to be vicious, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Twisting words and forcing logic, unreasonable and unreasonable. As soon as the woman spoke, Feng Wuchen concluded with 8 words. Feng Wuchen was too lazy to bother with a woman with princess syndrome. He did not want to waste time and turned to leave. Seeing this, the woman in white's face sank. She felt that she was being ignored. Her heart was filled with anger, and her cheeks were puffed up with anger. How dare you? How dare you ignore me? Who do you think you are? The woman in white angrily chased after him. No matter how fast Feng Wuchen was, he was not faster than the sky-profound crane. The sky-profound crane was a heaven realm spirit beast, and it had a terrifying speed. Moreover, it was at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm, so it was much faster than Feng Wuchen. The sky-profound crane was extremely noble, and ordinary people could not tame it. However, the woman in white was able to tame the sky-profound crane. In addition to her cultivation being at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm, it also meant that she had a powerful background. Are you done yet? Noticing that the sky-profound crane was chasing after him, Feng Wuchen frowned. He did not expect such a beautiful woman to be so overbearing. Roar! The sky-profound crane let out an ear-piercing roar. Its huge body was like a bolt of green lightning. In a few blinks of an eye, it had caught up with Feng Wuchen and intercepted him. The giant green bird was like a small mountain in front of Feng Wuchen. As expected of a heaven realm spirit beast. Its body is huge, but its speed is terrifying. Feng Wuchen secretly exclaimed. Let's see where you can run to. The woman in white stared at Feng Wuchen like a poisonous snake. Feng Wuchen asked in a deep voice, what do you want? I'll let you know the consequences of offending and ignoring me. Sky-profound crane, bite him to death. The woman in white said coldly. Her beautiful eyes were full of cold-killing intent. Roar! The sky-profound crane roared again and fiercely rushed toward Feng Wuchen. Its speed was astonishing, and its attack was fierce. Feng Wuchen's face suddenly sank. He had never seen such a savage woman. Dragon God's shadow! Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. Then, he used his agility skill and disappeared in a flash. He narrowly avoided the attack of the Xianxia crane. I thought you were powerful, but you're just a mid-heavenly king. Xianxia, tear him to pieces for me. The woman in white did not give up. Seeing Feng Wuchen's cultivation, she became even more arrogant and did not put Feng Wuchen in her eyes at all. Feng Wuchen frowned and said coldly, Miss, don't go too far. So what if he's going too far? What can you do to me? The woman in white said arrogantly. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely. He could no longer bear it. Roar! The Xianxia crane once again rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Its speed was even faster than before. Humph. Don't push your luck. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I don't care who you are. If you dare to provoke me, I'll make you pay the price. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. He activated the creation divine power and the second stage of the sovereign body at the same time. The woman in white's arrogance enraged Feng Wuchen. Buzz. An extremely domineering and ferocious power erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. Dazzling golden light flashed, and violent airwaves rolled in all directions. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's aura broke through the late Heavenly King realm. Late Heavenly King realm. The woman in white's face changed slightly. She was secretly shocked that Feng Wuchen could increase his combat strength to such a high level. Boom. Facing the sky-profound crane, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. He stepped into the air and shot out. With a loud boom, he was like a bolt of golden lightning. His aura was majestic and fierce. Teleportation. With a thought, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared into thin air. His aura disappeared. What kind of movement skill is this? Sensing that Feng Wuchen had disappeared like a ghost, the woman in white was shocked. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in front of the Xianxia crane. He punched out fiercely. The fist force was overbearing, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Boom. Roar. Feng Wuchen's punch landed on the Xianxia crane's neck. With a loud explosion, the Xianxia crane let out a miserable scream and its huge body was sent flying. Xianxia crane. The woman in white's face changed drastically. She hurriedly flew off the Xianxia crane's back. The Xianxia crane, who was in the late Heavenly King realm, was severely injured by Feng Wuchen's punch. You're courting death. The woman in white was furious. Her pretty face was extremely ugly. She then used all her strength to rush towards Feng Wuchen. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in front of the woman in white like a ghost. The woman was so scared that she hurriedly stopped and looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Feng Wuchen's speed was too fast. The woman in white did not know how Feng Wuchen appeared. She was scared silly on the spot. I don't kill women. Otherwise, you would already be dead. This is my last warning to you. Don't show off your high and mighty attitude. It's useless against me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word was devoid of any human emotion. However, Feng Wuchen's words undoubtedly angered the woman in white again. Her shocked face instantly became ferocious as she gritted her teeth. How dare you say you want to kill me? The woman in white's anger erupted again. A powerful force surged out crazily. The woman in white obviously had a strong background. As a proud daughter of heaven, how could she endure Feng Wuchen's contemptuous and insulting words? I'll kill you. The woman in white roared crazily. Boom. Puff. The moment the woman in white attacked, Feng Wuchen had already punched her without any mercy. With a loud bang, the woman in white spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. How can a middle-stage heavenly king have such powerful strength? The woman in white was shocked. She could not believe that with her strength, she could not withstand the power of Feng Wuchen's punch. I don't kill women, but it doesn't mean I don't hit women. To be honest, I've never seen someone as arrogant and overbearing as you. This is a lesson for you. Don't think you're so great just because you have a little identity. Feng Wuchen said coldly. After saying that, he flew away. Roar. The severely injured Xianxia crane flew over and caught the severely injured woman in white. Feng Wuchen did not care about the woman in white's identity. She had to pay the price for angering him. Feng Wuchen's strength was so strong that he could kill one person with a punch. Moreover, he was already merciful. Otherwise, one punch would be enough to kill one person and one beast. After breaking through to the middle stage Heavenly King realm, Feng Wuchen felt the power of this force for the first time. Feng Wuchen was absolutely invincible under the Lord of Heaven. Take me back quickly. I will never forgive him. I want him dead. I must kill him. The woman in white roared weakly. Her clothes were dyed red with blood. Feng Wuchen could not hear the woman in white's roar. After an hour, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce. The chamber was still crowded with people. Feng Wuchen, who was not famous, was just an ordinary person in the crowded Chamber of Commerce. "May I ask what treasures you need?" A delicate and pretty maid walked up and respectfully asked Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was in a good mood when he saw the pretty maid. She was much better than the woman in white he had met before. A man should marry a good-tempered wife. A rude and unreasonable woman is out of the question, Feng Wuchen thought. "What do you need?" Seeing that Feng Wuchen did not answer, the maid asked again. She did not show any impatience or contempt. This was self-cultivation. Feng Wuchen took out a list and handed it to the maid. He smiled faintly and said, "I want a lot of things. Please help me prepare them." "Yes, please wait a moment." The maid bowed respectfully and left with the list. Feng Wuchen, who had nothing to do, began to look at the various treasures in the Chamber of Commerce. "It's him." A busy maid accidentally saw Feng Wuchen. Her pretty face froze for a moment before she hurried to the back of the Chamber of Commerce. After a while, the maid arrived at the back of the Chamber of Commerce. She stood outside the main hall and said respectfully, "Third Elder, Feng Wuchen is already in the Chamber of Commerce." "He's here?" Xiao Sanfeng, who was refining in the Chamber of Commerce, immediately rushed out of the Chamber of Commerce's main hall. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen, who was looking at the treasures, suddenly sensed someone approaching and could not help but look back. "Stop looking. It won't become yours no matter how much you look. These treasures are worth 300,000 heaven spirit stones. Can you afford them? Those who don't know will think that you're trying to rob them," a proud man said disdainfully as he glanced at Feng Wuchen. The proud man said to a maid in front of Feng Wuchen, "I want all these treasures." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. He turned and left. "Brat, if you can't afford it then don't come in. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed. If you have nothing to do then get out of here. This is not a place for you." The arrogant man taunted, as if he was deliberately finding fault with Feng Wuchen. "Young Master Qin is right. This is not a place you should be. If you know what's good for you, then get out of here. Get out. Don't embarrass yourself here." "Brat, didn't you hear what young Master Qin said? I told you to get out." In order to please young Master Qin, many people started to mock him. Young Master Qin looked at Feng Wuchen proudly, as if he was the boss here. Although young Master Qin was an arrogant brat, his cultivation was not weak. He was at the peak of the late stage of the Heavenly King realm and was already half a step into the Heavenly Monarch realm. For a moment, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. It was as if he didn't hear anything and ignored them. "Brat, don't be too arrogant, young Master Qin." A burly man quickly walked up and grabbed Feng Wuchen's shoulder. Boom. Pfft. The moment the burly man's hand touched Feng Wuchen directly punched him. With a loud bang, the domineering force caused the burly man to spit out blood. His burly body flew along the ground and crashed into the counter. The burly man fainted on the spot. The burly man was at the middle stage of the Heavenly King realm. Feng Wuchen was able to heavily injure him and knock him out with a single punch. This showed how strong Feng Wuchen was. Many people in the hall broke out in cold sweat. "Sorry, I was a little too heavy-handed." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Guards. This brat is causing trouble in the Chamber of Commerce. Why aren't you chasing him out?" A man shouted at the guards. However, the guards were indifferent. It was as if they didn't see anything. They seemed to know something. "Brat, you're quite capable. Looks like you're at the Heavenly King realm. However, you might not know young Master Qin's identity. I can understand your arrogance." A tall and thin man said coldly. He walked step by step towards Feng Wuchen without any fear. This person was a Heavenly Monarch realm expert. His cultivation was far above Feng Wuchen's. The Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce didn't lack powerful experts. "What? Do you want to stand up for him?" Feng Wuchen looked at the tall and thin man and sneered. "To deal with a weakling like you, young Master Qin doesn't even need to do anything. I can crush you to death with one hand," the tall and skinny man said mockingly. In his eyes, Feng Wuchen was undoubtedly a weak ant. If a heavenly monarch realm expert stood up for young Master Qin, it showed that young Master Qin's status was extremely high. When the tall and thin man approached Feng Wuchen, a terrifying force gathered in his palm. It was enough to kill Feng Wuchen instantly. However, when the tall and thin man was about to attack, Feng Wuchen took out a token and put it in front of him. Spirit Emperor Token. Seeing the black token in Feng Wuchen's hand, the tall and thin man was terrified. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His legs gave out and he knelt down. Spirit Emperor Token. Many cultivators in the hall were shocked. They all stepped back in fear, as if this had nothing to do with them. Those cultivators who stood up for young Master Qin ran out of the Chamber of Commerce in fear. They didn't dare to stay. The guards and maids of the Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce all widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. He has the Spirit Emperor Token. The proud young Master Qin's face was filled with fear. He was trembling all over. Feng Wuchen looked at the kneeling tall and thin man mockingly. He squatted down slowly and sneered. You like to stand up for him so much. Are you close to him? No, not close. The tall and thin man shook his head in fear. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. You're not close to him and yet you stand up for him. Do I have a grudge against you? Or do you dislike me? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. No, neither. The tall and thin man shook his head in fear. He was so scared that he wet himself. If neither, then you're the one who provoked me? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His face turned cold instantly. The tall and thin man's pale face changed drastically. He didn't know how to answer. Spare my life, Lord. Spare my life. I was blind to offend you. Please spare my life. The tall and thin man cowed out in fear. He was extremely panicked. The Spirit Emperor's token was supreme. No one dared to disrespect it. I can spare your life. Tell me, how should I punish you? Should I break one of your arms or one of your legs? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. He looked very patient. No. No. Lord, I know I'm wrong. Please spare my life. The tall and thin man kept kowtowing and begging. Bring me a broadsword, Feng Wuchen said to a guard of the Chamber of Commerce. The guard immediately ran over with the broadsword and respectfully handed it to Feng Wuchen. No. No. Spare my life, Lord. The tall and thin man was terrified. His eyes were filled with despair. The power of the Spirit the Arch token made everyone fearful. Feng Wuchen didn't expect this black token to have such a heaven-defying ability. The Heaven Monarch realm experts were so frightened that they knelt down and begged for mercy. The lanky man was extremely regretful for standing up for young Master Qin. No matter how high young Master Qin's status was, could it be higher than the Spirit the Arch token? Judging from young Master Qin's fearful face, it was obviously impossible. Sometimes, it was better to avoid trouble. Meddling in other people's business wouldn't lead to a good ending. Feng Wuchen's saber chopped off one of the lanky man's arms mercilessly. Fresh blood kept flowing out, and the man screamed in fear. Feng Wuchen's ruthless saber seemed to be on everyone. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled and their hearts almost jumped out. Gulp. Everyone in the hall was extremely frightened. Their faces were pale, but no one dared to speak. Shut your mouth. Otherwise, I will chop off your other arm. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. The lanky man was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and endured the pain of his broken arm. His pale face was filled with agony. How painful was it to be unable to cry out because of the pain? It was like being in a hurry to go to the toilet but still had to queue up and endure it. The lanky man should feel lucky. He had offended someone with the Spirit the Arch token. It was good enough that he was still alive. If it was someone else, he would have been killed long ago. After punishing the lanky man, Feng Wuchen looked at young Master Qin, who was terrified and flustered. When he sensed Feng Wuchen looking over, young Master Qin was so frightened that he knelt down before Feng Wuchen said anything. His fear instantly increased by several folds. My lord, please spare my life. Young Master Qin begged in fear. He was now even more frightened than the lanky man. Feng Wuchen looked at the terrified young Master Qin with a playful look. Why is young Master Qin kneeling down? I can't accept it. No, no, no. My lord, young Master Qin didn't know what to say. His mind was filled with fear. Stand up, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. My lord. Young Master Qin was even more frightened. He didn't know what Feng Wuchen wanted to do. I told you to stand up. Feng Wuchen's voice instantly. Young Master Qin was so frightened that he hurriedly stood up. He didn't dare to look Feng Wuchen in the eyes. 200 million sky spirit stones. For you. Seeing young Master Qin was dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out. 200 million sky spirit stones. I haven't heard of that. That's enough to buy 200 million sky spirit stones worth of materials. Even a big faction wouldn't dare to buy 200 million sky spirit stones worth of materials in one go. Who is he? Not only does he have the Spirit Emperor's token, but he also bought 200 million sky spirit stones worth of treasures. Young Master Qin said he couldn't afford the treasures. Can the Qin family afford 200 million sky spirit stones? He doesn't even take young Master Qin seriously. Young Master Qin just had to provoke him. The cultivators in the hall were stunned by the astronomical figure. They looked at Feng Wuchen with great respect. Young Master Qin had said that Feng Wuchen couldn't afford the treasures and was embarrassing himself in the Chamber of Commerce. He even told Feng Wuchen to get out of the Chamber of Commerce. But now, it seemed that young Master Qin was the one who had embarrassed himself. He should be the one to get out. However, if he wanted to get out now, he had to get Feng Wuchen's permission. You're young Master Qin, right? Feng Wuchen looked at young Master Qin and asked with a smile, do I have a grudge against you? No, no. Young Master Qin shook his head in fear. Which eye of yours saw that I couldn't afford the Chamber of Commerce's treasures? Do you know me? How do you know that I can't afford it? Feng Wuchen asked again. Young Master Qin didn't know how to answer. He couldn't answer. He couldn't answer because young Master Qin was a snob. How did you know that I'd embarrass myself? Feng Wuchen asked again. His voice grew colder and colder. Young Master Qin didn't know how to answer. He could only keep his mouth shut. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen's face turned cold. He said coldly, firstly, I don't know you. Secondly, I didn't offend you. Thirdly, I didn't hinder you. Yet, you're targeting me for no reason. Tell me, how should I punish you? Sir. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I'll kowtow to you. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Please spare my life. Young Master Qin knelt down and kowtowed in fear. Other than kowtowing and begging, young Master Qin had no other choice. Even if he brought the entire Qin family here, it wouldn't help. Feng Wuchen had the Spirit Emperor's token. Who would dare to disrespect him? Serves you right. You're usually arrogant and despotic. Great, now you've kicked an iron plate. You brought this upon yourself. Looking for trouble, you've lost your life in the end. The arrogant Qin Feng. I didn't expect this day to come. Serves you right. Many people in the hall were whispering. No one stood out to speak for young Master Qin. Instead, they felt relieved. Sir, please spare my life. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have mocked you. Young Master Qin kowtowed and begged with a sobbing tone. Feng Wuchen was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something. He turned around. So it's Third Elder. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Please don't. Please don't. Xiao Sanfeng hurriedly waved his hand and smiled respectfully. I can't accept this in front of an expert. When I heard that Brother Feng had come to the Chamber of Commerce, I hurried over. Third Elder, you must be joking. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The hall was dead silent. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and horror. The Chamber of Commerce's Third Elder actually called this young man an expert? And he's so respectful. Who exactly is he? The Chamber of Commerce's Third Elder actually came to welcome him personally. Everyone in the hall exclaimed in shock again. Young Master Qin was even more terrified. He wanted to leave immediately, but he didn't have the guts to. Brother Feng, what happened? Xiao Sanfeng asked curiously. He looked at young Master Qin, who was kneeling on the ground, and then looked at Feng Wuchen. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. That's good. Brother Feng, please. Xiao Sanfeng hurriedly made a gesture respectfully, regardless of what the people in the hall thought. Before leaving, Feng Wuchen said, if you want to live, cut off your tongue. Otherwise, I'll get someone to do it for you. It's your choice. Boom. If you have any objections, you can ask your father to come over, but I don't mind massacring your Qin family. Before leaving, Feng Wuchen threw down another sentence that made young Master Qin despair. Young Master Qin sat on the ground as if he had lost his soul. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Young Master Qin regretted provoking Feng Wuchen for no reason. Moreover, he had provoked a big shot that he couldn't afford to offend. Cutting his tongue meant that he wouldn't be able to speak for the rest of his life. Young Master Qin took out a weapon and hesitated. Should he cut his tongue or not? If he did, at least he could live. If he didn't, he would die without a doubt. Moreover, the Qin family couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Everyone in the hall looked at young Master Qin, waiting for him to cut his tongue. Many of them had gloating smiles on their faces. Young Master Qin, cut it. Your life is more important. Yeah, if you don't cut it now, you'll lose your life. Young Master Qin isn't scared, is he? He's usually so powerful. How did he become a coward? Everyone in the hall added insult to injury. They seemed to have forgotten young Master Qin's identity. Under everyone's provocation, young Master Qin pulled out the tip of his tongue and cut it off with his other hand without hesitation. Blood gushed out and pain spread through his body. Young Master Qin screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His mouth was full of blood. Seeing young Master Qin really cut off his tongue, everyone couldn't help but jump in fright. How much courage did it take to cut his own tongue? Young Master Qin, who was screaming, fainted soon after. Why? At this time, a middle-aged man walked out and said to the guard, take him back to the Qin family for treatment. He's lucky to be alive. That Brother Feng is merciful. If it was someone else, young Master Qin wouldn't be alive today. Isn't that so? That's what happens when one is unlucky. Young Master Qin is no exception. Everyone was discussing. He's willing to cut his tongue to survive. What a talent. Feng Wuchen sneered. He also heard young Master Qin's heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Sanfeng respectfully led Feng Wuchen to the Chamber of Commerce's palace. Third Elder, why are you in such a hurry? In the hall, Feng Wuchen intentionally asked. In truth, he had already guessed Xiao Sanfeng's thoughts. Xiao Sanfeng looked outside the palace. When he saw that there was no one around, he quickly bowed respectfully and said, Master, please accept my bow. Please give me some pointers on crafting. Third Elder, you're exaggerating. I'm only at the spiritual level. I'm not an expert, so I don't dare to give you pointers. Don't scare me. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly with a helpless look. Brother Feng, you don't have to hide it from me. You can't fool me. You can tell where I'm lacking just by my aura. Even a Xianxia grade weapon refiner can't do that. Xiao Sanfeng smiled bitterly. Xiao Sanfeng was not stupid. As an immortal grade weapon refiner, he had seen many powerful weapon refiners. Therefore, he was sure that Feng Wuchen was a powerful weapon refiner. Brother Feng, I haven't had the slightest breakthrough in the immortal grade for many years, and I haven't improved much in weapon refinement. I'm sure you can give me some pointers. Xiao Sanfeng bowed again. Seeing Xiao Sanfeng's sincerity and the fact that he was the Chamber of Commerce's third elder, Feng Wuchen thought carefully and decided to give him some pointers. Alright, but you have to keep it a secret for me. Feng Wuchen promised. Great. Thank you, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, don't worry, I won't tell anyone even if I die. Xiao Sanfeng was overjoyed and excited. The reason why Third Elder's weapon refinement realm hasn't improved at all is because there's too much fire poison accumulated in your body. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Fire poison? Xiao Sanfeng's old face became slightly solemn. Fire poison is indeed a huge problem. I've been expelling it for so many years. Although it's not very effective, I can still suppress it a little. Whether it was the mortal world or the heaven realm, as long as one was an alchemist or a weapon refiner, they would accumulate fire poison in the process of refining. When it comes to weapon refinement, the choice of materials is also a problem. The quantity is neither too much nor too little. Sometimes, too much will make it impossible to refine. The age of the materials must be sufficient. Of course, these are all small problems. Just pay more attention. Feng Wuchen said lightly. The real problem lies in the process of weapon refinement. The various details of the fusion of materials, the control of the fire, and the control of soul force. Every material has a different melting point, so it's not easy to fuse them. After a long time, too much spiritual energy and soul force will be consumed. This is your shortcoming. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Brother Feng is right. Please give me some pointers. Xiao Sanfeng became more and more excited. He stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. Next, Feng Wuchen personally refined the immortal weapon. At the same time, he patiently guided Xiao Sanfeng, pointing out all the details that he had to pay attention to and Xiao Sanfeng's shortcomings one by one. He also helped Xiao Sanfeng solve these shortcomings. In less than an hour, Xiao Sanfeng had benefited greatly. The problem that had troubled him for many years was solved, and he had also grasped many profound essences. This made him extremely excited. He felt as if he had become dozens of years younger. In less than an hour of guidance, Xiao Sanfeng realized that Feng Wuchen's terrifying attainments in weapon refinement were not something that ordinary innate-grade weapon refiners could compare to. Xiao Sanfeng even secretly guessed that Feng Wuchen had most likely reached the heaven immortal grade or even the divine grade. Of course, what Xiao Sanfeng did not know was that Feng Wuchen was indeed only at the spirit grade. It was just that he had mastered a powerful weapon refinement technique. There was a certain difference between the immortal weapons of the mortal world and those of the heavenly realm. After all, the materials used to refine them were different. Immortal weapons refined in the heavenly realm were more powerful than those in the mortal world, and divine weapons were no exception. This was because the heavenly realm was more powerful than the mortal world. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Xiao Sanfeng was so excited that he bowed repeatedly. He even changed the way he addressed Feng Wuchen. Third Elder, you're too kind. I don't dare to be your master. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Master, don't be modest. With your attainments in weapon refinement, even a heaven immortal grade weapon refiner might not be as good as you, Xiao Sanfeng said excitedly. He never thought that Feng Wuchen, who he had accidentally met, was such a powerful weapon refiner. Third Elder, you're praising me too much. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Third Elder, the Qin family is here. At this moment, the leader of the guards came to report. Qin Hao? Xiao Sanfeng frowned slightly. He naturally guessed the purpose of the Qin family's visit. The leader said respectfully, they want to see Brother Feng. Today's Chamber of Commerce was very lively. Due to the appearance of the spirit Thearch's token, the Heaven Monarch Realm martial expert's arm was chopped off, and the Qin clan's young master cut off his own tongue and became a mute. Now that people from the Qin clan came, it seemed that they wanted to seek justice for Qin Feng. As a matter of fact, many cultivators had come because of this. Everyone wanted to know if the Qin clan really dared to make a move against Feng Wuchen to avenge Qin Feng. Hey, do you guys think Patriarch Qin Hao will make a move? Qin Feng is the only descendant of the Qin clan. Now that he has been forced to cut out his tongue and become mute, I don't think clan leader Qin Hao will be able to tolerate this. That's hard to say. You all know how terrifying the Spirit Emperor token is. If Qin Hao really dares to make a move, the Qin clan will be finished for the rest of their lives. That's right. If the opponent is disrespectful to the holder of the Spirit Emperor's token, they are disrespectful to the Spirit Emperor. Even if the Qin clan had the guts, they wouldn't dare to do anything. The merchant association was packed with people, and the streets were congested. Many shoujo were discussing spiritedly. In the hall of the merchant association, the higher-ups of the Qin family had ugly expressions. The surrounding Xianxia did not dare to come close. The Qin clan was considered a major clan, and the clan head, Qin Hao, was a middle-stage Heaven Monarch realm expert. The 3 elders of the Qin clan were all at the Heaven Monarch realm, and there were plenty of Heavenly King realm experts. Qin Feng, who was in a coma due to having his tongue cut off, had already regained consciousness. He was also in the Chamber of Commerce, but he was unable to speak. The merchant group's hall was completely silent, and it was suffused with a heavy and strange aura. The middle-aged man in the lead was the patriarch of the Qin clan, Qin Hao. He wore a gorgeous black brocade, and his brows were tightly knit, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Although he had the demeanor of a family head, there was also a hint of anger in his voice. "Why haven't you come out yet?" An elder said in a deep voice, as if he was suppressing his anger. But just as the elder finished speaking, Feng Wuchen and Xiao Sanfeng walked into the hall from the back of the palace. Everyone's eyes turned to them. Seeing that the relationship between Xiao Sanfeng and Feng Wuchen was not simple, Qin Hao could not help but frown slightly. Before this, many cultivators had secretly speculated about their relationship. Perhaps it was because of the Spirit Emperor's token that Xiao Sanfeng had to be polite and even respectful to Feng Wuchen. However, several cultivators discovered that they had never seen Feng Wuchen before. "Patriarch Qin." Xiao Sanfeng smiled politely and greeted him. The gazes of Qin Hao and the other upper echelons of the Qin family all landed on Feng Wuchen. They realized that they had never seen Feng Wuchen before. Qin Hao frowned and said to himself, "He is very well hidden. I can't see through his cultivation base. I can't even sense any energy fluctuations." Facing the people of the Qin clan, Feng Wuchen was still very calm and not worried at all. N. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, Qin Feng was so angry that he stuttered. His fierce eyes stared straight at Feng Wuchen. "I heard that the Spirit Emperor's token appeared in the Chamber of Commerce, and it was with a young man. Can you show it to the old man?" Qin Hao asked expressionlessly. His eyes never left Feng Wuchen. Hearing Qin Hao's tone, it seemed like he suspected that the token was fake. "You're talking about this, right?" Feng Wuchen took out the token and stretched out his hand. The Spirit Emperor's token was obtained by Feng Wuchen from Xianxia. It couldn't be fake. "The token is real," an elder said with a deep frown. "It is indeed true." Another elder nodded his head affirmatively. "How dare you doubt the Spirit Emperor's token? This is disrespect to the Spirit Emperor. Do you know the consequences?" Feng Wuchen suddenly scolded. His expression became extremely fierce. Feng Wuchen suddenly accused them of such a big crime. It shocked the upper echelons of the Qin family. "We are not disrespecting the Spirit Emperor. We are just worried that the Spirit Emperor's token will fall into the hands of evil people," Qin Hao said fearlessly. "Fall into the hands of evil people?" Feng Wuchen's expression darkened. He said, "Are you doubting the Spirit Emperor's ability or the abilities of the Spirit Emperor's generals?" Qin Hao's expression still did not change. "As far as I know, there are only 3 Spirit Emperor's tokens. One is with Lord Xianxia, one is with the Spirit Emperor Temple's Honorable, and the last one is with the Spirit Emperor." Qin Hao still looked at Feng Wuchen with suspicion. It was because Qin Hao knew who had the Spirit Emperor's token that he dared to bring people here. The Spirit Emperor's and Honorable's tokens can't fall into the hands of others. Lord Xianxia died at the hands of the Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins Tian Ming and Wind Shadow. His token is missing, but the one you have is real. That means you took the token from Xianxia, Qin Hao said coldly. He believed in his own analysis. That's right. Patriarch Qin is right. The Heaven Spirit Stone Mine was destroyed and Lord Xianxia was killed. Naturally, his token was taken. Is he an assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion? No way. Is he the top assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, Tian Ming? Or is he that Wind Shadow? No, I heard that the Honorable of the Spirit Emperor Temple is very young. We can't see his cultivation level. He also has the Spirit Emperor's token. Could he be the Honorable of the Spirit Emperor Temple? The cultivators whispered their guesses. Xiao Sanfeng did not speak. He did not know Feng Wuchen's background, but he firmly believed that Feng Wuchen's identity was not simple. Just based on his terrifying artifact refining realm. As the patriarch of the Qin family, you are indeed smart and have a good analysis, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. His expression did not change. Have you seen the Honorable of the Spirit Emperor Temple? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Before he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in front of Qin Hao at a terrifying speed. His speed was so fast that it exceeded everyone's reaction. This? What kind of speed is this? The sudden appearance of the figure caused Qin Hao to be incomparably frightened, and his expression became sluggish. The upper echelons of the Qin family were shocked. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. What terrifying speed! Even the old man did not notice. Xiao Sanfeng was shocked. Everyone in the hall was stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen with great difficulty. They did not know when he appeared in front of Qin Hao. Patriarch Qin, your suspicions are all because you want to take revenge for your son. Why do you need to talk so much nonsense? I'll give you this chance. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly, looking cold and arrogant. Hearing this, Qin Hao's expression changed again. Cold sweat broke out on his back. He felt a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. Qin Hao did not react to such a terrifying speed at all. How terrifying was his strength! With such terrifying speed, he had to be at least in the heavenly god realm. A heavenly god realm powerhouse was enough to make Qin Hao feel fear. He is the Honorable of the Spirit Emperor Temple. That's right. It can't be wrong. Such terrifying speed, he is a heavenly god realm powerhouse. Everyone in the hall was in an uproar. Their faces were filled with fear. Feng Wuchen's move had completely shocked them. The hall of the Chamber of Commerce was filled with a strange and frightening aura. The onlookers were terrified and speechless, their faces pale. Qin Hao's back was drenched in cold sweat. Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed was enough to intimidate the entire Qin family. He's actually a venerable from the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. Qin Feng was terrified. He felt powerless and didn't want to stay any longer. Patriarch Qin, my time is limited. Answer me after you've thought it through. I'll give you 15 minutes. Feng Wuchen said coldly and arrogantly. He didn't put the Qin family in his eyes at all. He even showed a powerful posture as if he could destroy the Qin family at any time. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, you can also find helpers. You're a venerable from the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace? Qin Hao suppressed his fear and asked as he looked at Feng Wuchen. What do you think? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Feng Wuchen didn't answer, but it wasn't difficult to guess that Feng Wuchen had tacitly agreed. Qin Hao couldn't help but look at Xiao Sanfeng, who had been silent all this time, as if he wanted to see something from Xiao Sanfeng's eyes. Patriarch Qin, your son is still alive. You should be happy. You can ask anyone about the cause and effect of this matter. Listen to old man's advice and go back. Xiao Sanfeng said. He could only remind Qin Hao. Qin Hao was under great pressure. On one hand, he wasn't sure if Feng Wuchen was a venerable from the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace, but he didn't dare to doubt it. On the other hand, he was afraid of Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed. The more calm Feng Wuchen was, the less confident Qin Hao was and the more pressure he felt. The Qin family's upper echelons were terrified. They seemed to have firmly believed that Feng Wuchen was a venerable from the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. I've offended you, please forgive me. In the end, Qin Hao couldn't bear the huge pressure and quickly cupped his fists. You've made the right choice. At least the Qin family can be saved. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen could completely hide his aura and teleport. It wasn't a problem to intimidate Qin Hao. Qin Hao didn't dare to gamble at all. He couldn't afford to gamble. Once he lost, it would be the entire Qin family. Third Elder, we'll meet again, Feng Wuchen said to Xiao Sanfeng with a smile. He disappeared into thin air at a terrifying speed. Since Qin Hao had already compromised, Feng Wuchen couldn't be bothered to make a fuss. Of course, Qin Hao's terrifying speed. What a terrifying speed. It's simply impossible to guard against. Fortunately, Patriarch Qin didn't make a move. Otherwise, the Qin clan would have perished. 10 of Qin Hao of Qin. As soon as Feng Wuchen left, the hall was in an uproar. All the cultivators discussed in fear, their faces pale. Xianxia and the upper echelons of the Qin family heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia looked at Xiao Sanfeng and asked, "Third elder, is he really a venerable from the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace?" Xiao Sanfeng shook his head and said, "Old man is not sure. He has never seen Spirit Emperor Divine Hall's venerable. Patriarch Qin, it's already very good that he didn't bother with Qin Feng. You guys are really good. If he wants to kill you, the Qin clan will face a great calamity. In the future, you have to discipline Qin Feng properly to avoid any more trouble." Xiao Sanfeng sighed. Qin Feng had only himself to blame. He was lucky to be able to keep his life. "Third elder, is there any cure for Feng-er?" Qin Hao asked again. Qin Feng was the only descendant of the Qin family. If he really became mute, how could he inherit the position of patriarch? Old man can't help. Old man is only a blacksmith. It's more suitable for patriarch to find an alchemist. Xiao Sanfeng shook his head. He really couldn't do anything. Even if Xiao Sanfeng had the ability, he wouldn't dare to treat Qin Feng. Moreover, his tongue was cut off. He couldn't treat it at all unless he changed his body. "Sorry to disturb you. Goodbye." Qin Hao cupped his fists, feeling disappointed. The Qin family had lost a lot of face today. They would be ridiculed in the future. All of this was because of Qin Feng's arrogance. "Disperse." Xiao Sanfeng waved his hand, indicating for the onlookers to disperse. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already far away from the Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce. "Fortunately, my identity was almost exposed. Although the Spirit Emperor token is useful, it can easily expose my identity. I should use it less when not necessary." Feng Wuchen was slightly relieved. Feng Wuchen and Tian Ming destroyed the Spirit Emperor Heaven's Spirit Stone Mine. The Spirit Emperor would never let them go. Feng Wuchen had to be careful. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Wuchen didn't want to be chased by countless cultivators of the spirit domain. That scene was too embarrassing. I can't let others know that Feng Wuchen and Wind Shadow are the same identity. I have to be more careful in the future. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Once his identity was exposed, Feng Wuchen, who was weak, could die at any time. It seems that I have to break through to the late stage of the Heavenly King realm as soon as possible. I can't fall behind in alchemy and artifact forging. I can't waste time. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he rushed back to the Sky Shadow Pavilion. However, what Feng Wuchen didn't know was that he had already caused a disaster. The woman in white that Feng Wuchen had injured was the daughter of the Moon God Palace's palace master. Moon God Palace was one of the major forces under the Spirit Emperor. Moon God Palace controlled many other forces and was very powerful. The Moon God Palace's palace master was furious that the woman in white was injured. He had sent many disciples to hunt down Feng Wuchen. Other than Moon God Palace, many other forces were also hunting down Feng Wuchen. Such a huge commotion shook the major regions of the spirit domain. Did you hear? The daughter of Moon God Palace was severely injured. The Moon God Palace's palace master was furious and sent many disciples to investigate. Who is so bold? Who dares to hit the daughter of the Moon God Palace's palace master? Are they tired of living? To be honest, the daughter of Moon God Palace is arrogant and domineering. It's good that she was beaten up. However, the person who beat her is very bold. It's admirable. The news of the daughter of Moon God Palace being beaten up spread all over the spirit domain. The experts of all the major forces were shocked. Unfortunately, other than the daughter of the Moon God Palace's palace master, no one had seen the culprit. They only had a vague idea of what he was wearing. Finding the culprit was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, what was surprising was that many people were willing to look for the culprit. Of course, there was a reason for this. Because of the words of the daughter of the Moon God Palace's palace master, countless young cultivators of the spirit domain were filled with fighting spirit and were looking for the culprit. I will marry whoever can find the culprit and kill him. The words of the daughter of Moon God Palace were very tempting. The status of the Moon God Palace's prince consort was very high. It could change one's life in an instant. They could live a life of wealth and prosperity without any worries. Because of this, spirit domain became very popular in order to become the prince consort of the moon god palace. Countless men of the younger generation viewed this as their dream. After returning to the Sky Shadow Pavilion, Feng Wuchen noticed that there were several assassins gathered at the Sun and Moon Lake. Zhueyu and Mingyu were among them. This is the Sky Shadow Pavilion? What surprised Feng Wuchen was that they were chatting. Feng Wuchen had joined the Sky Shadow Pavilion for so long, but he had never seen such a scene. The assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion were almost all independent existences, and most of the assassins weren't familiar with each other. They only knew of this person's existence. In Feng Wuchen's impression, the Sky Shadow Pavilion was very deserted, and he rarely saw other assassins. Those who didn't know would think that it was haunted. Mission completed? Zhueyu asked when he noticed Feng Wuchen's return. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked with doubt, "What are you guys chatting about?" It's rare to see the assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion gathering and chatting. Early stage Heaven Monarch. Incredible. Congratulations. Feng Wuchen immediately saw that Mingyu had broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm. After seclusion for more than a month, Mingyu had successfully broken through to the early stage Heaven Monarch realm. The latest news is that the daughter of the Moon God Palace Master, Qiyu, was severely injured. The Moon God Palace Master was furious, and all the major factions of the spirit domain are pursuing the person who injured Qiyu. It is said that Qiyu will marry anyone who can catch and kill this person. This matter has shocked the entire spirit domain. Mingyu said indifferently. Oh? There is such a matter? It seems like the Moon God Palace isn't weak to be able to alarm all the major factions of the spirit domain. If an old man killed this person, would Qiyu marry him? Feng Wuchen asked in astonishment. The Moon God Palace is one of the major factions under the Spirit Emperor. They are very powerful. Qiyu's words attracted countless cultivators, and they are all fighting to be the Moon God Palace's prince consort. An assassin said coldly without any expression. I thought it was something big. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, "You guys aren't thinking of being the prince consort, right?" Wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Zhueyu and the others and asked with a frown, "Qiyu is a rude and unreasonable woman? Sitting on the sky-profound crane?" Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Zhueyu, Mingyue, and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. It can't be you, right? Mingyu asked in astonishment. It can't be that coincidental, right? Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. He had already determined that the severely injured woman in white was the Moon God Palace's daughter, Xianxia. Was it really you? Zhueyu, Mingyue, and the others asked in unison, their faces full of shock. Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly and smiled bitterly. It shouldn't be wrong. Feng Wuchen then recounted the course of events. Zhueyu and the others also confirmed that the one who seriously injured Qiyu was undoubtedly Feng Wuchen. Qiyu is unreasonable and overbearing. Serves him right. If it were me, I would have done the same. Mingyu felt that Feng Wuchen had done a good job. Zhueyu frowned. Moon God Palace's strength cannot be underestimated. Wind Shadow, you must be careful in the future. Don't forget that you have provoked Spirit Emperor. No one has seen me anyway. It doesn't matter. Feng Wuchen shrugged. He was not worried at all. What's more, Feng Wuchen also had the identity of Wind Shadow. Feng Wuchen did not expect that the rude and overbearing woman he met by chance was the Moon God Palace's daughter. After speaking, Feng Wuchen returned to his palace. With a thought, Feng Wuchen entered the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and began to cultivate alchemy and artifact refining, further improving the realm of his 4 professions. Feng Wuchen's foundation was solid and his attainments in the 4 spirit domains were extremely high. It was only a matter of time before he improved his realm. The 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda just solved this problem. His primordial spirit avatar was condensed. Feng Wuchen's main body cultivated soul power while his avatar cultivated strength, both at the same time. In a month's time, Feng Wuchen broke through to the immortal grade in the 4 spirit domains. 1 month in the outside world was 5 months in Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's 7th floor. It was almost half a year. The primordial spirit avatar cultivated for half a year. Feng Wuchen's cultivation was also close to breaking through to the late Heavenly King realm. After all, the primordial spirit avatar's cultivation was purely absorbing spiritual energy. It was not the magical cultivation method of the Heavenly Path Portrait of Emptiness. Feng Wuchen's energy was focused on the 4 spirit domains. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the late Heavenly King realm in half a year. The evil dragon god's attainments in the 4 spirit domains are truly terrifying. The ancient techniques of the 4 spirit domains that he obtained are also quite magical. Even in the heaven realm, the improvement of his soul power is quite shocking. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. He could not help but marvel at the power of the evil dragon god. There are only 6 realms in the heaven realm. However, it took me nearly half a year to break through from the spirit grade to the immortal grade. It is indeed very difficult to increase one's realm. Feng Wuchen continued to think to himself. Such a terrifying speed of improvement was still considered slow. If others knew about it, wouldn't they beat Feng Wuchen to death? After breaking through, Feng Wuchen was in a good mood. It's time to break through to the late Heavenly King realm. Feng Wuchen was looking forward to it. A breakthrough in cultivation meant that Feng Wuchen's combat strength would be greatly improved. With a thought, Feng Wuchen arrived at the 5th floor. Breaking through required a huge amount of follow-up energy. The 5th floor had a huge amount of pure energy, which was beneficial to Feng Wuchen's breakthrough. Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath. He threw all the distracting thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. The Heavenly Path divine power sped up and erupted with all its might. A domineering and vigorous energy swept out crazily, and a resplendent golden light enveloped the entire space. Break! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen roared and controlled the domineering Heavenly Path divine power to attack the barrier of the late Heavenly King realm. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power shook the 5th floor. Breaking through was not an easy task. It required an extremely powerful force. The first impact did not cause the barrier to budge at all. Since Feng Wuchen had decided to break through, he had never thought of giving up. Again. Feng Wuchen roared and once again activated the Heavenly Path divine power to attack the barrier. Again and again, the resistance of the barrier became smaller and smaller. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. Under Feng Wuchen's dozens of crazy attacks, the barrier of the late Heavenly King realm completely collapsed. Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to the late Heavenly King realm. When his cultivation broke through to the late Heavenly King realm, an incomparably powerful energy gushed out from his chi like a volcanic eruption. Whether it was his strength or his physical body, they all increased by leaps and bounds. This powerful energy made Feng Wuchen ecstatic. With a breakthrough in cultivation, my strength instantly increased by more than 10 times. The realm of the heaven realm is indeed mysterious. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. The feeling of becoming stronger made Feng Wuchen have the urge to roar towards the sky. The meridians in Feng Wuchen's body expanded, and the power flowing in his body was several times stronger than before. If the power that Feng Wuchen activated before was only like a small stream, now it was like a surging river. The power that was activated in an instant was more than 10 times stronger than before. With my current cultivation, if I take out my divine artifact and go all out, I'm afraid I'll be able to contend with a Heavenly Lord realm expert for a while. Feng Wuchen said confidently. Moon God Palace. Trash. All of you are useless trash. In a palace, Ji was furious and scolded the subordinates of Moon God Palace mercilessly. Young miss, please calm down. We have tried our best. The 13 forces under Moon God Palace have sent people to search, and we have many cultivators helping us. We have searched almost the entire spirit realm, but we have not found anyone similar to the person you mentioned. A subordinate reported respectfully. Even though he was scolded, he did not dare to be rash. It had been a month since Chiyu was seriously injured. Chiyu had recovered, but Moon God Palace had used many people and still could not find the culprit. As time passed, the dream of becoming a son-in-law was not fulfilled, and the younger generation of cultivators in Spirit Realm gradually lost their motivation. Of course, there were still some cultivators with strong wills. For the sake of their dream of becoming a son-in-law, they still persisted. You can't even find a little mid-stage heavenly king, what use are you? Qiyu scolded angrily. She did not treat her subordinates as people at all. Qiyu's voice was very loud, and the guards outside the palace heard it clearly. Qiyu was overbearing and had a fiery temper. She would fly into a rage at the slightest disagreement. The people of Moon God Palace were extremely afraid of her. "Young miss, we have not seen the person who injured young Mississippi. This is not easy to find," another subordinate said helplessly. "Scram. Scram. If you can't find him, don't come back," Qiyu scolded angrily. She picked up the vase and smashed it on the ground. Just as the vase was smashed, a middle-aged man walked in. He first looked at the angry Qiyu, then waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to leave. "Nonsense." The middle-aged man scolded Qiyu after his subordinates left. Seeing the man appear, Qiyu restrained her anger and said with dissatisfaction, "Father, there are so many experts in Moon God Palace, so many people, why can't we find a little heavenly king? It's been a month. Who is that person? Only you have seen him. There are more than 10 million mid-stage heavenly king cultivators. We've sent people to all the major regions of Spirit Realm to search but to no avail," the middle-aged man said helplessly. The middle-aged man was Xianxia, the palace master of the Moon God Palace. He had a young face and a mustache. He wore a black cloak and luxurious black brocade. He wore a golden crown on his head, and his entire body gave off the aura of a sovereign. He had the dignity of a palace master. As the palace master of the Moon God Palace, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Heaven God realm, and his strength was on par with Yun Zhongzi. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. "I don't care. In any case, you must find him. I will never forgive him. I must cut him into pieces." Qiyu pouted and frowned. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Spirit Realm is so big, and you're the only one who has seen the person who injured you. Don't tell me you want to run out and look for him yourself? Xianxia scolded, looking very strict. "Fine. I don't believe we can't find him even if we flip Spirit Realm upside down," Qiyu said unwillingly. Her mind was filled with Feng Wuchen's appearance. "You still want to go out and cause trouble? Can't you restrain your temper a little? Haven't you caused enough trouble? When was it not your fault in the first place?" Xianxia scolded. "I just can't take this lying down. I must find him," Qiyu said angrily. "You're not allowed to go anywhere." Xianxia scolded angrily, and then ordered, "Without this palace master's orders, no one is allowed to take half a step out of Moon God Palace." A voice full of dignity resounded throughout the entire Moon God Palace. "Humph. You only know how to scold me. I'll go tell mother. I'm ignoring you." Qiyu immediately cried and quickly ran out of the hall. You really want to anger me to death." Xianxia was angry but helpless. "Palace master, calm your anger. Young miss is playful by nature and has never suffered such vexation. How can she endure your scolding?" An old voice sounded. "Sigh, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. This girl is rude and unreasonable by nature. Sooner or later, she will cause trouble." Xianxia sighed helplessly. "Palace master, don't worry. Send someone to secretly protect young Mississippi. Nothing will happen." A white-robed old man slowly walked over. The white-robed old man had white hair and a frown on his face. He looked as thin as firewood, but his cultivation was quite terrifying. His body exuded the aura of a king. Elder Mu deliberately hid his aura. He could only sense a powerful aura, but he could not determine what cultivation realm it was. "I hope so." Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Xianxia knew Qiyu's temperament better than anyone else. He was most worried that Qiyu would cause great trouble. Looking at the old man, Xianxia asked, "Elder Mu, why have you come to Moon God Palace this time?" "Emperor Ling ordered old man to pass on a mission to you," Elder Mu said calmly. "Has the traitor appeared?" Xianxia frowned and guessed. "The traitor is hiding in the nameless ghost region. There has been no movement for many years. The Holy Divine Palace has been secretly monitoring them. When the time is right, we will give them a fatal blow." Elder Mu shook his head. His calm words were intimidating. It was obvious that Elder Mu's cultivation was quite terrifying. Then what is it? Xiao Qingshan asked. Elder Mu said calmly, Emperor Ling's token. Elder Mu, please tell me. Xiao Qingshan frowned slightly. Yun Zhongzi was killed. The crystal on his body was taken by Tian Ming and Wind Shadow. The crystal is closely related to the Heavenly Path portrait of emptiness. At the same time, Yun Zhongzi's Emperor Ling's token was also taken. I heard that it appeared in the Chamber of Commerce of the Spirit Region recently. Send someone to investigate. Don't alert them, Elder Mu said calmly. I see. Xiao Qingshan nodded and said, I will complete it as soon as possible and capture this person. There's one more thing. The Spirit Emperor is very concerned about this Wind Shadow, but he hasn't found out his background yet. This matter will be handed over to Palace Lord Qi, Elder Mu said. It is said that this Wind Shadow is only in the Heavenly King realm, but he and Tian Ming were able to destroy the Heaven's spiritual stone mine. It is indeed strange. I am also curious how they did it. Yun Zhongzi's strength is not below mine. Although Tian Ming is a top assassin, his strength is far inferior to Yun Zhongzi, Xiao Qingshan frowned and said. After Yun Zhongzi's accident, Xiao Qingshan had been very puzzled about this point. Xiao Qingshan suddenly frowned and said, but hasn't the Spirit Emperor already sent someone to investigate? Elder Mu shook his head slightly. Nothing. Recently, there has been news of the Emperor Ling's token. It might be related to Wind Shadow. The people in the Chamber of Commerce must know. I will send someone to the Chamber of Commerce of the Spirit Region, Xiao Qingshan said. The appearance of the Spirit Emperor's token in the Chamber of Commerce of the Spirit Region had already attracted the Spirit Emperor's attention. Yun Zhongzi was killed. At the time, only Feng Wuchen and Tian Ming were present. It was not hard to guess that one of the two had taken the Spirit Emperor's token. The immortal runes refined by immortal grade inscriptionists will be even more powerful. There's no harm in preparing more. Deep in the mountains not far from the Sun and Moon Lake, Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged on top of a towering boulder alone, refining runes. Domineering soul power spread out. Under Feng Wuchen's superb hand gestures, powerful immortal grade runes were refined one after another. Among these runes, in addition to the powerful offensive runes, Feng Wuchen also refined various auxiliary runes. There were many experts in the Heaven realm. Not only did Feng Wuchen offend the Spirit Emperor, but he was also being chased by the Moon God Palace and many other forces in the spirit realm. It could be said that he was in great danger. Therefore, Feng Wuchen had to be prepared to protect himself. Refining immortal grade runes was enough for Feng Wuchen to smoothly escape or fight against Heaven Monarch realm experts. There are certain differences between the immortal grade runes of the Heaven realm and the immortal grade runes of the human realm. The power is different, and the power of the runes is different. With my current soul power, I should be able to refine heaven-grade runes. Feng Wuchen said to himself. He was quite confident in his soul power. High up in the sky, an old man flew past. His originally calm old face suddenly changed. What a domineering and powerful soul power. The old man looked in the direction of the mountains in surprise and immediately flew away. Feng Wuchen, who was refining runes, sensed an extremely powerful aura quickly approaching. He frowned and thought, Heaven-grade inscriptionist. Heaven God realm expert. However, the realm of a heaven-grade inscriptionist was enough to shock Feng Wuchen. What shocked Feng Wuchen even more was that the person who came was a Heaven God realm expert. Feng Wuchen only hoped that it was not an enemy. If it was an expert from the Moon God Palace or the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed today. Swish. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Its speed was extremely terrifying, and it arrived almost in the blink of an eye. The person who came was an old man in a white robe. There was a faint smile on his aged face, and his old eyes were sizing up Feng Wuchen with interest. Feng Wuchen didn't recognize the old man in front of him, but he could tell that the old man was a heaven-rank inscription master and his soul force was extremely powerful. Unbelievable. A celestial grade inscription master's soul power has actually reached the heaven grade. This is unheard of. The old man exclaimed like he had seen a treasure. Oh? He was actually an immortal grade alchemist. Both of his domains have reached the immortal grade realm. After taking a closer look, the old man couldn't help but be shocked. "Senior, you are?" Feng Wuchen asked cautiously as he sized up the old man. The old man didn't answer. Instead, he urged his soul force and fiercely attacked Feng Wuchen with his palm. Looking at the old man's ferocious aura, it seemed like he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed. He felt a huge pressure. In a moment of desperation, Feng Wuchen pushed his soul force with all his might and met the attack with his palm. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two palms fiercely collided. With a loud explosion, the tyrannical soul force crazily collided. The collision between the two of them wasn't a competition of strength, but a competition of soul force. This old man's soul force is actually close to the Xianxia grade. At the moment of the fierce collision, Feng Wuchen felt the old man's surging soul force and his heart was greatly shocked. Truly not simple. Who exactly is this kid? In the immortal grade inscription master realm, his soul force is extremely tyrannical and vigorous. It has already surpassed the heaven grade inscription master realm. This kid is also an alchemist. At such a young age, he already has such high achievements in two domains. Truly not simple. He is a good genius, extremely rare in the heavenly realm. The old man's heart was also shocked. To think that your spiritual force is so overbearing. To think that you are able to fight against my heavenly grade when you are only at the deity grade realm. Lad, you are not simple. The old man smiled faintly as his spiritual force surged out continuously. You are also not simple. Feng Wuchen deeply frowned and crazily urged his soul force to resist the old man. Feng Wuchen could see that the old man simply wanted to compete with Feng Wuchen's soul force. He didn't have any evil intentions. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but feel relieved. This old man's soul force is also not simple. I can't hold on for much longer. Feng Wuchen secretly said in his heart, but he forced himself not to show it on his face. Feng Wuchen is only in the immortal grade inscription master realm, while the old man is close to the Xiantian grade inscription master realm. This kid's soul force is not only tyrannical and vigorous, but he can also hold on for so long. If it was any other immortal grade inscription master, they would have already been defeated. Old man's soul force is about to be exhausted, but he can still hold on. The old man was shocked again, he even found it hard to believe. The old man and Feng Wuchen were the same. The soul force fiercely collided with each other and the consumption was great. Both of them couldn't hold on for much longer, but they were both holding on until they won. As time passed, both of them who were holding on not to admit defeat had a strenuous expression on their faces, but they still clenched their teeth and persevered. Good kid, you still don't admit defeat. The old man's heart was burning with anxiety. One must know that the old man was in the heaven grade inscription master realm. If he lost to a junior in the immortal grade inscription master realm, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? This old man's willpower is really firm. His soul force is already exhausted and he still doesn't admit defeat. Feng Wuchen was also secretly anxious. Both of them didn't speak and looked at each other as if they wanted to kill each other with their eyes. When both of their soul forces were about to be exhausted, Feng Wuchen said helplessly, I can't hold on anymore. I lost. Feng Wuchen said very unwillingly. But when Feng Wuchen spoke, his pale face suddenly froze. I've lost, the old man said at the same time as Feng Wuchen. Both of them admitted defeat at the same time. They were also stunned and looked at each other in astonishment. The scene was very funny. Haha. After being stunned for a moment, the old man suddenly laughed and praised, you have such tyrannical and profound soul force at such a young age. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. This old man has seen many genius inscriptionists, but compared to you, they are far inferior. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Senior, thank you for your praise. Senior's soul force is also not comparable to ordinary heaven grade inscriptionists. I admire you. Little brother, what is your name? The old man looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. He was very interested in Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen, after Feng Wuchen, not a bad name. The old man smiled and nodded. Which power are you a disciple of? The old man asked again. He wanted to know what kind of powerful inscriptionists could nurture such an outstanding disciple. I don't belong to any sect, Feng Wuchen answered. What? No sect? The old man was stunned again and said in disbelief, how is that possible? No sect? Did you cultivate by yourself? I had a fortuitous encounter, so I reached my current realm. Feng Wuchen casually found a lie. The old man was so excited that he lost his composure. You don't belong to any sect, yet you have cultivated to such an amazing realm. If you have a master to guide you, wouldn't you be even more terrifying? The old man exclaimed again. Seeing the old man's exaggerated expression, Feng Wuchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the old man knew that Feng Wuchen had also reached the immortal grade realm in the field of forging and refining, his jaw would drop. Senior, you're exaggerating. I'm not as powerful as you say. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Little brother Feng, you're too humble. Old man has seen many geniuses, which one of them didn't? Have a master to guide them? But they're still not as good as you. The old man smiled. How should I address you? Which force are you from? Feng Wuchen asked. Hearing this, the old man shook his head and said, now that the god race is in power, isn't it the same no matter which force you're in? You're still a slave of the god race. God races migres? Feng Wuchen's face darkened as he looked at the old man in confusion. What the old man said made sense. The god race's migres was in power. Other than the heavenly lords and the 8 heavenly emperors, everyone else was a slave in their eyes. The old man said solemnly, that's right, they're from the god race. God race? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and thought, the dragon gods are also from the god race. The heavenly lords and the rest are also from the god race. The Sky Shadow Pavilion's pavilion master obviously has a good relationship with the dragon gods. In that case, the dragon gods can also be considered as resistance. What's going on? There are countless experts in the heaven realm. Why don't they resist? Feng Wuchen asked. He didn't believe that so many experts in the heaven realm were useless. There are resistants, but it's like throwing an egg against a rock. Anyone who resists can't escape the fate of death. Old man also wants to resist, but unfortunately, he's not brave enough. The old man shook his head. His deep eyes flashed with fear and helplessness. Are the heavenly lords and the rest really that powerful? Feng Wuchen frowned. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the heavenly lords were. Don't think too much. As long as you don't make an enemy of Tian Quan, you won't be killed. One day, there will be someone who can defeat Tian Quan of the God clan. It's just that we don't know how long that day will take. The elder seemed to feel that Feng Wuchen was scared, so he comforted him. Calm, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can find the old man in the spirit domain. Old man Su Xian, with this jade, someone will bring you to find the old man. In the spirit domain, the old man still has some status. See you again. The old man smiled and flew away. See you again. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists politely. God race migres. Looking at the jade in his hand, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but clench his fist. He gritted his teeth and said, one day, I will personally destroy this god race migres. Who is this old senior? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. From the soul power just now, he deliberately hid his inscription master realm. Others can't see it, but he can't hide it from me. His true realm is at least heavenly immortal grade. Looking at the jade in his hand, Feng Wuchen muttered, such a powerful inscription master realm. This person must have a high status in the spirit domain. No, it should be the entire spirit domain. I'll ask Xueyu later. Also, ask about the dragon gods and empyreans. Yinghun should be very clear. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen had already flown to the Sun and Moon Lake. Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce. Today, the Chamber of Commerce welcomed an important person, Moon God Palace Protector Lu Yuntian. Moon God Palace Protector Lu Yuntian was famous. He was a heavenly god powerhouse who shook the spirit domain. Welcome, Protector Lu. Xiao Sanfeng personally greeted and bowed respectfully. All the guards and maids of the Chamber of Commerce put down their work and came to greet him. In the spacious hall of the Chamber of Commerce, many cultivators' faces were full of respect. No one dared to speak. Elder Qiao, it's been a while. How have you been? Lu Yuntian smiled faintly. Qiao Sanfeng smiled faintly and said, Protector Lu invites you. Elder Qiao, there's no need to be so polite. This protector has important matters to attend to today. I'm here to investigate a matter under the orders of the Spirit Emperor. I'll leave after that. Lu Yuntian hurriedly stopped him. Qiao Sanfeng frowned slightly and thought, investigate? Moon God Palace sent Lu Yuntian. This matter is not simple. Puzzled, Qiao Sanfeng asked, May I know what Protector Lu wants to investigate? The Spirit Emperor's token. Lu Yuntian went straight to the point and did not beat around the bush. Lu Yuntian said solemnly, I heard that the Spirit Emperor's token appeared in the Chamber of Commerce not long ago. Elder Qiao should know about this. The Emperor knew about this and ordered the palace master to send this protector to investigate. As expected. Qiao Sanfeng thought to himself. He had already guessed Lu Yuntian's purpose. Qiao Sanfeng nodded and said, Old man is not the only one who knows about this. Many people know about it as well. Very good. Does Elder Qiao know who is holding the Spirit Emperor's token? Lu Yuntian asked. It's a young man. Old man has met him twice. This person is an artifact refiner, but I don't know where he came from. Qiao Sanfeng did not hide anything. Too many people had seen the Spirit Emperor's token, so Qiao Sanfeng naturally did not dare to hide it. Otherwise, wouldn't he have indirectly offended the Moon God Palace? Protector Lu, the one holding the Spirit Emperor's token, is a venerable from the Spirit Emperor Temple, a cultivator said respectfully. Venerable Hell King? Lu Yuntian frowned slightly and denied, Impossible, Venerable Hell King has been in seclusion for many years and has never come out. His token cannot have fallen into the hands of others. The token belongs to Yun Zhongzi, and the one holding it is an assassin from Sky Shadow Pavilion, either Tian Ming or Wind Shadow. Sky Shadow Pavilion? Qiao Sanfeng was shocked. He never expected Feng Wuchen to be an assassin from Sky Shadow Pavilion. That boy is really an imposter, but his cultivation is indeed terrifying. He is actually an assassin from Sky Shadow Pavilion. And his strength is terrifying, so he must be a first-class assassin, Tian Ming. Yes. It must be Tian Ming. Everyone was certain that the one holding the token was the famous first-class assassin of Sky Shadow Pavilion, Tian Ming. Tian Ming? Lu Yuntian frowned deeply and said coldly, Sky Shadow Pavilion has become more and more arrogant in recent years, daring to go against Tian Quan of the God race. They are undoubtedly seeking their own deaths. No, he is Wind Shadow. Qiao Sanfeng was very sure, but he did not say it out loud. After all, Feng Wuchen had helped Qiao Sanfeng before. Elder Qiao, the next time you see him, please tell this protector immediately that Tian Ming and Wind Shadow are the ones the Heavenly Sovereign wants to capture. Lu Yuntian said seriously. Other than Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, Qiao Sanfeng was the first person to know that Feng Wuchen was Wind Shadow. If Qiao Sanfeng revealed that Feng Wuchen was Wind Shadow, Feng Wuchen might not be able to establish himself in Spirit Realm. Of course, he owed Feng Wuchen a favor and taught him artifact forging. If Qiao Sanfeng had a bit of conscience, he wouldn't reveal it. I didn't expect Brother Feng to be Heavenly Shadow Pavilion's assassin, Wind Shadow. I've never heard of Wind Shadow before, and he only appeared in recent months. The destruction of the Heaven Spirit Stone Mine was only known to outsiders. Moreover, many cultivators have died at Wind Shadow's hands, Qiao Sanfeng thought with a serious expression. As an elder of the Chamber of Commerce, Qiao Sanfeng naturally knew about Heavenly Shadow Pavilion's existence. Heavenly Shadow Pavilion wasn't under the control of the Heavenly Venerables, and it was a major force in Heaven Realm that openly opposed the Heavenly Venerables. Qiao Sanfeng knew better than anyone the consequences of being involved with Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. Third Elder, what business do you have with me? A young man walked into the hall and asked respectfully. Send this letter to the Sky Shadow Pavilion and give it to the Wind Shadow, Qiao Sanfeng said solemnly, this matter must not be leaked. Third Elder, don't worry, the young man said respectfully. Heavenly Shadow Pavilion's hall. I've told you everything you want to know, Shadow Soul said indifferently. When Feng Wuchen returned to Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, he immediately asked about the god race. Shadow Soul told Feng Wuchen everything. Feng Wuchen finally understood why Heaven Realm had become like this. Back then, Heaven Realm was ruled by the dragon gods. Heaven Realm was peaceful, and the god race and humans lived in harmony. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The Heavenly Venerables thought humans were a lowly race, and the god race was high and mighty. Living in harmony with humans was an insult to them. Therefore, when the dragon gods' Heavenly Venerables were breaking through, the Heavenly Venerables led the 8 celestial emperors and many experts of the god race to rebel. They attacked the dragon gods and massacred their clansmen. The dragon god's Empyrean was also attacked by the Empyrean at the critical moment of his breakthrough. He suffered a severe backlash and was severely injured. The powerhouses of the dragon gods were powerless against the celestial venerables. Even the young master of the dragon gods was no match for the celestial venerables. However, he managed to buy the dragon gods a chance to escape. At the last moment, the dragon god's celestial lord fled with the remaining dragon gods. The dragon god's vitality was greatly damaged, and the 8 great celestial emperors had been chasing after the dragon gods for many years. With nowhere to go, the dragon gods fled to the nameless ghost realm. After the dragon gods were defeated, the Sky Lord used thunderous methods to suppress the forces of the Heaven Realm, forcing countless cultivators to kneel and submit to the god clan. Those who disobeyed were killed. Suffering from the cruel and merciless oppression of the god race, countless forces and powerhouses in the Heaven Realm rose up to resist, but their strength was too weak. In the face of the terrifying power of the god race, they were simply unable to withstand a single blow. In the end, countless forces in the Heaven Realm had no choice but to kneel down. Everything was in the hands of the Sky Lord and the 8 great celestial emperors. All those who disobeyed could not escape death. For tens of thousands of years, the Heaven Realm had been under the rule of the celestial venerables. No forces could resist, and they could only endure humiliation and live a humble life. The dragon gods had been hiding in the nameless ghost realm for many years, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. However, they had been waiting for this opportunity for many years. With the strength of the dragon god's patriarch, he should be able to deal with the celestial venerables. Even if he suffered serious injuries from the backlash back then, his injuries should have recovered long ago. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Feng Wuchen asked doubtfully. The dragon god's power is weak, and now it's not enough to fight against the celestial venerables. If he makes a move, it means that more dragon gods will die. In order to revive you, the dragon god's patriarch consumed a lot of his primordial spirit and has not recovered yet. Therefore, he has been holding back and not making a move. The reason why he didn't let you go to the dragon gods immediately was because he didn't want your identity to be exposed to avoid a fatal disaster. Everything will have to wait until you become stronger. Ying Hun said seriously. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen nodded. So don't worry, the dragon gods are very safe now. The celestial venerables and the 8 celestial emperors won't dare to make a move rashly. Ying Hun smiled. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, the dragon gods are powerful, so I'm not worried. I just feel that it's not good to be patient for too long. When it's time to counterattack, we have to do so. The more patient we are, the more they will take advantage of us. Ying Hun stroked his beard and said with a smile, this counterattack will depend on you. Depend on me? Feng Wuchen was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I haven't even broken through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. I don't even know when I'll be able to reach the Celestial Venerables realm. You should have already experienced the magical cultivation method of the Heavenly Path Portrait of Emptiness. It won't be difficult for you to improve your cultivation. Of course, it will take some time. I recommended you to the Sky Shadow Pavilion to train you. Ying Hun smiled. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and said, I hope so. Cultivate well. It won't be long before you can break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. Ying Hun smiled faintly, as if he knew Feng Wuchen's cultivation very well. Pavilion Master, why isn't the Sky Shadow Pavilion controlled by the Celestial Venerables? And why doesn't the Celestial Venerables deal with the Sky Shadow Pavilion? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Because of you. Ying Hun said, looking at Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was stunned and said, "Because of me?" To be precise, it's the you before your rebirth. Before your rebirth, you were the young master of the dragon gods and were called the supreme dragon god by the people of the heaven realm. Han smiled faintly. Supreme dragon god? The person you just mentioned who fought against the celestial venerables and saved the dragon gods is me? It's actually the celestial venerables realm? Feng Wuchen was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He simply couldn't believe it. Han smiled and said, "That's right. Back then, the young master of the dragon gods was a top powerhouse who shook the heaven realm. He was the strongest genius in the heaven realm and was called the supreme dragon god by the people of the heaven realm." After a pause, Han continued, "You, who was reborn, don't know what happened back then. Back then, the dragon god suffered a backlash and only you could fight against the celestial venerables. Unfortunately, you had just stepped into the celestial venerables realm and had yet to consolidate your realm. You couldn't unleash the true power of the celestial venerables realm and fell in the end. What does this have to do with the Sky Shadow Pavilion?" Feng Wuchen asked doubtfully. He was very curious. Why would the battle between the celestial venerables and the young master of the dragon gods involve the Sky Shadow Pavilion? Han smiled and said, "Because the Sky Shadow Pavilion is the assassin force you established back then. It's just that I'm in charge of it. Not many people know about it." "What? I established the Sky Shadow Pavilion?" Feng Wuchen was shocked again. The more he listened, the more ridiculous it felt. Feng Wuchen didn't know anything about his previous life. Due to his rebirth, Feng Wuchen didn't have the memories of his previous life, or perhaps he hadn't awakened the memories of his previous life. This is just like a dream. Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. Before his rebirth, he was the young master of the dragon gods. Moreover, he was the supreme dragon god of the heaven realm, a top Empyrean-level powerhouse. Sky Shadow Pavilion was also an assassin organization established by the dragon god young master in his previous life. Feng Wuchen could not imagine what kind of existence he was in his previous life. The heavenly authority is corrupt. The god race has turned humans into slaves. We have to suffer their unreasonable oppression and humiliation. We must destroy them, and this important task is on you." Shadow Soul's expression became serious. "That depends on whether the heavens give me this opportunity." Feng Wuchen spread his hands. "Fate is determined by the heavens, but it depends on man. The reborn supreme dragon god is stronger than before. I believe in you," Shadow Soul said firmly. "Stronger than before?" Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. He could not help but look at his palm. "Wind Shadow, there is a letter for you." At this time, Moon Chasing's voice came from outside the hall. "Letter?" Feng Wuchen was surprised. Who would send him a letter? Feng Wuchen walked out of the hall and asked Moon Chasing, "Where did the letter come from?" "Spirit Realm Chamber of Commerce." Moon Chasing said expressionlessly. "Spirit Realm Chamber of Commerce? Could it be Qiao Sanfeng?" Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and opened the letter to read. "It really is Qiao Sanfeng. It seems that I have to go to the Chamber of Commerce as Wind Shadow." Feng Wuchen frowned. At the same time, he was secretly grateful for Qiao Sanfeng's letter. "Was your identity leaked?" Moon Chasing asked. Feng Wuchen nodded, "Because of the Spirit Emperor token. Wind Shadow's identity is also good. At least others will not suspect that you are from the dragon gods." Shadow Soul said indifferently. "It doesn't matter if it is Feng Wuchen or Wind Shadow. I am now a wanted criminal in Spirit Realm. I have accepted the mission to kill Dong Yunfei. I will go to Proud Cloud City now." Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly as he left the hall. Dong Yunfei is a disciple of the Colored Glass sect. You cannot be careless. Moon Chasing reminded. Swish, Feng Wuchen soared into the sky and instantly transformed into a wind shadow. He was wearing a black light armor and a black mask. It was impossible to tell that he was Feng Wuchen. With a sonic boom, he disappeared into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. After leaving Sky Shadow Pavilion, his identity returned to Feng Wuchen. Switching his double identity, he didn't let others know that he was Kazakage, and also didn't let others know that he was Feng Wuchen. After breaking through to the late stage of the Heavenly King realm, Feng Wuchen also wanted to test how powerful the late stage of the Heavenly King realm was. Dong Yunfei, late Heavenly King realm, Proud Cloud City, evildoer, Luli sect disciple. Feng Wuchen muttered Dong Yunfei's information as he flew towards Proud Cloud City. Proud Cloud City was built on top of a towering mountain that floated high up in the sky. The city was huge and grand, and there were as many experts as there were clouds. It was filled with a tyrannical aura. Shouldn't Luli sect's disciples stay in the sect? Why is this guy in Proud Cloud City? Feng Wuchen muttered as he walked into the city. As long as it was a bounty mission, there would be detailed information on it, including the person's appearance. Therefore, even if he had never seen Dong Yunfei before, Feng Wuchen could still recognize him. In Proud Cloud City, people were shuttling back and forth. On both sides of the street, there were endless shouts. It was incomparably lively. Feng Wuchen came to a stall at the intersection and sat down to drink tea, looking at the people on the street. Shopkeeper, do you know where Dong Yunfei lives? Feng Wuchen took a sip of tea and asked indifferently. You're talking about Luli sect's disciple, Dong Yunfei, right? Who doesn't know that guy in Proud Cloud City? He's a notorious evildoer. He just passed by, and I saw him enter the Joyous Cloud restaurant in front of us. There were also a few Luli sect disciples. The shopkeeper replied with a hint of disdain in his words. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked him, threw down a heaven spirit stone, and walked towards the Joyous Cloud restaurant. With just one step, Feng Wuchen disappeared without a trace. Little brother, don't provoke. The shopkeeper turned around and said, but before he finished his words, he was stunned. Feng Wuchen's figure had already disappeared. The shopkeeper looked left and right, but did not see Feng Wuchen, and could not help but exclaim, amazing. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he had already entered the Joyous Cloud restaurant. Senior Dong is really amazing, the daughter of the Proud Cloud City City Lord is in your hands. A disciple gave a thumbs up and praised. The daughter of the Proud Cloud City City Lord is definitely a top-grade beauty, I can't help but drool when I see her. Senior Dong is so lucky. I'm really envious. After this marriage, Senior Dong will be the prince consort of the Proud Cloud City. After Senior Brother Dong becomes the prince consort, you must remember us senior brothers. The disciples kept praising, their eyes full of envy. Dong Yunfei smiled with enjoyment, raised his wine cup and said, in the future, if you follow me, you will live a good life, you won't have to worry about the rest of your lives. Come, cheers. Cheers. The disciples were overjoyed. You are Dong Yunfei? Just as Dong Yunfei and his fellow brothers were happily drinking, a faint laughter suddenly sounded in their ears. Hearing this, Dong Yunfei turned his head and said, I am, who are you? Dong Yunfei looked at Feng Wuchen, who was walking over step by step, and felt that he was unfamiliar. Whoosh! Chi! Feng Wuchen grinned, and his figure suddenly disappeared, followed by a cold flash. With a chi sound, Dong Yunfei's expression suddenly shook, and a bloody wound appeared on his neck, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying it on the disciples. Even if Dong Yunfei was at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm, he did not expect Feng Wuchen to attack so suddenly. Moreover, the speed was extremely terrifying, completely beyond Dong Yunfei's reaction. Dong Yunfei covered his neck with both hands, and his eyes widened to the extreme as he looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and had already turned and walked downstairs. What happened in an instant, no one present noticed. Dong Yunfei struggled for a moment, and then directly lay on the table. Even in death, Dong Yunfei did not know why Feng Wuchen wanted to kill him. Feng Wuchen killed him with a single strike, and his movements were clean and smooth. The disciples were scared out of their wits, and their expressions were blank, unable to react at all. Senior Brother Dong! Senior Brother Dong! The disciples shouted in panic. A second ago, they were drinking and chatting, and the next second, they were killed with a single strike. The strong contrast made the disciples unable to believe it. Dong Yunfei was killed. For a moment, the restaurant was in chaos, and the guests scrambled to escape, afraid of being implicated. Chase! Don't let him escape! A disciple shouted in panic. Bastard! How dare you kill my Luli sect's disciple? Luli sect disciple Dong Yunfei was killed. Dong Yunfei was killed. His throat was slit in an instant. Too fast. I can't see anything, and I don't know who did it. The people who ran out of the restaurant screamed in panic. Did I hear wrongly? Has that bastard been killed? Oh? Dong Yunfei was killed? This is a good thing. At least the city lord's daughter doesn't have to marry him. We all have a chance. Good kill. Bastards deserve to be killed. On the street, no one pitied Dong Yunfei. Instead, they were very happy. The lively street was actually filled with cheers. Late-stage Heavenly King realm is only at this level. With my current strength, I can be considered half a heavenly monarch. If I use all my strength, I might be able to compete with a real heavenly monarch. Feng Wuchen sneered slightly, his dark eyes flashed with anticipation and excitement. Noticing the Luli sect disciples chasing after him, Feng Wuchen sneered. Immediately, his figure flickered and disappeared at the end of the street in a few blinks of an eye. Stop. Don't run. Brat. You killed my Luli sect disciple, don't even think about leaving alive. Stop him. Don't let him escape. I will send the news back immediately. Several Luli sect's disciples chased after them, furious and murderous. Just now, they were still thinking about what to do in the future, but no one expected Dong Yunfei to be killed by a stranger. This undoubtedly shattered their dreams, and they were furious. Several Luli sect disciples chased all the way out of the city and found Feng Wuchen waiting for them in the sky not far away. However, Feng Wuchen was no longer Feng Wuchen, but a wind shadow. When he was in the Yueyun restaurant, no one cared about Feng Wuchen at all. The moment Feng Wuchen made a move, no one saw it. When the people in the restaurant reacted, Feng Wuchen had disappeared without a trace. What's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer as he glanced at the 5 disciples with a playful gaze. Who are you? Why did you kill senior brother Dong? A disciple asked angrily. He gnashed his teeth, and the flesh on his face twitched violently. Don't waste your breath on him. Kill that brat. A disciple with a fiery temper shouted angrily, and was the first to rush towards Feng Wuchen. Killing my Luli sect's disciple, only death awaits you. Their bodies and brains seemed to have been dominated by anger, and they had completely forgotten how Dong Yunfei had died. Dong Yunfei was at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm, and his cultivation was above the 5 disciples. Even with Dong Yunfei's cultivation, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of having his throat slit, let alone the 5 disciples. If they made a move, they would undoubtedly be seeking their own deaths. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at the 5 disciples who were rushing towards him. He sneered, "You are not my opponent, and you are also not my target. Don't come here to die, because I will not show mercy." However, Luli sect's disciples were not threatened by Feng Wuchen at all. You're courting death. A dagger had already appeared in Feng Wuchen's hand out of thin air. A cold light flashed, and a soul-stirring aura swept out. Sky Shadow Dagger. You're from Sky Shadow Pavilion. Seeing the dagger around Feng Wuchen, one of the disciples turned pale with fright, his eyes flashing with fear. The existence of Sky Shadow Pavilion was definitely the nightmare of countless cultivators in Heaven Realm. What? Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin? The other disciples exclaimed at the same time, their eyes wide open as they looked at Feng Wuchen, a hint of fear flashing across their eyes. Humph. You found out too late. The corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up into a dangerous smile, and then he suddenly shot out at a terrifying speed, with a majestic aura. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying, as fast as lightning, a black line flashed past. What? What kind of speed is this? Is he a first-class killer? A disciple's face was pale with fear. Not good. Get out of the way. One of the disciples suddenly shouted. Too late. Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly sounded. Qi. The moment Feng Wuchen's voice sounded, a cold light flashed strangely, and a disciple spat out a mouthful of blood from his neck, and that disciple fell down on the spot. Junior brother Zhang. The 4 disciples cried out in fear. They began to panic. With such a terrifying speed, there was no way they could dodge. Dong Yunfei's cultivation was above theirs, and even he could not dodge in time, let alone the four of them who were even weaker than Dong Yunfei. It's too late to regret it now. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded again. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded like a death sentence to the four of them. Qi. Another cold light flashed past, and another disciple's throat was slit by Feng Wuchen's sword. Feng Wuchen was like a ghost, and they did not notice him at all. Senior brother Liu, let's run. We're no match for him. If we don't leave now, A disciple was terrified. However, before he could finish his sentence, he could no longer speak for the rest of his life. On that disciple's neck, there was a bloody mark. His hands covered his neck, and he fell down without saying a word. The last disciple's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling in fear. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a devil, and the aura of death made him unable to breathe. Don't kill me. That disciple said in fear, and his teeth were chattering. That won't do. Since you know my identity, how can I let you live? Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. When he was talking, his figure still burst out, as fast as lightning, and his aura was violent. Don't. That disciple was extremely terrified, and his soul had already scattered. Stop. At this time a low angry voice sounded. In fact, a terrifying aura fell from the sky, and a monstrous pressure instantly covered the entire proud cloud city. The terrifying aura made many cultivators tremble in fear, and it was difficult to breathe, as if the entire sky was pressing down on them. This aura is Luli Sec's Grand Elder. Luli Sec's Grand Elder. What's going on? Why is Luli Sec's Grand Elder so angry? The sudden terrifying aura and pressure couldn't help but alarm the major clans and the city lord of Proud Cloud City. Heaven Monarch Realm. Feeling this terrifying aura, Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed. Swish. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying green energy beam burst out, and the intense sound of the explosion was deafening. Wherever it passed, the space in Proud Cloud City would shake violently. Dragon God Shadow. Feng Wuchen's face changed again, and he shouted in his heart, and hurriedly used his identity to dodge. Rumble. The terrifying green light flashed, and exploded on a towering giant mountain in the distance. With a loud rumble, the giant mountain instantly collapsed, and the destructive power was extremely terrifying. Grand Elder. Save me. That frightened disciple, hearing the familiar voice, shouted in ecstasy. Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin. High up in the sky, a black-robed elder appeared and stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. His terrifying aura had already locked onto Feng Wuchen. The cold murderous aura was suffocating. The black-robed elder was Lu Quanxing, the great elder of Luli sect. His cultivation had already reached the early stage of Heaven Monarch. Although Luli sect was not considered a major force, there were several Heaven Monarch experts in the sect. Only those who had reached the Heaven Monarch realm could be considered experts in the Heaven domain. However, it was extremely difficult to break through the Heaven Monarch realm. Countless cultivators could not step into the Heaven Monarch realm. What a heavy murderous aura. No wonder he is in the Heaven Monarch realm. His aura, strength, and speed are all far beyond the Heavenly King realm. Feng Wuchen sized up the elder with a solemn expression. Facing a Heaven Monarch realm expert, Feng Wuchen felt even more pressured. Great Elder, he killed senior brother Dong and junior brother Zhang. If Great Elder doesn't come, he will kill me too. The disciple pointed at Feng Wuchen and said in horror. Hearing this, Lu Quanxing's face became gloomier, and his murderous aura became heavier. You are Feng Ying, right? Lu Quanxing asked in a deep voice. You are the most active in Sky Shadow Pavilion recently. You are quite famous, but you are too bold to kill my Luli sect's disciples. Dong Yunfei's name is on the bounty mission. According to the rules of Sky Shadow Pavilion, anyone with a name can't escape death. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Even facing a Heaven Monarch, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Your name is also on Old Man's death list. Lu Quanxing said in a gloomy voice. His murderous aura suddenly increased several times, and he was about to kill Feng Wuchen. Swish. Swish, swish. At this moment, 7 or 8 figures flashed over. They were the proud Cloud City lord, patriarchs, and elders of the four major families. In addition to them, many cultivators in Proud Cloud City also heard the news and came. The city lord of Proud Cloud City, Xianxia, was wearing a black battle armor and a cloak. He was majestic and had an amazing aura. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, and his strength was terrifying. An assassin from Sky Shadow Pavilion. When they saw Feng Wuchen's attire, they immediately recognized him as an assassin from Sky Shadow Pavilion. Elder Lu, what happened? Xianxia first looked at Feng Wuchen, then looked at Lu Guangxing and asked. Dong Yunfei and the 4 disciples of the Luli sect were killed by him. Lu Guangxing said gloomily. What? Dong Yunfei. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. No matter what, Dong Yunfei was still the eldest disciple of the Luli sect. Being at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm, his strength was definitely not weak. However, the Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin was able to kill him, which showed how strong his cultivation was. I can't see through this person's cultivation. Could it be that he has already reached the Heaven Monarch realm? Xianxia frowned and said to himself. He sized up Feng Wuchen seriously. It's good that Dong Yunfei, this bastard, is dead. I don't want to marry my baby daughter to a bastard. If it wasn't for the threat of Sect Master Luli, this old ghost, how could I agree? I want to see if your Luli sect really dares to touch Sky Shadow Pavilion. Xianxia sneered secretly. Great Elder, quickly kill him and avenge senior brother Dong and the others. The disciple pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily. Wind Shadow, your arrogance ends here. Old man will let you know the consequences of killing my Luli sect's disciples. Lu Guangxing said coldly. He still fiercely shot out while speaking. Facing Lu Guangxing, Feng Wuchen didn't want to leave. He wanted to see how strong his strength was. Fighting with a Heaven Monarch realm expert is actually quite beneficial for me to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Feng Wuchen secretly said to himself. He had already decided to fight with Lu Guangxing. Buzz. The heavenly divine power and the 3rd stage of sovereign body were activated at the same time. A bright golden light burst out, and a domineering force burst out like a dragon emerging from the sea. The void was like a rolling wave. Late stage of Heavenly King realm. No, what kind of power is this? What's with his aura? His combat strength has directly increased to the peak. Wait, this is the aura of divine power. And it's more powerful than any divine power I have ever seen. Is he from the god race? The more Xianxia looked, the more shocked he became. How is this possible? The 4 patriarchs and several elders were dumbfounded, and their faces were full of horror. Peak of Heavenly King realm. Lu Guangxing's old face also changed a little. The many onlooking cultivators in Proud Cloud City were startled by Feng Wuchen's explosive power. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, very few people could increase their combat strength by 1 level in an instant. Feng Wuchen had such a powerful strength, so it was not surprising that he killed Dong Yunfei. However, what shocked them was far more than that. Qilin armor. Dragon God gloves. Feng Wuchen immediately took out 2 divine tools. His aura once again surged, and a monstrous power swept out. In an instant, he broke through the peak of Heavenly King realm. There was a trace of Heaven Monarch realm aura, which was extremely overbearing and terrifying. Buzz. The surging waves of air continued to surge, and the space within a radius of a few hundred feet shook violently. Divine Tool. Rank 9 Divine Tool. He actually has 2 divine tools. His combat strength is close to the early stage of Heaven Monarch. How is this possible? How can a late-stage Heavenly King realm erupt with the Heaven Monarch realm? Xianxia and the others' faces changed dramatically again. Shock, disbelief, horror, and other expressions were all on their faces. Rank 9 Divine Tool. Lu Guangxing's old face finally became shocked at this moment. How terrifying. As expected of an assassin from Sky Shadow Pavilion, he even has a divine tool. The onlookers were in an uproar. I want to test the strength of a Heaven Monarch realm expert. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He was ready to fight with all his strength. Looking at Feng Wuchen's fierce posture, he did not plan to escape at all. Instead, he planned to fight to the death with Lu Quanxing. Heavenly King Realm Heaven Fighting Monarch? Tang Shan and everyone present were frightened by Feng Wuchen's crazy decision and broke out in cold sweat. You overestimate yourself, Lu Quanxing said gloomily. His old eyes narrowed, and he suddenly launched an attack, rushing toward Feng Wuchen with the momentum of a tiger descending the mountain. Boom! The black wings shook, and with a strong roar, Feng Wuchen's figure instantly turned into a golden lightning and burst out. The two figures flickered one after another. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch up with the naked eye. Boom! Buzz! In an instant, the two fiercely collided with each other. With a loud bang, the golden light and the blue light burst out. The extremely terrifying collision energy rolled out and shook the void. He can actually resist the power of Old Man. Lu Quanxing's old face was incomparably shocked. He looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. A Heavenly King Realm expert actually blocked the power of a Heaven Monarch Realm expert. The whole audience was shocked. Everyone was stunned and stiff. Everyone had never heard of a Heavenly King Realm expert being able to compete with a Heaven Monarch Realm expert. Even if the Heaven Realm did not lack powerful geniuses, they had never seen a top genius like Feng Wuchen who could cross realms and compete with a Heaven Monarch. However, they only saw Feng Wuchen's fierce side, but they did not see how much power Feng Wuchen was withstanding. Feng Wuchen, who was fighting with all his strength, even if he had a super strong physical body, but facing the power of a Heaven Monarch, his entire arm was in pain. The gap in strength was so big that it was beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. A Heaven Monarch Realm expert is so powerful, but Tian Ming can kill him in an instant. Recalling the scene of Tian Ming instantly killing a Heaven Monarch Realm expert in the Heaven Spirit Stone Mine, Feng Wuchen secretly marveled at Tian Ming's terrifying strength. This was the first time Feng Wuchen fought with a Heaven Monarch Realm expert head-on. He was excited and nervous. Excited because he could let go of himself and enjoy the pleasure of fighting with all his strength. Nervous because the opponent was too strong and he felt the pressure. His strength seems to be divine power. This aura should not be wrong, but why has Old Man never seen such overbearing divine power? Lu Quanxing was shocked. Many experts in the Heaven Realm were no stranger to the existence of divine power. However, the divine power that Feng Wuchen burst out was something they had never seen before. Who are you? Why has Old Man never seen your divine power before? Lu Quanxing asked in shock and curiosity. Dragon God Shadow. Feng Wuchen did not answer. Instead, he used his movement technique. In the next second, he flashed to Lu Quanxing's left side and punched out again. The fist force was fierce and extremely domineering. Humph! Lu Quanxing snorted coldly. He had already noticed it at the first moment. He immediately condensed an even more terrifying power and blasted out with his palm. Boom! Buzz buzz! It was another head-on collision. With a deafening explosion, an extremely terrifying power once again swept out like a destructive storm, causing people to tremble in fear. In this fierce head-on collision, Feng Wuchen's strength was no match for Lu Quanxing's. His figure was sent flying hundreds of meters away. My all-out attack is completely ineffective. The strength of a Heaven Monarch is truly terrifying. Feng Wuchen frowned and said to himself. He felt a sharp pain in his arm as if the bones in his arm were about to break. Swish! Swish! As soon as he stabilized himself, Feng Wuchen once again stepped on the air and shot out explosively. His figure turned into a golden light that flickered continuously, leaving behind a large amount of clearly visible afterimages. It was dazzling, and his speed was extremely fast. What a shocking movement technique. As an assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, his speed is absolutely terrifying, Tang Shan said in shock. Lu Quanxing's face turned solemn. Feng Wuchen's speed had already reached the Heavenly Monarch Realm. Late-stage Heavenly King Realm wants to rely on speed to defeat Old Man? What a daydream! Lu Quanxing said in disdain. As a Heaven Monarch Realm expert, his strength was definitely comparable to a Heavenly King Realm expert. Pa! Buzz buzz! Lu Quanxing clasped his hands together, and a surging power was released. The aura was majestic, and the void within a radius of thousands of feet shook violently. The cultivators watching the battle were so frightened that they retreated in horror. An extremely powerful force covered the surface of Lu Quanxing's body. It was very tyrannical. Boom! In the next second, Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash. He condensed a tyrannical fist and fiercely smashed it. With a loud explosion, Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed. He was actually sent flying by a terrifying force. What a powerful air wall! Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Feng Wuchen had just stabilized his body, and his face changed again. Lu Quanxing had already arrived in a flash, and his speed was quite terrifying. Not good. Feng Wuchen's face changed greatly. Boom! Lu Quanxing's speed was astonishing. Feng Wuchen couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the chest by Lu Quanxing's palm. With a loud explosion, the terrifying force sent Feng Wuchen flying again. Oh? He can actually withstand the power of Old Man. Not simple. He really didn't embarrass the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Lu Quanxing frowned slightly, and his heart was shocked. He's actually not injured. Not only is his defensive power strong, but his physical body is also extremely strong. Otherwise, how could he not be injured? Tang Shan was also shocked. How is this possible? He can actually withstand the power of a Heaven Monarch. A Heaven Monarch realm expert can kill a late-stage Heavenly King realm expert with a single punch. Not only is this kid fine, but he's also not injured. This can't be real, right? He's actually fine after being attacked by a Heaven Monarch realm expert. How hard is his chest? The spectators exclaimed in shock. They were so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. That was a Heaven Monarch realm expert. In front of a Heaven Monarch realm expert, all the Heavenly King realm experts were like kindergartners. However, Feng Wuchen was actually not injured. This was simply unbelievable. Immortal Art. Blazing Fire Lotus. Lu Quanxing activated his fire attribute Heaven Essence, formed a seal with both hands, and finally shouted. A monstrous and terrifying flame spewed out, and then condensed into a huge and dazzling fire lotus, which was filled with a terrifying energy aura. Swish! Buzz, buzz! Lu Quanxing waved his hand, and the huge fire lotus burst out with a destructive aura. Everywhere it passed, the void was illuminated by a fiery cloud, which was extremely spectacular. The power of the flame has been refined, and the power is even stronger. What a powerful immortal art! I can't hold back anymore. Feng Wuchen said in surprise. Facing such a terrifying power, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to underestimate it. He had to fight to the death. Heaven Burning Dragon Divine Fist. Feng Wuchen activated his power with all his strength, and a monstrous aura soared into the sky. Feng Wuchen finally shouted and punched out. This was a skill to bring out one's potential to the extreme, and its power was very terrifying. It could be said that it was Feng Wuchen's most powerful trump card. What's that? Flames? Tang Shan's eyes widened in shock. Black flames? How can it be cold? His skill is extremely overbearing, and this power is very unusual. Lu Quanxing was stunned, and a hint of fear flashed in his old eyes. Rumble. Puff, puff. Buzz, buzz. Everyone in Proud Cloud City was alarmed. The two destructive energies collided fiercely and exploded. The terrifying energy of the explosion swept out in all directions. The two of them were shaken to the point that they spat out blood. Their figures were sent flying. How is this possible? Lu Quanxing was extremely shocked. Late-stage Heavenly King realm can actually injure a Heaven Monarch realm expert. Tang Shan's face was full of shock. Good chance. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He endured his heavy injuries and forcefully used teleportation. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in front of Lu Quanxing. What? Lu Quanxing, who sensed something, suddenly changed his pale old face. You. How do you know? Teleportation. You are. Lu Quanxing covered his neck and looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. The Lord of Heaven is indeed very strong, but it's a pity. Feng Wuchen said coldly and took Lu Quanxing's storage ring. Lu Guangxing had already guessed Feng Wuchen's identity, but before he could finish his words, his aura had completely dissipated, and his body fell down. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent, and everyone looked at Feng Wuchen dumbfoundedly. Tang Shan, the elders of the four great families, and many cultivators were stunned, and their frightened eyes were focused on the falling Lu Guangxing. Shock, horror, and disbelief were all written on everyone's faces. The great elder of the Luli sect was killed. A sword to the throat. A one-hit kill, a Lord of Heaven realm expert died at the hands of a late-stage heavenly king. Shock. Incomparably shocking, everyone's heart was set off a monstrous wave. Great elder. The disciples of the Luli sect were dumbfounded as they watched Lu Guangxing fall. Their bodies were trembling, and their minds were blank. Late-stage heavenly king, actually killed a Lord of Heaven realm expert. This is too unbelievable. Late-stage heavenly king can actually kill a Lord of Heaven realm expert. This is impossible. I have never heard of a heavenly king being able to kill a Lord of Heaven realm expert. How could that kid kill Lu Guangxing? After the shock, the dead silent space instantly exploded, and the whole place was boiling. Late-stage heavenly king killing a Lord of Heaven realm expert was unheard of in the Heaven realm. The difference in strength between the two was huge, and they were not on the same level at all. However, under the huge gap, Feng Wuchen actually killed a Lord of Heaven realm expert with his late-stage heavenly king cultivation. As time passed, the terrifying explosion energy ripples gradually dissipated, and Feng Wuchen's blurry figure gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Feng Wuchen was seriously injured, his face was pale, and his aura was very weak. It's all thanks to teleportation, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to kill a Lord of Heaven realm expert. Feng Wuchen secretly said. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have died without a doubt. How should I address you? Tang Shan asked as he looked at the heavily injured Feng Wuchen. Wind shadow of the sky shadow pavilion, Feng Wuchen said with difficulty, then flew away. Wind shadow. Tang Shan's expression changed drastically as he said in shock, he is the one who destroyed the heavenly spirit stone mine with Tianming. He is the wind shadow? Everyone from Proud Cloud City turned pale with fright. He and Tianming destroyed Spirit Emperor's heaven's spiritual stone mine. Is he the wind shadow that Spirit Emperor wants to capture? I didn't expect him to be Kazakage. His strength is truly terrifying. He is able to kill a Heaven Monarch expert at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. If he were to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm, wouldn't he be able to kill a middle stage Heaven Monarch? The Sky Shadow Pavilion actually nurtured such a terrifying assassin. Everyone cried out in alarm, once again erupting into an uproar. They were incomparably shocked. City Lord, why don't you capture him? If you catch Wind Shadow, the Spirit Emperor will definitely reward you handsomely. Someone asked Tang Shan. He is a wanted criminal of Spirit Realm. Was he going to let him go just like that? He is heavily injured, capturing him will be as easy as flipping a hand. Someone else said. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Tang Shan and the four patriarchs. Proud Cloud City cannot afford to offend the Sky Shadow Pavilion. If you want to capture him, then go ahead. This city lord does not want to court death. If the Spirit Emperor wants to capture Wind Shadow, it has nothing to do with me. Don't think that just because the Spirit Emperor is in charge of Spirit Realm, anyone will dare to go against the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Be careful of inviting a fatal disaster. The less trouble the better, Tang Shan said with a frown. He knew how terrifying the Sky Shadow Pavilion was and did not dare to offend them. Tang Shan was not afraid of being laughed at when he said this. At least he knew his own limits. The terror of the Sky Shadow Pavilion was not something that anyone could offend. Because the Spirit Emperor was in charge of Spirit Realm, there were many forces that did not fear the Sky Shadow Pavilion even if countless cultivators trembled in fear. One of the patriarchs said indifferently, the Spirit Emperor did not give us an order, we do not need to look for trouble. City Lord and Wang family patriarch are right. I think we should forget about it. We cannot afford to offend the Sky Shadow Pavilion, someone said with an awkward smile. Tang Shan's words scared everyone, and no one dared to chase after them. The Wind Shadow's strength is too terrifying. Once he breaks through to the Heavenly Monarch realm, even a late-stage Heavenly Monarch may not be his match. Offending such a genius is undoubtedly a foolish decision, Tang Shan said to himself with a frown. He was full of wariness towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, who had left not long ago, was severely injured. While flying, his vision turned black and he completely lost consciousness. His body fell directly into the depths of the mountains. Feng Wuchen had used all his strength to clash with Lu Guangxing. Although he had severely injured Lu Guangxing, Feng Wuchen himself was also severely injured. And in a situation where he was severely injured, Feng Wuchen still forcibly used teleportation to kill Lu Guangxing. His injuries were undoubtedly one disaster on top of another. He endured the last of his breath and escaped from Proud Cloud City, transforming into Feng Wuchen. He hid the Wind Shadow's identity because he did not want to be captured by the Spirit Emperor and expose his identity. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe. He did not even have time to take a pill before he fainted. It was already very good that Feng Wuchen, who was severely injured, could escape from Proud Cloud City. Not long after, the news of Feng Wuchen killing Lu Guangxing crazily spread from Proud Cloud City. A late-stage Heavenly King Realm Wind Shadow assassin actually killed a Heavenly Monarch Realm Great Elder of Luli sect. I don't know if the news from Proud Cloud City is true or not. I have never heard of a Heavenly King Realm expert killing a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert in so many years. It's impossible. The difference in strength between a Heavenly King Realm and a Heavenly Monarch Realm is like heaven and earth. Even an assassin from Sky Shadow Pavilion can't do it. How can a late-stage Heavenly King Realm expert kill a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Wind Shadow and Tian Ming destroyed the Heaven Spirit Stone Mine and killed Yun Zhongzi and 12 Heavenly Monarchs. I still can't believe it. This is absolutely true. It has already spread throughout Proud Cloud City. A late-stage Heavenly King Realm assassin called Wind Shadow killed the Great Elder of Luli sect. After the news spread, all the forces in Spirit Capital were shocked. Most of them could not believe that a late-stage Heavenly King Realm expert could kill a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert. There had never been a late-stage Heavenly King Realm expert in the Heaven Realm who could kill a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert. At first, all the forces did not dare to believe it. However, when the news spread to Luli sect and the sect master of Luli sect angrily ordered to kill Wind Shadow, everyone had no choice but to believe it. After knowing that the news was true, all the forces in Spirit Capital were shocked. They were all intimidated by Wind Shadow's terrifying strength. A late-stage Heavenly King Realm expert killing a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert was simply unheard of. For a time, the fame of Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin, Wind Shadow, spread throughout Spirit Capital and the entire Spirit Realm. Wind Shadow killed Lu Guangxing and became famous in Spirit Realm. Reporting to Sect Master, there's no news of Feng Ying. Reporting to Sect Master, we've searched all around Proud Cloud City, but there's no trace of Feng Ying. Reporting to Sect Master, one disciple after another came back to report, but there was no news of Feng Ying. Luli sect master was extremely furious. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire hall. All useless trash. Luli sect master shouted angrily, you can't even find a seriously injured Heavenly King Realm. What's the use of you? Get out of here. Boom. Puff puff puff. The furious Luli sect master suddenly waved his hand, and a terrifying force directly sent several disciples flying out of the hall, seriously injured. Sect master, please calm down. Feng Ying is an assassin of Sky Shadow Pavilion after all. He's very sensitive to dangerous auras. Even if he's seriously injured, he can still hide very well. An elder said slowly. Feng Ying was able to kill the Great Elder with his late-stage Heavenly King Realm cultivation base. This means that this person is not simple. He's definitely not an ordinary silver card assassin. Another elder said in a deep voice. Humph. Continue to find for me. We can't let Feng Ying escape back to Sky Shadow Pavilion. Luli sect master shouted angrily. The reason why Luli sect master was so angry was not because Lu Guangxing and Dong Yunfei were killed. Lu Guangxing's death was a small matter, but Luli sect's loss of face was a big matter. The dignified Luli sect master, who was also a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert, was killed by a late-stage Heavenly King Realm Jr. Wasn't this a joke? Dong Yunfei, who was about to marry the daughter of proud Cloud City, was killed. It was even more a joke. 3 days later, a man and a woman were picking herbs deep in the mountains. "Senior brother, the herbs are almost ready. We should go back." The woman in blue wiped her sweat and revealed a sweet smile. "No hurry, it's still early. If we pick more, we might be able to help junior sister break through the alchemy realm." The simple and honest burly man smiled. The woman in blue smiled understandingly and said, "Even if we want to break through, we can't delay senior brother's cultivation time. Senior brother, let's go." Before the woman in blue finished speaking, she suddenly screamed. She didn't know what she saw. She was so scared that she retreated in panic and even fell to the ground. "Junior sister." The burly man's expression changed. He rushed over and asked, "Junior sister, what's wrong? Are you okay?" "Senior apprentice brother, there's someone, covered in blood, over there." The blue-clothed girl was greatly frightened, and her beautiful face was already slightly pale. She pointed at a small concealed pit in front of her. Suddenly seeing a person covered in blood, it was no wonder she was so scared. The burly man walked forward and took a look. There really was a person covered in blood. "Senior brother, is he dead?" the blue-clothed woman asked. She quickly recovered. "He's not dead. He's still alive, but his aura is very weak. His injuries are very serious." The burly man frowned. Then, he jumped into the pit and rescued the man who was covered in blood. "Junior sister, bring me the life recovery pill," the tall and sturdy man said. The blue-robed woman flipped her lily-white hand and a light blue pill appeared out of thin air. Then, she fed it to the unconscious man. The man covered in blood and seriously injured was none other than Feng Wuchen. He was seriously injured and fell deep into the mountains. After being unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights, his injuries still had not recovered. Feng Wuchen had the body of the dragon gods. His physical body was very strong. Logically speaking, his injuries should have recovered very quickly. However, there was no recovery even after 3 days. It could be seen how serious his injuries were. His injuries are very serious. Pills can't heal his injuries at all. "Senior apprentice brother, what should we do?" The blue-clothed girl checked briefly and asked worriedly. The burly man frowned and said, "His injuries can't be healed. With such serious injuries, he's still alive. I can't believe it. Why don't we bring him back to the sect leader first? If we leave him alone, he'll definitely die." The blue-clothed girl looked at the burly man and said, "We don't know if he's a good or bad person. I'm worried that it will cause trouble. Spirit City hasn't been peaceful recently." The burly man frowned. He was worried that he would get into big trouble. It would be fine if he got into big trouble. However, if he implicated the sect, he would be a sinner of the sect. "Senior apprentice brother, if he's a bad person, let's kill him. What do you think?" The blue-clothed girl thought for a while and suggested. "Alright, I'll listen to you. If he's a good person and we don't save him, it'll be our fault. Let's go back first." The burly man laughed. After about an hour, the burly man and the blue-clothed girl flew back to the celestial sect. The celestial sect's strength was similar to the Luli sect. They also had a place in Spirit City. "Junior apprentice brother Tianzong, junior apprentice sister Tianlan, what happened to you? Who is he?" Just as they arrived at the sect, a disciple asked in shock. Seeing Feng Wuchen covered in blood, the disciple thought that something big had happened. Tianlan quickly said, "Senior apprentice brother, we found him in the mountains when we were collecting herbs. His injuries are serious, so we brought him back for the sect leader to treat." The young man was the celestial sect's senior apprentice brother Tian Nan. His cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly king stage. He was half a step into the heavenly monarch stage. Looking at the seriously injured Feng Wuchen, Tian Nan frowned and said seriously, "You brought him back without knowing who he is. Aren't you afraid of bringing trouble to the celestial sect? Senior apprentice brother, his injuries are too serious. We can't just leave him to die, right?" Tianzong said innocently. "Senior apprentice brother, no matter if he's a good person or a bad person, let's save him first." Tianlan said anxiously. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels are seriously injured. How can he still be alive? Who did this to him? Quickly bring him in. Tiannan shook his head. He was also worried about getting into big trouble, but he couldn't just leave him to die. Looking at Tianzong and Tianlan bringing the seriously injured Feng Wuchen into the main hall, Tiannan felt uneasy. Too many things have happened in the spirit domain recently. The news about Wind Shadow is even more well-known. Tiannan frowned. However, just as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. He secretly said, Wind Shadow fought with the Luli sect's great elder and was seriously injured. They have been chasing him for a few days without any results. Furthermore, the celestial sect is not far from Proud Cloud City. Could he be? The more Tiannan thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. It had only been 3 days and Tianzong and Tianlan had brought back a seriously injured person. Tiannan didn't believe that there was such a coincidence. If he really is Wind Shadow, then we're in trouble. Tiannan hurriedly followed into the main hall. Tiannan knew how serious the consequences were. It was very likely that it would bring a devastating disaster to the celestial sect. In the main hall, the celestial sect's great elder was checking on Feng Wuchen's injuries. Great elder, please wait. Tiannan hurriedly entered the main hall. Senior apprentice brother, what's wrong? Tianzong and Tianlan looked at Tiannan in confusion. What? Wind Shadow? The moment Tiannan said this, the great elder and Sky Mist turned pale with fright. He is Kazakage? Tianlan's pretty face changed as she looked at Tiannan in shock. The great elder looked serious and asked, Tiannan, are you sure he is Wind Shadow? The white-robed old man was the celestial sect's great elder, Guoshan. He had reached the middle stage of Heaven Monarch and was also an innate alchemist. Tiannan said seriously, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure. Think about it, Luli sect's great elder just died 3 days ago and Wind Shadow was seriously injured by Lu Guangxing. Luli sect has been chasing after Wind Shadow for the past few days but to no avail. Tianzong and Tianlan just happened to bring back a seriously injured person. Isn't that suspicious? Yeah, how could I forget about this? A few days ago, Wind Shadow killed Luli sect's great elder and the news has spread throughout the spirit realm. Tianzong suddenly realized. The Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin, Wind Shadow, who was in the late stage of Heavenly King Realm, killed Luli sect's Heaven Monarch Realm Great Elder. It can't be so coincidental, right? Tianlan was in disbelief. Great Elder, should we save him or not? Tianzong asked. He couldn't make up his mind. If Wind Shadow really was Wind Shadow, once Spirit Emperor knew that Celestial Sect saved him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Great Elder, we can't save him. If he really is Wind Shadow, Celestial Sect will be in big trouble. It's not that we don't want to save him, but we can't. Tiannan said worriedly. Tianlan asked, what if he isn't Wind Shadow? Guoshan said solemnly, we still don't know his identity, and we can't conclude that he is the Kazakage. Even if he is the Kazakage, we can just let him leave after saving him, and no one will know. Great Elder is right. Let's save him first. If he really is Wind Shadow, let him leave quickly. Tianlan nodded. This? All right. Tiannan didn't know how to refute and could only agree. Guoshan said indifferently, his injuries are very serious, the pills are no longer effective, he needs to be soaked in spirit liquid, his injuries need time to recover, you guys go back first. Tianlan, you have to prepare well for the alchemy competition 1 month later. Don't worry, Great Elder. I will definitely work hard. I will go back and refine pills now. Tianlan nodded respectfully. Tianzong smiled confidently at Tianlan, Great Elder, before the competition, Tianlan will definitely be able to break through to become an immortal grade alchemist. Junior sister will definitely win the alchemy competition. Don't force anything. Let nature take its course. Guoshan warned. The 3 of them then left the hall. Guoshan was a Xiantian alchemist. Leaving the rescue mission to him, Sky Sect and Sky Mist could rest assured. Is he really the one who killed Lu Guangxing with a late-stage Heavenly King stage cultivation? A Heavenly King stage killing a Heavenly Monarch stage, this is simply unheard of. Guoshan muttered to himself as he looked at the seriously injured and unconscious Feng Wuchen. To be able to survive such serious injuries, this is the first time old man has seen this. This also means that you are not destined to die. Guoshan said as he went to refine the spirit liquid. Guoshan then prepared a large bathtub. With a wave of his hand, the unconscious Feng Wuchen entered the bathtub, then he poured the green spirit liquid into the clear water in the bathtub. The wound is healing, it has some effect. Guoshan nodded slightly, his heart was relieved. The fact that the wound could heal meant that the spirit liquid had a healing effect. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The spirit liquid was changed again and again. Feng Wuchen's external injuries had already healed, and his damaged internal organs were also slowly recovering. However, when Feng Wuchen's injuries recovered to a certain extent, the recovery speed gradually increased. Guoshan, who had sensed something, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Feng Wuchen in the bathtub in surprise. He said in disbelief, how did his injuries suddenly recover faster? What's going on? No, this has to do with his physique. His physique is very unusual. Guoshan looked at Feng Wuchen, his heart secretly shocked. Shocked, Guoshan quickly checked on Feng Wuchen's body. He didn't know if he didn't check, but when he checked, he was shocked. Did old man see wrongly? His meridians have been completely repaired, and his internal organs have been completely reborn. There's even a layer of energy wrapped around his body. What's going on? Guoshan couldn't help but exclaim. He had never seen such a strange thing before. The recovery speed is getting faster and faster. How is this possible? Guoshan lost his composure and looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. Feng Wuchen's injuries recovered extremely quickly. In just 1 day, he had recovered 30%, and his internal organs had been completely healed. When Feng Wuchen's injuries recovered to 50%, Feng Wuchen, who had been in a coma for 10 days, finally opened his eyes slightly. Guoshan had been watching Feng Wuchen's recovery. At this moment, his face was still filled with shock and disbelief. With such serious injuries, Feng Wuchen not only didn't die, but also recovered at an unimaginable speed. If it was someone else, it would be impossible to recover without a year's time. But Feng Wuchen only used 10 days. Where am I? Am I still alive? My body hurts. Feng Wuchen, who opened his eyes, saw a strange place and couldn't help but be puzzled. He looked around. With this look, Feng Wuchen found Guoshan, who was looking at him with extremely shocked eyes. Middle stage heavenly monarch. Innate elixir master. With just a glance, Feng Wuchen instantly woke up. He frowned and looked at Guoshan cautiously. Feng Wuchen took a look and knew Guoshan's cultivation level and identity as an elixir master. Sensing Feng Wuchen's vigilant gaze, Guoshan also came back to his senses. Little brother, don't be nervous. Old man is Celestial Sect's great elder, Guoshan. It was the 2 disciples of Celestial Sect who saved you. You have been in a coma for a few days. Now that you are awake, old man is relieved. Guoshan quickly said. After checking his injuries and looking at himself sitting in the bathtub, Feng Wuchen completely believed Guoshan's words. No matter what Guoshan's motive was, at least he saved Feng Wuchen's life. Thank you, senior, for saving me. Feng Wuchen quickly cupped his fists and thanked him. He was secretly glad that he was not discovered by the people of Spirit Emperor. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape. Guoshan waved his hand slightly and smiled. I didn't help you with anything. I only refined this special spiritual liquid to help you slowly recover your damaged internal organs. Your injuries were completely healed by yourself. Speaking of which, it's quite strange. I've never seen such a miraculous physique before. I cultivated an external cultivation technique, so I recovered faster. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Looks like they've already guessed my identity. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself as he looked at Tian Nan with his dark eyes. Guoshan looked at Feng Wuchen as if he wanted to see something in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Unfortunately, he disappointed Guoshan. Feng Wuchen's face was calm, without any ripples. Feng Wuchen was not displeased by Tian Nan's unfriendly questioning. After all, this was normal. This person is definitely not simple. He hid his strength very well. Even old man could not see through his cultivation level. This person must have some treasure to hide his cultivation level. Otherwise, he must be an extremely strong martial artist, at least in the heavenly god realm. Guoshan thought to himself. As a heavenly monarch realm martial artist, Guoshan had never met anyone who could not see through their cultivation level. Even heavenly god realm martial artists could not hide their aura completely. Feng Wuchen was the first person he met. I'm Feng Wuchen. Before I leave, can I meet the 2 celestial sect disciples who saved me? I would like to thank them personally. Feng Wuchen looked at Guoshan and politely introduced himself. Feng Wuchen did not answer Tian Nan's question. He did not want to answer. Feng Wuchen? Isn't he Wind Shadow? Did I guess wrongly? Tian Nan frowned. Guoshan nodded and smiled, of course, but I'm not sure if Tian Lan has the time. She has an alchemy competition half a month later. She's working hard to break through her cultivation level. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked him courteously. After a while, Tian Zong and Tian Lan arrived at the alchemy pavilion. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had woken up and had recovered from his injuries, the 2 of them were relieved. Guoshan smiled. Tian Zong, Tian Lan, this is brother Feng Wuchen. He said he wanted to thank you personally. So you're not Wind Shadow. That's great. Tian Lan was completely relieved. A happy smile appeared on her face. Tianzong smiled and said, Brother Feng, we are relieved that you have recovered. Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely remember this favor. Sizing up the 2 of them, Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked them. Brother Feng, you're being too courteous. We went up the mountain to pick some herbs and my junior sister found you by accident. That's why she saved you. It's impossible for a celestial sect disciple to leave you in the lurch. You don't have to thank me. Tianzong laughed. Feng Wuchen could tell that Tian Lan was a spirit-grade alchemist, and he was not far from the immortal grade. It won't be easy to break through a bottleneck. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He could see that Tian Lan's alchemy realm had reached a bottleneck, and he had been stuck in the spirit rank realm for a long time without any signs of breaking through. Feng Wuchen, are you really not the Kazakage? Tian Nan still couldn't believe it. His intuition told him that Feng Wuchen was the Kazakage. Feng Wuchen did not answer. Tian Nan was still suspicious. Does it matter if I'm the Kazakage? Besides, do I look like an assassin from the Sky Shadow Court? Feng Wuchen retorted. This? Tian Nan couldn't refute. Feng Wuchen did not look like an assassin. The assassins from the Sky Shadow Court all wore unique clothing. When Feng Wuchen was injured, he was only wearing white brocade. He did not look like an assassin from the Sky Shadow Court at all. He doesn't look like one. Tianzong shook his head. Senior brother, don't worry about whether he is the Kazakage. Even if he is, who would know? Tian Lan laughed. All right. Tian Nan sighed and shook his head. Thank you for saving me. My injuries are almost healed. It's time for me to leave. We'll meet again. Feng Wuchen thanked them again. You're leaving before your injuries are healed? If you meet your enemies or the people who injured you, wouldn't that be? Tian Lan asked worriedly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, It's all right. There are too many things that don't go your way in life. I can't avoid everything. It's just a little setback. I'll face it bravely and let nature take its course. Feng Wuchen's words seemed to be directed at himself, but Tian Lan felt that he was talking to her. It made her feel very comfortable. Well said. Guoshan nodded with a smile. Senior, farewell. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and walked out of the alchemy court. Take care. Guoshan nodded. Brother Feng, take care. Tianzong smiled and sent Feng Wuchen out of the door. Oh right, I wonder what force Brother Feng is from. Tian Lan followed him out and asked curiously. Feng Wuchen stopped and turned around slowly. He smiled faintly and said, You'll know in the future. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen formed a sword finger. A golden divine halo condensed at the tip of his fingers. He pointed it at Tianlan's forehead and directly sent the golden divine halo into Tianlan's body. This is... In the alchemy court, Guoshan's expression changed and he immediately went out. What are you doing? Tiannan's expression changed slightly and he hurriedly scolded. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Tianzong was also shocked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. Tianlan's alchemy realm has been stagnant for a year without any progress. This is a special kind of bottleneck that requires help. You're also an alchemist? Tianzong asked in shock. What a domineering soul power. Guoshan lost his composure and looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. How can an immortal grade alchemist have such a powerful technique? He's actually helping Tianlan forcefully break through the immortal grade realm. Guoshan was shocked. After a while, Feng Wuchen withdrew his sword finger. Tianlan's alchemy realm had directly broken through to the immortal grade. She broke through. Guoshan could not help but exclaim. How is this possible? Forcefully helping Tianlan break through to the immortal grade is such a dangerous thing and he did it so easily. Such a powerful technique can only be done by a heavenly immortal grade alchemist. But he's just an immortal grade alchemist. How can he do it? Guoshan was extremely shocked. I broke through to the immortal grade realm? Tianlan's face was filled with disbelief. She felt like she was dreaming. Immortal grade realm? Tianzong and Tiannan's eyes widened and they were extremely shocked. My alchemy realm really broke through. Tianlan only dared to believe it after confirming it again. Thank you, Brother Feng. Tianlan thanked him excitedly. The sudden surprise made her somewhat unable to believe it. You're welcome. Take it as repayment for saving my life. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and turned to leave. He can actually help junior sister break through to the alchemy realm. Tianzong and Tiannan stared at Feng Wuchen's back in shock. Great Elder, what is his alchemy realm? He's so powerful. Tianzong could not help but ask. Guoshan was still shocked and said, It seems like he's in the immortal grade alchemist realm. But his technique is at least in the heavenly immortal grade realm. Even Great Elder can't see his cultivation level? After the shock, Tiannan quickly asked. Guoshan shook his head and said solemnly, I'm not sure if Feng Wuchen is in the immortal grade realm, but from his overbearing soul power, he is indeed in the immortal grade realm. However, his soul power is close to the peak of Xiantian grade, but he can forcefully raise Tianlan's cultivation level. This is something only a heavenly immortal grade alchemist can do. As for Feng Wuchen's alchemy level, Guoshan couldn't explain it clearly, it was very vague. After a pause, Guoshan continued, This person is definitely not simple. If he didn't use his soul power, old man wouldn't even know that he is an alchemist. He hid it so deeply? Tiannan frowned slightly. Tianzong's face was full of shock. We actually saved such a powerful alchemist. The reason why Feng Wuchen could help Tianlan break through was not because of Feng Wuchen's powerful alchemy level, but because of his alchemy experience. Feng Wuchen had experienced the human realm and was the top alchemist in the human realm. He had mastered the strongest alchemy skills. Even if he didn't have the powerful alchemy level of the heaven realm, Feng Wuchen's attainments in alchemy were far above Xiantian grade and heaven grade alchemists. Although Feng Wuchen didn't have the powerful alchemy level of the heaven realm, Feng Wuchen's attainments in alchemy could be said to be on par with heavenly immortal grade and even divine grade alchemists. To put it bluntly, it was the state of mind. Junior sister, now that you have broken through to the immortal grade, you will definitely win the competition. Tianzong said excitedly, as if he could already see Tianlan winning. Great Elder, he didn't just help me break through, there are many things in my mind, this seems to be part of his alchemy essence. Tianlan said in a daze, the large amount of information in her mind made her unable to believe it. Alchemy essence? When Tianlan said this, Guoshan's expression changed. Tianlan nodded in a daze and said, Yes, alchemy comprehension. Guoshan was shocked. He hurriedly urged his soul power to enter Tianlan's body to check. After checking, Guoshan's expression changed again and he exclaimed, This is the essence of a divine grade alchemist, and his understanding of alchemy is even more exquisite. He is definitely not an ordinary divine-grade alchemist, this is simply the realm of perfection. Divine alchemist? Tianzong and Tiannan were shocked again, and their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. He has already reached the stage of perfection. No one in the heaven realm can reach such a height. Guotian cried out in surprise, his face lost his composure. Tianlan, this is your good fortune. To be able to obtain the help of such a frightening alchemist, you must know that in front of him, old man can't even be ranked as a disciple. Guotian excitedly looked at Tianlan. Tianlan had just broken through to the immortal grade alchemist realm and had already reached the transformative realm. She simply could not imagine what kind of realm it was. Although she did not know what kind of terrifying realm it was, Tianlan knew that this was her fortuitous encounter. Feng Wuchen's age is about the same as ours. Has he really reached the level of a divine-grade alchemist? Tiannan could not believe it. Even though Guotian said it himself, he still could not believe it. Tianlan, go back and take a look. It will be of great help to your alchemy realm. Guotian said excitedly. Even though he was the one who checked, he felt enlightened. Tianlan forcefully suppressed the excitement and shock in her heart and said, "Don't worry, great elder. I will work hard and not embarrass the celestial sect." Guotian then sternly reminded her, "Remember, you must not tell anyone about this. This is a priceless treasure. If it is leaked, you will be killed." I understand." Tianlan nodded again. Old man must immediately inform the sect leader about this. Guotian said excitedly and laughed loudly as he left the alchemy pavilion. "That's great, junior sister. With the essence of a divine-grade alchemist, you will have amazing achievements in alchemy in the future." Tianzong was sincerely happy for Tianlan. I will not disappoint the sect leader and the elders." Tianlan smiled happily. She had never thought that the people she saved out of kindness would be exchanged for a priceless treasure. Tiannan also smiled happily and said, "Junior sister, you might be able to surpass the great elder soon. Work hard." "Yes. Great senior brother." Tianlan nodded heavily. "My injuries are almost healed. Although I almost lost my life in the battle with Lu Guangxing, my cultivation has increased by a lot." After leaving the celestial sect, Feng Wuchen came to the peak of a towering mountain and planned to continue healing his injuries. Eh? Feng Wuchen, who was just about to heal his injuries, was suddenly stunned. "Why do I feel that my body has become stronger? No, my physical body has indeed become stronger. This feeling is completely different from before. What's going on?" Puzzled, Feng Wuchen quickly checked his body. "There's a change in my body." Feng Wuchen was stunned on the spot. He was dumbstruck. This can't be the celestial sect great elder's elixir. This might have something to do with the physique of the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen said with certainty. Feng Wuchen's internal organs and the surface of his meridians were covered by a faint golden light. It was like a protection, but also like a powerful force. In addition, Feng Wuchen also felt that his body was light. This did not mean that Feng Wuchen's physical body had become weak. It was so strong that it felt like it did not exist. These changes in his body surprised Feng Wuchen and he did not know what was going on. "After the battle with Lu Guangxing, I was seriously injured. After recovering, there were these changes. In other words, when I was seriously injured, the changes had already begun. Could this be the special physique of the dragon gods?" Feng Wuchen muttered to himself and guessed. Maybe this is what it means to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Feng Wuchen laughed. Although he did not know what was going on, at least there was no harm. After spending 2 hours, Feng Wuchen's injuries were healed. Feng Wuchen's strength had also improved a lot, and he was one step closer to the Lord of Heaven realm. "The changes to my body have indeed increased my strength by quite a bit. I'm afraid even a heavenly immortal grade immortal artifact won't be able to harm my body." Feng Wuchen grinned. He was very satisfied with the strength of his body. "I have to break through to the Lord of Heaven realm as soon as possible. If I encounter a stronger enemy next time, I'm afraid I can't escape." Feng Wuchen muttered. After the battle with Lu Guangxing, Feng Wuchen understood how big the gap between him and the Lord of Heaven realm was. As long as Feng Wuchen broke through to the Lord of Heaven Realm, with his strength, he could compete with the late-stage Lord of Heaven Realm. Only by breaking through to the Lord of Heaven Realm, Feng Wuchen could compete with the Moon God Palace, Luli Sect, and other big forces. Lu Guangxing's blazing lotus is very powerful, but it also has its shortcomings. If I study it carefully and use the black fire to activate it, its power will definitely be stronger. After recovering from his injuries, Feng Wuchen took out Lu Guangxing's storage ring and searched for the blazing lotus. The reason why Feng Wuchen took Lu Guangxing's storage ring was because of the blazing lotus, not because of other treasures. When he fought with Lu Guangxing, Feng Wuchen became interested in the blazing lotus. Found it. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and was not disappointed. The power of the heaven-burning divine dragon fist has already surpassed that of a celestial technique. If we can create the heaven-burning fire lotus, its power will definitely be terrifying. It will at least be on par with the heaven-burning divine dragon fist. Feng Wuchen laughed. Worthy of being a heaven monarch expert, there are so many treasures. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. The storage ring of an expert, more or less, could not be separated from heaven spirit stones, treasures of heaven and earth, elixirs, techniques, and other treasures. Lu Guangxing was no exception. However, Feng Wuchen valued Lu Guangxing's blazing lotus technique and did not care about the other treasures. Since the burning heaven dragon divine fist had been studied by Feng Wuchen, he was not afraid of not being able to study the blazing lotus. What treasure is this? After looking deeper, Feng Wuchen was surprised to find an unusual treasure. With a flip of his palm, another treasure appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm. Feng Wuchen looked carefully and said in horror, "This is purple gold spirit devouring stone." Lu Guangxing must want to use this purple gold spirit devouring stone to break through to the mid-stage of Heaven Monarch. Even the Chamber of Commerce may not have this treasure. I can't believe it's mine. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. The purple gold spirit devouring stone was a powerful treasure born from heaven and earth. It contained an extremely large amount of pure energy and could help a heaven monarch to break through to the next realm. It was as powerful as a Xianxia grade elixir. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. I didn't expect this old thing to have such a treasure. It's a pity that I didn't have the time to use it. It seems like my chances of breaking through to the heaven monarch realm have increased by a lot. The heavens are really helping me. Overjoyed, Feng Wuchen immediately returned to Sky Shadow Pavilion. Only in the Sky Shadow Pavilion could Feng Wuchen cultivate in peace. At the very least, he would not be disturbed by the outside world. Moon God Palace. Reporting to Palace Master, there is still no trace of Feng Ying. A disciple respectfully reported. Reporting to Sect Master, Luli Sect's great elder was killed by Kazakage. Luli Sect is hunting Kazakage. Information kept being sent back to the Moon God's palace, but there was no news about Kazakage. Oh? Luli Sect's great elder was killed by Wind Shadow? Qiu Qingshan asked in astonishment with an expression of disbelief. Yes, according to the news from Spirit Realm, the late-stage Heavenly King Realm cultivator is Wind Shadow. The disciple replied respectfully. Qiu Qingshan frowned and said, "Could it be that Wind Shadow has already returned to Sky Shadow Pavilion?" Qiu Qingshan still couldn't believe it. Feng Wuchen was seriously injured in the battle with Lu Guangxing. It was reasonable to say that he couldn't have escaped too far. But now, more than a month had passed, and there was still no news of Wind Shadow. A late-stage Heavenly King Realm cultivator can kill a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert. I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect Wind Shadow to be so strong. Qiu Qingshan said seriously, secretly amazed by Feng Wuchen's strength. As the news spread throughout Spirit Realm, even if Qiu Qingshan didn't dare to believe it, he had no choice. Palace Master, according to Luli Sect's disciple, the strange man who killed Luli Sect's great elder is the same person as Wind Shadow. He has two identities. The disciple said respectfully. The same person? Qiu Qingshan frowned again, looking at the disciple with doubt and surprise. Yes, Wind Shadow and the other strange man are the same identity. They are Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins. The news from Luli Sect shouldn't be wrong. The disciple said respectfully. Pass down the order, Luli Sect must find this person. They would rather kill 100 by mistake than let one person go. Xianxia said coldly, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Moon God Palace wanted 2 people. One was Feng Wuchen, and the other was Wind Shadow. Feng Wuchen was wanted by Moon God Palace, and Wind Shadow was wanted by Spirit Emperor. But Spirit Emperor and the others didn't know that Feng Wuchen and Wind Shadow were the same person. Sky Shadow Pavilion. Feng Wuchen just returned to Sky Shadow Pavilion. He wanted to cultivate the Flame Lotus, but he was stopped by Zhuai Yu. Wind Shadow, are you interested in the cave of a Heavenly God Realm expert? Zhuai Yu asked. Heavenly God Realm expert? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised, then he smiled and said, of course I'm interested. The cave of a Heavenly God Realm expert must have many treasures. I think it's very dangerous. You have to think carefully. Zhuai Yu asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile, no matter how dangerous it is, can it be more dangerous than the Heaven Spirit Stone Mine? That's hard to say. I just received the news yesterday. It's indeed the cave of a Heavenly God Realm expert. Not just anyone can enter the cave of a Heavenly God Realm expert. Without enough strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. Zhuai Yu said solemnly. Feng Wuchen nodded and said excitedly, the cave of a Heavenly God Realm expert must have many precious and rare treasures. It shouldn't be a problem for you to break through to Heaven Monarch. That may be so, but other than us, there are many major forces that know about this. Moon God Palace has already sent people to secretly investigate. The cave of a Heavenly God Realm expert is too tempting. It's very likely that there is a divine art. Zhuai Yu said solemnly. Divine art? Snatching treasures? I like it. Feng Wuchen said with a naughty smile. Looking at Zhuai Yu, Feng Wuchen asked, where is the cave of a Heavenly God Realm expert? Profound Underworld Mountain. Zhuai Yu said. The 2 words divine art aroused Feng Wuchen's great interest. The temptation of an immortal art was already terrifying enough, but the existence of a divine art was even more tempting. If one could obtain a divine art and cultivate it successfully, they would definitely become an overlord existence. For the sake of their dreams, even if they had to pay with their lives, there were still many cultivators who wanted to obtain a divine art. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was the most important. When one possessed a certain level of strength, one could have the ability to awe the masses. Profound Underworld Mountain, is it? Feng Wuchen's mouth curled into a hint of a sneer and said, it's best to have a treasure that can increase cultivation. The cave of a Heavenly God Realm expert has a powerful barrier protection. Even a Heaven Monarch expert can't break it. Zhuai Yu said solemnly. This is the reason why you're looking for me? Feng Wuchen asked rhetorically. Zhuai Yu's expression was slightly awkward as he said, your strength is extraordinary. Furthermore, you can even penetrate the barrier. This is an advantage. Before other powerhouses break the barrier, we have enough time to seize the Heavenly God Realm expert's essence divinity power. Heavenly God Realm expert's essence divinity? Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. Zhuai Yu said solemnly, according to the news, the cave of a Heavenly God Realm expert is extremely likely to have the blood essence and inheritance of a Heavenly God Realm expert. Palace Master, there's news. In the main hall of the Moon God Palace, a person flashed and reported respectfully. Speak. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. The Colored Glass Sect has announced Wind Shadow's portrait. The person in the portrait is Wind Shadow, which is his other identity. Many people in the Chamber of Commerce have seen him. Just as the Palace Master guessed, the Spirit Emperor's token is on Wind Shadow. The person reported respectfully and presented the portrait. Xianxia took the portrait and said coldly, pass down the order to capture this person. Tell the Colored Glass Sect that this person cannot be killed. The Spirit Emperor must be kept alive. Yes. The person flashed and disappeared. Father, did you catch him? At this time, Qiyu entered the main hall and asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, it's just a preliminary confirmation of Wind Shadow's portrait. Portrait? Qiyu took the portrait curiously, but when she looked at it, her pretty face suddenly changed. She hurriedly said, Father, he's the one who injured me. It's him. Xianxia looked at Qiyu in shock and said, are you sure it's him? It's definitely him. I can't be wrong. Qiyu answered with certainty. Xiao Qingshan frowned and said, so it's the same person. I didn't expect him to be Wind Shadow. No wonder he's so strong and can injure me with one punch. Qiyu was also very surprised. At the same time, the anger in her heart was ignited again. Xiao Qingshan said, now that we've confirmed this person's appearance, even if he's from the Sky Shadow Pavilion, I believe it won't take long to capture him. I must cripple him with my own hands. To relieve the hatred in my heart. Qiyu said fiercely. Sky-burning fire lotus. On the 7th floor of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen activated the black fire and formed a seal with both hands. He suddenly roared. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying cold aura swept wildly as the terrifying energy shook the space. On Feng Wuchen's palm, a black fire lotus had already condensed. It was beautiful and a bit eerie, causing people to feel afraid just by looking at it. It's finally done. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and looked at the black fire lotus in his palm excitedly. After spending half a month on the 7th floor, Feng Wuchen finally studied it. What a beautiful fire lotus. The refined black flame actually has such a violent power. Feng Wuchen said excitedly, the power of the heaven-burning fire lotus is definitely stronger than other celestial arts. Adding on the devouring energy of the black fire, it's probably comparable to a deity art. After ascending to the heaven realm, Feng Wuchen had already obtained two powerful techniques. One was the Burning Heaven Dragon God Fist, and the other was the Burning Heaven Fire Lotus, both of which were activated by the black fire. Powerful spells could also help Feng Wuchen increase his battle prowess. Before breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm, the stronger the technique, the stronger the strength. Wind Shadow. Bright Moon's voice came from outside the palace. Mingyue? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned and immediately exited Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. When Feng Wuchen arrived at the main hall, Mingyu had already entered. Mingyue, what is it? Feng Wuchen asked. This is your portrait. Mingyue handed a portrait to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen looked at it and his expression turned serious. Mingyue continued, the Colored Glass sect has already publicized your portrait, and everyone in Lingdu already knows that Feng Wuchen is Wind Shadow. Your identity has been exposed. After the Pavilion Master and the 6 elders discussed it, they decided to promote you to a Gold Assassin. You are the first Heavenly King. Realm Gold Assassin in the history of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Mingyue continued. According to the rules of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, only a Heaven Monarch Realm Cultivator was qualified to become a Gold Assassin. However, the news of Feng Wuchen killing the Great Elder of the Colored Glass sect with his late-stage Heavenly King Realm Cultivation had already spread throughout Lingdu. Feng Wuchen already had the strength of a Heaven Monarch, so the Sky Shadow Pavilion made an exception and promoted Feng Wuchen to a Gold Assassin. After a while, Feng Wuchen frowned and said, who drew it? It's so ugly. After a while, Mingyue spat out such a sentence. Mingyue's pretty face turned slightly cold. She was almost angered to death by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen quickly smiled and said, actually, I already guessed it. I also guessed that the Moon God Palace is searching everywhere for my whereabouts. I'm glad you're so optimistic. I think it's better if you don't go to the mysterious Dark Mountain. All the major forces in Lingdu have already sent Heaven Monarch Realm experts. You should know the consequences. Mingyue turned and left the main hall. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said without worry, for the primordial spirit of a Heaven God Realm expert, I'll go even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. We'll depart in an hour. Mingyue's voice came. An hour is enough for me to refine some triplet Heaven Origin pills. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. The triplet Heaven Origin pills had powerful healing effects. The trip to the mysterious Dark Mountain was bound to be filled with battles. The triplet Heaven Origin pills were essential. An hour later, Feng Wuchen, Mingyue, and Zhuiyue set off for the mysterious Dark Mountain. The discovery of a Heaven God Realm expert's cave had already spread throughout Lingdu. The Moon God Palace, Colored Glass sect, Celestial sect, and many other major forces had already sent people over. The temptation of a Heaven God Realm expert's cave was too great. The trip to the mysterious Dark Mountain was like a lamb entering a tiger's den for Feng Wuchen. However, in order to obtain the primordial spirit of a heaven god realm expert, Feng Wuchen went without hesitation. As the saying went, wealth comes from danger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. On the Sun and Moon Lake, a young man appeared on the surface of the lake and intercepted Feng Wuchen and the other two. Zhui Lang. Mingyue frowned slightly. Zhui Lang was a gold-ranked assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion and was in the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Wind Shadow, I heard that the Pavilion Master and the 6 elders have decided to let you become a gold-ranked assassin. However, I don't agree. Although you killed Lu Quanxing, it doesn't mean that you have the strength of a Heaven Monarch. The late stage of the Heavenly King realm is still the Heavenly King realm, not the Heaven Monarch realm. Zhui Lang looked coldly at Feng Wuchen and said expressionlessly. What do you want? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Test your strength and defeat me. Only then will you be recognized as a gold-ranked assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Zhui Lang sneered. Then cut the crap. Come on. Feng Wuchen circulated his strength with all his might. The Heaven Dao Divine Power and the third stage of the Sovereign Body burst out. The Qilin Battle Armor and the Dragon God Gauntlet were activated. A series of movements were like a transformation. Feng Wuchen's aura instantly broke through to the peak of the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. There was also a faint trace of the aura of a Heaven Monarch. As expected, you are only at this level. Zhui Lang sneered. Pung, with a thought, the black fire was activated. The overbearing cold air swept out violently. Feng Wuchen formed a seal with both hands and shouted, Sky-burning fire lotus. This is fire? Zhui Lang frowned slightly as he felt an unusual aura. Swish, buzz. Buzz, with a wave of Feng Wuchen's hand, the black fire lotus in his palm shot out and instantly expanded to a few hundred feet. Wherever it passed, huge waves rolled up on the surface of the lake. The terrifying prowess was horrifying. Wind Shadow's strength has already reached this level? Zhui Lang was appalled as his face was filled with astonishment. How is this possible? Sensing the horrifying power from the black fire lotus, Chasing Wave's expression changed as his heart raced. Such a technique has already surpassed the immortal technique. This power has already reached the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Wind Shadow is already so powerful? This is simply unheard of. A late-stage Heavenly King realm actually has such horrifying power. In the Sky Shadow Pavilion, the silver and gold assassins were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. There was no time for Chasing Wave to think as he hurriedly circulated his heaven essence with all his might. At the same time, he took out his spirit-grade Dharma treasure and burst out with the power of an early-stage Heaven Monarch. Immortal Technique. Deathly Ice Soul Slash. Chasing Wave burst out with a roar as the horrifying ice attribute power condensed on his arm and waved it without hesitation. Swish, buzz. Buzz, a terrifying energy slash that was thousands of feet long was shot out. Everywhere it passed, the lake surface froze at a speed visible to the naked eye and shook violently. Boom, PFFF, in the blink of an eye, two incomparably powerful forces clashed fiercely. A loud explosion resounded throughout the Sun and Moon Lake as horrifying energy ripples swept out in all directions. Chasing Wave was immediately shaken by the horrifying power and spurted out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Chasing Wave was extremely appalled as his eyes almost popped out. So powerful. Mingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What kind of technique is this? It can actually injure Chasing Wave so easily. Chasing Moon's eyes flickered with horror. Such a domineering technique. The black flames instantly devoured much of Chasing Wave's power. Even after using the immortal technique with all his strength, he still can't defeat Wind Shadow. Wind Shadow's black flames are extraordinary and have a domineering devouring ability. The Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins were shocked. Rumble. PFFF, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with viciousness as he snorted. The power of the black fire lotus suddenly increased and exploded with a rumble. The horrifying energy ripples swept out again. Chasing Wave's expression changed drastically as he spurted out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying. How is this possible? He can still increase his strength. Chasing Wave was so appalled that his soul spirit flew out. A Heaven Monarch expert was actually no match for a Heavenly King realm expert. Wherever the terrifying energy ripples passed, the frozen surface of the lake instantly collapsed. In a fierce head-on collision, the chasing wave was no match for Feng Wuchen. It was mercilessly crushed, while Feng Wuchen was not injured at all. Wave-chasing beast suffered a crushing defeat. Mingyu and Zhueyu were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a ferocious late-stage Heavenly King cultivator. He defeated an early-stage Heaven Monarch in one move. Wind Shadow's divine power is extremely tyrannical. Wave-chasing was actually defeated by him in one move. Does the late stage of the Heavenly King realm really have the power to surpass the Heavenly Monarch realm? The assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion were shocked by the strength that Feng Wuchen had displayed. On the surface of the lake in the distance, Chasing Wave was seriously injured. With a pale face, he looked at Feng Wuchen in horror as if he were looking at a monster. "You've lost," Feng Wuchen said calmly. "Are you really at the late stage of the Heavenly King stage?" Wave-chasing beast asked in shock. "Didn't you see it?" Feng Wuchen shrugged and reached out to pull Wave-chasing Wolf up. "With such terrifying strength, it's not wrong to lose to you." Wave-chasing Wolf smiled helplessly. "Everyone has seen my strength. If any gold medal assassin thinks that I, Wind Shadow, am not qualified, you can stand out and fight with me," Feng Wuchen said in a deep voice as he looked at the Sky Shadow Pavilion. A monstrous aura swept out. The Sky Shadow Pavilion was dead silent, and no one stood out. Feng Wuchen had seriously injured Wave-chasing Wolf in one move, which had already explained everything. Feng Wuchen already had the strength to become a gold medal assassin. This battle had also established Feng Wuchen's position as a gold medal assassin in the Sky Shadow Pavilion. "Many thanks." No one responded. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists. Zhueyu and Mingyu were still in shock. Even though they knew that Feng Wuchen had killed Lu Quanxing, they were still extremely shocked to see the strength that Feng Wuchen had displayed with their own eyes. More importantly, Feng Wuchen's astonishing growth speed. "Let's go," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Although he had consumed more than half of his strength, it didn't affect him much. As soon as Feng Wuchen and the other two left, Tianming's figure flashed and appeared. "Lord Tianming." Wave-chasing Wolf hurriedly knelt on one knee. In front of a heaven-ranked assassin, Wave-chasing Wolf didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Wind Shadow has already reached such a height. He's not far from the Heaven Monarch realm, Tianming muttered to himself, secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's astonishing cultivation speed. The heaven-burning fire lotus just now is comparable to a divine art. As expected of the young master of the dragon gods. If nothing unexpected happens, Wind Shadow might be able to step into the Heaven Monarch realm during this trip to the mysterious underworld mountain. Tianming was secretly amazed. "Tianming, Wind Shadow, and the other two's trip is very dangerous. Protect them secretly." Ing Hun's voice came. "Pavilion Master, do you also have information about the cave residence of a Heaven God realm expert?" Tianming asked. "I'd rather believe it." Ing Hun replied. "Pavilion Master, unless it's a last resort, I won't make a move." Tianming replied and immediately disappeared. In the mysterious underworld mountain, there were many experts. Is the primordial spirit of a Heaven God realm expert real? The cave residence has a powerful barrier. No one has ever entered. Who knows if it's real or not? I think it's 80% fake. I don't know who spread the rumor. Many cultivators were discussing in low voices. The cave residence of a Heaven God realm expert was sealed by a barrier. No one could enter. Therefore, no one dared to be sure whether the primordial spirit of a Heaven God realm expert was in the cave residence or not. Luli sect and Celestial sect also want to compete with Moon God Palace? In the air above the cave residence, a young man who looked like a leader of Moon God Palace said coldly. This was the great commander of Moon God Palace, Yi Yongli. He wore a cloak and was a mid-stage Heaven Monarch. Commander Ye's words are wrong. The cave residence of a Heaven God realm expert was not discovered by Moon God Palace first. How can you say that we are competing with them? Commander Ye's words are a bit too much. Luli Sect Master smiled faintly. Luli Sect Master, why aren't you tracking the whereabouts of Feng Ying? Why are you here? Yi Yongli asked. Isn't this also your mission? Luli Sect Master smiled, not backing down at all. The major forces of Lingdu were all controlled by the Spirit Emperor. Although there were differences in strength between them, they were not afraid of each other. Old man is just here to watch the show. He has no other intentions. Celestial Sect Master smiled faintly. Yi Yongli's face was cold. Immediately, a mysterious sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "Is that so?" In the complicated mountain forest, Feng Wuchen and the other two were hiding in a giant tree. Moon God Palace, Luli Sect, and many other powerful families have also come. Zhuai Yu said solemnly. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said to himself, "The cave residence of a heaven god realm expert isn't targeting me, right? Moon God Palace and Luli Sect can't wait to tear me to pieces." Mingyu glanced at Feng Wuchen and said, "As soon as you appear, they will deal with you immediately." In the depths of Xianming Mountain, halfway up a towering mountain, there was a hidden cave residence. The entrance of the cave residence was covered by a towering ancient tree. It was surrounded by mountains, and below it was a cliff. It was not easy to be discovered in such a complicated forest. Now, the mountain was surrounded by cultivators. "Are we going in directly?" Zhuai Yu looked at Feng Wuchen and asked for Feng Wuchen's opinion. "You are not sure if there is a heaven god realm expert's soul force in the cave residence. There is no need to take the risk." Feng Wuchen shook his head. "There is a powerful barrier in the cave residence. If no one goes in, no one knows what is inside. Let them fight for it first. Such a powerful barrier will not be broken in a short time." Feng Wuchen continued. No one knew if there was a heaven god realm expert's soul force in the cave residence. It would be dangerous to go in rashly. A barrier set by a heaven god realm expert. Heaven monarchs might not be able to break it. Zhuai Yu frowned. "Not necessarily. The aura of the barrier has weakened a lot. If heaven monarchs work together, they should be able to break it." Mingyu said. "How to break the barrier is their business. We don't care." Feng Wuchen shrugged. "When they break the barrier, how are we going to fight for the treasures? There are so many of them. We can't fight them." Zhuai Yu frowned. "Luli Sect Master is not easy to deal with. Let's be the Oriole. It is not easy to break the barrier. At least, it will consume a lot of their energy." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. In a situation where they were outnumbered, they could only find an opportunity to attack. Besides, there were many forces here. Not many forces dared to be enemies with Moon God Palace. The barrier is very powerful. One person cannot break it. We can only work together. Yi Yongli said expressionlessly. He looked at Luli Sect Master and the other heaven monarchs. Luli Sect Master smiled faintly. "Of course. If we work together, it should not be a problem to break this barrier. Do it." Yi Yongli did not waste time. Buzz buzz. The heaven monarch realm experts used all their strength. The terrifying power exploded, shaking the void and the mountain. Swish. Swish, boom. 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 Buzz. A series of terrifying forces bombarded the cyan barrier that sealed the cave mansion. Deafening explosions rang out one after another, and energy ripples rolled out one after another like angry waves. The surrounding cultivators all retreated, not daring to get close. After a few minutes of continuous bombardment, the powerful barrier had become weaker and weaker, and the blue light it emitted had also dimmed a lot. Boom boom boom. Crack. The 5 heaven monarch experts bombarded the barrier one after another. When the barrier's power was weakened to a certain extent, it suddenly shattered with a cracking sound. The towering mountain peaks in the surroundings had changed beyond recognition. The barrier was broken, and everyone was excited, as if they wanted to rush in immediately. "Let's go in," Yi Yongli said expressionlessly. He took the lead and entered the cave. Sect Master Luli and the others followed. "Should we go in?" "I think we should. Just forget about it. Don't throw your life away for a heavenly god's treasure. We can't afford to offend the Moon God Palace. Yi Yongli is too strong, let's just watch." Many of the surrounding cultivators wanted to enter the cave mansion, but Yi Yongli was too strong, and the Moon God Palace was one of the major forces under the Spirit Emperor. They didn't want to throw their lives away. Some of the patriarchs also entered the cave mansion. What a violent aura. This is the aura of a heavenly god. The cave mansion really has the power of a heavenly god's primordial spirit. Inside the cave mansion, Yi Yongli and the others felt the terrifying aura of a heavenly god and were ecstatic. The terrifying aura had already spread out from the cave mansion as the barrier was broken. The power of a heavenly god's primordial spirit, it can't be wrong. Zhuai Yu said excitedly, looking at Feng Wuchen. Don't you want to go in? Just as Zhuai Yu's voice fell, a cold voice sounded behind them. Heavenly God Realm. Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. He didn't notice someone approaching. This voice is Spirit Emperor Divine Palace's Venerable. Zhuai Yu was shocked and suddenly looked back. Oh no. Mingyu's face changed. Boom boom. Puff puff. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow flashed. Zhuai Yu and Mingyu spat out blood and flew out. Zhuai Yu and Mingyu were seriously injured. Zhuai Yu, Mingyu. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The speed of the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace's Venerable was too terrifying. They couldn't react at all. We fell into a trap. The Heavenly God's cave mansion was a pretense to lure us out. No wonder I always felt uneasy. Feng Wuchen said angrily in his heart. Unfortunately, he found out too late. You are Wind Shadow? I heard that you pretended to be this venerable, right? In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. The person who came was Spirit Emperor Divine Palace's Venerable Gu Xingfeng, a late-stage heavenly god with terrifying strength. In the entire spirit realm, there were less than 5 people who could compete with him. Whoosh! Boom! Buzz buzz! At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed and punched at the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace's Venerable. The latter noticed it immediately and turned around to punch back. With a boom, destructive energy swept out crazily. The sudden explosion gave everyone from the mysterious underworld mountain a fright. An incomparably terrifying power suddenly erupted, scaring them out of their wits. Heavenly God Realm Expert. Everyone retreated in panic. No one knew what happened, but in the face of such terrifying power, no one dared to stay. Brother Tianming. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Tianming, this venerable knew that you would show up. Gu Xingfeng sneered and stared coldly at Tianming. The person who came was Tianming, who was secretly protecting Feng Wuchen and the other two. Unfortunately, under the circumstances of a sneak attack, he couldn't shake Gu Xingfeng at all. Wind Shadow. Leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Tianming shouted with a serious expression. Tianming, with your strength, you are not Yun Zhongzi's opponent at all. This venerable wants to know how you killed him. Is it worth it to die for a little Wind Shadow? Gu Xingfeng said coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Yi Yongli and the colored glass sect master flashed over. Greetings, venerable. Everyone respectfully knelt on one knee. Capture Wind Shadow. Gu Xingfeng ordered. Yes. Yi Yongli and the colored glass sect master respectfully accepted the order. The colored glass sect master angrily shouted at Feng Wuchen, stinking brat, you killed my colored glass sect's great elder and great disciple. Don't even think about leaving alive today. This sect master will cripple you, you bastard. Bastard. Feng Wuchen originally wanted to save Zhuai Yu and Mingyue, but Yi Yongli and the others appeared at this moment. Feng Wuchen was so angry that he cursed. Xiao xiao. Yi Yongli and Luli sect's leader shot out at the same time. Yi Yongli noticed that Feng Wuchen was looking at the heavily injured Mingyu in the distance. He immediately sneered. Teleportation. Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the heavily injured Mingyu. He disappeared. Luli sect's leader's expression changed. Wind Shadow, you can't run. The moment Feng Wuchen reappeared, Yi Yongli's cold voice sounded. At the same time, he was shocked, this brat's movement skill is so good. That's right, this is the teleportation skill of the dragon gods. He is from the dragon gods. Not good. Feng Wuchen's expression changed. Boom. Puff. Yi Yongli's palm contained a terrifying amount of power. He didn't give Feng Wuchen any chance to escape. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power made Feng Wuchen spit out blood. At that moment, Feng Wuchen wasn't prepared at all. So fast. Luli Sect's leader was shocked. Teleportation? Gu Xingfeng was slightly surprised. Then he sneered, so that's how it is. So you are from the dragon gods. No wonder you came to die. Wind Shadow, run. Tian Ming shouted. At this moment, he was crazily attacking Gu Xingfeng. Tian Ming had to restrain Gu Xingfeng. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have a chance to escape. You can't run. Yi Yongli sneered. Then he attacked Feng Wuchen again. Boom. Weng Weng. Yi Yongli's palm landed on Feng Wuchen. The terrifying power caused the mountain to collapse. Unfortunately, it didn't hit Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen immediately carried the heavily injured Mingyu and teleported again. If he was half a step late, Feng Wuchen would have been hit. Damn it. Yi Yongli was furious. His face was gloomy. Seal the entire mysterious underworld mountain. Don't let him escape. Gu Xingfeng said coldly. Yes. Yi Yongli respectfully accepted the order and led the Moon God Palace guards in pursuit. Sect Master Luli and the others also moved out. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had successfully escaped, Tian Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Tian Ming, don't even think about escaping from my hands. Gu Xingfeng sneered. He looked as if he was certain that he could defeat Tian Ming. Tian Ming's cultivation was only at the mid-heavenly god realm. His strength was far inferior to Gu Xingfeng's. I have already set up an inescapable net in the mysterious underworld mountain. That brat Kazakage definitely won't be able to escape. You are no exception. Gu Xingfeng sneered. Hearing this, Tian Ming's face sank slightly, and he said gloomily, despicable and shameless. Among the heaven-grade assassins, your strength is not weak. Unfortunately, you are not Zhu Feng. You are not my opponent. Gu Xingfeng said arrogantly. He had never put Tian Ming in his eyes. The Heavenly God Realm Expert's Cave was actually a rumor spread by Gu Xingfeng. It was a good show with Luli Sect and Moon God Palace. The barrier around the cave was set up by Gu Xingfeng. The Heavenly God Realm Expert's primordial spirit in the cave was Gu Xingfeng's power. All of this was arranged long ago. The goal was to capture Feng Wuchen and Tian Ming. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The Heavenly God Realm Experts fought fiercely. The destructive power swept out crazily. The void collapsed layer by layer. It was already dark. There is nothing in the cave. Gu Xingfeng set up the trap to capture Kazakage and Tian Ming. He actually tricked us. Celestial Sect Master frowned. Everyone now understood that there was no Heavenly God Realm Expert's Cave. This was just a trap set up by Gu Xingfeng. Although there was anger in their hearts, they could only suppress it. Everyone in the spirit domain knew how terrifying Gu Xingfeng was. Tian Ming, your 9 transformation doppelgangers are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, the difference in strength is too big. Gu Xingfeng sneered. Tian Ming had already suffered heavy injuries from the fierce hand-to-hand combat. His 9 transformation doppelgangers were all destroyed by Gu Xingfeng. No matter if it was strength or speed, they were all inferior to Gu Xingfeng. Immortal Art. Battle Spirit Formation. Immortal Art. Storm Cloud Breaking Finger. Tian Ming crazily activated his Heaven's Origin. A majestic aura burst out. He then used the Immortal Art. His strength rose crazily. A terrifying energy finger with the power to pierce through heaven and earth shot out. Immortal Art. Break the firmament. Gu Xingfeng shouted coldly. He suddenly waved his hand. Destructive energy ripples covered the sky. 2 extremely terrifying forces covered tens of thousands of meters of the void, causing all the cultivators in Lingdu to tremble in fear. Boom boom boom. Pooh. The ferocious Immortal Art collided head-on. It was earth-shattering. Tian Ming's strength was no match for Gu Xingfeng. He was shaken to the point that he spat out blood. His body shot out like a cannonball. His injuries were getting worse. So strong. Tianming was shocked. Gu Xingfeng didn't even use his full strength. Tianming was already powerless to resist Gu Xingfeng's power. Although there was only a difference of 1 level, the difference in strength was huge. Boom. Pooh. Gu Xingfeng flashed and ruthlessly slammed his palm on Tianming's chest. The terrifying power once again made Tianming spit out blood. His body shot out again. Tianming was completely defeated. His aura was very weak, and his body was covered in blood. To be able to last this long, you didn't lose face for the Sky Shadow Pavilion. You didn't lose face for the Sky Rank Assassin. Gu Xingfeng said coldly. He grabbed the air and sucked the heavily injured Tianming over. Don't worry. Before I get the crystal, I won't kill you now. Gu Xingfeng sneered. Tianming was heavily injured and couldn't break free from Gu Xingfeng's control. To the Sky Shadow Pavilion, is the crystal more important or your life more important? Gu Xingfeng sneered. That cold and fierce look made people's hearts tremble. Tianming gritted his teeth and said angrily, is this the style of your god race? You even use such a despicable method like setting a trap. Tianming, there is only one consequence for going against Tianquan, and that is death. The Sky Shadow Pavilion has become more and more arrogant in recent years and has already angered the Sky Lord. You don't have much time left. When the Sky Lord wakes up from his sleep, it will be the time of your death. Even the dragon gods will die. Gu Xingfeng sneered. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Tianming sneered. Gu Xingfeng waved his hand and the heavily injured Zhuai Yu flew over. He immediately ordered, capture Feng Ying alive and report back to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. Gu Xingfeng's voice resounded through the entire mysterious underworld mountain. It was full of deterrence, causing many practitioners to feel fear. After saying that, Gu Xingfeng took Tianming and Zhuai Yu and left in a flash. Big brother Tianming lost? Preposterous. Hearing Gu Xingfeng's voice, Feng Wuchen's face became incomparably ferocious as he clenched his fists. Gu Xingfeng's trap was unexpected by Feng Wuchen and the others. When Gu Xingfeng set up the trap, he had already sent people to ambush Xianming Mountain. There were quite a few of them. Luli Sect and Moon God Palace's people were all hiding in Xianming Mountain. Now, tens of thousands of people had sealed off the entire mountain. The army, navy, and air forces were all out. Feng Wuchen couldn't escape even if he had wings. Mingyu, you must hold on. You will be fine. Feng Wuchen was extremely worried. He could see that Mingyu's injuries were very serious. Her life could be in danger at any time. Gu Xingfeng attacked. Although he didn't kill Mingyu, his power was very terrifying. It caused Mingyu to be seriously injured and lose consciousness. Go over there and search. The rest of you, follow me. Send people to the river below Xianming Mountain too. The guards' shouts could be heard everywhere in Xianming Mountain. Feng Wuchen took the seriously injured Mingyu and fled. He wanted to leave Xianming Mountain, but he found that there was a large group of cultivators hiding around Xianming Mountain. Bastard! I should have known that the news about the heavenly deity immortal cave was fake. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said angrily. His face was ferocious and his veins were bulging. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At the beginning, Feng Wuchen already felt that something was wrong. He just didn't know what was wrong. Now, he finally understood. If the cave of a heavenly god realm expert was really discovered, which idiot would spread the news? Who wouldn't want to monopolize it? There was a barrier around the cave. The barrier was intact, which meant that no one had entered. Since no one had entered, who knew that there was a heavenly god realm expert's primordial spirit power inside? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In Xianming Mountain, there were people from Luli Sect and Moon God Palace flying around, looking for Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. No, it's too late to escape. Mingyu's injuries are too serious. She needs to be treated immediately. Feng Wuchen said anxiously. Mingyu's injuries couldn't be delayed. If she wasn't treated in time, she would definitely die. Originally, he wanted to use teleportation to escape. Unfortunately, Mingyu couldn't hold on any longer. In his anxiety, Feng Wuchen activated his Golden Dragon Seal Martial Soul and used teleportation. He brought Mingyu to a nearby mountain. There's a strong aura. Over there. Chase after him. It must be Kazakage. We can't let them escape. As soon as Feng Wuchen activated his golden dragon seal martial spirit, the nearby guards immediately sensed it and immediately chased after him. We've already set up a trap. Don't even think about escaping from Mount Xianming. I don't believe that you can escape from my palm. Yi Yongli said coldly as he rushed towards the source of the powerful aura. However, when Yi Yongli and the others arrived, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared without a trace. Humph. No wonder they are assassins, hiding so well. Split up and look for them. They must be nearby. Yi Yongli said coldly. His face was extremely gloomy. Luli Sect Master said gloomily, such a mystical movement, it seems to be the teleportation of the dragon gods. That aura just now is very similar to the dragon gods. It's not seems, it's teleportation. Kazakage is a member of the dragon gods. Otherwise, why would Tianming risk his life to save him? Yi Yongli said gloomily. On a towering mountain floating high in the sky, the space suddenly distorted. Feng Wuchen brought the heavily injured Mingyu out of the distorted space. Feng Wuchen immediately took out the 3 lives heaven origin pill and fed it to Mingyu. At the same time, he used his heavenly divine power to help Mingyu heal. Mingyu, you must hold on. Feng Wuchen said anxiously. Feng Wuchen healed Mingyu while worrying about the safety of Tianming and Zhuai Yu. He was under great pressure. Yi Yongli and the others didn't know that Feng Wuchen had already left Mount Xianming and was at a nearby mountain peak. Luli Sect. Moon God Palace. Just you wait. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. The flesh on his face couldn't help but twitch. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, Luli Sect and Moon God Palace were existences that were doomed. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen and the other 2 didn't enter the cave. Otherwise, none of them would be able to escape. An hour later, Mingyu, who had taken the healing pill, had stabilized. The heavenly divine power helped Mingyu heal her injuries. Because of this, Feng Wuchen was relieved. At least he had saved Mingyu's life. 4 hours later, Mingyu's injuries had healed by 30%. She gradually woke up, but her face was still as pale as paper. Mingyu, how do you feel? Are you better? Feng Wuchen quickly asked. Much better. Thank you for saving me. Mingyu said weakly. Her voice was very soft. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, it was Big Brother Tianming who saved us. If it wasn't for Big Brother Tianming, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Looking around, Mingyu asked, where are Lord Tianming and Zhuai Yu? I'm afraid Zhuai Yu and Big Brother Tianming have been captured by Gu Xingfeng. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said angrily. Anger rushed to his head. It's all my fault. I had already sensed that something was wrong. If I had discovered that the cave was fake, Zhuai Yu and Big Brother Tianming wouldn't have been in trouble. I was the one who harmed them. Feng Wuchen blamed himself. Seeing Feng Wuchen sad and blaming himself, Mingyu comforted him with difficulty, this can't be blamed on you. Gu Xingfeng is too cunning and despicable. I definitely won't forgive them. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said angrily. His appearance was very terrifying. Wind Shadow, you are also injured. You should heal first and think of a way. I believe that Zhuai Yu and Tianming will be fine. Before Gu Xingfeng obtains the crystal, he won't kill them. Mingyu said. Crystal. The crystal can save them. Feng Wuchen reacted and wanted to go to the mysterious underworld mountain again. Wind Shadow, now is not the time. If you go, not only will you not be able to save them, you will also be captured. Mingyu quickly stopped him. Let's heal first and then return to discuss with the pavilion master. Don't worry, they will be fine for the time being. Mingyu said with certainty. All right. Feng Wuchen suppressed the anger in his heart. Taking a deep breath and forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Feng Wuchen said, Mingyu, you heal properly. I will go cultivate. Feng Wuchen was now thirsting for powerful strength. He couldn't wait to become a super expert and kill his way back. After avoiding Mingyu's sight, Feng Wuchen came to the 5th floor with a thought. Dozens of essence soul clones were formed and crazily absorbed and refined the pure energy in the space. Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged and cultivated according to the cultivation method of the Heaven Dao floating life picture. I am not far from the Heaven Monarch realm. I have to break through as soon as possible. Once I break through to the Heaven Monarch realm, the first thing I will do is to destroy the colored glass sect. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said angrily. He immediately took out the purple gold spirit devouring stone. This kind of treasure could help a Heaven Monarch increase his cultivation by 1 level. Feng Wuchen originally planned to use it after he broke through to the Heaven Monarch realm. However, he couldn't wait to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Celestial Sect. Sect Master, Elder, why are you back so soon? Seeing the Sect Master and Elder return so suddenly, the Celestial Sect disciples were puzzled. Sect Master, Elder, what's going on? Tian Nan asked. Celestial Sect Master Yang Yan shook his head and said, this is just a trap. The cave is fake, and the primordial spirit of the heavenly god is also fake. What? A trap? Tian Nan and the others were shocked, and their expressions were stiff. Guoshan continued, this is a trap for Feng Ying. In order to lure him out, the Venerable of the Spirit Emperor Temple set a trap. Tianzong was stunned, it's fake? Isn't that fooling all of us? Brother Feng? Tian Lan's face changed when she heard this, and she asked worriedly, Sect Master, what happened to Brother Feng? Feng Ying was injured and escaped with Mingyu. The people of Moon God Palace and Luli Sect are chasing after them. Tian Ming was seriously injured and was captured by Gu Xingfeng along with Shui Yu. Yang Yan frowned. Since Luli Sect announced the portrait of Feng Ying, Tian Lan and the others were sure that Feng Wuchen was Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin, Feng Ying. Injured? Then isn't Brother Feng in danger? Tian Lan was worried. Guoshan shook his head and sighed, Xianming Mountain has been sealed, and Feng Ying is carrying the injured Mingyu. I'm afraid it's not good. What? Tian Lan's face changed again, and she was worried and panicked. Tian Nan frowned and said, Junior sister, Feng Wuchen is Feng Ying. He hid his identity from us, and we can't have anything to do with him. Otherwise, it will bring unimaginable disaster to Celestial Sect. But Tian Lan wanted to say something else, but she swallowed her words. Tian Lan, this is not something that Celestial Sect can intervene in. Old man knows you're worried, but Celestial Sect can't do anything. Guoshan sighed, and his face was full of helplessness. Tian Lan asked with red eyes, Elder, didn't you say that Brother Feng is a divine alchemist? Such a powerful alchemist would only benefit the Celestial Sect. Why didn't he help Brother Feng? Do we have to endure their physical oppression and humiliation just because the heavenly authority is rotten? This. Tian Lan's words caused Yang Yan, Guoshan, and the others to fall silent. Although Tian Lan's words were too simple and did not consider the consequences, it did make sense. However, the world of the strong relied on strength and not verbal arguments. The oppression of the God clan over the years had completely obliterated the resistance of countless cultivators in the Heaven Realm. In other words, the God clan was deeply rooted in the Heaven Realm, and no one could shake them. The so-called resistance of the Heaven Realm cultivators was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were seeking their own deaths. Resistance was futile and meaningless. Immortal art. Rainbow butterfly. Tian Lan suddenly activated her Tian Yuan and formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Finally, with a low shout, she condensed a large group of 9 colored butterflies in the blink of an eye. Junior sister, what are you doing? Tian Nan asked with a frown. He immediately stopped Tian Lan. Sect Master, I can't just watch Brother Feng get hurt. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. Tian Lan looked at Yang Yan and Guoshan with tears in her eyes. Tian Nan said anxiously, Junior sister, don't be rash. You won't be able to save him even if you go. Instead, you'll harm yourself. Tian Nan, back down. Yang Yan said helplessly. Tian Lan's figure turned into a 9-colored butterfly and flew away. The scene was very beautiful. Tianzong, follow her. Yang Yan quickly said. Yes. Sect Master. Tianzong quickly flew up. Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. Gu Xingfeng brought Tianming and Jueyu back. They were currently in the main hall. Thanks to Sect Master Lu Li's idea, everything is going according to plan. It's just that there was an accident. Gu Xingfeng said respectfully. Tianming, do you still remember me? Spirit Emperor looked at the heavily injured Tianming and asked. Tianming's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, even if you turn into ashes, I'll still recognize you. Tianming struggled crazily, as if he wanted to rush up and tear Spirit Emperor to pieces. Unfortunately, the heavily injured Tianming couldn't break free from Gu Xingfeng's power. Spirit Emperor smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. After so many years, your strength has improved quite a bit. If you don't kill me, one day, I'll personally tear you to pieces. Tianming roared crazily. Tianming was very angry. It was unknown what kind of deep hatred he had with Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor, there's one more thing. Gu Xingfeng said. Let's hear it. Spirit Emperor looked at Gu Xingfeng. Gu Xingfeng said respectfully, Wind Shadow used teleportation. Tianming didn't hesitate to attack in order to save him. I'm guessing that Wind Shadow is most likely from the Dragon Gods, and his identity might not be simple. Wind Shadow used teleportation to escape. Yi Yongli has already sent people to chase after him. Oh? Dragon Gods? Interesting. Spirit Emperor's lips curled into a mysterious cold smile. The Dragon Gods have been hiding for many years. It seems that they can't stand the loneliness and want to make a comeback. Spirit Emperor smiled coldly and looked at Tianming. He said, Tianming, is that true? Tianming gritted his teeth and glared at Spirit Emperor fiercely. He didn't say anything. I heard that the Nameless Ghost Realm is a very special place. It's dark and gloomy all year round, like hell. I'm sure the Dragon Gods must have had a very happy time. Spirit Emperor sneered proudly. You'll die a horrible death. Tianming roared crazily. Ignorant and lowly human trash. You want to fight against Migrez? Wishful thinking. You should feel honored to be under Migrez's rule. Spirit Emperor said disdainfully. Honored? Haha. Tianming laughed disdainfully at the sky. He said, don't think too highly of yourself. Don't put your filthy faces in front of me again. I'm disgusted. It seems that the death of your wife and children has caused the anger that you've suppressed for many years to erupt. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Unfortunately, so many years have passed that I can't even remember. Spirit Emperor sneered. Shut up. Tianming roared. His bloodshot eyes stared at Spirit Emperor. He looked like he wanted to tear Spirit Emperor to pieces. Spirit Emperor sneered. Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one who killed them. It's you. I gave you a chance back then. You didn't cherish it. Roar. Tianming roared crazily. His bloodshot eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Bang. Spirit Emperor flashed over. With a muffled bang, he hit Tianming's head and knocked him out. The crystal should be in Ing Hun's hands. Gu Xingfeng, go to the Sky Shadow Pavilion and tell Ing Hun that if he wants to save them, he has to exchange the crystal. Also, tell Ing Hun that this is the value of Tianming's life, Spirit Emperor said coldly. Commander, we've searched the entire mysterious Dark Mountain, but we haven't found any trace of Feng Ying. We haven't found him either, not even a trace. One by one, the guards came back to report, but there was no news of Feng Wuchen. It was as if Feng Wuchen had disappeared into thin air. Yi Yongli's face was extremely gloomy. If he couldn't find Feng Wuchen, he didn't know how to explain it to the Moon God Palace Master, let alone Gu Xingfeng. Commander, we've been searching for Feng Ying for 3 days, but we haven't found him. Could he have escaped from the mysterious Dark Mountain? A guard guessed. Impossible. Yi Yongli said with certainty, he was hit by my palm and was seriously injured. He can't have escaped from the mysterious Dark Mountain with Mingyu. He must be hiding somewhere you can't find. However, Yi Yongli was too conceited. Feng Wuchen was hit by his palm, but it wasn't enough to seriously injure Feng Wuchen. Continue to search for him, don't let go of any corner. Yi Yongli shouted coldly. Yes. The guards were unwilling, but no one dared to disobey the order, so they could only helplessly search again. Sect Master Lu Li's expression was extremely dignified. So many people have searched the entire mysterious dark mountain, but we still haven't found him. Where can he hide? Sect Master Lu Li, instead of wasting time here, it's better to find him as soon as possible, Yi Yongli said indifferently. Yi Yongli, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Don't forget your own identity, you're just a commander of Moon God Palace, Lu Li sect master said coldly. As the sect master of Lu Li's sect, how could he let a commander step on his head? If we can't find Feng Ying, we can't explain it to anyone, Yi Yongli frowned. That's your problem, it has nothing to do with me, sect master Lu Li said expressionlessly and immediately left. That old bastard. Yi Yongli's face became ferocious and gloomy. Sect master Lu Li's strength wasn't weak, on par with Yi Yongli, otherwise, Yi Yongli would have already attacked. The commander's cultivation is so much higher than us, but he only knows how to rest and not look for him. He's making us tired. That's right. Feng Ying, even. Who asked him to be the commander? Several guards grumbled in a low voice. However, on a towering ancient tree beside them, a large number of 9-colored butterflies condensed into a beautiful figure. So Big Brother Feng hasn't been captured by them yet. No wonder they've been at the mysterious underworld mountain these past few days. That's great. Dozens of 9-colored butterflies flew in all directions. Who's there? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Tianlan hurriedly replied when she felt the aura of an expert. She could tell at a glance that it was the commander of the Moon God Palace. Yi Yongli was stunned when he saw Tianlan's appearance. He then smiled and said, "So it's a disciple of the celestial sect." "Miss, I'm sorry for scaring you." Tianlan was wearing a green dress. Her temperament was outstanding, and her appearance was stunning. She gave people the feeling that she was untainted by mud. She was very beautiful. The most eye-catching thing about her was her proud figure. No wonder Yi Yongli was stunned when he saw such a beauty. Tianlan smiled faintly and turned into a 9-colored butterfly and left. The celestial sect has such a beautiful woman. Yi Yongli stared blankly at the place where Tianlan disappeared. It was as if his soul had been taken away. After a few days of healing, Mingyu's injuries had recovered by 50%. Her pale face had regained some color. "I've recovered a lot. It's time for us to go back," Mingyu said and looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes and said, "You go back first. I plan to cultivate here. I hope to break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm as soon as possible." Break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm? Mingyu looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. It was as if the words "break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm" came out of Feng Wuchen's mouth. Before Mingyu broke through to the Heavenly Monarch realm, she had been in the late stage of the Heavenly King realm for a few years. Feng Wuchen had just arrived at the Sky Shadow Pavilion, and his cultivation had soared to the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. This made the assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion very envious. "Are you going to break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm?" Mingyu asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "Not yet. How can it be so easy to break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm? But I have a treasure, the purple gold spirit devouring stone. It can help heavenly monarchs increase their cultivation by 1 level. Purple gold spirit devouring stone? Mingyu's expression changed greatly. From Mingyu's shocked expression, she obviously knew how powerful the purple gold spirit devouring stone was. That's right. Feng Wuchen smiled and said. A few days ago, Feng Wuchen had already started to use the purple gold spirit devouring stone to cultivate, and his cultivation had improved a lot. But because Mingyu's injuries had healed, Feng Wuchen had to stop cultivating. Since that's the case, I won't disturb your cultivation. You must be careful. After being stunned for a moment, Mingyu said and immediately got up to leave. As soon as Mingyu left, Feng Wuchen's figure also disappeared. When he reappeared, Feng Wuchen was already on the 5th level of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Spirit Splitting Technique. Dozens of primordial spirit avatars condensed and frantically absorbed the pure energy on the 5th level. When each of his soul avatars had absorbed to their limits, Feng Wuchen instantly arrived at the 7th level with a single thought. He immediately entered a state of cultivation. Only by making perfect use of time like this could Feng Wuchen break through to the Heaven Monarch realm in the shortest time possible. Sky Shadow Pavilion. The Sun and Moon Lake, which was calm and filled with eerie killing intent, welcomed a special guest today. Swish. Swish. Swish, a few Heaven Monarch realm assassins flashed to the surface of the lake and intercepted the newcomer. Spirit Emperor Divine Palace's Supremacy, Gu Xingfeng. A Heaven Monarch expert frowned and recognized Gu Xingfeng at a glance. Swish, in the next second, the newcomer flashed past the Heaven Monarchs in the blink of an eye. His speed was so terrifying that it completely exceeded their reactions. In the blink of an eye, the newcomer was already at the entrance of Sky Shadow Pavilion's palace. You can't stop me. The newcomer said coldly, if it's Xu Feng, he might be able to. Spirit Emperor Divine Palace's Supremacy, Gu Xingfeng, requests to see Sky Shadow Pavilion's Pavilion Master. I have something important to discuss, Gu Xingfeng continued. His arrogant voice resounded throughout the entire Sky Shadow Pavilion. Ying Hun's voice sounded, and several Heavenly Monarch realm assassins retreated. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Sir Gu, please come in. Ying Hun's faint laughter came from the main hall. You're too polite. Gu Xingfeng was quite polite and entered the main hall. In the main hall, Ying Hun personally welcomed him, and he was the only one. Sir Gu, please sit. Ying Hun smiled and waved his hand, and a cup of tea flew over. The cup stopped half a meter away from Gu Xingfeng. He received the cup with one hand and said politely, Thank you, Master Ying Hun. Speaking of which, I haven't drunk your tea for many years. I really miss it. I haven't seen him for many years. This old fox's cultivation is getting more and more unfathomable. No wonder the Sky Shadow Pavilion is so arrogant in recent years and dares to fight against Tian Quan. Gu Xingfeng thought, but his expression didn't change. Gu Xingfeng's words seemed to be polite, but there was still a trace of arrogance. Sir Gu, why did you suddenly come here? Ying Hun asked directly, not beating around the bush. Gu Xingfeng took a sip of tea and said with a faint smile, I just want to discuss with you how to trade the crystal stone. I hope I didn't disturb your cultivation. Sir Gu is too polite. Ying Hun smiled. The conversation between the two was like an old friend who hadn't seen each other for a long time. There was no smell of gunpowder. However, this was just politeness. Old man has already heard the news from Mingyu. What does Sir Gu want to trade? Ying Hun continued to ask. Ying Hun already knew what happened. When Mingyu was healing, she had already sent the news back to the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Ying Hun's words made Sir Gu frown, but he immediately relaxed and said, The news from Mingyu? Yi Yongli and the others haven't caught Feng Ying yet? Anyway is fine. I trust the Shadow Spirit Pavilion Master. Gu Xingfeng said with a faint smile. Ying Hun nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, Since that is the case, I will have to trouble Venerable Gu to not harm the lives of Feng Ying, Tian Ming, and Zhuai Yu. Old man will naturally send someone to deliver the crystal to Spirit Emperor Divine Hall. Hearing this, Gu Xingfeng frowned again. Kazakage saved Mingyue, they are clearly together. Could it be that Kazakage has already been captured? No, if the Wind Shadow had been captured, Yi Yongli would have immediately reported to this sage. Humph, Ying Hun, that old fox, playing the fool. Master of the Shadow Spirit Pavilion, I'm really curious. What is the identity of Kazakage? The teleportation of the dragon gods was rarely used, but it appeared on Kazakage. Did this mean that Kazakage was a member of the dragon gods? But what I find strange is that Kazakage doesn't have the aura of the dragon gods, Gu Xingfeng said with a smile. Gu Xingfeng didn't believe that any random Sky Shadow Pavilion assassin could cultivate the dragon god's teleportation. Old man doesn't know much about Kazakage. Sage Gu, you have to ask him yourself, Ying Hun said with a smile. Cunning old fox. Gu Xingfeng cursed in his heart. But the more Ying Hun didn't say, the more curious Gu Xingfeng was, and the more he felt that his guess was correct. I hope Master of the Shadow Spirit Pavilion can be quick. Tian Ming and the others have limited time. Goodbye, Gu Xingfeng said with a smile, then got up and left. Forgive me for not seeing you off, Ying Hun said with a smile. With Ying Hun's strength, he didn't put Gu Xingfeng in his eyes. Not long after Gu Xingfeng left, a Sky Leader assassin appeared. Pavilion Master, this person's eyes are very deep and cold. He seems arrogant, but he seems to be hiding something. This person can't be left alive. His name is also on the bounty mission, the Sky Leader assassin said. Don't make a move for now. Now is not the time. Ying Hun waved his hand. On a towering mountain peak, a large number of 9-colored butterflies condensed into a beautiful figure. It was Tianlan. That's strange. The 9-colored butterflies scent was clearly here. Why did the scent disappear? I don't see Big Brother Feng either, Tianlan muttered to herself. Her beautiful eyes looked around, but it was empty. Big Brother Feng, I'm Tianlan. Where are you? Tianlan was sure that Feng Wuchen was here, and immediately shouted. Tianlan? Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, opened his eyes slightly and said in surprise, Tianlan? Why is she here? How did she know I was here? Other than Mingyu, no one knew where Feng Wuchen was. But a female disciple of the celestial sect had accurately found him. Tianlan, why are you here? The space wriggled slightly, and Feng Wuchen's figure appeared out of thin air. Big Brother Feng, this is great. I knew you were here. I finally found Big Brother Feng. It's good that you're fine. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Tianlan was overjoyed. A cute and sweet smile appeared on her face. Feng Wuchen asked curiously, how did you know I was here? It's the 9-colored butterfly. Tianlan condensed a 9-colored butterfly in her hand and smiled. It can track Big Brother Feng's scent. I found it from the mysterious underworld mountain. Track my scent? I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Big Brother Feng, I heard from the sect leader that you were injured. Are you better now? Tianlan asked with concern. I've already recovered. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Looking at the innocent and kind Tianlan, Feng Wuchen asked, you know my identity. Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. Big Brother Feng is a good person. Moreover, he passed down such a precious pill refining essence to me. Big Brother Feng is my master. Tianlan answered without hesitation, and was very serious. Master? Feng Wuchen looked at Tianlan in surprise. Yes, Big Brother Feng passed down such a precious treasure to me. I heard from the Great Elder that it was the pill refining insights of a divine great alchemist. Of course, I'm my master. Tianlan nodded seriously. Her expression made Feng Wuchen not know whether to laugh or cry. Tianzong, come out. Stop hiding. Feng Wuchen suddenly said, looking at the towering ancient tree not far to the left. Senior brother Tianzong? Tianlan turned her head in surprise. That. I was ordered by the sect leader to protect junior sister. Brother Feng, I didn't mean anything else. Tianzong hurriedly explained, afraid that Feng Wuchen would misunderstand, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing Tianzong's frightened look, Feng Wuchen felt helpless. Tianzong, quickly bring Tianlan back. It's too dangerous here. The people from the Moon God Palace and the Luli sect will find us at any time. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Big Brother Feng, come with us. Tianlan hurriedly said. She was worried that Feng Wuchen would be in danger if he stayed here. Even you can't find me, let alone them. Quickly go back. Feng Wuchen said. Junior sister, Feng. Brother Feng is right. Let's go back first. It's too dangerous here. Tianzong nodded in agreement. Tianlan felt that Feng Wuchen was looking down on her. She felt wronged. She pouted, and tears were about to fall. So Big Brother Feng wants to break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. Don't worry, Big Brother Feng, senior brother, and I won't disturb you. Hearing that Feng Wuchen wanted to break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm, Tianlan found an excuse to stay. She even pulled Tianzong to the side, as if she didn't want to disturb Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Seeing Tianlan like this, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Tianlan's actions. Feng Wuchen originally thought that Tianlan would obediently go back, but he didn't expect that she would have the chance to stay. I've been looking for a few days and still haven't found it. I'm done. Leave if you want. The commander is really crazy. Let's take a good rest while the commander isn't paying attention. Hey, look, isn't that? Just as Feng Wuchen was looking at Tianlan in shock, Feng Wuchen suddenly felt someone approaching. But when he turned around, he saw 5 people staring at him in shock. Wind Shadow. The moment Feng Wuchen turned around, the 5 people exclaimed in shock. Moon God Palace Guards. Feng Wuchen's expression changed. Oh no. We've been discovered. Tianzong and Tianlan's expressions changed. Instant transmission. Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate. He took out his dagger and instantly activated his creation god power. With a thought, he used instant transmission. Commander. Sensing Feng Wuchen's attack, one of the guards shouted in horror. Chi chi chi. However, Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. Rays of cold light flashed, and the 5 Heavenly King stage guards were instantly killed by a sword strike. His frightening speed and ruthless killing methods scared Sky Mist and Tianzong out of their wits. It was the first time they saw such a fierce and fast killing. He didn't give his opponent any chance. There's an energy reaction. And this voice. In the Xianming Mountain, Yi Yongli felt a powerful energy reaction, and at the same time, he heard a shout. It's Wind Shadow. Yi Yongli quickly reacted and shouted, everyone, listen up. Immediately seal the mountain in front. Swish. Swish. A large group of guards soared into the sky from the mysterious underworld mountain and flew towards the mountain peak where Feng Wuchen was. Yi Yongli and a few other heaven monarchs arrived at a terrifying speed. Their terrifying auras shrouded the mountain peak. Kazakage. You can't run away. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Yi Yongli's cold voice sounded. This floating mountain wasn't as large as the mysterious underworld mountain, and it could be said that it could be seen at a glance. Not good. If they were to see the people from Celestial Sect would definitely be implicated and the consequences would be unimaginable. It's too late to leave now. Sensing the movement of the mysterious underworld mountain, Feng Wuchen's expression changed again. He hurriedly said, Tianzong, Tianlan, quickly enter my pagoda. Feng Wuchen hurriedly rushed over. With a wave of his hand, the 2 of them were sent into the first floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Swish. Swish. At that moment, Yi Yongli and the other heaven monarchs had already appeared. Behind them, a large group of Luli Sect and Moon God Palace guards flew over and completely surrounded the mountain peak. It's really Wind Shadow. Stinking brat. Let's see where you can run to this time. A few heaven monarchs scolded angrily. Their faces were extremely ferocious. Feng Wuchen was dressed as an assassin and wore a black mask. His face could not be seen, but his pitch-black eyes were emitting cold killing intent. It was terrifying. Yi Yongli looked at the mysterious underworld mountain and then looked at Feng Wuchen. He sneered and said, so it's instant shift. This commander had forgotten about this. But you are really stupid. You had the chance to escape, but you actually stayed here to wait for death. Wind Shadow, you can't escape today. Be obedient and let us capture you so that you can avoid physical pain. A heaven monarch shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen said coldly, give it a try if you have the ability. Thinking about how Mingyu and Zhuiyue were injured and how he didn't know whether Tianming and Zhuiyue were dead or alive, Feng Wuchen's anger instantly burst out. A monstrous killing intent swept across the sky. Feng Wuchen would never back down this time. Buzz. A vast aura suddenly burst out from Feng Wuchen's body. The Heaven Dao Divine Power and the 3rd stage of the Supreme Body were activated at the same time. The Qilin Battle Armor and the Dragon God Boxing Glove were activated at the same time. Feng Wuchen's strength soared at a terrifying speed. The void within a radius of a few hundred meters shook violently, and the mountain shook violently. The terrifying increase stunned Yi Yongli, the heaven monarchs, and the thousands of guards. Feng Wuchen's aura had completely stepped into the early stage of the heaven monarch realm. Gulp, the thousands of guards swallowed their saliva in horror. Their faces were full of fear as if they were looking at a monster. Feng Ying's strength is not simple. Don't be careless. Yi Yongli frowned. He didn't dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen's strength. Feng Wuchen could kill the Luli sect's Grand Elder, which meant that he had the combat strength of a heaven monarch. Pa! Feng Wuchen suddenly put his palms together. A domineering force crazily gathered, and the storm-like airwaves were extremely terrifying. Gates of hell! Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. His aura was monstrous. Above the void, a huge blood-red gate appeared out of nowhere. The two gates were engraved with bloody skulls, which emitted an extremely terrifying aura. What? What is that? Seeing the terrifying skeletal door, everyone was scared out of their wits. Death Qi. Yi Yongli was shocked. The aura that was emitted from the gates of hell was the Death Qi. The terrifying Death Qi scared everyone out of their wits. All of you will die. Feng Wuchen roared fiercely. Gates of hell! Open! The huge and bloody gates of hell slowly opened inwards. Inside the gates of hell, there was a sea of blood, and a terrifying Death Qi swept out. Along with the terrifying aura of death, an extremely terrifying devouring force followed. The terrifying devouring force crazily swallowed the guards in all directions. No one could resist it. The guards screamed in fear and despair. All the cultivators that were swallowed instantly turned into ashes. The devouring speed of the gates of hell was terrifying. A large number of cultivators were swallowed one after another. In just a few seconds, more than 1,000 people were swallowed. Retreat! Yi Yongli roared in horror. Want to leave? It's too late. Feng Wuchen roared. His hands formed a seal again. Swish swish swish. Dense bloody hands shot out at an extremely terrifying speed. With a strong sonic boom, they didn't give the guards any chance to react. They crazily grabbed the guards and pulled them back to the gates of hell. In front of the gates of hell, they had no chance to survive. They didn't even have the chance to escape. The guards of Luli Sect and Moon God Palace were terrified. The power of time was activated. Feng Wuchen held the dagger in his hand and roared. He was aggressive and murderous. All of you will die. Feng Wuchen roared. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. Wherever the power of time passed, the movement of the guards was slowed down by dozens of times. Facing the furious Feng Wuchen, no one could avoid the fate of having their throats slit. TSK, TSK, TSK. After the crazy massacre, Feng Wuchen's body was covered with the blood of the enemies. His black eyes were replaced by blood red. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was like a murderous demon from hell. The bloody hands that flew out of the gate of hell were still crazily killing the guards. In just a few minutes, more than 2,000 guards were killed by Feng Wuchen. The death toll was increasing at a terrifying speed. Yi Yongli and the other heaven monarchs were trembling with fear. Even they were afraid of such a horrifying massacre. Of course, Yi Yongli was only shocked by Feng Wuchen's ruthless methods. It was not enough to make him feel fear. Yi Yongli's cold eyes stared at Feng Wuchen, who was in the middle of the massacre. His face was completely hideous. He squinted his eyes and said fiercely, Feng Ying. Your arrogance ends here. Buzz, buzz, the power of a middle-stage heaven monarch burst out in anger. Terrifying airwaves swept out like a storm. The violent and vigorous power shook the void. The towering mountain collapsed, and countless rocks fell down. Boom, buzz, buzz, Yi Yongli suddenly burst out and rushed towards the gate of hell without any fear. He directly blasted a huge palm print on the gate of hell. The terrifying power directly destroyed the gate of hell. Cripple this brat. Yi Yongli shouted coldly. 3 early-stage heaven monarchs immediately attacked. Waves of terrifying power burst out. The 3 heaven monarchs fiercely rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Their aura was so shocking that it was almost suffocating. You are courting death. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily, his killing intent soaring. When the first heaven monarch expert got close to Feng Wuchen, his face suddenly changed. He felt that his body had become very strange. Suddenly, he became very slow. What is going on? The heaven monarch expert was shocked. He had never encountered such a strange situation. Chi. But in that instant, a cold light flashed by, and a bloody wound appeared on the neck of the Heaven Monarch expert. Blood spurted out, and he died on the spot. An early-stage Heaven Monarch expert was actually instantly killed by a late-stage Heavenly King. How is this possible? Yi Yongli's eyes widened in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Old Zhong. The other two heavenly lords were so frightened that they immediately stopped. The remaining 1,000 or so guards were scared out of their wits. They had never heard of a late-stage Heavenly King killing a Heavenly Monarch. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. You have to die, too. Feng Wuchen yelled angrily as he charged towards the other two Heaven Monarchs ruthlessly. The furious Feng Wuchen was undoubtedly venting the anger in his heart at this moment. Only by killing the enemy could his anger be quelled. Stinking brat! Don't be so arrogant. A Heaven Monarch gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. However, the moment he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically as he realized that his body had suddenly slowed down to the point where it was difficult for him to move. Chi! A cold light flashed past, and the Heaven Monarch's expression froze. Blood spurted out from his neck as his body fell down. This is... The Heaven Monarch's eyes dimmed as his aura gradually dissipated. Oldly, how can a late-stage Heavenly King have such terrifying power? The other Heaven Monarch was extremely frightened. His body trembled and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Swish! In the next second, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Heaven Monarch. The Heaven Monarch was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. Feng Wuchen was wearing a mask. Otherwise, if he saw Feng Wuchen's terrifying face, he would be even more terrified. What's going on? I can't move my body. No. I can move. But why? The Heaven Monarch was extremely terrified. He felt his body moving slowly, but he couldn't understand what was going on. Chi! Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate to attack. The dagger pierced into the Heaven Monarch's heart, and blood gushed out. What kind of power is this? The Heaven Monarch looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. Go to hell and ask the King of Hell. Feng Wuchen said coldly, without any human emotions. In less than a minute, the three early-stage Heaven Monarchs were mercilessly killed by Feng Wuchen. Too terrifying. 3 Heaven Monarch experts were killed by him in the blink of an eye. Devil. He's simply a devil. Let's run for our lives. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. The remaining guards were extremely terrified. No one dared to believe the shocking scene that they saw. The guards couldn't wait to run for their lives, but they realized that they couldn't control their bodies at all. Run! Run! The guards ran for their lives in fear and forced their immobile bodies to move. They could feel the aura of death from Feng Wuchen. They didn't want to stay behind. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to leave when they wanted to. Feng Ying's power is very unusual. It seems to be able to restrict the opponent's speed and make them unable to resist. Yi Yongli frowned. He could see some clues from the battle just now. Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Yongli fiercely. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. Yi Yongli couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. What a terrifying gaze. Yi Yongli frowned. Instant movement. With a thought, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared mysteriously. When he appeared again, he was already behind Yi Yongli. It's instant movement. Yi Yongli was shocked. Heaven Essence Protection. Yi Yongli shouted instinctively and condensed a powerful energy shield. Boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen's fist landed on the purple energy shield. With a loud boom, a tyrannical power swept out. Unfortunately, it couldn't break through Yi Yongli's energy shield. Although I don't know what kind of power you have, you can forget about trapping this commander. Break! Feeling that there was a tyrannical power trying to restrict his freedom, Yi Yongli suddenly exploded with a terrifying power, forcibly breaking through the power of time. Boom! With a loud boom, the power of time was instantly dispersed. At the same time, Feng Wuchen was sent flying. Humph! Don't think that you can deal with this commander just because you killed a few pieces of trash. Yi Yongli said fiercely. After breaking through the power of time, Yi Yongli couldn't help but feel relieved. At least Feng Wuchen's strange power couldn't restrict his movements. He used instant transmission again. Feng Wuchen dodged and pulled away. At the same time, he activated his black fire. A bone-chilling aura swept out. Everywhere it passed, space froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is fire? Yi Yongli looked at the black flame in astonishment. He wasn't sure if it was fire or not. The black flame terrified Yi Yongli. What kind of flame is this? It's making me feel uneasy. Yi Yongli's heart was filled with uneasiness. His face was grave and horrified. Swish! Boom! Yi Yongli suddenly waved his hand, and a terrifying force was shot out. It fiercely hit the wall of black flames, but it couldn't even shake the wall of black flames. This flame can devour energy. Yi Yongli's expression changed. He was stunned on the spot. The moment the terrifying force hit the black flames, the overbearing devouring power of the black flames instantly devoured more than half of Yi Yongli's energy. The remaining energy was not enough to break through the wall of flames. Not good. It's devouring my energy. A moment later, Yi Yongli's expression changed again. Yi Yongli felt the energy in his body was quickly draining away. The feeling of being devoured made him even more panicked. Wind Shadow, what kind of flame is this? Yi Yongli asked angrily. He was beginning to panic. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in the sea of flames like a ghost. The terrifying black flames were getting more and more terrifying. It was bone-chilling. If this continues, I will definitely be devoured by the black flames. I have to get out as soon as possible. Yi Yongli thought to himself. The speed of the black flames devouring was too terrifying. Yi Yongli didn't have the slightest hesitation. Wind Shadow, do you really think you can trap me? Yi Yongli said fiercely. He circulated his heaven origin with all his strength, and an extremely violent force burst out. Immortal Art. Green Lotus Ghost Soul Spear. Yi Yongli suddenly shouted. The terrifying force condensed into a purple energy spear. It was suffocating. Don't even think about escaping. Feng Wuchen's extremely cold voice sounded. Soul Extinguishing Sword Art. Extinguishing Soul Crying Ghost God. Feng Wuchen shouted. Then, an extremely domineering golden sword light shot out with an unstoppable force. The attack was fierce and overbearing. The power of Feng Wuchen's sword light had reached the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Good. I can borrow your strength to break your flame. Yi Yongli shouted. He glanced at Feng Wuchen fiercely. He immediately waved his hand, and a purple energy spear burst out. Devour. Feng Wuchen's loud shout resounded once again, and the black fire suddenly became violent, crazily swallowing the power of the purple energy spear. The aura of the energy spear was rapidly weakening, and Yi Yongli's strength was also being devoured. How is this possible? Yi Yongli's expression changed. Rumble. Pu-pu. In the blink of an eye, the tyrannical sword light collided with the violent energy spear, exploding upon impact. The energy ripples spread out mercilessly, causing Feng Wuchen and Yi Yongli to spit out blood at the same time. Bastard! Yi Yongli cursed. Most of the Tian Yuan in his body had already been devoured, and the power of the energy spear had been greatly weakened. Under this collision, Yi Yongli was unable to withstand the terrifying energy ripples. At the moment of the explosion, the energy ripples broke through the sea of flames. Yi Yongli wanted to take this opportunity to escape. Swish, but at this moment, an intense and ear-piercing sonic boom was heard, like golden lightning. This is a divine artifact. Yi Yongli looked back and was shocked. This was Feng Wuchen's Dragon God Sword. Yi Yongli forcefully stabilized his body, and instinctively dodged the Dragon God Sword. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen shouted again, and took out another divine artifact. The pagoda emitted a bright golden light, and instantly expanded by tens of feet. The golden array enveloped Yi Yongli's body, and a tyrannical suppressive force pressed down on him. What? Yi Yongli was shocked, and felt like he was being crushed by Mount Tai. Another divine artifact. He actually has 4 divine artifacts. This damned pagoda has the ability to suppress cultivation. Yi Yongli was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that a mere Heavenly King Realm assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion had so many divine artifacts. Not to mention 4, even one divine artifact was enough to shock him. Today is the day you die. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded like it came from hell, and it made one's hair stand on end. Hearing this, Yi Yongli's face turned ferocious. He glared at Feng Wuchen and said fiercely, "Don't forget that you are only at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. Don't be so arrogant in front of this commander. Don't forget that half of your strength has been devoured. With the divine artifact suppressing you, your strength is at most at the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm." Feng Wuchen replied coldly. "This commander is not a good-for-nothing like those useless people. Your broken pagoda can't suppress this commander's cultivation." Yi Yongli shouted angrily, and his face was extremely ferocious. Boom! Yi Yongli rushed towards Feng Wuchen with a loud roar, and his speed was extremely terrifying. Swish! Feng Wuchen's hand gestures changed, and suddenly, there was a loud and ear-piercing sound. The Dragon God sword once again shot towards Yi Yongli like lightning, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. It contained an extremely domineering power and majestic aura. What? Yi Yongli sensed it, and his face changed greatly. He immediately dodged in an extremely shocking manner. Swish, boom, the moment Yi Yongli dodged, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared and punched Yi Yongli's chest. With a loud bang, the domineering heavenly Tao divine power sent Yi Yongli flying. Bastard! Yi Yongli cursed in his heart. He felt a dangerous aura, but he couldn't dodge in time. The Dragon God sword was used to distract Yi Yongli. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the Dragon God sword flew towards him. Feng Wuchen held the Dragon God sword tightly and shot out. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish! 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 Feng Wuchen's body turned into a flash of golden light. His speed was extremely terrifying, and a large number of afterimages were condensed in the air. It was dazzling. Immortal art. 10,000 elemental barrier. Sensing the approaching danger, Yi Yongli hurriedly shouted and condensed a powerful purple barrier to protect himself. Ding! Buzz! Buzz! Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash, and the Dragon God sword fiercely slashed at the purple barrier. The terrifying collision force spread out crazily, and the purple barrier blocked Feng Wuchen's attack. How is it? This commander's strength is not as weak as you think. Yi Yongli sneered proudly. Is that so? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then he shouted, "Soul-extinguishing sword art! Soul-extinguishing slash the heavens!" The Dragon God sword suddenly exploded with an extremely domineering and terrifying sword energy. The Dragon God sword burst out with a dazzling golden light, and a monstrous aura swept out. How is this possible? What kind of sword art is this? Yi Yongli's heart trembled, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Boom, kacha, poof. An extremely domineering sword energy exploded, and with a deafening explosion, the purple barrier was instantly shattered. Yi Yongli spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball. A mere late Heavenly King Realm cultivator can't possibly be this powerful. Yi Yongli thought to himself in fear. Being injured by Feng Wuchen in a single strike had made him even more panicked. Yi Yongli glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen as he gritted his teeth. His face was hideous. I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Yi Yongli roared, his killing intent soaring. Buzz buzz. The terrifying energy surged once again. Yi Yongli formed a seal with both hands, gathering the surging energy. Waves of energy formed a storm. I don't believe this. Yi Yongli said fiercely. His appearance was extremely frightening. Grey cloud fall. Yi Yongli took out his spiritual weapon, and his aura surged. Celestial art. Tai heaven and earth slash. Yi Yongli roared. Terrifying energy gathered in his right arm, and he swung it out mercilessly. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! 1,000 zhang long purple energy slash shot out, and a sonic boom resounded in all directions. The terrifying energy slash was fierce, and wherever it passed, the void shook violently. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Soul-extinguishing sky slash. Feng Wuchen used the second move of the soul-extinguishing sword art again. The dragon god sword swept out, carrying with it the power to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. Boom boom boom. Puff puff. The two terrifying forces collided once again, and at the same time an earth-shattering explosion rang out, and at the same time the explosive energy ripples rolled out without restraint, shaking the two of them so much that they spat out blood. Buzz buzz. Wherever the terrifying energy ripples passed, the void within a radius of 10,000 feet trembled. Yi Yongli, who had taken out his spiritual weapon, was much stronger. "Let's see how long you can last," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Regeneration divine art." As soon as he shouted, Feng Wuchen's injuries healed at a terrifying speed. What? How is this possible? His injuries are healed. Yi Yongli was dumbfounded. His whole body stiffened, and his heart was filled with shock. After the fierce collision, Feng Wuchen's injuries were also serious, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. Immortal art. Heaven-burning dragon divine fist. The dragon god sword stabbed into the void. Feng Wuchen condensed a terrifying power in his hands. Finally, with a loud shout, he punched towards Yi Yongli. An extremely terrifying black energy fist shot out with the power to destroy heaven and earth, causing everyone to be extremely terrified. Damn it! Yi Yongli gritted his teeth. His pale face was extremely ferocious. Yi Yongli could feel the terrifying power of this punch. His heart was filled with anger and panic. Immortal art. Ice spirit profound shield. Yi Yongli's injuries were not light. If he continued to fight, he would not be able to defeat Feng Wuchen, so he could only defend. However, Yi Yongli found it hard to believe that his defense couldn't even withstand a single blow. Boom. Crack. The tyrannical and terrifying energy fist arrived in the blink of an eye and slammed into the huge energy shield. With a loud explosion, the energy shield instantly shattered. This is impossible. Yi Yongli's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't believe that such a strong defense couldn't withstand Feng Wuchen's punch. Boom, poof, the moment the energy shield broke, the tyrannical fist landed on Yi Yongli's body. Once again, Yi Yongli spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot out like a cannonball. The heaven-burning dragon divine fist's power was far above the immortal art. Its terrifying power had already injured Yi Yongli. Humph. Can't hold on anymore? Feng Wuchen said coldly. At the same time, his right hand had already grasped the dragon god sword. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Feng Wuchen once again used his powerful movement technique. With the dragon god sword in his hand, he shot out as fast as lightning. Yi Yongli. Go to hell. Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash. With a roar, he punched Yi Yongli's chest again. The tyrannical power once again sent Yi Yongli flying. Swish, boom, Yi Yongli's heavily injured body turned into a black line and slammed into a towering mountain in the distance. A huge crater appeared on the mountain, and it was filled with cracks. The impact caused the entire mountain to shake. Swish, Feng Wuchen's body flashed. His speed was so fast that no one could detect him. Not good. Yi Yongli's heart was filled with fear. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, Feng Wuchen shot out like lightning. The dragon god sword pierced Yi Yongli's heart. Yi Yongli's expression changed. The tyrannical power carried Yi Yongli through one mountain after another. Finally, he landed halfway on another mountain. Yi Yongli's entire body had sunk into the mountain. Yi Yongli was heavily injured. There was no way he could dodge Feng Wuchen's sword. This is impossible, this commander, how could I lose to a heavenly king? Late stage? Yi Yongli was filled with fear and despair. Don't think too highly of yourself. Your strength is only so. Go and see King Yama. Feng Wuchen slowly pulled out the dragon god sword. Feng Wuchen's sword pierced Yi Yongli's heart. Yi Yongli was dead. The commander of the moon god palace, Yi Yongli, was a mid-stage heavenly monarch. He was very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that Feng Wuchen had a divine artifact, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yi Yongli. It could be said that Feng Wuchen had won this battle with his wits. First, he used the black fire to swallow Yi Yongli's strength, weakening him. Then, he used the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to suppress him. Finally, he used his ultimate move to kill Yi Yongli. In this bitter battle, Feng Wuchen had used up everything he had. Although it wasn't a glorious victory, Feng Wuchen could still be proud of being able to fight someone who was a whole realm above him. Let the people of the Moon God Palace come and collect your corpse, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His pale face curved into a cold smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and stored all the divine artifacts into his body. Feng Wuchen had also used up more than half of his strength. His face was extremely pale. If we really fight, a mid-stage heavenly monarch is no match for me, a late-stage heavenly king, Feng Wuchen said to himself with a cold smile. And the Luli sect. When I break through to the heavenly monarch realm, it will be the day of your destruction, Feng Wuchen said fiercely. His eyes flashed with a murderous aura. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen took Yi Yongli's storage ring and left. With so many guards escaping, the news must have spread like wildfire. Feng Wuchen had to find another safe place to cultivate. Palace Master. Something happened. Something big happened. In the main hall of the Moon God Palace, a guard rushed into the hall to report. Xianxia frowned and asked, "What happened?" Reporting to Palace Master, Feng Ying killed many of our guards. 3 early-stage heavenly monarchs were killed by Feng Ying in one move. Now, only the chief commander is fighting with Feng Ying, the guard said with fear. What? The moment he heard this, Xianxia's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and asked in disbelief, "He killed 3 early-stage heavenly monarchs in one move?" Xianxia and the other elders were dumbfounded. Congratulations to young mistress for breaking through to the heaven monarch realm. In a majestic palace in the Moon God Palace, several maids knelt down respectfully. A powerful aura swept out from the palace with a majestic aura. This aura belonged to the young mistress of the Moon God Palace, Qiyu. Qiyu had successfully broken through to the heaven monarch realm. Young mistress has broken through to the heaven monarch realm. She is indeed a genius of the Moon God Palace. Incredible. Such a powerful aura. Young mistress has broken through. Quickly report to the palace lord. Congratulations to young mistress for breaking through to the heaven monarch realm. The guards of the Moon God Palace were excited. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. With my current strength, it is definitely not a problem to deal with Feng Ying. Qiyu slowly walked out of the palace with a proud smile on her charming face. She had a superior attitude. Did you catch Feng Ying? Outside the palace, Qiyu asked a guard. Young mistress, the leader has just returned and is reporting to the palace lord in the main hall. There should be news, the guard reported respectfully with a trace of fear. Everyone in the Moon God Palace knew Qiyu's temperament and was extremely fearful of her. Very good. I want to fight with him again. I want to cripple him personally, Qiyu said fiercely. Her beautiful eyes flickered with murderous aura. Feeling Qiyu's murderous aura, the guards were terrified. They were afraid Qiyu would vent her anger on them. Fortunately, Qiyu didn't flip out. Instead, she walked towards the main palace. The guards were relieved. When Qiyu just entered the main hall, she happened to hear the guard leader's report. Instantly killed 3 early-stage heaven monarch realm experts? Qiyu couldn't help but be surprised. She immediately asked curiously, "Father, what do you mean by instantly killing 3 heaven monarchs? Who are you talking about?" Feng Ying. Xianxia frowned. What? He can instantly kill 3 early-stage heaven monarchs? Qiyu's charming face changed. She was extremely shocked. Qiyu originally thought that after breaking through to the heaven monarch realm, she could crush Feng Wuchen and vent her anger. She didn't expect Feng Wuchen to instantly kill 3 heaven monarch realm experts. He also broke through to the heaven monarch realm? Qiyu quickly asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Not yet. He's still in the late stage of the heavenly king realm." Late heavenly king stage. Qiyu's beautiful face changed again, and her heart trembled. Seeing this, she stiffened and said, "How is this possible? He is only at the late stage of the Heavenly King stage, how can he have such terrifying power? A late-stage Heavenly King realm martial artist instantly killed 3 early-stage Heaven Monarchs. What kind of terrifying strength was that? Xiyu had just broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm, but she didn't dare to say that she could instantly kill 3 Heaven Monarchs. Xiyu truly didn't know where Feng Wuchen got such terrifying strength from. Xiao Qingshan said solemnly, Wind Shadow's strength is indeed not simple. Even in the entire Heaven realm, there isn't a second person who possesses such powerful combat strength at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. A late-stage Heavenly King realm expert killing a Heaven Monarch expert was already a heaven-defying existence, let alone killing 3 Heaven Monarchs in an instant. Yi Yongli might not be able to capture Wind Shadow and immediately head to Mysterious Underworld Mountain. Xiao Qingshan frowned, feeling somewhat worried. However, when they arrived at the mountain peaks near the Mysterious Underworld Mountain, the battle had already ended. Were they all killed by Wind Shadow? Seeing the large number of corpses on the mountain peak, Chiyu's face was filled with shock. Yes, they were all killed by Wind Shadow. At that time, he used a terrifying technique that swallowed many people. We lost 4,000 people, and only a little more than 1,000 survived. One of the guards said in horror. Recalling the terrifying scene at that time, the guard was still trembling with fear. Xiao Qingshan's face was extremely ugly. There were so many corpses, and many of them were Moon God Palace guards. The battle is over, but the great commander hasn't returned to Moon God Palace. Could something have happened? One of the elders frowned and seemed to be worried. Another elder said, such an intense battle, it seems to be a battle between Wind Shadow and Yi Yongli. But when they followed the traces of the battle, they saw a familiar figure in the middle of a giant stone mountain peak not far away. Palace Master, it's the great commander. The guard leader suddenly exclaimed, and his eyes widened in horror, the great commander is dead. The great commander? Xiao Qingshan and the 3 elders' expressions changed greatly, and they immediately rushed over. That's impossible. Wind Shadow can't kill the great commander. Qiyu was dumbfounded, and his heart was filled with horror and disbelief. Yi Yongli was at the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, and his strength was so strong that an early-stage Heaven Monarch couldn't defeat him. Yi Yongli's death was too horrible to look at. His heart was pierced, and his entire body was buried in the giant stone, covered in blood. Preposterous. How dare you kill the great commander of Moon God Palace? Wind Shadow. This palace will never forgive you. Xiao Qingshan was furious and suddenly roared. His face was filled with blue veins, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Wind Shadow is just at the late stage of the Heaven King realm. Even if he can kill an early-stage Heaven Monarch, it is impossible for him to kill the great commander. I'm afraid it was done by other assassins of Sky Shadow Pavilion. An elder frowned and guessed. He would rather believe that it was other assassins than Wind Shadow. If it was really Wind Shadow who killed Yi Yongli, it was too terrifying. What kind of concept was a late-stage Heaven King realm killing a middle-stage Heaven Monarch? How terrifying was that, no one could imagine. Pass down this palace's order. Capture Wind Shadow with all your might. Whoever can capture Wind Shadow will be rewarded with 50 million Heaven Spirit Stones. Xiao Qingshan shouted angrily. So many guards of Moon God Palace had died, and Xiao Qingshan was already furious. Now that even Yi Yongli was killed, Xiao Qingshan's anger finally exploded. 50 million Heaven Spirit Stones was enough to make countless cultivators go crazy. After the news spread, the spirit capital was in an uproar, and there was a huge wave of people chasing after Wind Shadow. On the first floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen appeared out of thin air. Big brother Feng, are you alright? Tianlan quickly asked, her pretty face filled with worry. Feng Wuchen was not injured at all. No, it should be said that he had recovered completely. It was just that he was covered in blood. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Brother Feng, what's the situation outside? Tianzong asked. It's fine. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. That's good. Tianzong let out a sigh of relief. Tianzong and Tianlan did not know the situation outside. Otherwise, their jaws would have dropped. Big brother Feng, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me, Big Brother Feng wouldn't have been discovered by Moon God Palace and Luli sect. Tianlan blamed herself and lowered her head, not daring to look at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It's okay. Don't blame yourself. But it's still very dangerous now. Moon God Palace's experts will catch up at any time. If Moon God Palace knows that Celestial Sect's disciples are with me, Celestial Sect will definitely be implicated. The consequences will be very serious. So, you must go back immediately. Brother Feng is right. If we stay, we will be a burden to him. Tianzong said. After Sky Mist and Tianzong left, Feng Wuchen immediately entered a state of cultivation. A few days later, as Feng Wuchen began to cultivate, the news began to spread like wildfire. In just a few days, the entire spirit capital was abuzz with the news. Luli sect was in shock and fear, and all the forces in spirit capital were shocked. Moon God Palace and Luli sect had nearly 4,000 guards, including Yi Yongli and 3 heavenly monarchs. It was a powerful lineup. However, such a lineup was slaughtered by an assassin named Feng Ying. 3 heavenly monarchs were killed in seconds, thousands of guards died, and more than 1,000 guards fled in fear. Is the late-stage heavenly king realm really so terrifying? 3 heavenly monarchs were killed in seconds. I can't believe it. It's impossible. Late-stage heavenly king realm experts don't have this strength. Feng Ying killed the great elder of Luli sect, which means he already has the strength of a heavenly monarch. Now, he has killed so many people. No wonder he's an assassin of Sky Shadow Pavilion. Moon God Palace's great commander Yi Yongli was also killed. I'm afraid it's only Feng Ying. All the forces in Spirit Capital and countless cultivators were shocked. After all, Feng Ying was only at the late-stage Heavenly King realm. What made them even more terrified was that Yi Yongli's death seemed to be Feng Wuchen's. A late-stage Heavenly King realm expert killed a mid-stage Heavenly Monarch. They were shocked speechless. No matter where they went, they would hear about Feng Ying's massacre. Feng Ying's massacre instantly made Feng Wuchen the headlines of Spirit Capital. Feng Ying's fame shook the entire Spirit Capital, and he became one of the most famous assassins. Feng Ying was the most terrifying Heavenly King realm assassin of Sky Shadow Pavilion. However, the reward of 50 million Heaven Spirit Stones from Moon God Palace was enough to tempt many powerful cultivators. At the same time, they wanted to test Feng Ying's strength and see if he was really that strong. However, as the days passed, none of the experts chasing after Feng Wuchen had any news about Feng Wuchen. Moon God Palace and Luli sect sent out a large number of guards, but there was still no result. However, they didn't know that Feng Wuchen had been hiding in seclusion in Xianming Mountain. Spirit Emperor Divine Palace Underground Prison. Tianming and Zhueyu were locked in a prison, their hands and feet bound by chains. Their injuries had yet to recover, and their auras were weak. It could be said that they were on the verge of death. Tianming, it's been half a month, and there's still no movement from Sky Shadow Pavilion. It seems that Ying doesn't care about your life. In his eyes, the crystal is much more important than your life. Gu Xingfeng sneered, mockingly, he looked at Tian. Mockingly, he looked. Was evident at him. Him us to you? You? Him use, you. Of. However, Tianming wasn't worried because he knew that as long as the crystal didn't fall into the Spirit Emperor's hands, he and Zhueyu wouldn't die. They would only suffer a little. This bit of suffering was nothing to an assassin. Seeing that Tianming didn't say anything, Gu Xingfeng continued, by the way, let me tell you a piece of good news. Wind Shadow slaughtered thousands of guards from Luli sect and Moon God Palace by himself. It is said that he even killed 3 heaven monarchs. Even Yi Yongli was killed by him. Hearing this, Munchaser's pale complexion couldn't help but be stupefied. His entire body trembled. Killed 3 heavenly monarchs? And killed Yi Yongli? Did Wind Shadow break through to Heavenly Monarch? Impossible, he just broke through to Heavenly King realm. It's impossible. But how could he kill Yi Yongli with his strength? Zhueyu was shocked. Aren't you surprised? To be honest, I also find it unbelievable. A Heavenly King realm late-stage expert killed 3 heavenly monarchs and a mid-stage heavenly monarch. This is something that has never happened in the heaven realm, but Wind Shadow did it. Now, Moon God Palace and Luli Sect are chasing him all over the spirit realm, but there's no news. Gu Xingfeng smiled. Haven't you always been so incompetent? Tian Ming's weak voice sounded with ridicule. Wind Shadow is hiding in Sky Shadow Pavilion and doesn't dare to come out. How could the major forces of the spirit realm dare to be enemies with Sky Shadow Pavilion? Without the Sky Sovereign's order, the Spirit Emperor wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Otherwise, the Sky Shadow Pavilion would have been destroyed long ago. Gu Xingfeng sneered and glanced at Tian Ming with disdain. Is that so? Tian Ming's pale face showed a contemptuous sneer. Gu Xingfeng said coldly, the good news ends here. My patience is limited. In half a month, if Shadow Soul still sends people to exchange, don't blame me for not keeping my promise. This is your last chance to live. Deep in the Xianming Mountain, the 5th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen was cultivating crazily. It had been a month since he closed himself up. His terrifying aura had reached the peak of Heavenly King Realm. The purple gold spirit devouring stone and a large amount of pure energy had been refined and absorbed by Feng Wuchen. However, after cultivating crazily for a month, Feng Wuchen still showed no signs of breaking through to the Heavenly Lord Realm. With dozens of essence spirit avatars and the Heavenly Path floating life picture, Feng Wuchen still hadn't broken through to the Heavenly Lord Realm. This showed that it wasn't easy to break through to the Heavenly Lord Realm. The energy needed to break through to the Heavenly Lord Realm was too great. Huff. Feng Wuchen took a deep breath and opened his eyes slightly. He muttered to himself, it's not easy to break through to the Heavenly Lord Realm. However, I have to take a gamble. I have to break through to the Heavenly Lord Realm. Feng Wuchen had met the requirements to break through to the Heavenly Lord Realm. He was just worried that he didn't have enough energy. However, in order to break through to the Heavenly Lord Realm, Feng Wuchen had to take a gamble. Buzz. He took out the Qilin armor and the Dragon God gloves. At the same time, he activated the Heavenly Path Divine Power and the Crow Fire. Immediately after, he activated the 10 Ancient Powers. The terrifying power shook the 5th level, and the airwaves swept wildly. Feng Wuchen condensed the strongest power in one breath and crazily fused these terrifying powers together. Feng Wuchen was planning to break through to the Heavenly Lord Realm in one go. I must succeed. He was a little nervous, and his eyes flashed with a fierce look. Feng Wuchen immediately controlled this extremely terrifying power and crazily attacked the Heavenly Lord Realm barrier. Boom! Pfft! The extremely terrifying power collided with the barrier and exploded. Feng Wuchen immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, but the barrier didn't move at all. What? How is this possible? I can't even move the barrier. Feng Wuchen was shocked and his eyes widened. This was simply courting death. Crack! However, just as Feng Wuchen was panicking and worrying, the barrier that didn't move at all was quickly covered with cracks. Finally, with a crack, it instantly shattered. The power of the Heaven Monarch realm gushed out crazily. Feng Wuchen's aura soared rapidly, and his injuries recovered quickly. The combination of the Heaven Dao Divine Power and the 10 Ancient Powers is indeed terrifying. It really allowed me to break through the barrier in one go. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic, and the excited smile on his face could not be concealed. After breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm, Feng Wuchen's meridians expanded, and his strength increased by more than 10 times. It could be said that all aspects of his body had improved by leaps and bounds. The power of a Heaven Monarch is indeed powerful, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He couldn't wait to try this surging power. The Heaven Monarch was the symbol of a Heaven Realm expert. After cultivating crazily, Feng Wuchen finally stepped into the Heaven Monarch realm and became one of the Heaven Domain's formidable martial artists. Only the Heaven Monarch realm experts could be called experts. With a thought, Feng Wuchen immediately exited the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. At this time, Feng Wuchen's injuries had recovered completely. He clenched his fists and felt the surging power in his body. Ah! Buzz! A moment later, Feng Wuchen suddenly roared and crazily burst out. With terrifying power. Bright golden light burst out, and the mountain that Feng Wuchen was on shook violently and collapsed. Extremely terrifying air waves swept out like a storm. The sea of clouds in the sky was dispersed, and the space was tumbling like angry waves. The destructive power was very terrifying. In a few seconds, the majestic mountain peak had completely collapsed. The powerful power was many times stronger than before Feng Wuchen broke through. The power of a heaven monarch really makes people feel inexplicably excited. Feng Wuchen was incomparably excited. The heaven monarch realm made Feng Wuchen feel the pleasure of powerful power. Swish. Boom. In the next second, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly appeared in front of a majestic mountain. He punched it, and there was a loud explosion. The terrifying power blasted the entire mountain into pieces. The power of a punch could destroy a huge mountain. It was obvious how terrifying the power was. The power of my fist is enough to kill an early-stage heaven monarch. As expected of the strongest heavenly Tao divine power. After breaking through to the heaven monarch realm, the heavenly Tao divine power is actually this powerful. Feng Wuchen was both shocked and ecstatic. The strength of the heavenly law's divine power became even more terrifying as Feng Wuchen's cultivation increased. Stepping into the heaven monarch realm filled Feng Wuchen with even more confidence. Feng Wuchen, who was in the late stage of the heavenly king realm, already possessed extremely powerful combat strength. Now that he had broken through to the heaven monarch realm, his combat strength was even more powerful. Luli sect. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists and squinted his eyes, flashing a very terrible murderous aura. After Feng Wuchen broke through to the heaven monarch realm, the first thing he had to do was to eliminate the Luli sect. The Spirit Emperor Divine Palace was the culprit, but Feng Wuchen's current cultivation was not enough to contend with the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. He could only destroy the Luli sect first. Migras of the gods? I have never thought of him. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Fortunately, Big Brother Tianming and Zhui Yue are in Gu Xingfeng's hands, but the crystal is with me. They shouldn't be in any danger, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. He wasn't worried for their safety. Boom. After finishing his words, Feng Wuchen suddenly stomped on the ground. There was a loud explosion, and the overbearing power shook the mountain and made a huge pit. Feng Wuchen's figure had disappeared into the sky. After breaking through to the heaven monarch realm, Feng Wuchen's speed was undoubtedly more terrifying. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was flying towards the Luli sect. He was so fast that only a black line could be seen flashing. It was impossible to see Feng Wuchen's figure clearly. The Luli sect still didn't know that a disaster was beginning to befall. In less than an hour, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the mountain where the Luli sect was located. The monstrous aura and the bone-chilling murderous aura mercilessly suppressed the Luli sect. Murderous aura. It's a heaven monarch expert. Such a terrifying aura. Quickly report to the sect patriarch. There is an enemy attack. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura, the Luli sect's disciples were in a panic. In the main hall of the Luli sect, the Luli sect patriarch and the two elders had extremely grave expressions. They also felt the terrifying murderous aura. This person is obviously coming for the Luli sect. The second elder said in a deep voice with an unpleasant expression. He is in the early stage of the heaven monarch realm, but his aura is very unusual. This person is not simple. The third elder frowned. This aura is very familiar, but it has become stronger. He is Feng Ying. The Luli sect patriarch said in a gloomy voice and immediately flashed out of the main hall. What? Feng Ying? He broke through to the heaven monarch realm. The two elders' faces changed drastically. Since it was Feng Ying, he was naturally here for revenge. Swish. In the sky above the Luli sect, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin, Feng Ying. Sky Shadow Pavilion's Feng Ying. Feng Ying. It's Feng Ying. He has broken through to the heaven monarch realm. Sect Patriarch. Elder. Feng Ying is here for revenge. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, the Luli sect disciples panicked even more as if they saw a devil. To them, Sky Shadow Pavilion's Feng Ying was indeed a devil. The news of Feng Wuchen slaughtering thousands of Luli sect and Moon God Palace guards, instantly killing 3 heaven monarchs, and killing Yi Yonli had already spread throughout the spirit capital and even the entire spirit region. The late-stage Heavenly King realm was already so terrifying, not to mention that Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm. No one in the Luli sect knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was after breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Feng Ying. You had been hiding for so long, so you were breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. In front of the palace, the Luli sect patriarch flashed out and looked at Feng Wuchen with cold eyes. Feng Wuchen stared at the Luli sect patriarch with extremely cold eyes. The terrifying murderous aura surged again as he said coldly, "Today, everyone in the Luli sect must die. The Luli sect is not a place for you to behave atrociously." The Luli sect patriarch replied forcefully without any fear on his face. "Compared to Yi Yongli, are you stronger than him?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he slowly landed on the square of the Luli sect. "He really killed Yi Yongli." The Luli sect disciples became more and more frightened as their faces turned pale. "You can try." The Luli sect patriarch sneered slightly. "Be careful, sect patriarch. This kid is not simple." The second elder warned in a low voice as his heart trembled with fear. The aura that Feng Wuchen burst out with, that overbearing pressure, actually made them tremble with fear. "Sect patriarch, let's let old man test his strength first." The third elder frowned as he fully activated the heaven essence of the Heaven Monarch realm. A fierce aura swept out violently. Facing Feng Wuchen, the third elder didn't dare to underestimate him and had to go all out. Boom! The third elder's figure suddenly burst out as fast as lightning as he blasted a palm at Feng Wuchen. Boom! Buzz, buzz! In an instant, the two palms fiercely clashed, and a deafening explosion resounded throughout the Luli sect. The terrifying power caused a spiderweb-like crack to appear on the ground of the square. The third elder's power couldn't even shake Feng Wuchen at all. Destroy! The void power was instantly activated. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly as the overbearing void power spread out. Dead silence. Luli sect was in dead silence. Luli sect's third elder was instantly turned into ashes. Thousands of Luli sect's disciples were terrified and dumbfounded. Luli sect's sect master's expression was stiff with disbelief. What kind of power is that? It turned third elder into ashes in an instant. Sect master Luli exclaimed with a horrified face. She was extremely shocked, and her voice trembled a little. As Luli sect's sect master broke the silence, Luli sect's disciples instantly burst into an uproar. Third elder was instantly killed by him. Too terrifying. Wind shadow strength is too terrifying. I didn't see it wrongly, right? Third elder was instantly turned into ashes. Luli sect's disciples were scared out of their wits. They were powerless as many of them directly collapsed on the ground. They only heard that Feng Wuchen killed 3 heaven monarchs in an instant, but they had never seen it. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they knew how terrifying it was. Feng Wuchen walked over step by step. Luli sect's disciples retreated in fear. Their hearts were thumping non-stop, and no one dared to rush up. Second elder, take them away quickly. Go quickly. Luli sect's sect master suddenly shouted and signaled Luli sect's disciples to flee. Feng Wuchen's strength was too powerful, and Luli sect's sect master didn't dare to say that he could deal with Feng Wuchen. Furthermore, he felt a very powerful pressure. Feng Wuchen's strength was beyond his imagination. Luli sect's sect master could only ask Luli sect's disciples to flee. Sect master, what about you? Second elder asked worriedly. I will stop him. You guys go quickly. Luli sect's sect master said in a deep voice as he stared at Feng Wuchen, who was approaching step by step. Go quickly. Second elder yelled. Facing such a terrifying wind shadow, he was also extremely terrified. Luli sect's disciples fled in panic, and no one dared to stay. I said, everyone in Luli sect has to die. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he activated the power of time. Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand, and the violent power of time swept across quickly. Luli sect's disciples were all trapped, and their speed was instantly reduced by dozens of times. What's going on? Can he control the speed of others? Seeing this scene, Luli sect master was shocked. He couldn't explain this strange scene at all. Swish, while being horrified, Sect Master Luli hurriedly flashed to the sky, fearing that he would be trapped in it. In the blink of an eye, thousands of disciples of the Luli sect, including the second elder, were all sealed by the power of time. Everyone's movements were very slow. What kind of power is this? Sect Master Luli was dumbfounded. The panic in his heart instantly increased several times. Swish. Swish. Chi. 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 At this time, Feng Wuchen had already taken out the dagger and started a crazy massacre. The golden light flashed continuously, and the speed was very terrifying. Wherever he passed, the Luli sect's disciples were all slashed in the throat, and blood spurted out one after another. Wind Shadow, stop! Luli sect master suddenly woke up and roared at Feng Wuchen. Swish! Chi! Feng Wuchen didn't seem to hear it. He had already flashed to the front of the second elder and similarly slashed in the throat. The early-stage Heaven Monarch second elder didn't even have the strength to fight back. He didn't even know how he died. Second elder. Luli sect master was shocked and was furious. His face immediately turned sinister as he gritted his teeth and roared, Wind Shadow. Bang! Luli sect master stepped on the void, and there was an explosion as he dove down rapidly. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. After keeping the dagger into the storage ring, Feng Wuchen suddenly yelled out and blasted out a palm. An extremely tyrannical golden palm print rushed to the sky, and the attack was swift and fierce. Break! Boom! Buzz! Luli sect master roared and condensed a terrifying power in his palm. He directly smashed on the palm print. There was an explosion as the violent power directly destroyed Feng Wuchen's palm print. The surrounding space was trembling and rumbling. Heaven Dao divine power was immediately activated. Feng Wuchen rushed to the sky with a monstrous aura. Come on! Luli sect master yelled out and condensed heaven essence on his fist with all his strength. His fist burst out with blue light and was filled with a suffocating and terrifying power. Boom! Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the two of them fiercely clashed with a fist. There was an explosion as the collision force swept out unscrupulously, causing the void within a radius of 3 kilometers to violently tremble. In the fierce head-on collision, the two of them were evenly matched. Wind Shadow's power is indeed not simple. He is actually able to contest with this sect master. Furthermore, he is using a divine power that this sect master has never seen before. He is a member of the God race. Luli sect master was secretly alarmed as he could clearly feel Feng Wuchen's tyrannical power. Just by relying on the Heaven Dao divine power, he is able to contest with a middle-stage Heaven Monarch. After breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm, the Heaven Dao divine power actually became so powerful. Feng Wuchen was astonished and secretly ecstatic. Before breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm, if Feng Wuchen wanted to fight with someone of a higher level, he had to take out a divine artifact. But now, just by relying on the Heaven Dao divine power, he was able to fight with someone of a higher level. If I go all out, I should be able to contest with a late-stage Heaven Monarch. Feng Wuchen was increasingly confident in his own strength. After a fierce head-on collision, Luli sect master followed up with a sweep of his leg. His attack was fierce and fierce. Feng Wuchen blocked with his left hand while his right hand quickly pressed towards Luli sect master's throat. His move was extremely ruthless. Luli sect master was definitely not an ordinary person. He immediately leaned back and dodged Feng Wuchen's ruthless attack. At the same time, he took the opportunity to retreat. Bang! Just as Luli sect master retreated 2 meters, he suddenly stepped on the void and launched another fierce attack. Boom! 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 Buzz! An intense hand-to-hand battle unfolded. Fists and feet clashed fiercely, causing explosions constantly. Waves of terrifying power swept out continuously. This brat's power is actually so overbearing. His physical body is very powerful. How can there be such a monster in the heaven realm? Luli sect master became more and more frightened as he fought. His fists and feet were extremely painful. You only have this little ability? When Luli sect master was shocked, Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly sounded. The moment he heard the words, Luli sect master's face turned gloomy. Just as he was about to say something, his face suddenly changed. Not good. Luli Sect Master was shocked, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Boom. PFFF. Feng Wuchen's figure actually disappeared strangely. Immediately after, there was a loud explosion. The extremely overbearing power shook Luli Sect Master until he vomited blood. His figure flew out like a cannonball. The Dragon God's instant shift. He is a person of the Dragon Gods. He can actually hurt me with one punch. He didn't use his full strength. Luli Sect Master was terrified. Swish. Boom. Feng Wuchen's figure flashed again. There was another explosion. Luli Sect Master vomited blood again and flew out. Bastard. How can he have such terrifying power? Luli Sect Master was terrified. Boom. 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 PFFF. PFFF. Instant shift was used consecutively. Feng Wuchen attacked in anger. Like a big rubber ball, he blasted Luli Sect Master around. The latter vomited blood again and again. After a dozen punches, Luli Sect Master was seriously injured and had no power to fight back. The power of the Heaven Dao Divine Power is beyond my imagination. Feng Wuchen was struggling in his heart. The Heaven Dao Divine Power was domineering and ferocious, which made Feng Wuchen deeply feel the pleasure brought by the powerful strength. Sect Patriarch Luli was at the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, and his strength was absolutely terrifying. But when facing Feng Wuchen's Heaven Dao Divine Power, Sect Patriarch Luli was actually unable to withstand it. A single punch was enough to make him vomit blood. Boom. PFFF. Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly flashed and appeared above Sect Patriarch Luli. He stomped on Sect Patriarch Luli's head from top to bottom. There was a loud explosion, and the domineering force made Sect Patriarch Luli vomit blood again. His figure turned into a black line and rushed down. Preposterous. This Sect Patriarch didn't even have the strength to fight back. This kid is simply a monster. Sect Patriarch Luli's heart was getting more and more fearful. When facing Feng Wuchen, his heart surged with a sense of powerlessness. If he didn't fight, he wouldn't know. Once he fought, he would be shocked. How was Sect Patriarch Luli just shocked? Now, his soul was almost scared out of his body. Sect Patriarch Luli had encountered plenty of opponents, but he had never seen such a freakish existence like Feng Wuchen. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, Sect Patriarch Luli was ruthlessly smashed on the plaza of the palace. There was a loud explosion, and a huge pit was blasted out. A large crack tore open, and the palaces shook violently, stirring up dust in the sky. It was dusky. In the giant pit, Sect Patriarch Luli was severely injured and couldn't stand up anymore. Feng Wuchen used his fists and legs to easily defeat a middle-stage Heaven Monarch expert. It was obvious how powerful he was. Swish, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed down and instantly appeared in front of Sect Patriarch Luli. Before you die, I will let you see how the Luli sect's disciples will be massacred by me. I will let you slowly feel the taste of fear. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and every word was filled with cold-killing aura. Feng Ying. If you have the capability, come at this Sect Patriarch. Sect Patriarch Luli yelled out with difficulty. Everyone in the Luli sect must die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. With a thought, the black flame was urged out, and the black flame jumped on his palm. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and hundreds of black flaming swords condensed above his head at a speed visible to the naked eye. Each black flame was filled with a bone-chilling cold. Wind Shadow, stop. Luli Sect Master roared anxiously. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured and couldn't get up. Swish. Swish. Feng Wuchen coldly and mercilessly waved his hand. Hundreds of terrifying black flaming swords shot out at the same time, bringing along a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. Chi. Chi. Chi, hundreds of black fire swords ruthlessly penetrated the chests of Luli Sect's disciples. Wherever they passed, Luli Sect's disciples were burned to ashes by the black fire. Luli Sect's disciples were all bound by the power of time. Their movements were slow, and it was equivalent to being motionless. In the face of the black flaming sword's merciless slaughter, they were powerless to resist. Feng Wuchen's methods were ruthless and merciless. Seeing this scene, Sect Master Lu Li's eyes instantly widened to the extreme. Wind Shadow. Sect Master Lu Li roared crazily. Do you feel fear? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His right hand constantly controlled the flaming sword to reap the lives of Lu Li sect's disciples. Seeing Feng Wuchen's cruel and cold-blooded methods, Sect Master Lu Li was already terrified. Wind Shadow. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Sect Master Lu Li roared furiously. His pale face was extremely ferocious. This is the price for offending me. When Lu Li sect and Moon God Palace joined forces to deal with me, your fate was already sealed, Feng Wuchen said coldly. I'm just following orders. If you have the ability, go find Spirit Emperor. Sect Master Lu Li roared. The Lu Li sect is just the beginning of my plan to destroy the Shin clan, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The Soul Emperor is just one of them. When I have enough cultivation, I will naturally deal with the Soul Emperor. Lu Li sect's disciples were mercilessly slaughtered. In a few seconds, thousands of disciples were turned into ashes. The terrifying slaughter was really appalling. In less than a minute, thousands of Lu Li sect's disciples, except for a dozen female disciples, were all slaughtered by the black flaming sword and turned into ashes. Ah! Looking at the tragic deaths of Lu Li sect's disciples, Sect Master Lu Li roared crazily, completely ignoring his seriously injured body. Any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His cold eyes stared at Sect Master Lu Li who was dying. There was no sympathy or pity, only murderous intent. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Sect Master Lu Li roared at Feng Wuchen. His eyes were bloodshot. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Sect Master Lu Li, who was seriously injured, forcefully urged his power. His body quickly expanded and filled with terrifying energy. Humph. You don't have a chance. Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. The power condensed in his fist suddenly increased several times and smashed down fiercely. Boom. Puff. The domineering fist collided with the Lu Li sect master's swollen body. With a loud explosion, the domineering power once again caused the Lu Li sect master to spit out a mouthful of blood. The power that she had forcefully activated was also forcefully dispersed by Feng Wuchen. Sect Master Lu Li, who was seriously injured, couldn't threaten Feng Wuchen even if he forcefully urged his power. Damn it. I will actually die in the hands of a junior. I can't accept it. Sect Master Lu Li roared crazily in his heart, but he knew that it was all too late. There was no way to reverse the situation. At this moment, Sect Master Lu Li might have regretted it, but it was too late. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the overbearing power crushed Sect Master Lu Li's power. Feng Wuchen's fist smashed on Sect Master Lu Li's chest. With a loud explosion, the fist penetrated Sect Master Lu Li's chest. The overbearing and terrifying power spread along the ground. The huge pit collapsed and Sect Master Lu Li's palace collapsed one after another. Sect Master Lu Li died on the spot and his breath dissipated. It was easy for Feng Wuchen to massacre Sect Master Lu Li. With a wave of his hand, the power of time dissipated. The remaining dozen or so female disciples, after suddenly regaining their senses, were all scared out of their wits by the scene in front of them. Senior brothers and junior brothers are all dead, Sect Master. Sect Master is dead. The dozen or so female disciples were terrified. They couldn't believe that Sect Master Lu Li would die tragically in the hands of Feng Wuchen. You dare to kill Sect Master. Moon God Palace and Spirit Emperor Divine Palace will never let you go. A female disciple roared at Feng Ying. Bastard! I'll kill you. A woman roared and rushed to Feng Wuchen without fear. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a powerful qi burst out. It directly sent the female disciple flying. He didn't show any mercy to the fairer sex. He was like a cold-blooded killer. Sect Master Lu Li no longer exists. I don't kill women, but it doesn't mean I won't kill. You all leave here quickly. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. His figure then flashed away. In less than 10 minutes, except for the dozen or so female disciples, the rest of sect master Luli died tragically. Moon God Palace. Palace Master, a female disciple from Luli sect requests to see you. A guard entered the main hall and reported respectfully. Female disciple? Xianxia frowned slightly. Moon God Palace Master, Luli sect was massacred by Wind Shadow. Moon God Palace Master, please seek justice for us. Before Xianxia could speak, a woman's angry cry came from outside the hall. What? Luli sect was massacred by Wind Shadow? In the main hall, Xianxia and the others were shocked. Quickly invite her in. An elder quickly said. Soon, the female disciple of Luli sect entered the main hall. What's your name? Xianxia asked. Ru Shui. The female disciple replied respectfully. What the hell is going on? Tell me in detail. Protector Lu Yuntian frowned and asked with a serious expression. Today, Wind Shadow suddenly barged into Luli sect. Except for the 13 female disciples, everyone else was killed by him, including the elders and the sect master. Wind Shadow has already broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm. I don't know what kind of power he used. In short, it can limit people's speed. Ru Shui replied respectfully, but her eyes were still filled with fear. Broke through to the Heaven Monarch realm? The great elder's expression changed greatly. Luli sect master also died in the hands of Wind Shadow? Lu Yuntian asked in disbelief. Absolutely. Ru Shui replied. Limit people's speed? Xianxia frowned deeply and said, this is quite similar to the previous situation. The guards who escaped from MT Xianming also said that they saw it. The sect master wanted us to evacuate the Luli sect, but we suddenly couldn't move. Our movements were slow. After we recovered, the sect master, elders, senior brothers, and junior brothers were all killed by Kazakage. Ru Shui said excitedly while crying. Recalling the horrifying scene at that time, Ru Shui was even more terrified. Then why didn't Wind Shadow kill you? An elder asked doubtfully. Ru Shui said, he said he doesn't kill women. Feng Ying was able to kill sect master Luli. This shows that his strength is not simple. Furthermore, his cultivation speed is extremely fast. 2 months ago, when he entered Young Mistress, he was only at the mid-stage of the Heavenly King realm. Not long after, he broke through to the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. Now, he has even stepped into the Heavenly Monarch realm. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying growth rate, they couldn't help but worry. We must capture this person as soon as possible. If this continues, I'm afraid that even our Moon God Palace won't be able to do anything to him, the Great Elder said solemnly. Moon God Palace Master, please avenge Sect Master and the others. Ru Shui knelt down and begged. Get up first. Go back and properly bury Sect Master Luli and the others. I will definitely take responsibility for Luli sect in this matter. Xianxia said solemnly. Thank you, Moon God Palace Master. Ru Shui was extremely grateful. She kowed out again and again, then left the hall. We've sent people to track Kazakage for so long, but there's no news about him at all. I'm afraid Kazakage has been hiding in Sky Shadow Pavilion. An elder frowned. Immediately send someone to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace to ask for instructions from the Spirit Emperor. Without the Spirit Emperor's orders, we don't dare to monitor the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. We can't let the Wind Shadow do whatever he wants, Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia was also aware of Feng Wuchen's rapid growth. If he wasn't killed in the cradle, he would bring about a devastating blow to Moon God Palace sooner or later. The news of Luli sect being massacred by Kazakage had already spread from the mouth of Luli sect's female disciples. In order to call on the major forces of Spirit Realm to take revenge for Luli sect, they had no choice but to do so. After the news spread, the major forces of Spirit Realm were instantly in an uproar. In the Battle of Black Underworld Mountain, thousands of people died at the hands of Feng Wuchen. After a month, Feng Wuchen actually massacred Luli sect. These two major events fiercely impacted Spirit Realm, one after another, and impacted everyone's tolerance. Luli sect was massacred by Kazakage. This can't be, right? Kazakage has already broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm. What kind of cultivation speed is this? Not long ago, he was only in the middle stage of the Heavenly King realm. How is this possible? This can't be a rumor, right? Luli sect master is so strong. How could he be killed by Kazakage? The major forces of spirit realm and countless cultivators were extremely shocked. Because of this, many people went to Luli sect to confirm the truth of the matter. However, all the cultivators who came to Luli sect were shocked. Hundreds of disciples had died, and the other disciples had all disappeared. After knowing that the other disciples had all turned into ashes, many cultivators were even more frightened. Kazakage's name shook spirit realm and became an existence that everyone in spirit realm feared. Sky Shadow Pavilion. Has Kazakage stepped into the Heaven Monarch realm? This kid actually massacred Luli sect. Has Kazakage's strength reached such a level? I can't believe it. Among the gold medal assassins, Kazakage's strength has probably reached the top 5, or even stronger. After the two major events happened one after another, the assassins of Sky Shadow Pavilion were also deeply shocked. No one could believe that Feng Wuchen was so powerful. The news of Luli sect being massacred spread across spirit realm, but Feng Wuchen acted as if nothing had happened. At this moment, he was leisurely drinking and eating in a restaurant in profound Sun City while looking at the street below. Even if the words that entered his ears were all about Kazakage massacring Luli sect, Feng Wuchen pretended that he didn't hear it. Swish! A beautiful figure suddenly flashed and appeared. It was Mingyu. Mingyu? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned and asked with surprise, "How did you know I am in profound Sun City? Did you really do it to Luli sect?" Mingyu looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Come. Sit down and eat. Feng Wuchen quickly greeted and was happy to see Mingyu fully recovered. Even if Feng Wuchen didn't answer, Mingyu already got the answer. I didn't expect you to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm so quickly. I thought you were just joking. Mingyu said and was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation speed. Mingyu spent a few years to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm, but Feng Wuchen only used 1 month. It was simply a difference between heaven and earth. I was just lucky. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and looked at Mingyu. He asked, "Is there anything you need from me?" The Pavilion Lord ordered you to make a trip to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. The Pavilion Lord has already negotiated with Gu Xingfeng to hand over the crystal in exchange for Lord Tianming and Zhuai Yu. Mingyu said. Feng Wuchen chewed and nodded. I am also planning to make a trip to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. Although I don't want to hand over the crystal, there is no other way. To ensure your safety, the Pavilion Lord ordered a Heaven Leader assassin to accompany you. Mingyu said. A Heaven Leader assassin? Feng Wuchen was instantly delighted and said excitedly, "Then I am relieved. I heard that even the Spirit Emperor doesn't dare to provoke him." A Heaven Leader assassin was in the Heavenly Emperor realm and had terrifying strength. There is more. Mingyu said and hesitated. What else? Feng Wuchen looked at Mingyu. Feng Wuchen originally planned to return to the Sky Shadow Pavilion. However, since Mingyu had already given the order, Feng Wuchen might as well head directly to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. It was his duty to save people. However, before going, Feng Wuchen still had to meet up with the Sky Leader level assassins. On the peak of a mountain, Feng Wuchen stood proudly in the air, looking majestic. If there is an ambush, with the strength of the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace, even a Sky Leader level assassin would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. The Spirit Emperor Divine Palace was the strongest existence in the spirit realm, and the Spirit Emperor was one of the 8 great heavenly emperors, a terrifying heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in a flash. The person who came was a Sky Leader-level assassin. As expected of a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse. I can't sense his existence at all. I can only feel that his aura is very strong, but I can't see his specific cultivation. Feng Wuchen secretly marveled at the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. One day, I will also step into the Heavenly Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen thought confidently. Sky Shadow Pavilion Sky Leader level assassin, I've heard a lot about you. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists politely. Young Master Dragon God is too polite. The Sky Leader assassin smiled faintly and said, "You've just joined the Sky Shadow Pavilion for a few months, yet you've repeatedly caused the Moon God Palace to suffer losses and even massacred the Colored Glass sect. Now, you're already a gold medal assassin that shakes the spirit capital. Truly admirable. Compared to the Sky Leader assassin, I'm nothing." Feng Wuchen spread his hands and smiled. Young Master Dragon God doesn't have to be humble. There aren't many gold medal assassins in the Sky Shadow Pavilion who are stronger than young Master Dragon God. I will protect you secretly on this trip. You just have to go to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace to trade. The Sky Leader assassin said respectfully. All right. With you accompanying me, I won't be afraid even if there is an ambush. Feng Wuchen smiled and immediately flew towards the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. This trip could be said to be a sheep entering a tiger's den. However, with the Sky Leader assassin accompanying him, even if there was danger, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid. The Sky Chief assassin disappeared into thin air, his aura completely restrained. Feng Wuchen could not detect his existence either. The difference in cultivation between Feng Wuchen and Tian Kuei was too great, so it was normal that he could not see through it. The Spirit Emperor Divine Palace was located at the center of the spirit realm. Although it was far away, it didn't take much time. With Feng Wuchen's speed, he reached the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace's peak in one day. Looking from afar, a huge and imposing palace was built at the top of a towering mountain. Celestial mist lingered around it, making it look like a celestial palace, causing people to be intimidated by it. The Spirit Emperor's palace is indeed extraordinary. It's really impressive, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Waves of incomparably tyrannical auras diffused out from the palace. There were quite a number of heaven monarchs and heaven gods. As expected of the strongest force in spirit realm. They are strong, Feng Wuchen praised. He felt even more nervous. Feng Wuchen slowly floated down and was quickly noticed by the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace guards. Who are you? Trespassers of the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace will die. A heaven monarch guard shouted coldly at Feng Wuchen. Is this how the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace treats its guests? I am an important guest of the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace. Is there no one to welcome me? Feng Wuchen sneered with an arrogant look. The Wind Shadow assassin who shakes the spirit capital is indeed brave. You dare to trespass into the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace alone. Gu Xingfeng's faint laughter came. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in the palace's plaza in a flash. He looked at Feng Wuchen in the air. How can you treat an important guest like this? Leave. Gu Xingfeng waved his hand, indicating for the guards to leave. Sir Wind Shadow, please. Gu Xingfeng smiled politely and made an inviting gesture. Feng Wuchen lightly landed on the plaza and walked toward the palace under the surprised, curious, and disdainful gazes of the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace guards. Sir Wind Shadow, did you bring the crystal? Gu Xingfeng asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen walked past Gu Xingfeng without looking at him and said, Are you stupid? Why would I bring the crystal if I didn't save them? Stupid. It's okay. Gu Xingfeng smiled faintly. He wasn't angry at Feng Wuchen's insults at all. Feng Wuchen dared to insult the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace's honorable. The guards were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. In the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace, Gu Xingfeng was the strongest Heavenly God Realm expert. He had reached the late stage of the Heavenly God Realm and was not far from the Heavenly Emperor Realm. Sir Wind Shadow, this way please. It's the palace. Gu Xingfeng smiled faintly and said, You are not qualified to see the Spirit Monarch. It is enough for me to treat you personally. It doesn't matter. Feng Wuchen shrugged nonchalantly. I want to see if Tian Ming and Zhue Yu are still alive. Feng Wuchen continued. That's easy. Gu Xingfeng smiled faintly and waved his hand. A cyan light curtain appeared out of thin air, and Tian Ming and Zhue Yu were tied up in chains. The two had been imprisoned for more than a month. Their injuries were serious, but they wouldn't die. Since Tian Ming and Zhue Yu were still alive, Feng Wuchen was relieved. When Feng Wuchen entered the hall, Gu Xingfeng motioned a maid to bring tea. Since he was a guest, he naturally couldn't treat him poorly. Yesterday, Sir Wind Shadow massacred the Luli sect. This matter is known to everyone. It really surprised this honorable. Gu Xingfeng smiled faintly. I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you. Bring them here. Feng Wuchen said coldly and glanced at Gu Xingfeng. That's true. Gu Xingfeng smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Several guards quickly brought Tianming and Jueyu up. The two were seriously injured. Feng Wuchen quickly stepped forward and asked, Big brother Tianming, Jueyu, how are you? Wind Shadow? Tianming and Jueyu's expressions changed greatly. They never expected that Feng Wuchen would dare to come to the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace. Why are you here? Tianming looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him and asked after a long time. Of course I'm here to save you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, without any worry or fear. Saving people is naturally not a problem. The premise is that you hand over the crystal first. This honorable will naturally let you go. Gu Xingfeng smiled faintly. He was not worried that Feng Wuchen could save them from his hands. Wind Shadow, don't believe him. If you hand over the crystal, not only will you not be able to save us, you won't be able to escape. Jueyu quickly shouted, afraid that Feng Wuchen would fall into his trap. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, Gu Xingfeng, you may be stupid, but I'm not. This is the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace. If I hand over the crystal, I don't think we can leave here alive. You are very smart, but you misunderstood this honorable. Gu Xingfeng smiled faintly and said, we can trade elsewhere. Come with me. You can come alone. Feng Wuchen said and immediately flew out of the palace. Gu Xingfeng waved his hand and a powerful force wrapped Tianming and Jueyu and flew out. Tian Kuei assassin is hiding in the dark. Don't act rashly. Take the crystal first. Spirit Monarch's voice suddenly sounded in Gu Xingfeng's ear. On top of a mountain, Feng Wuchen appeared. Gu Xingfeng also flew over with the heavily injured Tianming and Jueyu. This place was 10,000 meters away from the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace. Even if Gu Xingfeng set up an ambush, Feng Wuchen could easily escape. You are really confident. Seeing Gu Xingfeng come alone, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Gu Xingfeng said coldly, I don't care about the Heavenly Monarch realm. However, your caution is unnecessary. I didn't set up an ambush. Gu Xingfeng's words were no doubt looking down on Feng Wuchen. Even if Feng Wuchen massacred the Luli sect, Gu Xingfeng still didn't take him seriously. No matter how strong a Heavenly Monarch realm expert was, they couldn't surpass the Heavenly God realm. However, Feng Wuchen didn't care. It's better to be safe than sorry. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Where is the crystal? Hand it over and you can save them. Gu Xingfeng continued. He was not in a hurry and was very confident. Feng Wuchen opened his hand and a crystal appeared in his palm. He smiled faintly and said, You want this, right? Yes. Hand it over and you can take them away. Gu Xingfeng smiled faintly and reached out his hand. But I don't trust you at all. You don't look reliable. If you let them go, I will give you the crystal. Feng Wuchen sneered and played with the crystal in his hand. Wind Shadow, don't give it to him. Otherwise, you can't run away. Tianming shouted anxiously. Wind Shadow, go. Don't worry about us. Jueyu shouted. Gu Xingfeng didn't care at all. He looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled faintly, hand over the goods and the people. Otherwise, you will collect their corpses. Don't doubt my words. This treasure is something that the Sky Sovereign wants. If it's destroyed, the Spirit Emperor won't be able to answer to the Sky Sovereign. If the Sky Sovereign decides to punish you, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Feng Wuchen sneered. He activated a sliver of power with his left hand, looking threatening. Gu Xingfeng was unmoved. He smiled coldly and said, If you want to destroy the crystal, you can try. However, if you destroy the crystal, you won't be able to save them. I bet you won't dare to do that. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said to himself, Is he really not afraid that I will destroy the crystal? Wind Shadow, don't play tricks. I know that their lives are very important to you. If the crystal is not in my hands, don't even think about saving them. You don't have the ability to do so. If you don't believe me, you can try. Gu Xingfeng said confidently. With a cold smile, Feng Wuchen said, I really don't have that ability. I hope you don't play any tricks. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen forcefully threw the crystal stone out. The crystal stone turned into a black line and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Cunning brat. Gu Xingfeng frowned slightly and immediately flashed out. At the same time, Feng Wuchen immediately used instant transmission, grabbed Tian Ming and Zhuai Yu, and flashed away. In almost the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen and the other two had disappeared without a trace. Tian Kuei, can you snatch the crystal stone back? Feng Wuchen hurriedly asked through sound transmission. The Spirit Emperor has already sensed my existence. I can't snatch the crystal stone back. Take them and leave first. Tian Kuei's voice sounded. What a pity. Feng Wuchen was inwardly disappointed. However, being able to successfully save Tian Ming and Zhuai Yu was already pretty good. Feng Wuchen was definitely the first person to barge into the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace and leave without a hitch. Spirit Emperor, the crystal stone is in our hands. Gu Xingfeng respectfully transmitted. Tian Kuei, hide in the dark. Bring the crystal stone back immediately. Spirit Emperor's voice sounded. He was worried that Tian Kuei would snatch the crystal stone. Spirit Emperor was also a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. Logically speaking, he could completely intercept Tian Kuei and allow Gu Xingfeng to capture Feng Wuchen. However, Spirit Emperor didn't do so. It was clear that he was wary of Tian Kuei. Are we just going to let Wind Shadow go like this? Gu Xingfeng seemed a little unwilling. Even if this emperor were to act, do you think Shadow Soul would just stand by and watch? Let that brat go for now and bring the crystal stone back. Spirit Emperor transmitted. Yes. Spirit Emperor. Gu Xingfeng respectfully replied. He looked at the crystal stone in his hand and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Gu Xingfeng coldly said, Tian Kuei. Feng Wuchen used instant transmission consecutively. In less than a minute, he was already far away from the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. He brought Tian Ming and Zhuai Yu to a towering mountain peak. No one is chasing after us? It seems that they are also quite wary of Tian Kuei's strength. Feng Wuchen felt relieved. He couldn't sense any dangerous aura. Big brother Tian Ming, Zhuai Yu, are you alright? Feng Wuchen hurriedly asked. We're fine. Thank you for risking your life to save us. Tian Ming hurriedly cupped his fists in gratitude. I will never forget your life-saving grace. Zhuai Yu also cupped his fists in gratitude. No need to thank me. This is the Pavilion Master's order. I only used the crystal stone to exchange for you. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and smiled. You dared to barge into the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace alone. You've already risked your life to save us. Tian Ming said gratefully. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, if big brother Tian Ming hadn't intervened, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Instead, I harmed big brother Tian Ming. It's only right that I risked my life to save you. Wind Shadow, how's Mingyue? Zhuai Yu asked with concern. Mingyue is fine. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. After successfully rescuing them, Feng Wuchen finally felt relieved. Is no one from the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace chasing after us? Zhuai Yu asked worriedly. He felt that things had gone too smoothly. They don't dare to chase after us. I didn't come alone. Tian Kuei came with me. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Tian Kuei? Tian Ming and Zhuai Yu were shocked. No wonder. If he's here, even the Spirit Emperor wouldn't dare to provoke him. Tian Ming nodded. He didn't expect Tian Kuei to save them. Gu Xingfeng probably won't chase after us. Let's rest for a while. We'll return to the Sky Shadow Pavilion in 2 hours. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. In the main hall of the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace, Gu Xingfeng flashed back and handed the crystal to the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor looked at the crystal carefully and said, it is indeed the Heavenly Path Portrait of Emptiness. The crystal should have the whereabouts of the Heavenly Path Portrait of Emptiness, but I don't know how to crack it. The secret may be in the crystal. Lu Yuntian guessed. The Spirit Emperor shook his head slightly and said, "If Yin Zhongzi is still alive, perhaps he will know." Reporting to the Spirit Emperor, "The speed of Wind Shadow's growth is beyond our imagination. This child must not be left alive." Gu Xingfeng respectfully reported. The Spirit Emperor nodded slightly and frowned. "In just a few months, he can step into the Heavenly Monarch realm from the middle stage of the Heavenly King realm. He is indeed not simple. Although I can't find out his origin, this Emperor feels that Wind Shadow is a dangerous person. Order the Moon God Palace to pursue Wind Shadow. Xiao Qingshan, listen up. Spirit Emperor has ordered us to hunt down Wind Shadow. We must eliminate Wind Shadow." Gu Xingfeng's majestic voice sounded in the Moon God Palace. "Yes. We obey Spirit Emperor's order." Xiao Qingshan and the rest of the Moon God Palace knelt down respectfully. Gu Xingfeng immediately conveyed Spirit Emperor's order to the Moon God Palace. This time, it was a hunt, not a capture. Xiao Qingshan didn't dare to neglect Spirit Emperor's order. "Xiao Qingshan, Spirit Emperor has approved your request. Eliminate Wind Shadow at all costs." Gu Xingfeng's voice sounded again. "Yes." Xiao Qingshan replied respectfully. "Pass down the order. Return to the Moon God Palace immediately." Xiao Qingshan shouted. His majestic voice resounded in the Moon God Palace. In the Moon God Palace's main hall, Gu Xingfeng said respectfully, "Spirit Emperor, the order has been given. However, Sky Shadow Pavilion is not weak. Moon God Palace alone can't do anything to Wind Shadow. Wind Shadow's identity is not simple." An extremely old voice sounded in the main hall. "Greetings, Mr. Guegu." Spirit Emperor and the rest of the upper echelons knelt down respectfully. Spirit Emperor was one of the 8 heavenly emperors under the Heavenly Lord. Yet, he knelt down respectfully at this moment. It could be seen how terrifying Mr. Guegu was. At least his position was above Spirit Emperor. A black-robed elder with white hair and beard silently appeared in the palace. An invisible and terrifying pressure made the Spirit Emperor and the others tremble in fear. The old man's aura was too terrifying. His strength was far above Spirit Emperor. The Dragon Gods and Sky Shadow Pavilion have disregarded the authority of the God race. They should be eliminated. If the Heavenly Lord doesn't do anything, it will lead to a disaster. The root of the disaster has already been planted. Mr. Guegu said coldly. Spirit Emperor was confused. "Mr. Guegu, what do you mean? There is a familiar aura on Wind Shadow. The Dragon Gods are making a comeback." Mr. Guegu said meaningfully. "Making a comeback?" Gu Xingfeng's face suddenly changed. The Dragon Gods and Sky Shadow Pavilion don't have that strength. Otherwise, why would they hide for so many years? "I think Mr. Guegu is overthinking," Spirit Emperor said. Mr. Guegu didn't answer. Sky Shadow Pavilion. Feng Wuchen had successfully rescued Tianming and Zhuai Yu. Coupled with the battle at Xianming Mountain and the bloodbath of Luli sect, Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins were full of praise for him. The gold-ranked assassins and heaven-ranked assassins who had never appeared before had all appeared today. He had appeared because of Feng Wuchen. The usually cold and cheerless Sky Shadow Pavilion was very lively today. First, he slaughtered thousands of guards of Luli sect and Moon God Palace, and now he massacred Luli sect. Such powerful strength is much stronger than us gold medal assassins. Breaking into the Spirit Monarch Divine Palace alone. Respect. Our Sky Shadow Pavilion has one more prodigy assassin. With Feng Ying's current cultivation, his combat strength should be able to contest with a late-stage Heaven Monarch. The assassins with unfamiliar faces praised Feng Wuchen endlessly. Even Chasing Wave, who attacked Feng Wuchen before, praised Feng Wuchen again and again. He said politely, "Kazakage, please forgive me for offending you before." "It's okay." Feng Wuchen smiled in a friendly manner. Feng Wuchen didn't know what to say in the face of so many gold-ranked assassins and heaven-ranked assassins' praises. He could only laugh dryly. In fact, Feng Wuchen understood that they were only showing goodwill because of Tianming. Tianming was a heaven-ranked assassin. Feng Wuchen had saved Tianming's life. They naturally had to give face to Tianming, right? In Sky Shadow Pavilion, there weren't many people that Feng Wuchen trusted. Apart from Ming Hun, Tian Kuei, Tian Ming, Zhui Yu, and Ming Yu, Feng Wuchen wasn't familiar with the rest. In an unfamiliar situation, Feng Wuchen had to be on guard. Of course, not all assassins had their own ulterior motives. There were definitely people who sincerely approved of Feng Wuchen. Well done, Kazakage. Everyone has seen your strength. You are now a gold-ranked assassin whose name shakes the entire spirit capital. Qing Lu praised with a faint smile on his face. It's my duty. Feng Wuchen responded with a faint smile. According to the news, the Spirit Emperor has ordered to hunt you down. The Moon God Palace has sent out many Heavenly Monarch experts. You must be more careful when carrying out missions in the future. Qing Lu kindly reminded. As soon as the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace gave the order, the Sky Shadow Pavilion had already received the news. They were very well informed. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I will. After the crowd dispersed, Feng Wuchen also returned to his palace. The Sky Shadow Pavilion became deserted again. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was cultivating on the 7th floor. After breaking through to the Heavenly Monarch realm, Feng Wuchen hadn't had time to consolidate his cultivation. After that, Feng Wuchen could unleash the true power of the Heavenly Monarch realm. In the main hall of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, Assassin Tian Kuei appeared out of thin air. Put aside the search for the Heavenly Dao Portrait of Emptiness for now. Secretly monitor the Spirit Emperor. They will think of a way to find the Portrait of Emptiness in the crystal, Ying Hun said indifferently. Tian Kuei nodded slightly and said, Today in the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace, I felt a very powerful aura. It was above the Spirit Emperor. They could have stopped me and taken down Kazakage, but the Spirit Emperor didn't. Above the Spirit Emperor? Ying Hun frowned slightly. This aura is very unfamiliar and strange. I can't guess who it is, Tian Kuei said. The Heavenly Venerate has been asleep for many years. This person only listens to the Heavenly Venerate. Without the Heavenly Venerate's orders, he never appears. He can't have come to the spirit capital. Has the Heavenly Venerate awakened? Ying Hun frowned and seemed to have guessed who it was. Pavilion Master, do you know who it is? Tian Kuei asked curiously. Ying Hun nodded and said seriously, the former envoy of the Sage Matter. He was defeated by the Dragon God Young Master back then and was rescued by the Heavenly Venerate. Since then, he has been following the Heavenly Venerate. This person's cultivation should be in the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. He is the strongest below the Heavenly Venerate. Even the 8 great Heavenly Emperors are weaker than him. He's that strong? The former envoy of the Sage Matter? Tian Kuei's expression shook as he said in shock, could it be Mr. Guegu? Yes, this person is ambitious and evil. Back then, he wanted to usurp the position of Holy Master of the Sage Matter. Later, he was discovered by the Dragon God Young Master. Unfortunately, he was rescued by the Heavenly Venerate. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of the Dragon God Young Master. Now, everything in the God race is under his control. Ying Hun nodded, his expression becoming more and more serious. Mr. Guegu is stronger than the Pavilion Master? Tian Kuei asked in shock. Should be. Ying Hun nodded slightly and then said in confusion, but old man really can't guess why he appeared in the spirit capital. Does he know Kazakage's identity? That should be impossible. No one in the heaven realm knows Kazakage's identity other than us. Maybe it was just a coincidence, Tian Kuei said. I hope so. Ying Hun's expression was still serious. He felt that things weren't so simple. Ying Hun, how have you been? An old voice suddenly entered the hall. Mr. Guegu? Tian Kuei's heart trembled. Speak of the devil. In the main hall, a black-robed old man with white hair and beard appeared silently. The person who came was Mr. Guegu. Mr. Guegu was the envoy of the Saint Manor back then. His status was extraordinary, and he was on equal footing with the elders of the Saint Manor. He was a top powerhouse who shook the heaven realm. The Saint Manor was a transcendent force in the heaven realm, and its strength was far above the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Mr. Guegu's cultivation was unfathomable, and he rarely made a move in the heaven realm. The last time he lost to the Dragon God Young Master, he disappeared without a trace. No one in the Sky Shadow Pavilion noticed this person's appearance, and only Ying-hun and Tian Kuei knew. So he is Mr. Guegu, the top powerhouse who shook the heaven realm back then. Tian Kuei thought to himself, the strongest alchemist in the Saint Manor back then, no wonder he wanted to usurp the position of the Holy Lord. The moment Mr. Guegu appeared, the main hall was immediately sealed by a powerful barrier. Then, he rushed towards Ying-hun like lightning and threw a palm strike. His aura was extremely surging. Ying-hun's old face was extremely solemn, but he did not retreat and immediately met with a palm strike. Boom! Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fiercely clashed with their palms. With a loud explosion, a terrifying force swept out, and the main hall shook violently. Fortunately, there was a powerful barrier supporting it. Otherwise, the main hall would have turned into ashes in an instant. Just the strength of his body is so terrifying. Tian Kuei's heart trembled, and he was extremely shocked. As a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse, he was still forced back a few meters. The two of them did not use their strength. They only relied on the strength of their bodies to collide, but this could actually force a Heavenly Emperor realm assassin to retreat. It could be seen how terrifying their strength was. Mr. Guegu's cultivation seems to have reached the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Tian Kuei's assassin was shocked, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Facing such a terrifying powerhouse, even his Heavenly Emperor realm assassin was definitely not a match. In a fierce head-on collision, the two of them were evenly matched. However, the two of them had only clashed once before the battle ended. It seemed that this was just a simple test. Mr. Guegu, no, I should call you the Great Elder of the Sage Temple. We haven't seen each other for many years. I didn't expect you to still remember the old man, and your strength has improved so much. It really surprised the old man. Ying-hun glanced at Mr. Guegu and smiled faintly. While speaking, Ying-hun gestured for Mr. Guegu to sit down. Then, she poured a cup of tea and waved her hand, sending it to Mr. Guegu. Mr. Guegu could be said to be an old rival of Ying-hun. They had fought countless times, but there was no clear winner. Sage Temple? Tian Kuei's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, so, Mr. Guegu is the Saint Temple's Grand Elder. This old man's position is really terrifying. The Sage Temple was one of the temples in the Celestial Worthy Temple. It was built specifically for Mr. Guegu. Taking a sip of tea, Mr. Guegu smiled faintly and said, I don't deserve the title of Grand Elder. Mr. Guegu glanced at Tian Kuei's assassin and smiled faintly, a Tian Kuei assassin from the Sky Shadow Pavilion. You can sense the existence of the old man in the Spirit Emperor Temple. Your strength is really not simple. No wonder the Spirit Emperor is so wary. Mr. Guegu, you flatter me. Tian Kuei's assassin replied politely. You don't have to be humble. The old man knows your strength very well. Mr. Guegu smiled faintly. There was no sarcasm, but a sincere compliment. Ying-hun's old eyes then looked at Ying-hun. Mr. Guegu continued, I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. It seems that you have been cultivating all these years. Ying-hun waved her hand and smiled faintly, no matter how much I cultivate, my cultivation is still surpassed by the Grand Elder. Mr. Guegu was a powerful alchemist. It was much easier for him to improve his cultivation than Ying-hun. It was normal for him to surpass Ying-hun. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Ying-hun got to the point. She smiled faintly and asked, I wonder why the Grand Elder came to the Sky Shadow Pavilion this time? Facing Mr. Guegu, Ying-hun was very calm and did not panic. The old man just wants to confirm something. Mr. Guegu smiled faintly and looked at Ying-hun. Confirm something? Ying-hun was stunned at first, and then asked curiously, I wonder what made the Grand Elder come to the Sky Shadow Pavilion in person? It was indeed not a trivial matter to alarm the Grand Elder of the Sage Temple. In recent months, the old man suddenly felt a familiar aura. This aura made the old man feel uneasy. Mr. Guegu frowned. Ying-hun frowned slightly and asked, what does this have to do with Mr. Guegu coming to the Sky Shadow Pavilion? The problem lies with Wind Shadow. Mr. Guegu looked at Ying-hun. Wind Shadow. Ying-hun was shocked and thought to herself, does this old man know the identity of Wind Shadow? The familiar aura, could it be that he? Impossible, it's impossible just based on the aura. When Wind Shadow and Tian Ming destroyed the Heaven's spiritual stone mine, the old man had already noticed it. After secretly observing, this familiar aura came from him. Mr. Guegu said faintly, but his eyes had become very sharp. Mr. Guegu must be mistaken. Wind Shadow just joined the Sky Shadow Pavilion in recent months. Because of his outstanding talent, the old man recruited him. Ying Han shook her head slightly and smiled. She did not show the shock in her heart. Do you know who this familiar aura is? Mr. Guegu asked, completely ignoring Ying Han's words because he did not believe it at all. The old man is also curious about the aura that made the Grand Elder so uneasy. Ying Han smiled faintly. The aura of the young master of the dragon gods. Mr. Guegu stared at Ying Han, as if he wanted to see something from her eyes. But to Mr. Guegu's disappointment, there was no change in Ying Han's eyes. The aura of the young master of the dragon gods? Ying Han was stunned and said with a stunned face, "This is impossible, right?" The young master of the dragon gods was killed by the Sky Lord. The Sky Lord respected the young master of the dragon gods, so he let the Sky Shadow Pavilion be preserved. How could it be the aura of the young master of the dragon gods? Mr. Guegu, aren't you questioning the Sky Lord? What's more, the fall of the young master of the dragon gods has been confirmed by the major forces of the heaven realm. Tian Kuei said. Hearing this, Mr. Guegu frowned deeply. His old eyes flashed with viciousness, but soon relaxed. Did the old man make a mistake? Mr. Guegu secretly wondered, impossible, this familiar aura must be the aura of the young master of the dragon gods. Otherwise, why would the old man feel uneasy? What's more, Wind Shadow has the aura of the dragon gods, and he also has the physique of the dragon gods, which means that he is a person of the dragon gods. Ying Han, this old bastard is clearly trying to hide something. Wind Shadow's identity is definitely not simple. Today's trip was not in vain. Mr. Guegu secretly said. Sorry for disturbing, goodbye. Mr. Guegu suddenly left. Pavilion Master, Mr. Guegu can recognize young Master Dragon God just by his aura. Isn't this too outrageous? After Mr. Guegu left, Tian Kuei asked in astonishment. Ying Han's expression was extremely solemn. She shook her head and said, Old man doesn't know either. Maybe it's because young Master Dragon God destroyed him back then, so he's very sensitive to young Master Dragon God's aura. Mr. Guegu already suspects Wind Shadow. This is definitely not a good thing for Wind Shadow. Now that Moon God Palace has been ordered to kill Wind Shadow, I'm afraid it's also Mr. Guegu's idea, Tian Kuei said solemnly. Let's wait and see. Ying Han frowned deeply. Pavilion Master, they're already here, Tian Kuei said, having noticed something. Ying Han said, their goal is Wind Shadow. Old Monster Guegu doesn't seem to be interfering, but he's actually playing tricks in the dark. Should we get rid of them? Tian Kuei asked. Ying Han shook her head and said, there's no need. Once we act, we'll give them a chance. In addition to Tian Kuei, Tian Ming and other powerful Heaven First-class assassins also noticed something, but they didn't receive any orders, so they could only keep quiet. The experts sent by Moon God Palace had already arrived at Sun and Moon Lake. They didn't show up, but secretly monitored. The purpose of their trip was Feng Wuchen. Moon God Palace and Luli Sect had sent a large number of guards, but they couldn't find Feng Wuchen even after 2 months. For this reason, they could only monitor Sky Shadow Pavilion so that they could determine Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. A few days later, Feng Wuchen smoothly consolidated his realm and came out of seclusion. After consolidating his heavenly monarch realm, Feng Wuchen's combat strength had undoubtedly improved a lot. Before Feng Wuchen could rejoice, Ming Yu's voice rang in his ears. The Moon God Palace has already sent experts to monitor the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. It's best if you don't go out. They are coming for you. Monitor Sky Shadow Pavilion? Feng Wuchen was slightly taken aback. He immediately sensed carefully, but he couldn't sense any aura at all. Heavenly God Realm? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Only a Heavenly God Realm expert could avoid Feng Wuchen's detection. That's not right. If it's just surveillance, they wouldn't send a Heavenly God. Wouldn't sending a heavenly god be a joke? His strength shouldn't be that simple. Feng Wuchen quickly rejected this idea. The pavilion master instructed us to be careful when carrying out the mission, Mingyu added. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. I don't want to be a coward. Besides, they have to be able to catch me first." The Sky Shadow Pavilion was very powerful. Even if the Spirit Emperor sent people to monitor them, they would not dare to act rashly. Not to mention Ing Hun's terrifying strength, just the fact that he was a heavenly leader assassin was enough to make them extremely fearful. Don't underestimate them. It is said that the Moon God Palace sent a great commander this time, who is at the late stage of Heaven Monarch realm. This person is vicious and merciless. He is not to be underestimated. Zhuai Yu's voice immediately echoed. Moon God Palace's great commander? Feng Wuchen looked at Zhuai Yu, who flew over and smiled faintly. Zhuai Yu, you have recovered well. Late stage of Heaven Monarch realm. It seems like you are very strong. Alright, I have something to do and need to go out. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and then flew away. Feng Ying. Zhuai Yu just yelled, but Feng Wuchen had already flown far away. Truly a reckless guy. Mingyu left a sentence and turned to leave. Zhuai Yu wanted to chase after him, but Qing Lu's voice echoed in his ears, "Let him go. Lord Heaven Monarch." Zhuai Yu quickly bowed. Feng Ying's strength is not simple. He is very cautious and has the Dragon God's instant shift. It is not easy to deal with him. The Moon God Palace is monitoring the Sky Shadow Pavilion, causing us to be in a passive position. It is not bad that Feng Ying took the initiative to attack. Qing Lu smiled faintly and did not seem to be worried about Feng Wuchen's safety. Speaking until here, Qing Lu looked at Zhuai Yu and said, "Instead of worrying about him, why don't you go into seclusion and cultivate? You are about to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm." "Yes." Moonchaser said respectfully. Swish, Feng Wuchen flew past the Sun and Moon Lake, deliberately slowing down. His appearance quickly attracted the attention of the experts who were secretly monitoring him. Kazakage. It's finally here. He really is hiding in Sky Shadow Pavilion. Chase after them. We must not let Kazakage escape back to Sky Shadow Pavilion. Swish. Swish. The Moon God Palace experts hiding around the Sun and Moon Lake immediately chased after Feng Wuchen as soon as they noticed him. Streams of light flashed past. Humph. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up slightly. He suddenly increased his speed and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. "You're courting death." An expert guessed that Feng Wuchen had intentionally lured them away, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "The Kazakage has noticed us and is chasing us at full speed. Don't let him get away." The man in the lead said coldly, and immediately chased after him at full speed. Swish. Swish. Waves of tyrannical forces were activated as the 6 Heaven Monarch experts abruptly accelerated. They are indeed Heaven Monarch experts. It turns out that they used runes to hide their aura. Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. When he noticed that someone was chasing after him, Feng Wuchen had already sensed the aura of the Heaven Monarchs. The speed of the 6 Heaven Monarchs was astonishing, and they quickly caught up. "Kazakage. You can't run away." The man in the lead shouted coldly as his powerful aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. "Kazakage, don't count on the experts from Sky Shadow Pavilion to save you. Even if they come, you can't run away." Another Heaven Monarch yelled angrily. "Oh? Is that so? They probably don't take you seriously." Feng Wuchen looked back and sneered mockingly. "You're courting death." The leader of the Heaven Monarchs was furious. Swish. Swish, swish. Feng Wuchen descended and shuttled through the mountain range below. His figure flickered constantly, and his speed was astonishing like a monkey. The 6 Heaven Monarchs chased after him relentlessly. Feng Wuchen's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When the 6 Heaven Monarchs caught up, Feng Wuchen suddenly sped up and left them behind before slowing down again. Feng Wuchen was provoking the 6 Heaven Monarchs. "How dare you? This brat's speed is astonishing." The 6 Heaven Monarchs were furious, but they couldn't catch up with Feng Wuchen with their speed. "Think of a way to stop him." One of the heaven monarchs scolded angrily. 6 heaven monarchs and 3 mid-stage heaven monarchs, but they couldn't catch up with Feng Wuchen, who was at the early stage heaven monarch realm. However, at this moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly stopped and floated above a majestic waterfall. Do you see it? High mountains and flowing water, and the waterfall is flowing straight down. The scenery is beautiful. You should be satisfied with this as your tomb, right? Feng Wuchen sneered as he glanced at the 6 heaven monarchs with cold and murderous eyes. Kazakage. Your arrogance ends here. The leader of the mid-stage heaven monarchs said coldly. He had already activated his terrifying strength, and his claw was condensed with a terrifying green energy. Oh? With just you few pieces of trash? Feng Wuchen didn't show any fear and looked contemptuous. How dare you? Who are you calling trash? One of the heaven monarchs scolded angrily. Swish. Instant shift. Feng Wuchen arrived instantly and silently. The expressions of the 6 heaven monarchs changed greatly. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. His sudden appearance was beyond the reaction of the 6 heaven monarchs. Facing Feng Wuchen, that heaven monarch was extremely frightened and trembled all over. You are a piece of trash, kept reverberating in that heaven monarch's mind. Boom. PFFF. Feng Wuchen activated the Heaven Dao divine power and punched the chest of the heaven monarch. There was a loud explosion, and the domineering power collapsed the chest of the heaven monarch. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball. How is this possible? The heaven monarch was extremely frightened. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen's punch had such terrifying power. Feng Wuchen's punch was so powerful that it directly injured an early-stage heaven monarch expert. You can't even withstand a single blow. If you are not a piece of trash, then what are you? Feng Wuchen sneered and killed a heaven monarch expert with a single punch. The sudden scene stunned the other 5 heaven monarchs. They were all stunned on the spot. Didn't you hear that I massacred the Luli sect and killed the sect master? Feng Wuchen glanced at the other 5 heaven monarchs with cold eyes and said coldly. The middle stage heaven monarch leader's face couldn't help but turn gloomy. He shouted angrily, "Do it!" Buzz. Buzz, the terrifying power was fully activated, and the void trembled. The 5 heaven monarchs attacked at the same time with majestic aura. Dragon God gloves. With a thought, Feng Wuchen took out the Dragon God gloves. A vast aura burst out, and his combat strength soared rapidly. Middle stage heaven monarch strength. The leader frowned deeply. The 5 heaven monarchs scattered around Feng Wuchen and immediately launched a fierce attack. In a 5-on-1 situation, the odds of winning were still relatively high. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen fought against 5 heaven monarchs with a calm expression. He relied on his powerful strength and astonishing reaction speed to engage in an intense hand-to-hand combat with the 5 heaven monarchs. The fierce collisions were incessant, and the energy ripples were tumbling like angry waves. In the situation of 1 against 5, the 5 heaven monarchs were actually unable to suppress Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength was beyond their imagination. Boom boom boom. In less than a minute, the 5 heaven monarchs were consecutively sent flying by Feng Wuchen. Wind Shadow's combat strength isn't inferior to mine. Even with the 5 of us working together, we still can't deal with him. How can he be so powerful? The leader of the heaven monarchs was appalled. Among the 5 of them, 3 of them were middle-stage heaven monarchs. It was precisely because of this that the leader couldn't believe it. Is that all the Moon God Palace's heavenly monarch powerhouses are capable of? Feng Wuchen struck a blow. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen's figure had mysteriously disappeared again. Be careful. The leader of the heaven monarchs yelled out in horror. The 5 heaven monarchs were alarmed. Instant shift was too terrifying and caught them off guard. They were afraid that Feng Wuchen's next target would be them. Boom. PFFF. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he was already in front of another early-stage heaven monarch. The latter didn't notice anything. Immediately after, there was a loud explosion. The heaven monarch vomited blood and was sent flying. Feng Wuchen's fist ruthlessly injured the opponent again. Lu He. The leader of the group yelled out. His face was filled with horror and anger. For more. Feng Wuchen's mouth curved into a mocking sneer. Boom boom boom. Buzz. 4 heaven monarchs flashed over at the same time and blasted at Feng Wuchen. However, at that moment, Feng Wuchen's figure had already flashed and disappeared. Their attacks all blasted on the void, causing it to tremble violently. Feng Ying. Did you kill Sect Patriarch Luli with instant shift? The leader of the group yelled out furiously. His hideous face had green veins popping out. Then I will show you my strength. Feng Wuchen sneered and clenched his fist. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen stepped on the void. There was a loud explosion. Feng Wuchen's figure flashed and swept up a strong astral wind wherever he passed. Stop him. The leader of the group yelled out. His hands touched and condensed terrifying energy. His aura presence soared. The other 3 heaven monarchs rushed up. Spirit Art. Mystic Fire 9th level. One of them yelled out and blasted out a palm print across the void. A terrifying palm print burst out like lightning. Break! Boom! Feng Wuchen, who was rushing over, yelled out and smashed the palm print of the heaven monarch with a punch. The palm print's power was instantly dispersed. It was extremely violent. Sky Sword Meteor. Another heaven monarch yelled out and condensed thousands of energy swords. They condensed into a long dragon and rushed at Feng Wuchen. The attack was extremely fierce and intimidating. Feng Wuchen snorted and activated the power of time. With a wave of his hand, thousands of energy swords were trapped and slowed down. What? The middle stage heaven monarch expert's expression changed. He looked at his sky sword meteor in a daze. Immortal art. Another heaven monarch yelled out and was about to use his immortal art. Get lost. Feng Wuchen's speed suddenly increased. He didn't give the last heaven monarch a chance to make a move. While he was forming the imprint, Feng Wuchen had already smashed out a punch. Oh no! The early stage heaven monarch's pupils shrank. He was extremely frightened. Boom! PFFF. A golden light flashed by. There was a loud explosion. The heaven monarch expert spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyeballs almost popped out. His body flew out like a cannonball. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen destroyed the palm print, trapped the energy swords, and severely injured the heaven monarch. A series of actions were completed in an instant. It was done in one go without any hesitation. However, Feng Wuchen's final target was the leader of the heaven monarchs. At this moment, he didn't stop. Come on! The leader of the heaven monarchs yelled out, Immortal art. Moon God seal. Swish. A terrifying green energy seal was condensed above the leader's head. As he yelled out, he suddenly waved his hand. The energy seal shot out with unstoppable force. Buzz. Buzz, an extremely tyrannical force burst out from Feng Wuchen's body. The void shook, and golden light burst out. The tyrannical airwave seemed to disperse the air. The tyrannical force condensed on the fist that was wearing the Dragon God boxing glove. The fist was covered with a wisp of black flame. The cold air made one's body and mind freeze. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura had soared to the highest point. Heaven-burning Dragon God fist. Feng Wuchen's cold and vicious gaze stared at the incoming energy seal. He shot out and shouted. His right fist fiercely punched out. His attack was incomparably fierce. Boom! The fist collided with the energy seal. There was a loud explosion. The extremely tyrannical force directly shattered the energy seal. The destructive energy swept towards the leader in a one-sided manner. Grand Commander, save me. Looking at the horrifying energy ripples sweeping over, the leader was so frightened that he couldn't move at all. Boom! PFFF, the horrifying energy that swept over made the leader of the heaven monarch spit out blood. The domineering energy ripples of the Dragon God fist swallowed the leader of the heaven monarchs in the blink of an eye. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The power of Feng Wuchen's punch was so horrifying. Gulp, the remaining 2 mid-stage heaven monarchs swallowed their saliva in horror. Their faces were as pale as paper. What kind of power is this? Can an early-stage heaven monarch really be so powerful? Brother Wu can't even resist. The two mid-stage heaven monarchs were completely stunned. In a short while, the leader flew out from the energy ripples. However, it was in a parabola state. The leader's injuries were very serious. He had completely lost consciousness and was in a coma. He only had half his life left, and it was hard to say if he could survive. Feng Wuchen's horrifying punch had seriously injured a mid-stage heaven monarch and made him unconscious. Looking at the falling leader, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "I don't know where you got the confidence to kill me, but one thing is for sure. You are very stupid." Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen flicked his finger. There was a sonic boom. A fine golden energy sword burst out and instantly pierced the leader's heart. Wu. Brother Wu is dead, dead. The two heaven monarchs were even more horrified. Their souls had already left their bodies. Only the two of you left. Feng Wuchen sneered. Before he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen had already arrived in front of one of them. His horrifying speed was undetectable. Feng Ying, don't kill me. I was just following orders. The heaven monarchs looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and begged for mercy. Boom. Pooh. Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up into a sneer as he punched at the heaven monarch's abdomen. There was a loud explosion as the heaven monarch spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly bent like a shrimp. Feng Wuchen followed up with a sweeping kick as though he was kicking a ball, sending the heaven monarch martial expert flying thousands of meters away. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your own luck. Feng Wuchen sneered. He had attacked so ruthlessly. If he could survive, he probably wouldn't want to. The last heavenly lord had already been scared to death by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. He was so regretful that he couldn't wait to escape. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying. He could not escape, nor did he dare to escape. Swish, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared and looked at the Lord of Heaven arrogantly. Middle stage heaven monarch realm is simply an insult to you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything I know. Don't kill me, I'll kowtow to you. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Please spare me. The last heavenly lord was so terrified that he immediately knelt down in front of Feng Wuchen and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh? Really? Are you sure you're telling me everything?" "Yes, I'm sure." The heaven monarch nodded. "Then what do you know?" Feng Wuchen asked. The heaven monarch said in horror, "Lord Wind Shadow, the moon god palace master sent us here not only to kill you, but also to take this opportunity to destroy the Sky Shadow Pavilion. We'll keep an eye on the Sky Shadow Pavilion and collect more information to completely uproot the Sky Shadow Pavilion." Destroy the Sky Shadow Pavilion? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully, the Spirit Emperor Divine Hall? I'm afraid the Spirit Emperor doesn't have the guts to do so. No, the Spirit Emperor is just following orders, the Heaven Monarch replied in horror. Are you following orders from the Heavenly Lord? Feng Wuchen asked. It's Mr. Guegu. The Heaven Monarch replied in horror. Mr. Guegu? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He had never heard of this person. Looking at the Heaven Monarch, Feng Wuchen asked in confusion, who is Mr. Guegu? Is he very powerful? The Heaven Monarch quickly said, Mr. Guegu's strength is above the 8 great celestial emperors. He is the great elder of the Saint Temple. I heard from the seniors that he used to be the messenger of the Saint Manor. Later, he was discovered because he wanted to usurp the Saint Lord's position. Later, he was defeated by the young master of the dragon gods. In the end, the Heavenly Lord saved him. The great elder of the Saint Temple? Feng Wuchen had never heard of this person. The Saint Temple is a palace in the Heavenly Lord Divine Hall. It was specially built for Mr. Guegu, the Heaven Monarch replied. Oh? Specially built for him? What's so great about this Mr. Guegu? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. He was really curious why the Heavenly Lord valued this person so much. Mr. Guegu is a powerful alchemist, the Heaven Monarch replied. So he is an alchemist. The treatment seems to be too good. Wait, what did you just say? He was defeated by the young master of the dragon gods? Feng Wuchen asked in amazement, looking at the Heaven Monarch in disbelief. The Heaven Monarch nodded repeatedly and said, yes, the seniors said so. After the Heavenly Lord fell asleep, all the power of the God clan was handed over to the Great Elder of the Saint Temple, which is Mr. Guegu. This old thing was defeated by me in my previous life. In my previous life, I was called the Supreme Dragon God by the Heaven Realm. I was indeed very powerful. Feng Wuchen secretly thought. Lord Wind Shadow, that's all I know. Please spare me. The Heaven Monarch cowed out again and begged for mercy. What kind of force is the Saint Manor? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. It was the first time he had heard of this force. The Saint Manor is not in the spirit realm. It is in the underworld. Its strength is stronger than the Sky Shadow Pavilion. It only recruits scholars. The Heaven Monarch replied respectfully. So it is a place to cultivate sages. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Go back and tell Qiu Qingshan that I will spare your life this time. The next time you come to provoke me, I will kill as many as you come. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. The Heaven Monarch was completely relieved. Get lost. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. The Heaven Monarch turned and ran. He did not dare to stay for a moment as he was worried that Feng Wuchen would go back on his words. The Heaven Realm is divided into 8 regions, which are controlled by the 8 great heavenly emperors. I have just been in the Heaven Realm for a few months. Except for the Spirit Realm, I don't know about the other regions. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Mr. Guegu, this old thing's strength is above the 8 great heavenly emperors. I am afraid his strength is not inferior to Ying Hun. Feng Wuchen muttered as he flew to the Chamber of Commerce. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had stepped into the Heaven Monarch realm and his combat power had increased greatly. He was not in a hurry to improve his cultivation. The most important thing was that he could not fall behind the realms of the 4 realms. Now that Feng Wuchen was already an immortal grade alchemist, if he broke through again, he could be promoted to a heaven grade alchemist. The status of an alchemist in the Heaven Realm was also very high. As long as Feng Wuchen could break through to the Heaven Grade Realm, his status would increase greatly. Spirit Region Chamber of Commerce. Feng Wuchen's arrival attracted a lot of attention. After all, Feng Wuchen came to the Chamber of Commerce in broad daylight. The incident with the Qin family last time had made many people aware of Feng Wuchen's identity. Now that Feng Wuchen had come to the Chamber of Commerce again, some people had already recognized him, but they all stayed far away. No one dared to get close. The entire spirit capital knew that Feng Wuchen was Feng Ying, and Feng Ying was Feng Wuchen. Most people knew about it. Since everyone knew, Feng Wuchen didn't bother to hide it. But what surprised everyone was that Moon God Palace was chasing Feng Wuchen everywhere, and it was the Spirit Emperor's order, but Feng Wuchen still dared to show his face. Third Elder, Feng Ying is in the hall. He just arrived at the Chamber of Commerce. A maid immediately reported to Qiao Sanfeng. Oh? He's here? Qiao Sanfeng was overjoyed and quickly said, let him in. Third Elder, he's being chased by Moon God Palace. If they know, our Chamber of Commerce. The maid was worried, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Qiao Sanfeng. Don't worry, let him in. Qiao Sanfeng smiled faintly, not worried at all. At this time, Feng Wuchen was waiting for the herbs. He wanted to take them and leave. After all, there were many people in the Chamber of Commerce who knew him. He was worried that he would attract people from Moon God Palace. Mr. Feng, Third Elder invites you. A maid came in front of Feng Wuchen and said respectfully. Everyone in Spirit Capital knew about Feng Wuchen's deeds. His strength was terrifying. Therefore, the maid called him Mr. Feng. Third Elder? Feng Wuchen looked at the maid with some surprise and thought, this old thing can't be asking me to teach him how to forge weapons again, right? I don't have time for that. However, since it was an invitation from Qiao Sanfeng, Feng Wuchen had to go. Mr. Feng, the herbs you requested have been prepared for you, a maid said respectfully and handed a storage ring to Feng Wuchen. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked her politely and then followed another maid to the palace. Qin family. Reporting to Patriarch, someone sent a message saying that Wind Shadow is in the Chamber of Commerce. A guard hurriedly reported in the main hall of the mansion. Kazakage? Humph. After hiding for so long, this kid has finally appeared. Immediately follow me to the Chamber of Commerce. When Qin Hao heard this, his face instantly became gloomy. Father, I want to go too. I want to cripple that bastard with my own hands. Qin Feng said agitatedly and angrily. His voice was indistinct, but it was clear what he meant. After Qin Feng's tongue was cut off, he could no longer speak. Qin Feng would never forget this enmity. Last time, Feng Wuchen had used the Spirit Emperor token to intimidate the Qin family. Now that his identity had been exposed, the Qin family naturally would not let Feng Wuchen go. The experts of the Qin family, led by Qin Hao, were currently rushing towards the Chamber of Commerce. In the main hall of the Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Sanfeng personally welcomed him with a face full of smiles. Xiao Sanfeng smiled faintly and said, Mr. Feng, long time no see. Third Elder, you still dare to meet me after knowing my identity? Aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? Seeing Xiao Sanfeng, Feng Wuchen smiled and said. The Spirit Emperor wants to kill Mr. Feng. It has nothing to do with me. Although the Chamber of Commerce does not dare to stop me, the Spirit Emperor has no control over who I want to meet. Mr. Feng, please. Xiao Sanfeng smiled disapprovingly and made a gesture of invitation respectfully. What business does Third Elder have with me? In the main hall, Feng Wuchen asked directly. Xiao Sanfeng smiled and said, in a month, the Spirit Realm will hold an artifact forging conference organized by the Artifact Forging Guild. At that time, many genius artificers of the Spirit Realm will participate. Mr. Feng's attainments in artifact forging are extremely high. If you participate in the Artifact Forging Conference, you will definitely become famous. I'm not interested. Don't you know that I'm a wanted criminal now? At that time, I'm afraid I'll be kidnapped before I can even forge an artifact. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. Mr. Feng must be joking. The Artifact Forging Guild is not simple. The Spirit Emperor does not dare to interfere too much. If the Moon God Palace wants to behave atrociously in the Artifact Forging Guild, they should consider their own strength. Xiao Sanfeng smiled faintly. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was not interested at all, Xiao Sanfeng continued, Mr. Feng, I am also a member of the Artifact Forging Guild. In this Artifact Forging Conference, the top 10 will not obtain powerful spells or immortal-grade artifacts like before. Instead, they will obtain the qualification to enter the Heavenly Tomb. Heavenly Tomb? What is that? Feng Wuchen looked at Xiao Sanfeng curiously and asked. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was interested, Xiao Sanfeng smiled happily and said, I knew Mr. Feng would be interested. The Heavenly Tomb is an ancient battlefield with countless treasures, but it has been sealed. Only the Artifact Forging Guild can open the seal. I'm afraid the Artifact Forging Guild has taken away all the good things, right? Feng Wuchen spread his hands. That's not the case. The Heavenly Tomb is controlled by the Artifact Forging Guild elders. Generally, it will not be opened easily. Xiao Sanfeng smiled. After a pause, Xiao Sanfeng continued, Mr. Feng, the ancient battlefield was a place that existed even before the heavenly venerables of the dragon gods. Many top powerhouses fell there, and there might be treasures from the ancient era. If you're not an artificer, you won't have the chance to enter in your lifetime. If that's the case, this is a rare opportunity. Feng Wuchen frowned and considered whether to participate in the Artifact Forging Conference. Exactly. Xiao Sanfeng nodded and smiled. Feng Ying. Come out and die. At this moment, Qin Hao's angry roar came from the Chamber of Commerce's hall, accompanied by a fierce aura. The sound wave was deafening. See? I knew there would be trouble. Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. If Feng Wuchen left after getting the herbs, the Qin family would be left empty-handed. Xiao Sanfeng smiled faintly and said, with Mr. Feng's current strength, a mere Qin family is nothing in your eyes. I won't interfere in this matter. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. Help me sign up for the Artifact Forging Conference. Use Feng Wuchen's name. Feng Wuchen said as he left the hall. Okay. Xiao Sanfeng smiled happily and watched Feng Wuchen leave. He then thought to himself, Mr. Feng's attainments in artifact forging are extremely high. This artifact forging conference will definitely amaze the world. At that time, let's see who dares to look down on the old man. It seemed that Xiao Sanfeng wanted to use Feng Wuchen to raise his status in the artifact forging guild. Thinking of this, Xiao Sanfeng followed him to the Chamber of Commerce's hall. At this moment, the Chamber of Commerce's hall was full of people. Because of the arrival of the Qin family's experts, many cultivators came to watch. After a while, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in the Chamber of Commerce's hall. Everyone's eyes fell on Feng Wuchen, and many people's eyes revealed fear. Seeing Feng Ying, Qin Feng was so angry that he stammered. He wanted to rush up and tear Feng Wuchen to pieces. Patriarch Qin, with your Qin family's strength, I'm afraid you can't deal with me. Feng Wuchen sneered slightly. His cultivation had stepped into the Heaven Monarch realm. How could Feng Wuchen be afraid of the insignificant Qin family? Arrogant. An elder shouted angrily with a murderous aura. Proud Cultivation God will be updated 5 to 8 chapters a day. Mad Cultivation God and Eternal War Soul will be completed soon. Please support me. Wind Shadow massacred the Luli sect, which means his strength has reached the middle stage of Heaven Monarch. Yes, the Qin family is not as strong as the Luli sect. Seeking revenge from Wind Shadow is simply courting death. We didn't see it with our own eyes, so it's hard to say. We can't believe the words of the Luli sect's female disciples. In the hall, everyone was whispering. But as soon as Feng Wuchen said, whoever wants to die can come at me, the whole hall instantly quieted down. Feng Wuchen had no fear on his face. He sneered confidently. Patriarch Qin, if you want to seek revenge, old man won't stop you, but I hope you don't fight in the Chamber of Commerce to avoid hurting the innocent or destroying the Chamber of Commerce's treasures. Patriarch Qin, you can't afford it. Xiao Sanfeng broke the silence with a smile. Humph. Qin Hao snorted and immediately left the Chamber of Commerce, followed by the Qin family experts. Everyone also left the Chamber of Commerce. Feng Wuchen followed without hesitation. Feng Wuchen didn't even put the Luli sect in his eyes, let alone the Qin family. On the cross street outside the Chamber of Commerce, the Qin family experts and Feng Wuchen confronted each other. The street was congested and full of people. Patriarch Qin, if you want to fight, then do it quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. Feng Wuchen sneered. While floating in the air, he arrogantly stretched out his hand to provoke. The more powerful Feng Wuchen was, the less confident Patriarch Qin and the others were. Patriarch, Wind Shadow can kill Yi Yonli and the Luli sect master. This person's strength must be terrifying. We are not his opponent. An elder whispered with a dignified expression. Let's delay him first. The people of the Moon God Palace will be here soon. Another elder said. Second elder is right. Let's delay him first. The third elder agreed. Do it. Qin Hao said coldly, staring at Feng Wuchen fiercely. The heaven's essence in his body also burst out. Facing Feng Wuchen, they had to go all out. Qin Hao and the three elders used all of their strength and rushed into the sky at the same time. Their auras were majestic, and a terrifying wave of air swept out like a storm. When he saw this, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with ferocious killing intent, and he sneered, since you've decided to make a move, then the outcome will be different. Feng Wuchen would never show mercy to his enemies. The power of time was activated, and a tyrannical aura swept out. Feng Wuchen was not to be outdone, and he shot out like a golden bolt of lightning. Is that all you've got? And here I was wondering how strong you were. Feeling Feng Wuchen's strength, Qin Hao said disdainfully, feeling much more at ease. The second elder said fiercely, Brat, you are not even at the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. How dare you speak so arrogantly? There's no need to stall for time. Kill him. The third elder roared furiously, his killing intent surging. Although the power of time was strong, it was much weaker than the heavenly Tao divine power. Feng Wuchen's current aura was not even at the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Feng Ying's strength is not even at the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Are the rumors false? Feng Ying's aura is not even as good as the Qin clan's Grand Elder, and he dares to be so arrogant. He is simply courting death. Is this the standard of the Golden Assassin? He massacred the Luli sect and killed so many people. Did he rely on some despicable means? The cultivators around the street all showed expressions of shock, disdain, disappointment, and ridicule. Third Elder, is this all Mr. Fang's strength? He is not even as good as our Chamber of Commerce's chief guard. How did he massacre the Luli sect? How did he kill Yi Yongli? A guard asked in shock. Xiao Sanfeng disagreed and said with a faint smile, those who underestimate Feng Ying will not have a good ending. As expected. As soon as Xiao Sanfeng's words fell, a strange and magical scene appeared. Qin Hao and the other three arrived in an instant, but when they launched a fierce and ruthless attack on Feng Wuchen, the golden light emitted from Feng Wuchen's body quickly spread to their bodies, and their movement speed was instantly reduced by dozens of times. Boom, boom, boom. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The moment the power of time spread, Feng Wuchen launched a fierce attack. Except for Qin Hao, the other three Grand Elders vomited blood at the same time and were sent flying. What is going on? Qin Hao was shocked and said with horror, why do I feel that I can't move? Is it an illusion? Or is his speed too fast? Feng Wuchen's control of the power of time could be said to be at will. Instant release and instant disappearance, causing a visual illusion. It was as if he was stuck for an instant and then recovered in an instant. Hiss, seeing this scene, the people on the street gasped in shock, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. What happened just now? Did I see it wrong? Patriarch Qin and the others didn't dodge Feng Ying's attack. That's impossible. No, it is said that Feng Ying used a power that could limit speed in the Battle of Mount Xianming. That's why he killed thousands of guards from the Luli sect and Moon God Palace. The street was instantly in an uproar. Everyone's faces were full of shock and horror. Patriarch, it is said that Feng Ying has the power to limit speed. He just limited our speed in an instant, an elder quickly said. The power to limit speed? Qin Hao frowned deeply. There were too many rumors about Feng Wuchen in the Battle of Mount Xianming, including the rumor that he could limit speed. Almost all the cultivators in Lingdu knew about it. You are right. It can indeed limit your speed. Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly sounded in the elder's ear. What? The elder's expression suddenly changed. Boom. Pfft. Feng Wuchen flashed over in an extremely strange and magical way. He punched the elder's back. With a boom, the overbearing power shattered the elder's internal organs again. His body turned into a black line and shot out. Third Elder. Qin Hao and the other two elders turned pale with fright. The power of Feng Wuchen's punch was several times stronger than before. It killed the elder on the spot. Feng Wuchen's speed was terrifying. It was completely beyond their imagination. They didn't even notice it. Boom boom. Pft pft. Teleportation was used consecutively. Feng Wuchen attacked ruthlessly. The other two elders almost flew out at the same time. The overbearing and terrifying power killed the other two elders. First Elder. Second Elder. Qin Hao roared in grief and anger. Feng Wuchen's movement technique was terrifying. Qin Hao couldn't detect it at all. Hiss. The faces of the spectators turned pale. They all gasped in horror and trembled all over. Qin Feng collapsed on the ground in horror. He couldn't believe that everything had really happened. 3 Heaven Monarch Realm Elders were instantly killed by Feng Wuchen. They finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. At first, they looked down on Feng Wuchen. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen, who they looked down on, killed 3 Heaven Monarchs. Qin Hao's face was filled with horror as his body stiffened. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 elders of the Qin clan were killed. Too terrifying. Just now, Feng Ying's strength increased by several folds. That's another kind of strength, it seems to be divine power. His speed is too terrifying. I didn't even see how he attacked. The spectators finally saw how terrifying the famous Feng Ying was. They were all frightened as they looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Feng Wuchen. At this moment, they finally knew how Feng Wuchen massacred the Colored Glass sect and how he slaughtered thousands of guards. It was because of the terrifying power of time and the terrifying movement skills, The famous Fengning assassin was definitely worthy of his reputation. Buzz buzz. After being stunned for a moment, an extremely terrifying strength burst out from Qin Hao's body. Due to his anger, he burst out with his potential. The majestic aura was soul-stirring as the resplendent purple light soared into the sky, causing the void within a radius of 3,000 meters to tremble. Today, either you die or I die. With bloodshot eyes, Qin Hao glared at Feng Wuchen and roared. His killing intent soared to the sky. Qin Hao's anger was burning, and his heart was bleeding. He was completely controlled by his anger. Boom. Buzz buzz. Qin Hao roared in rage. He stepped on the void and shot out explosively. With a thunderous boom, Qin Hao's silhouette flashed, as fast as lightning. His majestic aura caused the void to tremble once again. Hand over your life. The furious Qin Hao instantly appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and blasted a violent fist at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all. Even when Qin Hao burst out with his terrifying strength, Feng Wuchen didn't even frown. No matter how strong Qin Hao was, he couldn't threaten Feng Wuchen at all. With Feng Wuchen's current combat strength, he could fight with a late-stage Heaven Monarch if he used all his strength. Boom. Buzz. His heavenly divine power was instantly activated, and a vast aura surged out. A soul-stirring power condensed on his fist, and Feng Wuchen met it with a punch. There was an earth-shattering boom, and the energy ripples from the collision swept out without restraint. However, such a ferocious punch from Qin Hao was actually unable to move Feng Wuchen by even half a step. At the instant of collision, Qin Hao's berserk strength was like a stone sinking into the sea. At the instant of collision, his strength actually collapsed, like an egg smashing into a rock. What? Qin Hao's expression changed drastically. As a middle-stage Heaven Monarch, he couldn't even move Feng Wuchen by half a step even after using his full strength. Hiss, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Their eyes widened to the extreme, and their faces were filled with horror and disbelief. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. A middle-stage Heaven Monarch realm expert was actually unable to shake an early-stage Heaven Monarch realm expert. Patriarch Qin, do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. His voice was so cold that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Isn't Feng Ying too berserk? After just one punch, he asked for his last words. Everyone was shocked again. How confident was Feng Wuchen of his strength? It was as if a middle-stage Heaven Monarch expert could be killed by Feng Wuchen at any time. Immortal art. Weight-breaking divine fist. The horrified Qin Hao suddenly roared. His fist suddenly burst with the power of a technique. Boom. Buzz. Their fists collided, and there was a loud explosion. Feng Wuchen was sent flying 1,000 meters away. The terrifying power shook the void. However, Feng Wuchen was unscathed. Boom. Qin Hao stepped on the void again and shot out crazily. At the same time, his hands formed a seal. The spectators all held their breaths as they stared at Qin Hao without blinking. Immortal art. Shocking wave seal. Qin Hao roared furiously. A huge purple energy seal was condensed in the void. It was suffocating with terrifying power. Swish. Buzz. Qin Hao waved his hand and the huge energy seal ruthlessly smashed toward Feng Wuchen. Its power was shocking. Burning sky finger. Feng Wuchen stabilized his body and a surging aura burst out. He activated the black fire and formed a sword finger. He pointed at Qin Hao with one hand and shouted. What a shocking aura. What kind of technique is this? Xiao Somfeng's old face finally changed after watching the battle. This terrifying aura is even more terrifying than the immortal art. The cultivators exclaimed. Their hearts trembled again and again. Swish. Boom. Buzz. A domineering black light flashed with an ear-piercing sound and pierced through Qin Hao's energy seal in the blink of an eye. It exploded with a boom and shattered. It couldn't resist at all. How can it be? Qin Hao's expression changed drastically. He was extremely frightened. The terrifying black light seemed to have the power to pierce through heaven and earth. It easily pierced through Qin Hao's energy seal and rushed toward Qin Hao with lightning speed. Hiss, the crowd once again gasped in horror, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. They had never seen such a domineering technique. After all, it was an existence that surpassed the immortal art. Heavenly Essence Protection. Heavenly Wind Shield. Qin Hao was shocked. He hurriedly formed a defensive shield and an energy shield. Boom. Chi. Puff. In the blink of an eye, the domineering black light broke through Qin Hao's energy shield and energy shield. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. In the end, Qin Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. My power can't resist it. What kind of technique is this? Qin Hao was even more terrified. The 2 layers of defense he formed with all his power couldn't even block Feng Wuchen's black light. The domineering black light even pierced through Qin Hao's heart. The black light was extremely domineering. It was so domineering that Qin Hao couldn't resist it. How can Wind Shadow be so powerful? Who is he? Qin Hao was in despair. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. Qin Hao's body slowly fell. His aura gradually dissipated. Everyone present was shocked. They looked at the falling Qin Hao in dead silence. Their faces were pale. Qin. Patriarch Qin has been killed. What kind of technique did Wind Shadow use? It's too powerful. He killed Patriarch Qin, who was a mid-stage heaven monarch, in one move, and he's only an early-stage heaven monarch. He's a monster. After the dead silence, the crowd was in an uproar. Their exclamations reached the clouds. They were all scared out of their wits. In this battle, Feng Wuchen was unscathed. He killed Qin Hao and the 3 elders of the Qin family effortlessly. Such a domineering technique has already surpassed the immortal art. Could it be the legendary divine art? It shouldn't be wrong. Divine art is a technique that only heavenly venerables and very few top experts have. Xiao Sanfeng guessed in shock. His old face was also filled with shock. He killed Qin Hao in one move. How terrifying was his combat power? Feng Wuchen's words shocked everyone present. Even the late-stage heaven monarchs were filled with fear of Feng Wuchen. Who would dare to kill a mid-stage heaven monarch in one move? Feng Wuchen knew when to stop. He glanced at Xiao Sanfeng and then flew away. With Qin Hao and the 3 elders dead, the Qin clan was without a leader. Qin Feng fainted on the spot. The Qin clan had completely fallen. It was impossible for them to revive in this lifetime. From now on, the Qin clan was bound to decline. The Qin clan's enemies would definitely take the opportunity to seek revenge. The Qin clan was doomed. The wrong decision had ruined the entire Qin clan. There was dead silence. Everyone was still in fear. Feng Wuchen's black light was too terrifying. It was deeply engraved in their hearts and would never be forgotten. In everyone's mind, the scene of the black light piercing through Qin Hao was like a replay. Every time it appeared, it brought fear to them. Less than 2 minutes after Feng Wuchen left, the Moon God Palace's experts arrived. Unfortunately, they were too late. The newcomer was Jiang Shuihan, a late-stage heaven monarch. Killed Qin Hao in one move? What kind of skill is so powerful? Jiang Shuihan frowned slightly and said coldly, no wonder he could kill Zhang Lingshan and the others. This Feng Ying is indeed capable. Great commander, other than you, no one else in the heavenly monarch realm can deal with him. Another heavenly monarch frowned. Jiang Shuihan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I also want to meet him. Looking at Xiao Sanfeng, Jiang Shuihan said, Third Elder, I heard that you are very close with Feng Ying. Including this time, we have met 3 times. It's hard to say whether we are close or not. Old man is just a businessman. If there is a business, he will do it. Xiao Sanfeng smiled faintly. Don't let the Chamber of Commerce lose. You won't be able to explain it to the Chamber of Commerce president. Jiang Shuihan said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. Xiao Sanfeng said disapprovingly. Feng Ying shouldn't have gone far. Quickly go after him. Jiang Shuihan ordered. The aura emitted from his body was terrifying. Yes. Commander. Several Heaven Monarch experts immediately chased in the direction of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Wind Shadow, I will find a way to get you out. Jiang said coldly. Swish, a black shadow flashed across the void at an astonishing speed. This person was Feng Wuchen. Wiping out the colored glass sect, heavily injuring the Qing clan, and killing so many experts of the Moon God Palace, I wonder if Qiu Qingshan is so angry that he's vomiting blood, Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. What a beautiful sound. It's over there. On the way back to Sky Shadow Pavilion, as they passed by a mountain, Feng Wuchen suddenly heard the beautiful sound of a zither. Feng Wuchen stopped and looked at the source of the music. Feng Wuchen was attracted by the music and immediately flew over. In a man-made pavilion on the peak of a mountain, a beautiful woman in a white gauze dress was playing a beautiful tune. It was like the sound of nature, intoxicating. The woman's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her temperament was refined, and her posture was elegant. Her every move exuded a pure aura. In the forest, birds and beasts were quietly listening to the beautiful tune. Feng Wuchen approached the pavilion carefully, not wanting to disturb the woman playing the tune. An innate grade immortal artifact. Feng Wuchen could tell at a glance that the zither was an innate grade immortal artifact. The sound of the zither is beautiful, and the person is even more beautiful. A beauty with an immortal zither, but such a beautiful tune is mixed with a trace of sadness. It makes one feel pity, Feng Wuchen said in a low voice, as if his own sadness had been triggered. The woman's tune resonated with others. It was obvious that her zither skills were superb. Young master, you can hear a trace of sadness in such a beautiful tune. It's obvious that you are a person with a story. As if she had heard Feng Wuchen's voice, the woman suddenly spoke. Her clear and pleasant voice was very comforting. I'm really sorry to disturb you. Feng Wuchen quickly apologized. It's okay. The woman stopped playing and sized up Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes. She smiled softly and said, Young master, you are the first person to listen to my music. The woman continued asking, I'm Yu Yan. How should I address you? Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen answered simply. He looked at Yu Yan with a gaze without any distracting thoughts. It was pure admiration. This woman is very good at hiding. Even I can't tell her cultivation base. My intuition tells me that this woman is not simple. Her cultivation base is unfathomable. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He was secretly curious about Fairy Yu Yan's background. Fairy Yu Yan's aura did not fluctuate at all, so he could not tell her exact cultivation base. The background of such a devastatingly beautiful fairy was definitely not simple. Feng Wuchen? Fairy Yu Yan looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. She then said, So you are the famous Sky Shadow Pavilion's gold-ranked assassin, Wind Shadow. Sorry for not recognizing you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Don't I look like one? Indeed, you don't. Fairy Yu Yan shook her head softly. There was no trace of panic or fear on her face. Fairy Yu Yan's music is mixed with a tinge of sadness. I wonder what caused such a beautiful song to be played with such sadness. Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Fairy Yu Yan stood up slowly. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance and said softly, There are thousands of sorrows in the world. I'm just lamenting the impermanence of the world. The celestial race's authority is corrupt. Countless people in the heaven realm have to endure humiliation and oppression. We can't do anything about it. Fairy Yu Yan said sadly. The celestial race's authority will collapse one day. Feng Wuchen said firmly. But once the celestial race's authority collapses, the heaven realm will be in chaos. Fairy Yu Yan shook her head slightly. She looked like she was in a dilemma. That might not be the case. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, When the celestial race's authority collapses, the heavenly lord and the 8 great celestial emperors will be eliminated. When that happens, the people and gods in the heaven realm will be equal and live in harmony. The humiliation and oppression will naturally be eliminated. I didn't expect the Wind Shadow, a gold-ranked assassin, to have such great ambitions. To be honest, I'm looking forward to that day too. It's nice to meet you. We'll meet again. Fairy Yu Yan smiled faintly. As soon as she finished speaking, before Feng Wuchen could say anything, Fairy Yu Yan had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if she had never appeared. This woman's cultivation is indeed not simple. I'm afraid she's already in the heavenly god realm. Feng Wuchen guessed secretly. Such a beautiful song. What a pity. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Then, his clone left. After Feng Wuchen left, Fairy Yu Yan appeared again in a flash. The wind shadow does indeed have the aura of the dragon gods. Moreover, he also has divine power. His bloodline is definitely not that of the ordinary dragon gods. This person's identity is not simple. At least, I can be sure that the wind shadow is a member of the dragon gods. Fairy Yu Yan thought to herself. The wind shadow's divine power aura is not the Tiangang divine power, Azura divine power, or death divine power. Instead, it's the heavenly Tao divine power. He's the strongest existence among the four great divine powers. Being able to awaken the heavenly Tao divine power is even more proof of his high status. Fairy Yu Yan muttered to herself. End of chapter. Heavenly Path divine power? Are you sure you're not mistaken? A questioning voice sounded, followed by the appearance of a young man without a sound. If you don't believe me, why bother asking? Yu Yan said coldly. Fairy Yu Yan, you've misunderstood. I'm not doubting you. It's just that heavenly path divine power is 1 in a million. Even a god with the most orthodox bloodline might not be able to awaken heavenly path divine power, the man quickly explained. He was afraid that Fairy Yu Yan would misunderstand. After saying that, he looked at Fairy Yu Yan's expression. He seemed to be wary of Fairy Yu Yan, but he also seemed to be in love with her. I've confirmed that Wind Shadow is a member of the dragon gods. He also possesses heavenly path divine power. You may return, Fairy Yu Yan said softly. Then, her beautiful figure disappeared into thin air. Heavenly path divine power? The legendary strongest divine power. The young man frowned. Feng Wuchen did not return to Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. Instead, he came to a towering mountain floating in the sky. Feng Wuchen planned to raise his 4 main domains to heaven grade. At least, it would be of great help to him in the weapon crafting convention a month later. The heaven realm is ruled by the celestial lords. If I want to destroy the celestial lords, I'll have to fully utilize the advantages of the 4 main domains. I believe that many of the major forces in the heaven realm dare not voice their anger. There's no chance of victory if I fight them alone. I can only unite the major forces in the heaven realm, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The existence of the celestial lords was deeply rooted. They were terrifying behemoths. However, the 8 celestial lords were enough to shake the major regions in the heaven realm. This mountain is not bad. Feng Wuchen sized it up. He was satisfied. The mountain was shrouded in celestial mist. It was rich in spirit qi. Most importantly, it was very quiet. There were no forces nearby. It was very suitable for cultivation. After entering the mountain, Feng Wuchen found a secluded place. Then, he entered the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to cultivate. Spirit Realm's Weapon Craftsman Guild. The guild was located in Spirit Realm's heaven capital. It had a high status and was respected by countless cultivators. The 4 main occupations were still respected in the heaven realm. Other than the Weapon Craftsman Guild, there was also the Sage Manor. At that time, the Saint Manor was headed by Mr. Gue Gu and had many powerful alchemists. However, because of Mr. Gue Gu, the alchemists went their separate ways. The Artificers Guild was a major force in the spirit realm. Other than the Spirit Emperor Divine Hall, the Artificers Guild was the strongest. Even such a powerful blacksmith guild had no choice but to lower their heads because of the relationship with the Heavenly Venerables. The Artificer Guild, as its name suggested, was a large force that focused on artificers. It had gathered many of the strongest artificers in Spirit Realm. In fact, there were even powerful blacksmiths from all over the world who were affiliated with the Blacksmith Guild. With such a huge force, even the 8 great heavenly emperors of the heaven realm had to be wary. It could be said that other than the Sky Shadow Pavilion, the Weapon Craftsmen's Guild did not fear the 8 great celestial emperors in the slightest. They were just being polite on the surface. Today, Qiao Sanfeng returned to the Craftsmen's Guild. The Blacksmith Guild was incomparably imposing. It occupied a huge area and was built with hundreds of imposing palaces. Qiao Sanfeng naturally came back to help Feng Wuchen register for the Armament Refining Convention. Oh? Isn't this the Chamber of Commerce's third elder? How come you have time to come back to the guild today? As soon as Qiao Sanfeng entered the guild, he heard a mocking voice. Qiao Sanfeng frowned slightly, but he ignored it and walked straight to the main palace. Obviously, this was not the first time such mockery had been heard. Heaven rank soul power, but your realm is still at the immortal rank. Third elder, it seems that your realm hasn't improved at all. How can you say that? The third elder is the only immortal rank artificer in our artificers guild who hasn't improved at all in 3 years. Which one of you can do that? That's true, that's true. We can't reach the third elder's realm no matter what. Before Qiao Sanfeng entered the main palace, he heard the mocking words of several old men. Although Qiao Sanfeng was not the Spirit Realm Chamber of Commerce's third elder, in the eyes of the artificers of the Artificers Guild, he was nothing. The Artificers Guild was stronger than the Chamber of Commerce. Humph. Qiao Sanfeng glared at the old men, too lazy to argue. Outside the main palace, Qiao Sanfeng said, "Old man is here to register. Please let me know." Register? Qiao Sanfeng, are you kidding me? You're just an immortal rank artificer and you want to register? Forget it, don't embarrass the guild. One of the guards' eyes flashed with disdain. Qiao Sanfeng's old face was extremely ugly. It was one thing for the arrogant artificers to disdain him, but these guards didn't put him in their eyes either. Qiao Sanfeng, without the permission of the elder and without reaching the heaven rank, you are not allowed to enter the main palace, not even to register. Another guard said coldly. Another guard said contemptuously, Qiao Sanfeng, you should know the rules of the guild. You. Qiao Sanfeng was furious. This was too much. Qiao Sanfeng said gloomily, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Old man will cripple you today. Impudent. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, and a young man slowly walked over. Greetings, young master. The guards hurriedly knelt, and the elders and young artificers who were laughing at Qiao Sanfeng also hurriedly knelt. Humph. The young man snorted coldly, and his terrifying aura shook the guards so much that they spat out blood. The newcomer was the young master of the Artificers Guild, Yun Wuying. He was known as the #1 artificer genius of Spirit Realm and had reached the innate rank at such a young age. In the last Artificers Conference, Yun Wuying won first place and became famous in Spirit Realm. Greetings, young master. Qiao Sanfeng hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. Elder Qiao, there's no need to be so courteous. Elder Qiao has been wronged, the young man said politely, then looked at the guards and said coldly, how dare you? Don't you know who you are? You have no respect for your elders and offended your superiors. Get out of the guild immediately. Yes. The guards didn't dare to refute, and they regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Many people envied being able to become a guild guard, but their arrogance got them killed. Yun Wuying looked coldly at the elders and said coldly, you're all artificers of the guild. Are you very strong? Instead of mocking others, why don't you work hard on your artificers? If you don't want to stay in the guild, you can leave at any time. We wouldn't dare, the elders replied in horror, cold sweat dripping down their backs. The guild is a holy land for artificers, not your backyard. If there's a next time, I'll cripple your soul power. All of you, back off. Yun Wuying shouted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that these elders were artificers, Yun Wuying would have driven them away already. The elders left dejectedly, and no one dared to say a word. Elder Qiao, please come in. Yun Wuying smiled politely at Qiao Sanfeng. Thank you, young master. Qiao Sanfeng smiled gratefully. End of chapter. Yun Wuying led Qiao Sanfeng into the main hall. The elders are in seclusion, so the deacon elder is in charge of the guild. The artifact crafting convention is in a month's time. Sorry to trouble you, deacon elder, Yun Wuying said politely. I see. Qiao Sanfeng nodded. So it's Elder Qiao. Long time no see. A gray-robed elder greeted Qiao Sanfeng with a smile. Deacon elder. Qiao Sanfeng bowed politely. The elder in front of him was the deacon elder of the guild. He was also an innate great artificer and held a high position in spirit realm. Deacon Elder, I have already prepared the materials you requested, Yun Wuing said. Thank you for your help, young master. The Deacon Elder bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite, Deacon Elder. It's a small matter. Yun Wuing smiled. It was clear that the young master of the Artifact Craftsman Guild was a good person. Although he was the young master, he did not put on airs and treated others with respect. What is it, Elder Qiao? The Deacon Elder asked with a smile. Qiao Sanfeng said, I came back to the guild today to help someone register for the Artifact Crafting Convention. The Deacon Elder and Yun Wuing were stunned. Who was Qiao Sanfeng? He was the third elder of the guild and an immortal great artificer. Who could make Qiao Sanfeng register for the Artifact Craftsman? The Deacon Elder asked curiously. Who is it, Elder Qiao? My teacher. Qiao Sanfeng smiled. Teacher? The Deacon Elder and Yun Wuing exclaimed in unison as they looked at Qiao Sanfeng in shock. Since when did Qiao Sanfeng have a teacher? Why had they never heard of him? The Deacon Elder frowned and asked curiously, May I ask who your teacher is, Elder Qiao? Feng Wuchen, Qiao Sanfeng replied calmly. What? Sky Shadow Pavilion's ace assassin, Feng Ying? The Deacon Elder and Yun Wuing were shocked again, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Qiao Sanfeng smiled and said, Yes. Are you joking, Elder Qiao? Even if Feng Ying is an artificer, is he qualified to be your teacher? Wouldn't the hierarchy be messed up? Yun Wuing asked in shock. In terms of seniority, those who are capable will be in charge. Qiao Sanfeng said indifferently, moreover, Feng Wuchen's attainments in refining are extremely high. Not long ago, I received his guidance and broke through the bottleneck of refining that I had been stuck at for 3 years. Oh? There is such a thing? The Deacon Elder was shocked again and hurriedly asked, What is the realm of Kazakage? He can actually give Elder Qiao pointers. Immortal grade blacksmith, Qiao Sanfeng said with a faint smile. Celestial grade? The Deacon Elder and Yun Wuing's expressions froze. Elder Qiao, what are you? Yun Wuing was at a loss for words. Old man, I know you don't believe me, but Feng Wuchen's attainments in the field of refining are indeed unfathomable. Qiao Sanfeng smiled faintly. He didn't expect them to believe him. The Deacon Elder and Yun Wuing didn't believe Qiao Sanfeng's nonsense. How could a mere immortal-grade tool craftsman be so skilled? In the Blacksmith Guild, there were hundreds of immortal-grade tool craftsmen, so they naturally didn't believe him. Of course, the Deacon Elder didn't say much. Elder Qiao, Feng Ying is someone the Moon God Palace wants to kill, and he is also someone the Soul Emperor wants to kill. You have to think carefully. If you get involved with him, you will definitely get yourself killed, the Deacon Elder said solemnly. Old man understands. Qiao Sanfeng nodded. The Deacon Elder frowned slightly and said, Old man, help him record his name. Thank you, Deacon Elder. Old man will take his leave first. Qiao Sanfeng thanked him. The Deacon Elder quickly stopped him and said, Elder Qiao, if there is nothing else in the guild, you can stay and help. Old man and young master are too busy. When I came just now, weren't there a few old things that were very free? Let them help. There are so many people in the guild, can't you just call them back? When is the guild not busy? And it's old man who takes care of it alone. Qiao Sanfeng rolled his eyes, then turned and left. You old thing, you're not loyal at all. The Deacon Elder scolded in a low voice. Yun Wuing shook his head helplessly and said, Many elders in the guild look down on Elder Qiao, which makes him very dissatisfied with the guild. It's understandable that Elder Qiao doesn't want to help. Sigh, the profession of tool craftsman has created too many arrogant people. Even those old bastards with powerful realms are the same. There's nothing we can do. The Deacon Elder shook his head helplessly. Speaking of which, I'm very interested in Kazakage. This person's strength is very strong, not below mine. What surprised me even more is that he is also a tool craftsman. It just so happens that he is also participating in the tool crafting convention. Yun Wuing smiled. Speaking of this, Yun Wuing looked at the Deacon Elder and asked, Deacon Elder, how credible do you think Elder Qiao's words are? The Deacon Elder shook his head slightly and said, Old man doesn't know, but have you seen any immortal-grade tool craftsmen teach others? How can he teach others when his own realm hasn't increased? The deacon elder said that he didn't know, but he didn't believe it in his heart. That's true. Yun Wuying nodded. Xiao Sanfeng left the hall with a smile on his face. Humph. What's there to be proud of? If it weren't for the fact that you're an elder of the guild, why would the deacon elder bother with you? 3 years without any improvement. You're a disgrace to our guild. You haven't broken through to heavenly grade at such an old age. Forget it. Xiao Sanfeng's appearance once again caused many tool craftsmen in the guild to mock him, but they didn't dare to be too loud after being warned by Yun Wuying. Humph. Xiao Sanfeng snorted and ignored them. Xiao Sanfeng knew very well that as long as he broke through to heavenly grade, these arrogant tool craftsmen would shut their mouths. Feng Wuchen's guidance had already loosened Xiao Sanfeng's realm. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to heavenly grade. Moreover, Xiao Sanfeng believed that with Feng Wuchen's guidance, he would surpass those arrogant old men sooner or later. Xiao Sanfeng, don't think you're so great just because you have the young master's support. This is the Craftsmen's Guild, not the guild. Let me tell you, the second elder has long disliked you and will kick you out of the guild sooner or later. An elder stopped Xiao Sanfeng and said coldly. A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way. Xiao Sanfeng shouted, deliberately raising his voice. You. The elder was furious and said viciously, just you wait. Don't you old things go to the guild. No matter what you want to buy, don't even think about it if you don't have 1 billion sky spirit stones. You can't even ask someone to buy it for you. Old man will go back and find out who's related to you. Xiao Sanfeng spat out these words and turned to leave. Xiao Sanfeng was the guild's third elder. He had the final say in all the treasures in the guild. I don't care. An elder rebuked angrily. Is that so? When we get back, the first thing old man will do is stop selling all materials. Xiao Sanfeng sneered without looking back. End of chapter. Buzz. Buzz, in one of the Sky Shadow Pavilion's palaces, a powerful energy burst out, causing the palace to buzz and tremble. This is Zhueyu's aura presence. Early stage Heaven Monarch. Zhueyu has also stepped into the Heaven Monarch realm. He broke through earlier than he Tuesday. This energy is truly violent. The Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins were all shocked and praised. After a month of seclusion, Zhueyu had successfully broken through to the early stage Heaven Monarch realm and had stepped into the ranks of gold medal assassins. Not bad, not bad. Sky Shadow Pavilion has another gold medal assassin. In the main hall, Qinglu smiled and was truly happy for Zhueyu. A few minutes later, Zhueyu arrived at the main hall. Lord Heaven Monarch, I am here to accept the mission. Zhueyu spoke with an emotionless and grim expression. This mission is a little difficult. Kill the Universal Palace Master. He is also at the early stage Heaven Monarch realm, but he is about to break through to the mid-stage. You have to think carefully. Qinglu spoke solemnly. He had already guessed that Zhueyu would look for him immediately and had already prepared the mission. Universal Palace Master? Zhueyu frowned slightly. Is it difficult? Qinglu asked. No. Zhueyu answered decisively. This person has committed all kinds of evil. He killed his wife and children and raped women. His crimes are unforgivable. He will be rewarded with 100,000 heaven spirit stones. Qinglu said. Yes. Zhueyu accepted the order respectfully. Just in case, you have just broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm. I will bestow you with an immortal grade talisman pattern. It will be helpful for your battle. Remember, don't make a move unless you are 100% confident. Once you make a move, you will only succeed. Qinglu spoke indifferently and waved his hand, sending a talisman pattern to Zhueyu. Many thanks, Lord Heaven Monarch. I will definitely complete the mission. Zhueyu cupped his fists and thanked him. He then left the main hall and immediately headed for the Universal Palace. At the same time, Feng Wuchen had been in seclusion for a month and had broken through to the heaven grade. His soul spirit power had increased by dozens of times. Feng Wuchen had stayed in the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda for 5 months. In 2 months, Feng Wuchen had successfully raised the 4 types of spirit domains to the heaven grade. In the remaining 3 months, he cultivated and studied the art. Without the help of treasures of heaven and earth and medicinal pills, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base had improved a lot. At the very least, he was stronger than before. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was refining pills. Feng Wuchen didn't have a prescription, he was just refining according to the same medicinal herbs. This wasn't a problem for Feng Wuchen at all. This heaven-grade pill has powerful healing properties. Since it has healing properties, it is equivalent to being reborn. Let's call it the blood spirit reincarnation pill. This heaven-grade pill can help a heavenly king level 1 heavenly monarch increase his cultivation. It is 7 colors, and is called the 7-colored sky profound pill. This pill will definitely be very popular. This pill can restore your strength. It's called the yin-yang restoration pill. There's also this one. It has a light blue halo, just like a gem, and can increase the success rate of a heavenly king breaking through to the heavenly monarch realm. How many heavenly kings have failed to break through to the heavenly monarch realm? With this pill, at least half of the success rate would be achieved. Phew! My soul force is already exhausted. I'm so tired. Feng Wuchen looked at the pills and muttered to himself. Finally, he directly lay down on the cold stone to rest. The medicinal herbs that he could buy at the Chamber of Commerce were almost used up. Feng Wuchen had refined many of these 4 pills. In addition, Feng Wuchen had also refined many heaven-grade talisman patterns, which were more powerful than immortal-grade talisman patterns. When I go back, I have to refine some special heaven-grade immortal artifacts that can suppress cultivation. They must be heavy, can defend, and can strengthen the body. Feng Wuchen muttered. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Feng Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh no! The blacksmith convention." The 3rd elder said 1 month later. "It's about time now. I have to go to Heaven Capital immediately." Feng Wuchen immediately jumped up and flew to Heaven Capital. At the same time, he took the yin-yang restoration pill. Swish, a black line shot out from the mountain peak and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Its speed was extremely shocking. Fortunately, Spirit Capital was not far from Heaven Capital. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would not be able to make it. At this moment, many blacksmiths had gathered at the blacksmith guild. There were men, women, old, and young. There was no age limit. The big shots of Heaven Capital had also come to the guild to watch. Among all the blacksmiths present, only Feng Wuchen did not come. "Teacher, what's wrong? Why aren't you here yet?" Xiao Sanfeng was burning with anxiety. He paced back and forth in front of the guild, ignoring the greetings of others. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen remembered in time. Otherwise, he would have missed it. With my speed, I should be able to make it in time. I remember that I have to pass by the Palace of Heaven and Earth to get to the Divine Capital. I wanted to accept that mission, but I didn't expect to be targeted by the Moon God Palace, Feng Wuchen muttered as he flew. Swish swish swish, Feng Wuchen's figure flickered as he used teleportation. Palace of Heaven and Earth. Hidden in the dark, Zhueyu had been observing the Palace of Heaven and Earth for more than 2 hours. At the entrance of the palace, a middle-aged man walked out. Zhueyu frowned slightly as a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Other than Huang Qing, there are 2 other heavenly lords. I can only lure the snake out of its hole. Zhueyu thought. The Huang Qing that Zhueyu mentioned was the palace master of the Palace of Heaven and Earth. Swish swish, swish swish swish, in the next second, Zhueyu flashed out and quickly flashed past 2 disciples. 2 cold lights flashed as the 2 disciples' throats were slit. Who is it? Huang Qing, who had just come out of the main hall, suddenly shouted. Seeing the 2 disciples killed, Huang Qing was furious. His face was ferocious as he immediately gave chase. Humph! How dare you come to my Palace of Heaven and Earth to behave so atrociously? Huang Qing shouted angrily as he gave chase at full speed. Zhueyu flashed into the nearby mountain range. He looked back as he shuttled through the dense forest. Swish swish swish, black shadows leaped and flashed rapidly in the forest. Their figures couldn't be seen clearly. A few minutes later, Zhuai Yu was already far away from the palace of heaven and earth and had successfully lured Huang Qing out. Swish, Huang Qing flashed over and looked around vigilantly with a ruthless gaze. He said coldly, "Lured me out? Why don't you show yourself?" Swish, the moment Huang Qing's words fell, a black shadow suddenly burst out from its hiding place. Its speed was astonishing, like a ferocious cheetah. The person who came was Zhuai Yu. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Huang Qing and stabbed out with the dagger in his hand. Humph! Huang Qing snorted fiercely. A terrifying power instantly erupted as an extremely powerful force swept out like a storm. Hidden force. Zhuai Yu's expression changed slightly as he forcefully retreated. "You're courting death," Huang Qing said coldly. His aura had already locked onto Zhuai Yu. He immediately gave chase and blasted a palm at Zhuai Yu. Such fast speed. Zhuai Yu frowned deeply as he met the palm head-on. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two palms collided. With a loud boom, the tyrannical force blasted Zhuai Yu back dozens of meters. "You are an assassin from the Sky Shadow Pavilion." Huang Qing recognized the dagger in Zhuai Yu's hand and his face turned even gloomier. End of chapter. This person's strength is stronger than I imagined. I am not a match for him in a head-on clash. Zhuai Yu frowned and said to himself with a grave expression. When he thought of this, Zhuai Yu decisively disappeared and concealed himself again. "You can't hide your aura presence. Do you think it is useful against me?" Huang Qing sneered with disdain. Even when facing the gold medal assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, he didn't have any fear. His vicious eyes followed Zhuai Yu's aura presence as he sneered, "From your aura presence, you just broke through to the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. You have yet to consolidate your cultivation, and you are in a hurry to carry out the mission. Do you want to be promoted as a gold medal assassin? I think you are here to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Qing's palm slowly rotated and condensed a horrific green energy. A violent wind swept through the forest with majestic aura presence and astonishing prowess. "You lured me here. It seems like you don't know my strength." Huang Qing sneered and immediately yelled out, "Immortal art! Destruction of heaven and earth!" As soon as Huang Qing yelled out, he suddenly waved his hand, and the green energy swept out in all directions. Boom! 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 Buzz! Buzz! Wherever the horrific energy passed, the forest in all directions would explode. The mountains would shake, and it truly had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Swish! 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 Zhuai Yu's figure flickered as he dodged the waves of explosions. Humph! Huang Qing sneered with ridicule and constantly changed his hand gestures, controlling the powerful energy to attack. Boom! 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 Buzz! Buzz! The horrific energy destroyed the mountain range in a frenzy. The explosions were deafening, and there were huge pits. The mountains collapsed, and countless rocks rolled down. Worthy of being an assassin. Your reaction speed is rather fast. Huang Qing sneered. Huang Qing can casually control this earth attribute energy to attack. There is no way to get close to him. Furthermore, his defense is extremely strong. Zhuai Yu frowned and thought to himself. Apart from dodging, there was nothing else he could do. The horrific energy constantly burst out from the ground, and it was completely testing Zhuai Yu's reaction speed. Swish! Huang Qing's vicious eyes stared at Zhuai Yu, who was constantly dodging. He suddenly burst out with lightning speed and arrived in a flash. Not good. Zhuai Yu's expression suddenly changed as he turned and swept his leg. Humph! I am here. Huang Qing's chilling laughter echoed from behind Zhuai Yu. What? Zhuai Yu's complexion changed drastically once more. He swept out with his foot, striking Huang Qing's phantom. Void-shattering cloud-splitting palm. Huang Qing shouted and struck out with his palm. Boom! Pfff. Zhuai Yu was already unable to dodge. His back was struck by a palm, and with an explosive boom, the terrifying power caused Zhuai Yu to spit out a mouthful of blood as his figure flew out. In terms of speed, you're inferior to me. In terms of strength, you're inferior to me. In terms of cultivation, you're inferior to me. You actually have the guts to try and kill me. You're simply seeking death. Huang Qing shot out like a bolt of lightning as he shouted loudly with a majestic aura. The two palms collided again. Zhuai Yu's strength was no match for Huang Qing. He spat out another mouthful of blood and flew out. After being injured by Huang Qing twice, Zhuai Yu's injuries were serious. His face was pale. "Prepare to die," Huang Qing shouted. He formed a seal with both hands and a bright green light flashed. Immortal art. 7-star wind-splitting slash. Whoosh. Buzz. Huang Qing waved his hand. An extremely terrifying green energy slash flew towards Zhuai Yu with a majestic force. Wherever it passed, the ground shook violently and collapsed. The destructive power was astonishing. Zhuai Yu forcefully stabilized his body. His eyes flashed with ferocity. He planned to go all out. Then, he took out an immortal grade rune and urged his strength with all his strength. Buzz. A fierce aura swept out. With the help of the rune's power, Zhuai Yu's aura soared crazily. The space within a radius of a few hundred feet shook and rolled like ripples. At this moment, Zhuai Yu's strength was even stronger than before. Immortal grade rune. Huang Qing frowned deeply. His expression became serious. Immortal art. Mirage immortal sword. Zhuai Yu shouted fiercely. He used all his strength to condense a huge purple energy sword. It was suffocating and terrifying. Whoosh. Buzz. The sword flew over. The surrounding mountains collapsed one after another. It was unstoppable. His strength has increased by so much. Huang Qing was shocked. Rumble. Puff. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying forces collided and exploded. The terrifying explosion swept towards Huang Qing, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Huang Qing vomiting blood, Zhuai Yu was relieved. He was secretly glad that Qing Lu had given him an immortal grade rune. Otherwise, he would have lost this battle. After a while, the explosive energy ripples gradually dissipated. In the distance, an Earth attribute energy shield condensed on the surface of Huang Qing's body. The power of an immortal grade rune is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, it is not enough to defeat me. Huang Qing's sneer came from afar. The shield in front of him gradually dissipated. Huang Qing's defense was extremely strong. Although he was injured, it did not affect him much. What a strong defense! Zhuai Yu frowned and thought. You have consumed more than half of your divine prime. You are dead meat. Huang Qing grinned fiercely. A terrifying force was activated once again. Immortal art. Giant desolate beast. Huang Qing put his palms together and roared. In the next second, the surrounding mountains shook violently. Countless mountain rocks gathered and condensed into two huge stone beasts. They were like apes and their scarlet eyes were extremely frightening. This is. Looking at the two huge beasts, Zhuai Yu was stunned. Roar, roar. The two giant beasts roared out. It was deafening and extremely violent. Stomp him to death. Huang Qing shouted. The two giant beasts immediately launched an attack. Their huge fists smashed towards Zhuai Yu. Looking at the terrifying stance and the huge fists, if one was hit, they would definitely turn into meat paste. Boom. Buzz. Munchaser retreated in a flash, narrowly avoiding the punch. Another giant beast leaped over, its huge fist ferociously smashing over. It's over. Zhuai Yu was shocked. Humph. The Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins are only SOSO. Huang Qing sneered disdainfully. Although the giant beasts were huge, their speed was astonishing. Swish. Boom. At this moment, an intense and ear-piercing sonic boom shot over at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound. In an instant, a fist landed on the back of one of the giant beasts. With a loud boom, the domineering and terrifying force blasted the giant beast into countless rocks, destroying a giant beast with a single punch. What a terrifying force. This aura is. Zhuai Yu's face was filled with shock. End of chapter. Wind Shadow's aura. Zhuai Yu's heart trembled as his eyes widened. The person who came was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen burst forth with the ferocious might of Mars colliding with Earth. His fist smashed the huge beast into countless pieces of rubble. The domineering punch caused one's heart to tremble. Whoosh! Boom! Feng Wuchen flashed again and arrived above another huge beast in the blink of an eye. His fist smashed into the huge beast's head. With a loud bang, the huge beast instantly exploded and turned into powder. The two terrifying huge beasts were turned into powder in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Huang Qing was completely shaken as his face was filled with horror. Huang Qing could not believe that such a powerful huge beast was destroyed by a single punch. Zhuai Yu, I didn't expect you to accept this mission. Feng Wuchen looked at the injured Zhuai Yu and smiled faintly. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, Zhuai Yu was completely relieved. I also didn't expect you to come to my aid. Zhuai Yu said. This is a healing pill. Heal yourself first and leave the rest to me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. With a flick of his hand, he threw a yin-yang restoration pill to Zhuai Yu. Who are you? Huang Qing asked with a gloomy face as he stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. The pressure that Feng Wuchen gave him was immense, causing him to feel powerless. Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen replied with a slight sneer. What? Feng Wuchen? You are Wind Shadow? Hearing this, Huang Qing's expression changed greatly. His body trembled and he was terrified. It seems that you know me too. Feng Wuchen sneered. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen shot out ferociously with a majestic aura. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen's speed was astonishing. A black line flashed and disappeared, bringing with it a strong ear-piercing sonic boom. Humph! I want to see if you are as powerful as the rumors say. Huang Qing gritted his teeth in anger. He urged his strength with all his might and shot out, unwilling to be outdone. Boom! Crack! Pooh! In the blink of an eye, the two of them fiercely punched each other. With a loud bang, Huang Qing's face twitched violently. Immediately after, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Huang Qing spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. Ah! The moment his bones shattered, Huang Qing suddenly screamed. What kind of power is this? Huang Qing was terrified. In just one exchange, all the bones in Huang Qing's arm were shattered. He was no match for Feng Wuchen. Swish! Huang Qing had just stabilized his body when Feng Wuchen once again shot towards him. His speed was so fast that it exceeded his reaction time. What? Huang Qing's expression changed drastically. An aura of death filled his entire body. Boom! Pooh! Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash and punched Huang Qing's chest. With a loud bang, Huang Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. The domineering power directly penetrated Huang Qing's chest. How is this possible? Huang Qing was extremely terrified. He couldn't understand why Feng Wuchen's strength was so terrifying even though they were both early-stage heaven monarchs. What's more, Huang Qing also had a powerful defense. He couldn't even withstand a single punch from Feng Wuchen. Done with one punch? Zhuai Yu stared at Feng Wuchen, dumbfounded. His face was full of shock. Humph! Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully and slowly pulled out his fist. Huang Qing died on the spot and fell down. Your defense is indeed good, but it's a pity that it's not enough. Feng Wuchen sneered and shook off the blood on his arm. Wind Shadow, how did you know I was here? After the shock, Zhuai Yu flew over and asked. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Actually, I didn't know. When I passed by, I sensed your aura, so I came over to take a look. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would be in danger. Many thanks. You saved me again. Zhuai Yu thanked him. Zhuai Yu, your realm hasn't stabilized yet. It's too risky to carry out this mission. If you had stabilized your realm, it would be easy for you to kill Huang Qing with your strength. Feng Wuchen said. I just wanted to stabilize my realm through battle. I didn't expect Huang Qing to be so strong. Zhuai Yu shook his head slightly. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Hurry up and leave before the people from the Universal Palace come. Feng Wuchen said. Before Zhuai Yu could ask, Feng Wuchen had already flown away. Feng Wuchen was pressed for time and couldn't delay. At the entrance of the guild, everyone who should have entered had already entered. Only Qiao Sanfeng and the guards were left. "Master, what's the matter?" "He's not here yet. It's about to start." "Did he forget about this?" Qiao Sanfeng was burning with anxiety as he paced back and forth at the entrance. "Elder Qiao, you've been waiting at the entrance for an hour." "Who are you waiting for?" A guard couldn't help but ask curiously. "A very important person," Qiao Sanfeng said. "Is he also participating in the crafting convention?" Another guard asked. "Yes. Otherwise, old man wouldn't be so anxious." Qiao Sanfeng smiled helplessly. "The convention is about to begin. Elder Qiao, please wait patiently. We'll go in first," a guard said. The square of the crafting guild was packed with people. Apart from the crafting guild, everyone was here for a mission. In the guild square, the president appeared in a flash. The crowd quickly quieted down. The president wore a white robe. His hair and beard were white, and his face was full of wrinkles. He had a sage-like aura. "First of all, thank you for coming. There are a total of 213 people participating in this crafting convention." The president smiled faintly. "President, there's still one person who hasn't arrived." The deacon elder transmitted his voice. "There's still one person?" The president was stunned. "Feng Wuchen, Elder Qiao's teacher, hasn't arrived yet." The deacon elder transmitted his voice. "Feng Wuchen hasn't arrived yet?" The president frowned slightly. He seemed a little dissatisfied. "Elder Qiao is still waiting outside." The deacon elder transmitted his voice. After a slight pause, the president smiled and said, "I'm sure everyone is already clear about the rules of the crafting convention. The only difference is that the top 10 will no longer be rewarded with immortal tools and immortal arts. Those who can enter the top 10 will be qualified to enter the heavenly tomb. This is the first time in the history of the crafting convention. For those who can't enter the top 10, the guild will recruit them based on your talent. Now, the crafting convention officially begins." The president continued with a smile. The crafting convention had already begun. Qiao Sanfeng, who was waiting at the entrance, couldn't help but feel disappointed. Qiao Sanfeng wanted to use Feng Wuchen's profound attainments in the crafting convention to awe the crowd. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen didn't appear. Sigh, maybe teacher really isn't interested. Qiao Sanfeng sighed disappointedly, then turned and walked into the guild. "Third elder." But the moment Qiao Sanfeng turned around, Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Teacher." Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Qiao Sanfeng's disappointed face froze for a moment. Then, he turned around in ecstasy. Feng Wuchen was walking over step by step. "Teacher. You're finally here. The timing is just right. The convention has just begun." Qiao Sanfeng rushed forward in ecstasy. He couldn't wait to hug Feng Wuchen. End of chapter. We're finally here. Hearing Qiao Sanfeng's words, Feng Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Let's go in," Qiao Sanfeng said excitedly. Qiao Sanfeng's high-spirited appearance and the way he walked made it seem as if he could already imagine the scene of Feng Wuchen shocking the crowd. "So this is the Artificer Guild? It's so grand." Feng Wuchen exclaimed as he looked at the Grand Artificer Guild Palace. It was even grander than the Sky Shadow Pavilion. In the entire spirit realm, the Artificer Guild is the strongest after the Spirit Emperor Divine Hall, Qiao Sanfeng said happily. The first thing they saw when they entered the Artificer Guild was a large crowd. There are a total of 213 artificers participating in the Artificer Conference, Qiao Sanfeng said with a smile as he led Feng Wuchen in. "Wait." Qiao Sanfeng led Feng Wuchen through the Artificer Guild's gate and was about to walk to the plaza when they were stopped by a guard. "Qiao Sanfeng, the conference has already begun. According to the rules, no one is allowed to enter," the guard said coldly, mercilessly blocking Qiao Sanfeng and Feng Wuchen. "Even this old man can't go in?" Qiao Sanfeng glared at the guard angrily. "Of course you can, but not him. He's not a member of the Artificer Guild." The guard pointed at Feng Wuchen. "He's here to participate in the Alchemist Conference. Get out of the way." Qiao Sanfeng shouted. Participate in the alchemist conference? The guard said coldly. The conference was announced a month in advance, yet you're late. You clearly don't care about the Artificer Guild, so you can't go in. You. Xiao Sanfeng was furious. He wanted nothing more than to rush up and slap the guard. The alchemist conference had indeed begun, but it was only announced by the Artificer Guild's president. What's going on? Xiao Sanfeng is an artificer of the Artificer Guild. Why aren't these guards taking him seriously? Feng Wuchen frowned. Forgers had a very high status and were greatly respected by Xianxia. But the guard in front of him clearly didn't put Xiao Sanfeng in his eyes. Xiao Sanfeng, we're just following the rules. If you're late, just forfeit, one of the guards said helplessly. Oh, isn't that Elder Qiao? Why are you stopped outside? TSK, TSK. He even brought his own disciple to participate in the armor conference. It's a pity that he came late. It's been 3 years, yet you haven't improved in the slightest. You've completely disgraced the guild. Many people began to jeer. Even though they knew Xiao Sanfeng's identity, they were not afraid at all. Hearing these people's words, Xiao Sanfeng's old face was extremely gloomy. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Feng Wuchen's face was also ugly. He didn't expect that he would encounter so many difficulties when he came to participate in the weaponsmith convention. Master, let's go in. Ignore them, Xiao Sanfeng said with a gloomy face. He was determined to force his way in. Xiao Sanfeng. Don't be too presumptuous, this isn't your chamber of commerce. You have to understand that this is the Craftsman's Guild. A guard shouted angrily at Xiao Sanfeng. Do you know the consequences of causing trouble? Can you afford it? Another guard scolded angrily. Scram. Xiao Sanfeng shouted angrily. If he couldn't even get through the door, he would rather leave the guild. As the third elder of the Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Sanfeng's status was extraordinary. He didn't need to suffer in the guild, but for the sake of refining, he could only swallow his anger. Xiao Sanfeng could endure, but Feng Wuchen couldn't. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The moment Xiao Sanfeng's angry shout fell, Feng Wuchen had already made his move. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, the two guards spat out blood. President. Elder. Xiao Sanfeng has brought people in. President, someone is behaving atrociously in the guild. Loud shouts sounded in the square, and everyone's eyes turned to the entrance. Who is so bold? How dare they behave so atrociously in the alchemy convention? Xiao Sanfeng? Isn't that the third elder of the Chamber of Commerce? I heard that he hasn't improved in 3 years. He's a disgrace to the Craftsman's Guild. What third elder of the Chamber of Commerce? He's nothing in the Craftsman's Guild. The experts of the various factions began to whisper among themselves. What's the commotion? The president frowned and looked at the entrance. Elder Qiao? It seems that Feng Wuchen is here. Yun Wuying had already guessed. Old man, go take a look. The managing elder frowned and headed for the entrance, followed by Yun Wuying. The deacon elder and Yun Wuying rushed over and saw Feng Wuchen viciously teaching the two guards a lesson. At that moment, they were already severely injured by Feng Wuchen. Managing elder, that's the kid. The person near the entrance pointed at Feng Wuchen. Stop. The deacon elder suddenly berated, his old face somewhat gloomy. Someone dared to attack the guild's guards in the alchemy convention, and even severely injure them. Clearly, he didn't give the guild any face. Is he the Sky Shadow Pavilion's gold-ranked assassin, Wind Shadow? This kid has guts, but he even dared to destroy the Spirit Emperor's Sky Spirit Stone mine. What else does he not dare to do? Yun Wuying sized up Feng Wuchen. Managing elder, young master. Xiao Sanfeng hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. Xiao Sanfeng, how dare you? Do you know where you are? The managing elder shouted angrily, clearly dissatisfied with Xiao Sanfeng's actions. The Craftsman's Guild, Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he glanced at the managing elder and Yun Wuying. Since you know it's the Craftsman's Guild, how dare you enter them? You don't respect the guild at all. The managing elder shouted, glaring at Feng Wuchen. Answer some of my questions first. Feng Wuchen looked at the managing elder coldly. Elder Qiao, are you a craftsman of the guild? Feng Wuchen asked. So what if I am? The managing elder shouted. You're the managing elder, right? Just in time. Feng Wuchen nodded and then asked, the two of them aren't blacksmiths. They're just guild guards. I'm very curious. Since when are guild guards higher than blacksmiths? How dare you insult and talk back to craftsmen? The Craftsmen's Guild is famous in the heavenly realm. You answer me. The managing elder was speechless. So, young master, you have to answer me? Feng Wuchen looked at Yun Wuying again. Yun Wuying frowned slightly, obviously guessing why Feng Wuchen attacked. Everyone in the Craftsmen's Guild can answer me. Are craftsmen lower than guild guards? Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly became louder and louder, echoing throughout the square. For a moment, the entire guild was dead silent. Feng Wuchen's voice immediately alarmed the guildmaster and elders. Even the big shots could not sit still anymore and rushed to the door. Xiao Sanfeng stared blankly at Feng Wuchen. Although he was very satisfied, wasn't this a little too arrogant? The guildmaster and elders are here. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, breaking the silence. End of chapter. This voice is. In a corner of the square, an old man in a white robe looked at the door in shock as he heard a familiar voice. The guildmaster and elder walked over, and the crowd made a path for them as the powerhouses of the major forces watched from afar. This face looks familiar. Oh right, he's the Sky Shadow Pavilion's golden assassin, Wind Shadow. It's really him. It can't be wrong. He actually dares to come to the Craftsman Guild and cause trouble. And he's with Xiao Sanfeng. What's their relationship? Destroying the Spirit Emperor Heaven's Spirit Stone Mine, massacring the Colored Glass Sect, and slaughtering the Moon God Palace's Heavenly Lord powerhouses. What else does Wind Shadow not dare to do? What? Wind Shadow? He's the golden assassin, Wind Shadow? When the powerhouses of the major forces looked down, many of them recognized Feng Wuchen, and the people of Heaven Capital also learned of Feng Wuchen's identity. Palace Master, he's Wind Shadow. Father. He's the one who hit me. It's him. I'm not mistaken. Qiyu pointed at Feng Wuchen and said angrily. She was about to attack. But she was stopped by Qiu Qingshan, who stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and said, this is the Craftsman Guild. Don't interfere. Let them settle it themselves. Qiu Qingshan frowned and asked, why is Xiao Sanfeng with Feng Wuchen? Father, we can't let him leave the Craftsman Guild alive. Qiyu gritted her teeth and said angrily. Don't worry, Mississippi. I'll keep an eye on him. He can't run away. The leader said respectfully. He was quite confident in his own strength. Qiu Qingshan was the palace master of the Moon God Palace in Spirit Capital. His status was high, and naturally, he was invited by the guild. In addition, there were also powerhouses from the Celestial Sect, Proud Cloud City, and other major forces of Spirit Capital. Only the people of Spirit Capital had seen Feng Wuchen's face and portrait. The people of Heaven Capital had never seen him before. They had only heard of his name and deeds. What happened? The guildmaster walked over and asked in a deep voice. An extremely majestic aura swept out, and it was breathtaking. The guildmaster was an old man with white hair and beard. His name was White Soul. He was a heavenly god powerhouse, and at the same time a powerful craftsman. Greetings, President. Xiao Sanfeng hurriedly bowed. The deacon elder hurriedly said, reporting to President, it's just a small misunderstanding. The guard and Feng Wuchen have some conflicts, but it won't affect the refining conference. President, let me tell you. The reason I taught them a lesson was firstly to let them know what respect is. Secondly, it was to let them know what their status is and what the status of an artificer is. They don't have the qualifications to insult or contradict an artificer. Thirdly, it was to tell them that it was only right for me to teach them a lesson. Feng Wuchen said coldly. You are Feng Wuchen? White Soul sized up Feng Wuchen and asked. I am, Feng Wuchen replied. In any case, his identity had already been exposed, so he wasn't afraid to say it out loud. Elder Qiao is only a blacksmith in the guild. At the same time, he is also the third elder of the Domain Chamber of Commerce. You should be clear about his position. President, you only need to tell me, in the blacksmith guild, who has a higher position, the blacksmith or the guards? Feng Wuchen asked aggressively. White Soul looked at the two injured guards and said in a deep voice, of course the blacksmith has a higher position. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I can see that Elder Qiao is not welcomed in the guild, but the blacksmith guild has never cared. The blacksmith guild is famous in the heaven realm. Aren't you afraid that these guards will embarrass the guild? It's your calmness that makes these guards more and more arrogant. President, they were late and wanted to force their way in. A heavily injured guard hurriedly said. Late? Has the refining conference started? Why can't I sense the slightest bit of refining aura? Feng Wuchen asked back. White Soul and the rest were speechless. Feng Wuchen then continued, Elder Qiao's position in the Chamber of Commerce is equivalent to the elders of the Blacksmith Guild. His position is extraordinary. I don't know why he swallowed his anger and stayed in the Blacksmith Guild. I just want to seek justice for the blacksmiths. If the blacksmiths present were insulted and ridiculed by the guards, would you really tolerate it like Elder Qiao? Elder Qiao can totally leave the guild and go back to being the comfortable third elder of the Chamber of Commerce. I think he stayed because he wanted to learn how to refine weapons. Yes, what Feng Wuchen said makes sense. If it were me, I would definitely not tolerate it. That's right. How can the guards be compared to the blacksmiths? Those two guards are simply courting death. Many of the blacksmiths agreed with Feng Wuchen's words. What do you want? One of the elders asked with an ugly expression on his face. I don't want anything. I just want to let the people of the Blacksmith Guild know that Elder Qiao isn't someone the guards and the blacksmiths of the Blacksmith Guild can compare to. Don't think that you're amazing. Just because you're from the Blacksmith Guild. That's because the Blacksmith Guild is amazing, not because you blacksmiths are amazing. The Blacksmith Guild is providing you with learning, not bullying others, Feng Wuchen said coldly. He wasn't afraid of offending the Blacksmith Guild. Brat. You're insulting the Blacksmith Guild. A heaven-grade blacksmith couldn't help but shout. Who do you think you are? You're just a golden assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. It's not your place to spout nonsense. Brat, you dare to insult the Blacksmith Guild. Are you courting death? President, elders, Feng Wuchen is obviously here to cause trouble. Bai Hun raised his hand slightly, indicating for everyone to be quiet, then said, You're right. It's indeed the negligence of the Blacksmith Guild. The guards can't surpass the status of the blacksmiths. It's indeed wrong for them to insult Elder Qiao. You should teach them a lesson. President, it's old man's fault. The deacon elder quickly took the blame. Grandfather, Elder Qiao has indeed suffered a lot during the years you and the elders were in seclusion. What Feng Wuchen said is true. There are indeed many arrogant blacksmiths and even guards in the guild. Yun Wuying slowly said, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Bai Hun. No need to say any more. Bai Hun waved his hand and looked at Qiao Sanfeng, saying, Elder Qiao, I've let you suffer. Old man didn't know about this and didn't know about the problems in the Blacksmith Guild. I'm really sorry, I've let down the president's trust. Qiao Sanfeng was extremely touched and quickly said, President, you're too kind. Meng Hun, immediately investigate all the blacksmiths in the Blacksmith Guild, including the guards. No matter who they are, as long as they exist as Feng Wuchen said, expel them from the Blacksmith Guild and never accept them again. The Blacksmith Guild will not allow this to happen again, Bai Hun shouted coldly, and a majestic aura suddenly swept out. Yes, President. President. From the depths of the palace, an ethereal and respectful voice rang out. Many blacksmiths in the Blacksmith Guild began to panic. Heavenly God Realm. Qiu Qingshan frowned slightly and said to himself, the guild's strength is getting more and more terrifying. End of chapter. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Qiao Sanfeng was so touched that he kept thanking him. Tears flowed down his cheeks. He had never been this happy before. Master? Feng Wuchen is Qiao Sanfeng's master? Seeing Qiao Sanfeng repeatedly bowing to Feng Wuchen and calling him master, the experts from the various forces were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Feng Wuchen is actually Qiao Sanfeng's master? He's also a blacksmith? Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. Qi was already stunned on the spot. Her pretty face was extremely stiff. At the same time, another white-robed elder exclaimed, "He's also a blacksmith." How is this possible? He actually has 3 territories. White Soul and the elders of the guild had already heard about this from the managing elder. Although they were curious, they did not say anything. Instead, they were looking forward to seeing what level Feng Wuchen was at. "Feng Wuchen, thank you for pointing out the despicable actions of the guild. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge mistake sooner or later." White Soul also thanked Feng Wuchen. "President, you're too kind." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Sorry for the trouble, President." Qiao Sanfeng said politely. White Soul smiled happily. "Elder Qiao, you're welcome. I'm sure that old monster already knows about the grievances you've suffered in the guild all these years. If he comes looking for trouble with the old man, it'll be terrible." "That's right. There was another old monster in the Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce, and that was the president." When White Soul said this, the powerhouses present could not help but tremble. They had almost forgotten that there was a terrifying powerhouse behind Qiao Sanfeng. "Feng Wuchen, I heard from Elder Qiao that your attainments in blacksmithing are unfathomable. I'd like to see it." Yun Wuying smiled faintly. "Master, this is the young master of the blacksmith guild, Yun Wuying, the #1 blacksmith genius in the heaven realm." Qiao Sanfeng hurriedly introduced. "So it's young Master Yun, a Khanate blacksmith." As expected of the #1 blacksmith genius. Feng Wuchen praised. "Brother Feng, you're too kind." Yun Wuying smiled politely. After seeing Feng Wuchen with his own eyes, his curiosity grew. This was because Yun Wuying could not tell what level Feng Wuchen was at, be it in terms of crafting or cultivation. "The Armorer Conference continues," White Soul announced. The matter had been successfully resolved. The guard who had been heavily injured by Feng Wuchen had been expelled from the guild. The Moon God Palace and the Celestial Sect are here too. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He had already seen Xianxia and Qiyu, as well as the Celestial Sect leader and elders. "Brother Feng, do you still remember old man?" Just as Feng Wuchen walked in, a white-robed old man came up to him with a kind smile on his face. "Senior Su Xian." Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock, and his eyes widened. The white-robed old man was Su Xian, the old man who had competed with Feng Wuchen in soul power. "Old man Su? You two know each other?" Grand Elder Yang Qianxiao asked in surprise. Bai Hun and the rest of the crowd were shocked once again. "A few months ago, we met once in Lingdu." Su Xian smiled while stroking his white beard. "So you know each other?" White Soul smiled happily. He could tell from Su Xian's tone and the way he addressed Feng Wuchen that he was not simple. Wind Shadow knows Su Xian. Qiu Qingshan frowned slightly as if he had noticed something. "Master, you know Su Xian?" Qiao Sanfeng asked in shock. "Just once." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Although he did not know Su Xian's origin, he could guess that his identity was not simple. White Soul returned to the square and everyone returned to their positions. The square was quiet again. "There was a small problem just now, but it has been solved. I also know little brother Feng Wuchen. The Armorer Conference will continue." White Soul smiled faintly. The Deacon Elder then went on stage and said, "The Armorer Conference will first test your soul power. Each armorer will inject your soul power in front of the Spirit Stone." Beside the Spirit Stone, a guard said, "First, Sherpadian." A young man walked up to the Spirit Stone, activated his soul power, and pressed his palm on the stone. The Spirit Stone turned blue and a few words appeared, "Immortal Grade Armorer." 22 years old and already an Immortal Grade Armorer. Not bad. Many people praised. Immortal Grade Armorer. Next, Lu Tianyu. The guard announced loudly. Immortal Grade Armorer. Another young Immortal Grade Armorer. This year's juniors are all quite talented. The crowd was excited again. Obviously, to be able to enter the Immortal Grade Armorer at such a young age, he was indeed talented. White Soul and the 3 elders nodded in satisfaction. Next, Zhang Qifeng. The guard's voice sounded again. Spirit Grade Armorer. Next, Wang Ren. Spirit Grade Armorer. Next, one by one, the armorer went up for the test. After dozens of them, except for 2 Immortal Grade Armorer, the rest were all Spirit Grade Armorer. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to raise one's cultivation as a blacksmith. Next, Li Yun. The guard's voice sounded. Below the stage, an old man slowly walked up to the spirit stone tablet. Everyone looked at the old man with reverence. It could be seen that the old man's refining realm was extremely high. Master, Li Yun's prestige in Tiandu is extremely high. He's a heaven-grade craftsman, Qiao Sanfeng said. His soul force is indeed strong. Feng Wuchen nodded. On the main seats, Bai Hun and the elder had solemn expressions. It was obvious that they attached great importance to this matter. Senior Li Yun should have broken through to the Khanate stage, said Yun Wuying. As expected. The moment Li Yun's palm pressed against the soul tablet, a resplendent blue light burst out, extremely dazzling. Heaven-grade weapon refiner. The guard's voice rang out, his expression filled with shock. Hiss. Seeing those large words, the crowd cried out in alarm. They were extremely shocked and dumbstruck. Heaven-rank weapon refiner. As expected of Senior Li Yun. A heaven-grade weapon craftsman. I've long heard that Senior Li Yun has broken through to become a heaven-grade weapon craftsman. It's true. The crowd was in an uproar, extremely excited. Senior Li is indeed not simple. An elder exclaimed. Bai Hun smiled happily. There are indeed many surprises this year. If Senior Li is willing to join the guild will have another heaven-grade weapon craftsman. Next, Feng Wuchen. The guard's voice rang out. As the guard's voice fell, everyone present looked at Feng Wuchen in unison. Humph. I want to see what realm he's in. Qiyu glanced coldly at Feng Wuchen. Sky Shadow Pavilion's golden assassin, Feng Ying. I wonder what realm he's in. I didn't expect him to be a weapon craftsman. The crowd was excited again. Everyone present wanted to know what realm Feng Wuchen, whose name Shiklingdu, was in. Bai Hun and the other higher-ups of the guild were also looking forward to it. Elder Qiao's master shouldn't be weak. Yun Wuying secretly said. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Feng Wuchen walked up to the spirit stone tablet. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Wuchen arrived in front of the soul stone tablet. The whole place was very quiet as everyone stared at Feng Wuchen and the soul stone tablet without blinking. The reason why everyone paid so much attention was because of Kazakage's recent fame. Each of his deeds was terrifying. Feng Wuchen's palm gently pressed on the soul stone tablet. There was no reaction from the soul stone tablet. Everyone was stunned. No reaction? What's going on? Is there no soul power? Kazakage isn't joking, right? There's no reaction from the soul stone tablet. Seeing no reaction from the soul stone tablet, everyone burst into an uproar. They completely treated Feng Wuchen as a joke. His soul power is actually this strong? Su Xian frowned. Not simple. The soul stone tablet can't estimate his soul power in an instant. This has never happened before. Bai Hun frowned deeply. His heart was already in shock. But just when everyone was in an uproar, they heard the deacon elder exclaim, how is this possible? The soul stone tablet can't estimate his soul power in an instant. This has never happened before in the crafting convention. Hearing the deacon elder's exclamation, all the influential figures present were extremely shocked. Never happened before, which meant that it was a miracle. Hearing the deacon elder's words, it seems that Kazakage's soul power is too strong? Well, it seems to be the case. So strong that the soul stone tablet can't estimate it instantly. Does Kazakage really have such a strong soul power? The crowd was in an uproar again. Buzz. About a minute later, the soul stone tablet suddenly shook. A dazzling blue light burst out and covered the entire square. Sensing the soul stone tablet's strange movement, everyone instantly held their breath. Their hearts were filled with anticipation as they stared at the soul stone tablet. They all wanted to know what realm Feng Wuchen was at. After a while, a few words appeared on the soul stone tablet: Heaven-rank craftsman. Heaven-rank craftsman. Qiao Sanfeng's expression changed greatly. He was shocked in his heart. Teacher has already broken through to heaven rank craftsman. Heaven rank craftsman. Craftsman genius. Craftsman genius. Kazakage is actually a heaven rank craftsman. How was this possible? His cultivation speed is so terrifying, he must have spent all his time on cultivation. How could he be a heaven-grade weapon refiner? Is there something wrong with the soul tablet? He's actually a heaven-grade weapon refiner. Seeing the words on the soulstone tablet, the crowd was once again in an uproar. Everyone was extremely shocked. Not bad indeed. You've reached the heaven tier. You're quite talented, Yun Wuying said with a smile. It's not that simple. Su Xian's voice sounded. Not that simple? Yun Wuying looked at Su Xian in confusion and asked, Senior Su, what do you mean? Su Xian said seriously, a few months ago, old man met Feng Wuchen in Lingdu. Feng Wuchen's soul power was on par with old man's. Although the old man only used the soul power of the Xiantian grade, he was still at the immortal grade. What do you think it is? What? His soul power is on par with Senior Su's? Yun Wuying's expression changed drastically. So strong? How could a celestial grade cultivator's soul power contend against a Xiantian grade cultivator? That's unheard of. Bai Hun frowned. This is the first time the soul tablet's abnormality has happened. It's enough to prove that Feng Wuchen's soul power is not simple. Great Elder Yang Qianxiao said with a frown. Just when everyone was still in shock, the soul tablet changed again. The words heaven grade weapon refiner changed to Xiantian grade weapon refiner. The soul tablet is really not simple. It can actually measure the strength of my soul power. Now that I'm at the Xiantian grade, I'll give it a try. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Obviously, Feng Wuchen had not fully activated his soul power yet. Even so, it was already very terrifying. Hey! It changed. It changed. Xiantian grade weapon refiner. How is that possible? He's actually a Xiantian grade weapon refiner. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The soul tablet can change. Xiantian grade? Doesn't that mean he's on the same level as the young master of the blacksmith guild? Seeing the soul tablets change, the crowd was in an uproar again. They were extremely shocked. He's actually a Xiantian grade weapon refiner. Chiyu was so shocked that she was trembling. How is that possible? Xiao Qingshan and the rest were also dumbfounded. His soul power has indeed reached the Xiantian grade. As the young master, Yun Wuying could not help but exclaim in shock. Unbelievable. White Soul was dumbfounded. It was clearly beyond his imagination. This is something I've never seen before. Yang Qianxiao and the rest were all stunned. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a strange thing happen before. However, just when everyone was still in shock at Feng Wuchen's attainment of the Xiantian grade, the soul tablet changed again. It changed. The soul tablet changed again. Someone suddenly exclaimed. It can still be improved? Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. Could it be heaven immortal grade? White Soul and the rest could not sit still anymore. They all stood up and stared at the soul tablet. The soul tablet flashed with a dazzling blue light again. An even more ferocious and overbearing soul power burst forth. A few words appeared on the soul tablet, Heaven Immortal Grade Weapon Refiner. Heaven Immortal Grade. He's a Heaven Immortal Grade Weapon Refiner. White Soul was the first to exclaim in shock. Heaven Immortal Grade Soul Power. Su Xian and Yang Qianxiao's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. How is that possible? His weapon refining attainment is above mine. Yun Wuying was shocked. He was dumbfounded. Heaven Immortal Grade. He's a Heaven Immortal Grade Weapon Refiner. Xiao Qingshan could not help but exclaim. Wind Shadow's weapon refining attainment has already surpassed the guild elders. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. This must be a dream. Impossible. Yun Wuying is known as the #1 weapon refiner in the heaven realm. Even he hasn't broken through to Heaven Immortal Grade. How can someone else break through? The crowd was in an uproar. Cries of shock filled the air and echoed throughout the entire guild. Master is too scary. Too scary. Xiao Sanfeng, whose expression was stiff, said in a daze. Heaven immortal grade soul power? Feng Wuchen himself was stunned. He could not believe that his soul power could reach such a terrifying level. Such powerful soul power is beyond my expectations. Feng Wuchen slowly retracted his hand, turned around, and walked down. At this moment, everyone stared at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with fear and respect. A heaven immortal grade weapon refiner had a transcendent status in the heaven realm. Even a heavenly god would have to be respectful and not dare to fart. A heaven immortal grade weapon refiner's status was so high that it had already surpassed the guild elders. In the entire guild, only White Soul was a heaven immortal grade weapon refiner. End of chapter. How is it possible that a heaven grade craftsman's soul power has reached the heaven immortal grade? Yun Wuying could not believe it. This was beyond the scope of his knowledge. The words on the soul stone tablet were too shocking. No one could believe that Feng Wuchen had reached the heaven immortal grade craftsman's realm at such a young age. He was on equal footing with White Soul. Next? Next? That guard's voice was trembling to the extreme. He almost couldn't speak, and his face was pale. The craftsmen participating in the craftsman convention were all stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen with admiration and respect. Elder Qiao, we were wrong. I didn't expect your teacher to have such a high realm. The deacon elder looked at Elder Qiao in shock. Qiao Sanfeng was so shocked that he could not say anything. Heaven immortal grade soul power. Is he really only at the heaven grade? Second Elder Chan Kong said in disbelief. Did this old man also make a mistake? He was only at the Khanate grade at that time. Did his breakthrough raise his soul power to the heaven immortal grade? Su Xian lost his composure and was extremely shocked. The upper echelons of the craftsman guild and the powerful craftsmen all stared at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. Spirit. Spirit grade craftsman. The guard's trembling voice sounded again. He was still shocked. There was no harm without comparison. The man who was tested to be at the spirit grade left the stage with black lines on his forehead. He was extremely embarrassed. The next craftsmen were mostly at the spirit grade. There were very few at the immortal grade and heaven grade. Among all the craftsmen participating in the craftsman convention, only Feng Wuchen's realm was the highest, and he brought immense pressure to the other craftsmen. Teacher, your soul power is terrifying. You're at the heaven immortal grade. Qiao Sanfeng looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He was ecstatic. Qiao Sanfeng was secretly glad that he had asked Feng Wuchen for guidance. Otherwise, he would not be where he was today. Feng Wuchen's powerful craftsman's realm would definitely be of great help to Qiao Sanfeng in the future. What's next? Feng Wuchen asked. To test the true fire, Qiao Sanfeng said respectfully, looking at Feng Wuchen with even more respect. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked, then when will the refining begin? Qiao Sanfeng said respectfully, first, we'll test your soul power. Next, we'll test your true fire. Lastly, we'll test your artifact forging. After 2 hours, the soul power test was over. The deacon elder followed him to the square. The whole place was silent. The deacon elder happily laughed, the soul power test is very interesting. Next, we will test the true fire. Refiners, you only need to place your palm on the heavenly firestone tablet, and you will know your true fire. On the heavenly firestone steel, a guard said, the true fire test begins. First, Sherpadian. According to the order of soul power, Sherpadian was the first one to walk onto the heaven flame steel. He placed his palm on the heavenly firestone tablet, and the stone tablet glowed with a fiery red light. Soon after, a few large words appeared, True Samadhi Fire. Sherpadian, Samadhi True Fire. The guard's voice rang out. This Sherpadian is indeed very talented. Not only did he become an immortal grade equipment craftsman, he even managed to refine the Samadhi True Fire. He's a promising talent. Not bad, not bad. Entering the top 10 will not be a problem. The crowd was full of praises. The higher-ups of the blacksmith guild also nodded with satisfaction. Next, Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu flashed to the front of the heavenly firestone tablet. He couldn't wait to test his true fire, as if he didn't want to lose to Sherpodian. The heavenly firestone tablet glowed with a fiery red light again, and a few large words appeared, True Samadhi fire. Amazing! Lu Tianyu also has true Samadhi fire. Lu Tianyu's true fire is stronger than Sherpotian's. The crowd was in an uproar again. Yang Qianxiao smiled and said, President, Sherpodian and Lu Tianyu are very talented. It shouldn't be a problem to recruit them into the guild. Great Elder is right. However, Old Man also hopes that Li Yun can join the guild. That old thing is not simple. He hasn't shown up in so many blacksmith conventions, but he only showed up this time. The second elder said with a smile. Old Man also hopes that Feng Wuchen can join the guild. Unfortunately, I'm afraid the guild won't be able to keep such a genius. White Soul said while observing Feng Wuchen. Probably not. Su Xian shook his head. Oh? Why do you say that, Elder Su? White Soul looked at Su Xian in shock. The deacon elder, Yun Wuying, and the others also looked over. Do you know why I competed with him in soul power? Su Xian said with a serious expression, when I first met Feng Wuchen, he was refining runes. What? Refining runes? He's also an inscription master? When Su Xian said this, not only Yan Qianxiao and the others, but even White Soul couldn't help but stare at Su Xian with wide eyes. He was extremely shocked. He's an inscription master. Yun Wuying's body trembled. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. That's right. At that time, Old Man sensed a very domineering soul power. Moreover, it was the aura of runes. That attracted Old Man's attention. He should have reached the heaven rank as an inscription master. Su Xian said solemnly. There's actually a person who has 2 domains? The deacon elder was dumbstruck. Elder Su, are you joking? Yang Qianxiao asked in disbelief. 2 domains? I'm not afraid to tell you that this kid is also an alchemist. Su Xian continued. He looked as if he wouldn't stop until he scared White Soul and the others to death. What? He's also an alchemist? White Soul and the others were shocked again. It was as if a bolt from the blue had exploded in their ears. It can't be, right? 3 domains. Yang Qianxiao froze on the spot. It was as if someone had used a body-freezing technique on him. Su Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He said, that's nothing. If Old Man's guess is correct, he's also an inscription master. It's said that he has a divine weapon, and it's all at the 9th rank. This is extremely terrifying. Inscription master. White Soul and the others were completely dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. Is he really that terrifying? Yun Wuying looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen had 4 domains. You should know that there's no divine grade inscription master in the heavenly realm. This is the most terrifying thing about him. Su Xian continued. Divine grade inscription master. White Soul and the others were shocked again. The shock they felt today was more than what they had felt in their entire lives. Soon, it was Li Yun's turn. The crowd quieted down and all eyes were on Li Yun. Li Yun pressed his palm on the heavenly firestone tablet. The tablet exploded with dazzling flames and a few words appeared on it, Rank 6 Beast Fire. The words Rank 6 Beast Fire ignited the atmosphere. Everyone was in an uproar. Beast Fire. Spirit Beast Fire. Rank 6 Spirit Beast. Heavens! That's equivalent to a heavenly god. End of chapter. Li Yun's level 6 Beast Fire caused an uproar. A level 6 Beast Fire could only be obtained from a level 6 Spirit Beast. A level 6 Spirit Beast was equivalent to a Heaven God Realm expert. Li Yun was only a mid-stage Heaven Lord. It was impossible for him to obtain the Beast Fire from a level 6 Spirit Beast. Furthermore, the Beast Fire was extremely terrifying. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could suppress. This was the reason why everyone was shocked. However, Bai Hun and the rest did not change their expressions at all. The shock that Feng Wuchen brought to them had yet to dissipate. Compared to Li Yun's Beast Fire, it was not enough to shock them. Li Yun walked down slowly and glanced at Feng Wuchen. He frowned slightly. Obviously, he saw Feng Wuchen as a real opponent. The next dozen or so blacksmiths only had ordinary fire attributes. They did not refine the samadhi true fire. Next, Feng Wuchen. The guard's voice sounded. He looked very respectful. It's Feng Wuchen's turn. I wonder what kind of flame he has. A heaven immortal grade blacksmith. His true fire must be very terrifying. I heard that Feng Wuchen has a black flame. It's very scary when it's activated by the fire attribute. Has he already refined the samadhi true fire? Hearing Feng Wuchen's name, the crowd instantly boiled over. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Feng Wuchen. Master, it's your turn. Xiao Sanfeng was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He also wanted to know what kind of true fire Feng Wuchen had. Bai Hun, Su Xian, and the rest also looked at Feng Wuchen. They were both expectant and nervous. He probably hasn't refined the samadhi true fire. The samadhi true fire is equivalent to the flame of a heaven god realm spirit beast. It's not that easy to refine it. Yun Wuying frowned and thought to himself. Under everyone's respectful gaze, Feng Wuchen walked up to the heaven fire stone tablet. At this moment, the crowd quieted down. Feng Wuchen placed his palm gently on the stone tablet. The stone tablet instantly burst into a bright red light. At the same time, it emitted an extremely terrifying cold aura. What's with this cold aura? Why is there such an ancient aura? Bai Hun's old face changed greatly, and a wisp of fear flashed through his eyes. The ancient aura that White Soul sensed made him feel uneasy. What kind of flame is this? Su Xian frowned. He did not know what kind of flame it was. He stared at the stone tablet without blinking. It's a very unusual aura. Yang Qianzhao and the others looked extremely nervous. There was even a trace of fear in their eyes. Yun Wuying's face was filled with shock as he said, "Are there still flames in this world that emit cold energy? This is simply unheard of." Gulp, everyone below the stage, even those with reputations, were all frightened by this icy cold air. What kind of flame is this? Why is it so terrifying? Why isn't the stone tablet showing it? Chiyu said with a face full of fear. The bone-chilling cold was unbearable for her. Who is Kazakage? If he's a member of the dragon gods, his status is definitely not simple. This kid's entire body is a treasure. Xiao Qingshan frowned and thought to himself. He was very curious about Feng Wuchen's background. Everyone stared at the heavenly flame stone tablet, but what made them feel strange and shocked was that the heavenly flame stone tablet did not show what kind of flame it was. Buzz buzz. A moment later, the heavenly fire stone tablet suddenly buzzed and vibrated. An extremely powerful energy frantically swept out. But other than that, the heavenly flame stone tablet did not change. It seems like the heavenly flame stone tablet is also unable to detect the existence of the black flame. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen withdrew his palm. The powerful energy gradually dissipated, but the stone tablet still did not show anything. The heavenly flame stone tablet did not show what kind of flame it was. Xiao Sanfeng said in a daze. What's going on? The stone tablet can't detect Feng Wuchen's flame? Bai Hun exclaimed in disbelief. The soul tablet showed signs of abnormalities, and the heavenly flame stone tablet is unable to detect the flame. Is this Feng Wuchen a human or a ghost? Su Xian, the deacon elder, and the others were dumbfounded. They stared dumbfoundedly at the heavenly flame stone tablet that did not show anything. Their hearts were in turmoil. The entire place was deathly silent. The crowd below the stage was also dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying flame was it that even the heavenly flame stone tablet could not detect? Feng Wuchen had been down for a few minutes, but the heavenly flame stone tablet still did not show anything. At this time, it had already dimmed. Teacher, what exactly is your flame? Why can't the heavenly flame stone tablet show it? Xiao Sanfeng asked in shock, his old eyes staring blankly at Feng Wuchen. A special kind of flame. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Special kind of flame? Xiao Sanfeng was stunned. After a few minutes of shock, the deathly silent guild plaza burst into an uproar. It must be that black flame. Even the heavenly flame stone tablet can't detect it. What kind of flame is it? What's going on today? In the past, this kind of situation has never happened. When Feng Wuchen came, it was either the spirit stone tablet or the heavenly flame stone tablet that had a problem. What kind of flame is so terrifying? President and the others don't know? The plaza was filled with exclamations. Shock, horror, disbelief, and other expressions were written all over everyone's faces. Bai Hun, Su Xian, and the others looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. I've never seen such a terrifying flame. The heavenly flame stone tablet can't detect it. It can only be said that it's scarier than the beast fire and the 9 motifs true fire. Su Xian said in shock. The deacon elder shook his head and said, Old man really can't think of what kind of red eye it is. I've never seen a flame that the heavenly flame stone tablet can't detect. Scarier than the 9 motifs true fire? How can he be so strong? Yun Wuying's expression was extremely stiff. The appearance of Feng Wuchen made him, the #1 blacksmith in the heaven realm, feel an unprecedented pressure. Feng Wuchen's stunning performance made Yun Wuying feel how weak he was. His years of hard work were not worth mentioning in front of Feng Wuchen. At this moment, everyone present was filled with shock and astonishment. In the following true fire test, no one could surpass Feng Wuchen. There were only dozens of blacksmiths who could refine the 9 motifs true fire. After all the tests, other than Feng Wuchen who was special, there were several heaven-grade blacksmiths who were all old men. But it was worth mentioning that one of them was actually above Li Yun in terms of blacksmithing. But for Feng Wuchen it was no pressure at all. After the soul power and true fire test, it was time for the blacksmithing competition. In the plaza, there were more than 200 furnaces and all the materials were ready. The final blacksmithing competition was undoubtedly the most anticipated one. The top 10 would be qualified to enter the heavenly tomb. This was also the reason why Feng Wuchen came to participate in the blacksmithing convention. End of chapter. After the initial shock, all the blacksmiths who participated in the blacksmith conference had already taken their seats in the square. There was no difference in strength in the blacksmith competition. Everyone only had one chance, the loser would be eliminated. Even if a heavenly grade blacksmith failed, he would still be eliminated. Blacksmithing was extremely difficult and complicated. There were too many details to pay attention to. Therefore, if there was only one chance, even a blacksmith with a high cultivation level would fail. In this way, it would be fairer for the blacksmiths with a lower cultivation level. The deacon elder came over and said loudly, Old man would like to remind everyone that there is only one chance. No matter who it is, if you fail, you will be eliminated. So, try your best to refine your own Dharma treasures and weapons. In the first round of the competition, as long as one succeeded, they would have a chance to advance. The blacksmith competition begins now, the deacon elder said loudly. The blacksmiths in the square began to refine their own weapons. True fire and soul power were activated one after another and poured into the furnace. Powerful soul power spread out and filled the square. After the previous competition, everyone present had a deep impression of Feng Wuchen. At this time, their eyes were undoubtedly on Feng Wuchen. Everyone, including Bai Hun and the rest, wanted to see if Feng Wuchen's blacksmithing skills were as terrifying as his cultivation level. Of course, Bai Hun and the rest knew that Feng Wuchen was only a heavenly grade blacksmith. It was just that his soul power was at the heaven immortal grade. Although they did not know what was going on, they were looking forward to it. Bang, 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 it had only been less than 10 minutes since the start of the refining competition, and there were already many refining masters refining furnaces exploding one after another. Plumes of black smoke rose from the refining furnaces. This meant that they had failed. So unlucky. I was too careless. It's just the beginning and I've already failed. Sigh. It seems that it's impossible to enter the top 10 with luck. The blacksmiths who failed left the square one by one. Looking at the blacksmiths who left the square, Feng Wuchen said to himself, I'll just refine a divine sword. It's fine as long as it can advance. I don't want to scare them. In order not to shock them, Feng Wuchen only activated the true fire condensed by his fire attribute energy and poured it into the furnace. According to the most primitive method, the materials were put into the furnace one by one. Feng Wuchen formed a mysterious seal with his hands and began to refine. Ordinary flames are very profound and mysterious. His weapon refining art is definitely not simple. Bai Hun frowned slightly. He was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to see what kind of flame Feng Wuchen had used. His ability to control fire is incredible. He can control the intensity of the flame as he pleases. His artifact forging technique is like a dance. It's not simple at all. Xianxia exclaimed. Su Xian praised, such a superb technique, even a Xiantian grade weapon refiner is not as good as him. Even Khanate level blacksmiths can't compare to him? Yun Wuying frowned. He looked at Feng Wuchen's technique and felt that it was indeed inferior to Feng Wuchen's. Although it looked like an ordinary weapon, the powerful blacksmiths were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's proficiency. It was simply done in one go. It had reached perfection. Such a profound realm had already reached the peak of perfection. The more Bai Hun and the others watched, the more shocked they became. In the end, they were all dumbfounded. Did the refining materials melt so quickly? How did he do it? The deacon elder exclaimed in shock. His widened eyes never left Feng Wuchen. He's already starting to form the prototype. How is that possible? What kind of refining technique is this? Yun Wuying was dumbfounded. Even President Bai can't make such a fast weapon, right? Su Xian was shocked again and cold sweat broke out on his back. It's unheard of, Bai Hun said with a stiff expression and lost his composure. Feng Wuchen's weapon refining speed was astonishing. In a short while, the weapon refining furnace was already emitting a powerful aura. Qiao Sanfeng was already dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen's strength had once again exceeded his imagination. Sensing everyone's shock and horror, Feng Wuchen said helplessly, "This is already the slowest speed. Is the weapon refining in the heavenly realms so bad?" Others were still calcining the materials, but Feng Wuchen had already refined an immortal weapon. The difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal weapon. Li Yinshan frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen. So fast? In the square, the blacksmiths looked at him in shock. A heaven-grade blacksmith said in shock, "Old man is still calcining the immortal spirit stones, and he has already refined an immortal weapon? This is the aura of an immortal weapon. How is that possible? How did he refine it so quickly?" Qiu Qingshan exclaimed, his expression full of shock. How is that possible? He can refine an immortal weapon in less than 15 minutes? It feels like he's doing it casually. Yun Wuying was shocked again and again. His eyes widened as if he was looking at a monster. As the number one blacksmith in the heavenly realm, Yun Wuying definitely could not do it. Immortal grade immortal weapon. The best of the best. Yang Qianqiao said in shock. It looks like ordinary weapon refining, but it's already reached the realm of perfection. It's very difficult to refine an immortal weapon, but he looks very calm as if he's refining an ordinary spirit weapon. Even old man is ashamed of his inferiority, Bai Hun said in shock. Why does it feel like you refined an immortal weapon in the blink of an eye? It really is an immortal weapon. Immortal grade immortal weapon. Is it so easy to refine an immortal weapon? Am I dreaming? Wind Shadow's weapon refining is indeed terrifying. He's a genius among geniuses. He's even scarier than young Master Yun. I think he's the number one blacksmith in the heavenly realm. The crowd was in an uproar. After witnessing Feng Wuchen's terrifying soul power and true fire, and now witnessing Feng Wuchen's incredible weapon refining, they felt like Feng Wuchen was cheating. Open! Feng Wuchen formed a seal with both hands. With a loud shout, the lid of the weapon refining furnace flew up. An extremely powerful aura swept out wildly. Blue light flashed, and an immortal-grade immortal sword emitting blue light floated above the weapon refining furnace. Everyone's shocked gaze fell on the immortal sword. At this moment, it was as if the whole world had fallen silent. An immortal sword had shocked everyone. After the immortal sword was refined, Feng Wuchen left the square. Others left the square in defeat, but he left the square as the most dazzling person in the square. There's no way old man can refine an immortal-grade immortal sword with such a powerful aura. Xianxia exclaimed after a long time of shock. Xianxia's exclamation frightened everyone. In less than 15 minutes, Feng Wuchen had refined an extremely powerful immortal weapon. Who among the blacksmiths present could do that? If they knew Feng Wuchen's divine ability, they would be scared half to death. End of chapter. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Bai Hun, Su Xian, and the rest quickly appeared in front of Feng Wuchen's crafting furnace. They looked at the blue immortal sword in shock. The craftsman in the square also looked at the immortal sword floating above the crafting furnace in shock. To be able to alarm Bai Hun, the three elders, and the rest, it was enough to show that the immortal sword that Feng Wuchen crafted was very powerful. Bai Hun waved his hand, and the immortal sword soared into the sky, emitting a bright blue light. Surging true essence was injected into the immortal sword, and the immortal sword instantly transformed into a huge energy sword. Its monstrous power intimidated everyone. What a superb immortal sword! It's almost a heaven-grade immortal sword. Bai Hun praised. Then, he waved his hand, and the immortal sword flew over. Bai Hun held it tightly in his hand, and a surge of sword aura swept out. It was majestic and domineering. Gulp, everyone present was scared out of their wits by Bai Hun's terrifying sword intent. Other than being a heaven immortal grade craftsman, Bai Hun was also a powerful heavenly god expert. Even Xianxia, who was known as the strongest heavenly god expert in the spirit region, did not dare to say that he could defeat Bai Hun. Xianxia might not be afraid of other heavenly god experts, but Bai Hun made him very wary. Such a powerful immortal grade immortal sword. Even old man does not dare to say that he can craft it. This sword is the best among the immortal grade immortal swords, Bai Hun praised. He had a high opinion of this immortal sword. President, you're exaggerating. Although this sword is strong, it can't compare to the immortal weapon that President has crafted. It's just an immortal grade immortal sword, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Brother Feng, you're too humble. Bai Hun smiled and said, after so many years, this is the first time old man has met a crafting genius like you. Even Inger is not as good as you. Bai Hun's words shook the hearts of the experts from the various powers because Bai Hun had addressed Feng Wuchen as Brother Feng. White Soul had a transcendent status in spirit realm, and even the entire heaven realm. It was enough to be on equal footing with Shadow Soul. Even the 8 great heavenly emperors had to be wary of it. With such a high status, Bai Hun actually addressed Feng Wuchen as Brother Feng. It could be seen that Bai Hun viewed Feng Wuchen as a peer. White Soul Bai Ming wants to make an enemy out of Soul Emperor. He knows that Soul Emperor wants Feng Wuchen's life, yet he still dares to befriend him. Xianxia frowned and thought to himself. His face was slightly gloomy. Of course, this was White Soul's territory, and it was the weapon crafting convention, so Xianxia did not dare to do anything. However, he had secretly sent a message to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. Young Master Yun is the #1 genius weapon refiner in the heaven realm, so he must have something that surpasses others. I am only in the heaven realm, so there is no need for President to praise me like this. Feng Wuchen said modestly, as he did not want to draw any hatred. Although I have already broken through to the innate realm, I really can't forge such a powerful celestial grade weapon. Brother Feng, you don't have to be modest. Yun Wuying said, admitting that he was not as good as Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and did not reply. As time passed, many people successfully forged weapons in the weapon crafting competition, but there were also many people who failed and left one after another. 4 hours later, the weapon crafting competition ended. Out of the 213 people, 83 people were eliminated. Whether it was the celestial grade weapon refiners or the heaven grade weapon refiners, they were only forging spirit weapons so that they could advance smoothly. From the second round onwards, it was the real weapon crafting competition. Whoever won would advance, and whoever lost would be eliminated. However, in the following weapon crafting competition, Feng Wuchen easily crushed his opponents without any pressure. Feng Wuchen's powerful celestial weapons were unsurpassable, and there were even a few who directly gave up the competition. His powerful weapon crafting skills shocked everyone once again. The celestial grade weapon refiners, Sherpadian, Lu Tianyu, and the others also successfully advanced. The heaven-grade weapon refiner Li Yun and the other older generation also advanced one after another. In the end, a total of 16 weapon refiners advanced to the finals. There were only 10 places, and among the 16 people, 6 people must be eliminated. Next is the last round of the competition. 6 heaven-grade weapon refiners and 10 celestial-grade weapon refiners. Everyone wants to be qualified to enter the heavenly tomb. Therefore, in order to be fair, heaven grade against heaven grade, celestial grade against celestial grade, will be divided into 2 groups and draw lots to determine their opponents. The deacon elder said. That's great. That's great. Heaven has opened its eyes. If it's against the heaven grade, especially wind shadow, there's no chance of winning at all. Heaven grade against heaven grade, 3 of them will be eliminated, and 5 of us celestial grade will advance. It seems that we have a chance to win a place. The celestial grade weapon refiners suddenly cheered with ecstasy. For them, this was simply a benefit. As for the celestial grade weapon refiners who were eliminated before, although at this moment, they did not dare to say anything. After all, it was the finals. The 16 weapon refiners were divided into 2 groups to draw lots. The heaven grade weapon refiners could be said to be under great pressure. No one wanted to draw Feng Wuchen because there was only one result, and that was to be eliminated. Please don't draw Wind Shadow. The 5 heaven-grade weapon refiners secretly prayed. Feng Wuchen was very calm. With his refining realm, not to mention these heaven-grade weapon refiners, even if it was White Soul, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Li Yun, fortunately, it's not Feng Wuchen. That's great. There's still a chance. An old man saw Li Yun's name and his heart was instantly relieved. Phew. Fortunately. It's not Feng Wuchen. Another old man also breathed a sigh of relief and looked like he was enduring the humiliation. Feng Wuchen. An old man saw the name in his hand and his old face instantly changed. His whole body trembled and his face was ashen. Against Feng Wuchen, there was basically no chance of winning, unless Feng Wuchen failed in refining. But this possibility was too small. Feng Wuchen had overcome all difficulties and had never failed. Moreover, what he refined were all immortal artifacts. Master, who did you draw? As soon as Feng Wuchen came down, Qiao Sanfeng asked excitedly. Zhou Hai, it just so happens that he's the first to go up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. After the drawing of lots, everyone looked at the battle list. When they saw Feng Wuchen's name, everyone immediately shouted. Feng Wuchen against Zhou Hai. It's over. Zhou Hai will definitely lose. Against a monster like Feng Wuchen, he will definitely lose. It wasn't easy to enter the finals, but he just had to meet Feng Wuchen. Sigh. Senior Zhou Hai must be in despair. The crowd felt helpless for Zhou Hai. No one was optimistic about him. Feng Wuchen's refining was too terrifying. Zhou Hai's face was ashen. The pressure was immense, but he still held a glimmer of hope. Heaven rank refiner Zhou Hai against Feng Wuchen. The deacon elder's voice sounded in the square. The 2 of them appeared at the same time. Everyone's eyes fell on Feng Wuchen, and they were all incomparably excited. Wind Shadow! Wind Shadow! The excited crowd shouted one after another. Wind Shadow had arrived, and their loud voices resounded throughout the entire guild. Watching Feng Wuchen refine immortal artifacts was simply a pleasure. The refining begins. The deacon elder said loudly. End of chapter, please. Looking at Zhou Hai, Feng Wuchen politely gestured for Zhou Hai to start refining. To be able to compete with a genius refiner like Brother Wind Shadow, it's worth it even if I lose. Zhou Hai smiled faintly. He seemed to think otherwise, but his heart was filled with bitterness. Activating his soul power and true fire, Zhou Hai began refining. First, he placed the other refining materials into the furnace one by one to be calcined. As the refining competition began, the whole place quieted down. But what made everyone feel strange was that Feng Wuchen did not move and kept watching Zhou Hai refining. What's wrong with Wind Shadow? Why isn't he refining? Strange, what's wrong with Wind Shadow? Hurry up and refine a weapon. It'd be best if he could refine a spear. I want to buy it. The crowd below the stage was puzzled. Father, why isn't Wind Shadow refining? Even if he knows he's going to win, he doesn't need to be so arrogant, right? Qiyu frowned. The more he looked at Feng Wuchen, the more he disliked him. With such a powerful refining realm, it's normal to be arrogant. No wonder this person is so daring. But to be an enemy of a heavenly venerable, no matter how strong he is, there's only death, Qiu Qingshan said coldly. Bai Hun, Su Xian, and the rest were also very puzzled. They did not know what Feng Wuchen was trying to do. Wind Shadow probably doesn't want to put too much pressure on Senior Zhou, so he's not refining yet. Yun Wuying guessed. Indeed, Feng Wuchen was too strong in refining. His speed was amazing, and it would create a huge pressure on the opponent, which could easily lead to failure. That makes sense. Bai Hun nodded slightly. The crowd waited for 4 hours. 4 hours was very long, and many people began to get impatient. In 4 hours, Zhou Hai tried his best to refine. The furnace was filled with an extremely strong immortal artifact aura. It took 4 hours to refine an immortal artifact. One could see how difficult it was. Open! Zhou Hai shouted excitedly. The lid of the crafting furnace flew up and a bright white light burst out from the mouth of the furnace. A jade pendant emitting a bright white light floated up. An extremely terrifying aura swept out like a storm, shocking the whole place. This incomparably powerful aura was even stronger than the immortal sword that Feng Wuchen refined. Heaven-grade immortal artifact. This is a heaven-grade immortal artifact that can increase one's battle prowess. As expected of a heaven-grade weapon refiner. Truly amazing. It's even stronger than Kazakage's immortal sword. It's actually a magic treasure that can increase one's battle prowess. And it's a heaven-grade immortal artifact. When they saw the immortal artifact jade pendant, everyone in the surroundings suddenly exclaimed with shock and excitement, and their eyes were filled with burning desire. Not bad, not bad. A heaven-grade immortal artifact. Its aura is very formidable, Yang Qianzhao praised. Old man Zhou Hai's refining skills are indeed not simple. He should not be far from the innate grade. Bai Hun laughed happily. Yun Wuying said expectantly, Senior Zhou has crafted such a powerful immortal artifact. If Feng Wuchen wants to defeat him, he'll have to craft an even more powerful immortal artifact. I'm really looking forward to it. Yes, I am indeed looking forward to it. White Soul nodded and looked at the calm Feng Wuchen. The heaven-grade immortal artifact refined by Zhou Hai had the ability to enhance one's combat strength. It was definitely a high-grade immortal artifact. If Feng Wuchen wanted to win, he naturally had to forge a stronger celestial artifact. Senior Zhou, would you like to sell the heaven-grade immortal artifact? Name a price. A heavenly monarch immediately asked for the price. Senior Zhou, I want it too. The price is negotiable. Me too. Senior Zhou, you can craft another jade pendant. I'll buy it at a high price. The crowd shouted and fought crazily for the heaven-grade immortal artifact. Heaven-grade immortal artifacts were extremely precious and rare. Heaven-grade immortal artifacts that could enhance one's combat strength were even rarer. It was a rare opportunity, and no one wanted to miss it. Are Dharma artifacts that can enhance combat strength so popular? It seems that such Dharma artifacts are also very rare in the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen looked at the crowd in surprise. Heaven-grade immortal artifacts were indeed very popular because innate-grade immortal artifacts were extremely expensive. They were not something that could be bought with heaven spirit stones. Zhou Hai's jade pendant that could enhance combat strength was probably not something that could be bought with heaven spirit stones. We'll talk about it after the weapon refining convention, Zhou Hai replied with a smile. Zhou Hai's reply ignited the atmosphere of the crowd once again. That's great. Senior Zhou Hai. The price is negotiable. We can even barter for it, a heavenly monarch said excitedly. It was obvious that his family was rich. Zhou Hai smiled faintly in response. As a weapon refiner, Zhou Hai knew better than anyone how valuable the jade pendant that he crafted was. Father, that jade pendant is so beautiful. I must get it. It can also enhance combat strength. Qiyu said quickly, looking determined to get it. Hearing that, Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "This immortal artifact is indeed very precious. Weapon refiner Zhou Hai, my daughter also wants this jade pendant. Can you give priority to selling it to me?" Xianxia asked with a smile on his face. Xianxia. Hearing Xianxia's voice, the face of the heavenly monarch turned gloomy. But he did not dare to do anything. The moon god palace was very powerful, and they had the spirit emperor behind them. No one dared to offend them. Sure. Zhou Hai smiled faintly. Xianxia is interested in this immortal artifact? Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and glanced at Xianxia. Brother Wind Shadow, old man has successfully crafted it. Now it's your turn. Zhou Hai looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled. Successfully crafting a heaven-grade immortal artifact made him more confident. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and smiled faintly. The immortal artifact that Senior Zhou crafted is indeed very powerful. There are not many people who have immortal artifacts that can enhance combat strength. As Feng Wuchen spoke, he activated his soul power. His domineering soul power swept out, causing all the craftsmen present to tremble in awe. Although they had seen Feng Wuchen's terrifying soul power before, the weapon refiners were still terrified when it burst out again. Senior Zhou, I'm sorry to tell you that I also want to enter the heavenly tomb. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and looked very confident. The guild quieted down again. Everyone's expectant gazes landed on Feng Wuchen. Let old man see how powerful the heaven-grade immortal artifact that you crafted is. Bai Hun was looking forward to it and his expression was a little excited. Bang! With a thought, under everyone's expectant gaze, Feng Wuchen's palm suddenly made a muffled sound and a wisp of black flame ignited out of thin air. It jumped like a spirit, strange and mysterious. An extremely terrifying icy aura swept out crazily and shook people's souls. At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Black flame. Including Bai Hun and Su Xian, they were extremely shocked and exclaimed. What a terrifying flame. It can suppress old man's 9 motifs true fire. Bai Hun's old face showed a look of horror. The overbearing flame suppressed the true fire of all the weapon refiners. End of chapter. What kind of flame is this? It's emitting cold air. This black flame is very domineering. The true fire in his body is being forcefully suppressed by it. It's this black flame. It's very scary. Wind Shadow used this black flame to kill thousands of guards. Once the black flame appeared, the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone's pale faces were filled with fear. White Soul frowned and said seriously, the flame's aura is extremely ancient. Why is there no record of this black flame in the heaven realm? What kind of flame is this? Feng Wuchen has such a terrifying flame. Old man's true fire is also being suppressed. Su Xian's face was stiff with fear. How is this possible? Yun Wuying was trembling all over. He thought that Feng Wuchen did not refine the 9 motifs true fire, but he did not expect that Feng Wuchen's true fire was even more terrifying than the 9 motifs true fire. Just the aura alone was enough to make people feel terrified, not to mention the power of the flame. Black flame was the strongest flame in the immemorial age. Any other flame would pale in comparison to it. I've never seen such a terrifying flame. This aura is even scarier than the flames of the dragon gods. Xianxia's face was full of shock. How can he have such a terrifying flame? Chiyu's face was pale with fear, and her delicate body was trembling non-stop. The appearance of the black flame shocked the whole place. Zhou Hai was dumbfounded on the spot. He looked at the black flame in Feng Wuchen's palm with a stiff expression. Just as everyone was panicking, Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The required materials among the materials placed at the side seemed to have received an order and flew into Feng Wuchen's palm at the same time. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The black flame suddenly intensified, and dozens of materials melted at a speed visible to the naked eye under everyone's shocked gaze. Feng Wuchen did not need a crafting furnace this time. What? Seeing the materials melting quickly, White Soul's face changed drastically. He said in shock, the materials melted instantly without a crafting furnace. How is this possible? How is this possible? He can refine without a crafting furnace? What kind of crafting technique is this? Su Xian was shocked and could not help but exclaim. Oh my god! He was actually calcining refining materials on his palm. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Xianxia's body trembled in shock. He had never heard of such a strange method of refining. Refining with his hands? Xianxia and the others stood up in shock. The people around the square were all dumbfounded, their eyes and mouths agape. Feng Wuchen's palm was as smooth as flowing water. Dozens of refining materials were all melted, and under the control of Feng Wuchen, they transformed into different shapes of magical treasures and divine weapons. It was a miraculous and powerful technique that had reached the acme of perfection. Everyone was dumbstruck. Bai Hun, Su Xian, and the others were also dumbfounded. It was a shocking and perfect scene that would only appear in their dreams. But now, it was happening right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. In just a few moments, a jade pendant emitting an extremely tyrannical aura appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm. In just a few blinks of an eye, Feng Wuchen had already completed the refinement. This was the divine power of one thought. The light blue jade pendant in Feng Wuchen's palm was a heaven-grade immortal artifact. It emitted a very powerful aura, even more powerful than Zhou Hai's jade pendant. Feng Wuchen had already defeated Zhou Hai with this alone. The whole square was dead silent. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Except for Feng Wuchen, everyone was still as if they were trapped by the power of time. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. He had already guessed this scene, but it was also the result that Feng Wuchen wanted. Feng Wuchen wanted to use this powerful divine power to shock everyone and use it to restrain the Moon God Palace and the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. The ability to create an artifact with a single thought was too shocking. The whole Craftsman's Guild was dead silent. Everyone was in shock and disbelief. It was as if they couldn't control their state. Is it done? After an unknown amount of time, a weak voice suddenly sounded in the deathly silent space. Even if it was a weak voice, it finally broke the silence. Hiss. First, there was an ear-piercing gasp. It was as if everyone was holding their breath while they were in shock. Then, they gasped for breath. Heaven grade immortal artifact. It's done. Refining with the palm. Refining with the palm. What kind of refining technique is this? I don't even know what happened and he succeeded. Isn't this too fast? Is this a trick? The crowd was in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. It was as if a calm sea had suddenly been swept up by a tsunami. The atmosphere was extremely explosive. Refining an immortal artifact in an instant. This. White Soul's eyes almost popped out. He was trembling all over. Is this the legendary divine power of one thought? Xianxia looked dazed. His lips were trembling. Divine power of one thought? The craftsmen of the Craftsmen's Guild were shocked. Impossible. This is impossible. It's a terrifying realm that even a divine-grade craftsman can't reach. How can he do it? Su Xian was completely shocked. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. Divine. Divine power of one thought? Is he heaven grade or divine grade? He can refine an immortal artifact with a flip of his hand. Yun Wuing was so shocked that he fell to the ground. Feng Wuchen's magical refining technique was shockingly fast. It could be said that it had shocked everyone. No one present had ever seen such a magical refining technique. It was so fast that it was as if Feng Wuchen had conjured it out of thin air. A divine-grade craftsman. Master is a divine-grade craftsman. Xiao Sanfeng exclaimed excitedly. He was in a state of madness. The aura emitted by the heaven-grade immortal artifact was very powerful. Anyone could see that Feng Wuchen had won. Moreover, it was by crushing Zhou Hai. Divine power of one thought. This is the realm of divine power of one thought. Wind Shadow is a divine-grade craftsman. It can't be wrong. White Soul exclaimed. His old face had never been so shocked. A divine-grade craftsman? How is this possible? He's already a divine-grade craftsman at such a young age? Qiu Qingshan looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Wind Shadow is a divine-grade craftsman? Li Yun and the other craftsmen were shocked. The existence of a divine-grade craftsman was only a legend in the heavenly realm. No one had ever seen one. Senior Zhou, it seems that I've won. Feng Wuchen looked at Zhou Hai and smiled. Hearing that, the shocked Zhou Hai suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Lord Divine-grade Craftsman. I didn't lose unjustly. Senior Zhou, I'm not a divine-grade craftsman. There's no need to be so polite." Feng Wuchen quickly said, but it was too late to stop him. "Greetings, Lord Divine-grade Craftsman." As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, all the craftsmen present, including White Soul and the three elders, knelt down and bowed respectfully. Their loud voices rang throughout the guild. End of chapter. Greetings, Lord Divine-grade Craftsman. A loud voice echoed in the guild for a long time. Once again, the upper echelons of the major forces were frightened by this monstrous aura. Seeing so many craftsmen kneel down, Feng Wuchen was also shocked. Feng Wuchen guessed that he could intimidate the Craftsman Guild, but he didn't expect that the craftsmen of the Craftsman Guild would kneel down before him. "President Bai, Elder Yang, I'm really not a divine-grade craftsman. Get up quickly." Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. How could they kneel in front of so many reputable figures? Bai Hun and the others got up one after another. Bai Hun cupped his fists and said, "The crafting technique that Lord just used is the legendary craftsman with a thought. Since ancient times, only experts who have stepped into the divine-grade craftsman have the ability to comprehend such a remarkable ability." President is right. Our guild has ancient records, but for so many years in the heaven realm, we have never seen a divine-grade craftsman. Craftsman with a thought only exists in ancient books. Today, we are fortunate enough to see Lord use it. It's definitely craftsman with a thought, Xianxia added. Bai Hun and the others were very sure that Feng Wuchen used the legendary craftsman with a thought. No matter how Feng Wuchen defended himself, they were sure that it was craftsman with a thought. "Your Excellency, President Bai and Elder Yang are telling the truth," Su Xian said with a respectful expression on his old face. Feng Wuchen just smiled faintly and didn't reply. With the Craftsman Guild and the Sky Shadow Pavilion, the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace won't dare to attack me easily. After the Craftsman Conference, Qiu Qingshan won't dare to do anything to me. Feng Wuchen thought to himself and felt relieved. With so many powerful craftsmen present, Qiu Qingshan wouldn't have the guts to attack Feng Wuchen. Seeing so many craftsmen kneeling before Feng Wuchen, including the president of the Craftsman Guild, the surrounding cultivators looked at Feng Wuchen with reverence. The identity of a divine-grade craftsman was even more terrifying and intimidating than the identity of a gold medal assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Lord Feng is victorious and has obtained a spot to enter the heavenly tomb. The deacon elder hurriedly flashed to the plaza and announced. There was no need to compare. The aura of the heaven-grade immortal artifact refined by Feng Wuchen was far above Zhou Hai's. The following refining competition was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's attention was on Feng Wuchen. A divine-grade weaponsmith, a legendary existence, who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? Even Qiu Qingshan wanted to curry favor with Feng Wuchen. If it weren't for the fact that they were on different sides, Qiu Qingshan would have gone up to greet him. In this year's blacksmith conference, Feng Wuchen, Li Yun, Sherpadian, and 10 other blacksmiths had obtained the qualifications to enter the heavenly tomb. After the armament refining competition ended, White Soul hurriedly ended the armament refining convention. Not for anything else, but for Feng Wuchen. The upper echelons of the various factions understood White Soul's order to chase them away and left tactfully. "Father, are we leaving just like that?" Qiyu asked unwillingly. "Wind Shadow's identity is different now. Do you think the Blacksmith Guild will let us touch Wind Shadow? I've already sent a message to the Spirit Emperor. We can only wait for the Spirit Emperor's instructions. Let's go back first." Qiu Qingshan shook his head. The Blacksmith Guild was powerful and had many powerful weaponsmiths. Qiu Qingshan didn't dare to offend them. No one present dared to touch Feng Wuchen. "Palace Lord, then should we all withdraw?" The lieutenant asked with a frown. "Withdraw," Qiu Qingshan said decisively. "Humph. Feng Wuchen. I'll kill you sooner or later." Qiyu stomped her feet angrily. Qiyu obviously knew how terrifying a divine-grade weaponsmith's status was. Otherwise, how could she be willing to leave? Lord Feng, please. White Soul personally invited Feng Wuchen to the guild hall. President White, there's no need to be so courteous. You're my seniors, Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. Feng Wuchen wasn't used to having a bunch of elders worshipping him like a Buddha. Su Xian smiled happily. Lord Feng, you're wrong. As the saying goes, those who are capable should be respected. Lord Feng is a divine-grade weaponsmith. In terms of seniority, he's much higher than us. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He felt extremely helpless. Xianxia and the other powerful weaponsmiths of the guild followed behind respectfully. Elder Qiao, please. The weaponsmiths of the guild said respectfully with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Qiao Sanfeng was undoubtedly the proudest and most glorious person. He walked with a gust of wind. The weaponsmiths of the guild who used to look down on Qiao Sanfeng were now existences they couldn't reach. They were all worried that Qiao Sanfeng would take revenge on them. If they didn't curry favor with Qiao Sanfeng now, they might regret it in the future. Being the disciple of a divine-grade weaponsmith was an enviable position. If they curried favor with Qiao Sanfeng, they would definitely benefit in the future. However, Qiao Sanfeng snorted disdainfully at those weaponsmiths who used to look down on Qiao Sanfeng. He didn't even look at them and directly ignored them. It was extremely awkward. In the main hall, White Soul said respectfully, Lord Feng, please take a seat. President White, I'm not a member of the guild. You can have that seat. Feng Wuchen hurriedly waved his hand and sat on a chair at the side. Seeing that White Soul and the others didn't move, Feng Wuchen hurriedly said, sit down, all of you. Yes. Lord Feng. Without Feng Wuchen's permission, White Soul and the others didn't dare to sit down. The degree of respect they showed was self-evident. Feng Wuchen was secretly depressed, but then he smiled bitterly and said, President White, I'm really only a heaven-grade weaponsmith, not a divine-grade weaponsmith. You don't have to be so respectful to me. Just call me Wind Shadow. I'm really not used to hearing Lord Feng. Lord Feng, please don't joke around. The construct and implement with a thought spell is at the divine level. Lord Feng, you can't fool us. Bai Hun smiled respectfully and glanced at Qiao Sanfeng. White Soul and the others were envious of Qiao Sanfeng's luck to have a divine-grade weaponsmith as his master. Every time the Deacon Elder and Yun Wuying thought about this matter, they felt embarrassed. Lord Feng, don't worry. We won't leak this matter, Yang Qianxiao said respectfully. Leak? Did they need to leak this matter? Once the crafting conference ended, the people who left would have already spread the news. To be honest, they don't believe it either. With this identity, Xiao and the others won't have to worry about anything in the future. However, they still need to build a place to stay, Feng Wuchen thought. Feng Wuchen didn't want to talk about this topic, so he changed the topic and asked, by the way, President White, what is the Heavenly Tomb? When can we go in? The Heavenly Tomb is an ancient battlefield. It has been sealed and is under the control of our guild. Lord Feng can go in at any time and come out at any time, White Soul said respectfully. The status of a divine-grade weaponsmith is really terrifying. Feng Wuchen exclaimed inwardly. The president of the Craftsmen's Guild was actually so respectful in front of Feng Wuchen. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen claimed that he was a heavenly blacksmith, but the Soul Stone's test showed that his soul power had reached the heavenly immortal level. Now that he had used the ability to create an artifact with a thought, he was undoubtedly at the level of a divine-grade artifact craftsman. Therefore, White Soul and the others didn't know what realm Feng Wuchen was at, but they believed that it was the latter. After all, the artifact creation skill had never appeared in the heaven realm. Lord Feng, please have some tea. A beautiful maid served tea. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked the maid with a warm smile. President White, why did you invite me here? Feng Wuchen asked casually, then took a sip of tea and nodded. This is the best tea. When Elder Qiao came to register for Lord Feng, we were a little suspicious. Please forgive us, Lord Feng. The Deacon Elder quickly cupped his fists and said respectfully. Deacon Elder, you're exaggerating. I didn't mind. I was just curious about the heavenly tomb, so I decided to participate in the artifact creation conference. Feng Wuchen smiled and took another sip of tea. Lord Feng, the entrance to the heavenly tomb is at the back of the guild mountain. Lord Feng can enter at any time. White Soul continued. His respectful attitude made it hard to believe that he was the guild leader. Feng Wuchen frowned and asked in confusion, "The heavenly tomb is an ancient battlefield, but why is it controlled by the guild?" "I don't mean anything, I'm just curious." Although the guild was strong, it was much weaker than the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. As an ancient battlefield, the heavenly tomb should be controlled by a powerful force. Feng Wuchen was curious why it was controlled by the guild. White Soul smiled. The heavenly tomb was discovered by the guild's ancestors, so they built the guild here. Later on, they set up a new seal, and it has been controlled by our guild for many years. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and thought, since it's an ancient battlefield, it must be filled with resentment. Even if there are many treasures, it's not suitable for cultivation. Moreover, it's dangerous. Otherwise, why would it be sealed? Lord Feng, are you going to enter the heavenly tomb now? Xianxia asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen shook his head. No, I'll go with them. It's inevitable that people will gossip if I get special treatment. White Soul then asked, Lord Feng, may I ask who your master is? Evil Dragon God. Feng Wuchen replied. In any case, White Soul and the others did not know who the Evil Dragon God was. Evil Dragon God? Dragon Gods? As expected, White Soul and the others were confused. They had never heard of the Evil Dragon God. Don't mind it. You guys haven't seen him before. My master has never shown himself before. He's an expert that's out of this world. Feng Wuchen smiled. I see. White Soul and the others nodded in agreement. Feng Wuchen had stepped into the realm of divine rank weapon craftsman at such a young age. His master must be an extraordinary figure. How could they know about it? White Soul and the others looked at each other. Yang Qianxiao immediately pleaded, Lord Feng's refining realm is so high. Moreover, you've comprehended the artifact creation with thought. This is the blessing of the heavenly realm. We sincerely request Lord Feng to join our Weapon Craftsman Guild and revitalize the heavenly realm's weapon craftsmen. We sincerely request Lord Feng to join the Weapon Craftsman Guild. White Soul and the others respectfully begged. Clearly, this was their real purpose in inviting Feng Wuchen to the main hall. So this is the purpose of these old things. Feng Wuchen was secretly amused. In terms of mental state, Feng Wuchen had indeed reached the realm of divine rank weapon craftsman. However, in terms of cultivation realm, Feng Wuchen was only a heaven rank weapon craftsman. As for his vigorous soul power, of course, it was also because of his strong mental state. Don't forget that I'm an assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, the archenemy of the Spirit Emperor. That old monster wants me dead every second. Moreover, the Sky Shadow Pavilion specializes in fighting against the god race's Migres. If I join the Weapon Craftsman Guild, you'll be implicated. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. However, White Soul said without hesitation, Lord Feng is a divine rank weapon craftsman and a member of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Although the Spirit Emperor isn't one of the 8 heavenly emperors, he won't dare to act rashly. Moreover, the Weapon Craftsman Guild isn't something the Spirit Emperor can easily deal with. That's right. The Weapon Craftsman Guild is spread throughout the spirit realm and even the heavenly realm. What happened today will definitely spread throughout the spirit realm. At that time, even the Spirit Emperor won't dare to act against Lord Feng. Yang Qianxiao was very certain. This. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but feel a little troubled. He was indeed worried that the guild would be implicated. The Spirit Emperor was one of the 8 heavenly emperors. If he really wanted to deal with the Weapon Craftsman Guild, once he joined forces with the other heavenly emperors, it would be a piece of cake. Please join the Weapon Craftsman Guild, Lord Feng. White Soul and the others respectfully begged again. Many weapon craftsmen were fighting to join the Weapon Craftsman Guild but were rejected. However, White Soul and the others were begging Feng Wuchen to join the Weapon Craftsman Guild. Feng Wuchen didn't answer, nor did he say anything. Lord Feng, if you join the Weapon Craftsman Guild, even if you give up the position of president to the Lord Feng, it's fine, White Soul hurriedly said. If the Weapon Craftsman Guild could get Feng Wuchen to join, under Feng Wuchen's guidance, their realms would definitely be greatly improved. At that time, the guild's strength would definitely increase greatly. When Feng Wuchen heard this, he couldn't help but jump in fright. He hurriedly said, "President White, don't scare me. I can't accept it." White Soul immediately gave up the position of president. This gave Feng Wuchen a huge fright. "As long as Lord Feng is willing to join the Weapon Craftsman Guild, you can have any position you want," White Soul hurriedly said. "Lord Feng, it's difficult for us to improve our Weapon Craftsman realm. Please join the Weapon Craftsman Guild and give us guidance," Xianxia pleaded as he knelt down. "To be honest, I don't want to join the Weapon Craftsman Guild. The 8 great celestial emperors are not simple. I can't implicate you all." Feng Wuchen shook his head and refused. His expression was solemn, and he wasn't joking. "Lord Feng." White Soul and the others were burning with anxiety. Xiao Sanfeng then said, "President, Master's words aren't without reason. Master is in danger at any time, and Old Man doesn't dare to publicize his relationship with Master. The 8 great celestial emperors are not to be trifled with." This. White Soul and the others didn't know what to say. "How about this, I'll be the guild's guest elder. This way, I won't be considered a member of the Weapon Craftsman Guild, but I'll have to keep it a secret," Feng Wuchen said after some thought. "Of course." White Soul agreed without hesitation. "That's great." Yang Qianxiao and the others were overjoyed. "Thank you, Lord Feng." White Soul hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "President White, Elder Yang, you don't have to be so polite." "I'm not used to it," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "That won't do. We can't mess up the seniority," Su Xian hurriedly said. White Soul nodded and said with a smile, "That's right, that's right. We can't mess up the seniority." Feng Wuchen was secretly helpless. White Soul continued with a smile, "Lord Feng, go rest first. We'll go to the Heavenly Tomb tomorrow. We'll send someone to make the arrangements." End of chapter. Moon God Palace. Greetings, Spirit Emperor. Xiao Qingshan had just returned to Moon God Palace when Spirit Emperor, who had received the news, appeared in a flash. Xiao Qingshan immediately knelt down respectfully to greet him. "Tell me in detail, what's going on with a divine craftsman?" Spirit Emperor walked into the main hall while speaking coldly. Reporting to Spirit Emperor, at the Craftsman Conference, Feng Wuchen's soul power had reached the heavenly immortal grade, but during the finals, he used the legendary tool creation. White Soul and the others were very sure that it was a realm that only divine craftsmen could achieve, but Feng Wuchen was only a heavenly craftsman, Xiao Qingshan said respectfully. "Heaven grade, heaven immortal grade soul power, and heaven immortal grade soul power? Can he turn it into an artifact with a single thought?" The Spirit Emperor frowned and was shocked. Although Spirit Emperor was not a craftsman, he was very clear about the 4 major realms. Spirit Emperor was also puzzled by Feng Wuchen's situation. Even White Soul, that old thing, was stunned. He knelt down in front of Wind Shadow in front of everyone. White Soul's position in Tiandu is extraordinary, so he definitely wouldn't kneel down in front of anyone. This subordinate thinks this matter should be true. Xiao Qingshan said seriously. Spirit Emperor frowned, "How can it be so easy to become a divine craftsman? There have only been 2 in Heaven Realm for so many years, and they did not comprehend tool creation with thought. It's impossible for a mere Wind Shadow to do it. There had only been 2 divine craftsmen in Heaven Realm's history, which showed how difficult it was to break through this realm. Could it be that Feng Wuchen used some method to deceive them?" Xiao Qingshan guessed. "I don't know if Wind Shadow used any method, but he's definitely not a divine craftsman," Spirit Emperor said with certainty. Xiao Qingshan nodded slightly. White Soul and the others are convinced. "It won't be easy to touch Feng Wuchen, they will definitely intervene." "Humph. It's just the Craftsman Guild. If they want to die, it's their business," Spirit Emperor said coldly, not taking the Craftsman Guild seriously at all. "I will continue to send people to keep an eye on Feng Wuchen, and kill him when there's a chance," Xiao Qingshan said respectfully. "Capturing Wind Shadow alive is Mr. Guigu's idea," Spirit Emperor said. "Yes." Xiao Qingshan continued, "Oh right, there's one more thing." "What is it?" Spirit Emperor looked at Xianxia. When Feng Wuchen was forging the heavenly great immortal artifact, he activated a type of black flame. It was extremely terrifying and possessed a bone-piercing chill. This subordinate does not know what kind of flame it is, said Xianxia. Black flames? The Spirit Emperor was stunned at first. Then, he asked doubtfully, there are black flames? And the icy cold air? This emperor has never heard of such a thing. White Soul and the others don't seem to know what kind of flame it is, but it has an ancient aura. Xianxia said. Ancient aura? Spirit Emperor frowned and said, perhaps Mr. Guegu knows. At the end of the refining assembly, the news swept through Tiandu in a very violent manner. The major forces of Tiandu were extremely shocked. Sky Shadow Pavilion's gold medal assassin, Feng Ying, is actually a refiner. None of the armament refining conference's armament refiners are his match. Divine grade weapon refiner? Heavens, isn't this the legendary realm? Achieving something with a single thought? What kind of divine ability was that? Is Wind Shadow really so terrifying? That's impossible, right? Wind Shadow can step into the divine grade weapon refiner at such a young age? Senior White Soul is only at the heavenly immortal grade. Senior White Soul and the others said it themselves, and even knelt down in front of Feng Wuchen. How can this be false? Why don't you take a look at Senior White Soul's status? Why would he kneel down in front of anyone? Wherever the news spread, countless cultivators were shocked and frightened. No one dared to believe that Feng Wuchen was actually a terrifying divine-grade weapon refiner. The news spread wildly, and in less than an hour, it had already reached Spirit Capital. The existence of a divine-grade weapon refiner also fiercely intimidated countless cultivators in Spirit Capital. After the Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins received this news, Tianming, Zhuai Yu, and the others were all shocked. Divine-grade weapon refiner? This is a joke, right? Zhuai Yu was dumbfounded. Only now did he know that Feng Wuchen passed by the Palace of Heaven and Earth to participate in the armament refining assembly. Could it be a mistake? How can Wind Shadow be a divine-grade weapon refiner? White Soul cultivated for his entire life and still couldn't break through to the divine grade. How can Wind Shadow do it? Besides, isn't Wind Shadow an inscription master? Mingyu was also dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Lord Heavenly Lord, is this news reliable? An assassin quickly asked. Many gold medal assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion also entered the main hall. Obviously, they also knew this news. Qing Lu shook his head slightly and said, I'm not sure, but the news sent back by our people is indeed so. Moreover, White Soul and the others also saw Feng Wuchen using tool create with thought to refine an immortal grade weapon. It should be true. Is Wind Shadow a monster? Divine grade weapon refiner. This? Zhuai Yu still couldn't believe it. The legendary divine grade weapon refiner. The assassins were stunned and dumbfounded. Mingyu said in a daze, this is impossible. Didn't Lord Heavenly Lord say that Wind Shadow is a heavenly grade weapon refiner? How did it become divine grade? Moreover, didn't the Soul Stone tablet only test heavenly immortal grade soul power? The Pavilion Master should know better. Only the Pavilion Master knows about Wind Shadow. I'm just in charge of the Sky Shadow Pavilion's missions. Qing Lu spread his hands and said, if Wind Shadow is really a divine grade weapon refiner, then it's amazing. You can find him to refine immortal grade weapons and increase your combat strength. Swish, as soon as Qing Lu finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in a flash. Greetings, Lord Tianming. Qing Lu and the other two's faces suddenly changed as they hurriedly knelt down respectfully. Qing Lu, is the news true? Is Wind Shadow really a weapon refiner? Tianming asked with an anxious and excited expression. This? Lord Tianming, I'm not sure, but the news did come from the Weapon Refiner Guild. Qing Lu replied respectfully. He didn't dare to jump to conclusions about such a big piece of news. He's a divine-ranked weaponsmith. He really hit it well, Tianming said excitedly. Where is Wind Shadow? Tianming asked. He should still be at the Weapon Refiner Guild. He has already obtained a slot to enter the Heavenly Tomb. Qing Lu replied. Swish, after learning that Feng Wuchen was still at the Weapon Refiner Guild, Qing Lu had just finished speaking when Tianming disappeared in a flash. Isn't Lord Tianming too impatient? Qing Liu's face was dazed. In less than 4 hours, the news spread across the entire spirit capital again. The emergence of a divine-grade weapon refiner was like a meteor crashing into Earth, fiercely shocking countless embroidered cultivators in spirit capital. All the major factions and families in spirit capital were talking about Feng Wuchen. Such a terrifying identity terrified countless factions in spirit capital. Feng Wuchen's name once again shook spirit capital. The shocking news was still spreading like wildfire. It wouldn't be long before the entire spirit capital knew that Feng Wuchen was a divine-grade weapon refiner. End of chapter. A day passed in the blink of an eye. In the grand hall of the blacksmith guild, the 10 blacksmiths had already arrived. Li Yun and the other blacksmiths bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. Greetings, Lord Blacksmith. I'm not a divine blacksmith. You don't have to be so courteous. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Even if you're not, Lord Feng's blacksmithing skills are worthy of our respect. Li Yun said. Respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. If there's a chance, Lord Feng, please give us some pointers on blacksmithing. Sherpatian hurriedly said respectfully. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. If there's a chance, we can exchange pointers and learn together. That's great. Thank you, Lord Feng. Li Yun and the rest were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. After a while, Bai Hun, the elders, and the powerful blacksmiths of the blacksmith guild entered the hall. They all looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully. President Bai, the 3 elders. Today was the day to enter the heavenly tomb. The blacksmiths were very excited. When they arrived at the center of the hall, Bai Hun smiled happily. The heavenly tomb is about to open. I'm sure everyone is looking forward to it. President Bai, I heard that there are countless treasures in the ancient battlefield of the heavenly tomb. Is that true? Sherpatian asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Bai Hun smiled happily. The heavenly tomb will only open for 7 days. Although there are many treasures in there, whether you're fated to find them is another story. There's one more thing I have to remind you. The heavenly tomb is very dangerous. Don't risk your life for the treasures. Xianxia added. Don't worry, Great Elder. We'll be careful. Lu Tianyu said excitedly. He couldn't wait to enter the heavenly tomb. Follow me. Bai Hun smiled faintly. Then, he led Feng Wuchen and the other blacksmiths to the entrance of the heavenly tomb. Feng Ying. Just as Bai Hun and the rest walked out of the hall, a voice came from the guild. Then, an extremely terrifying aura swept over. Who's there? How dare you barge into the guild? Stop him. The guards of the blacksmith guild came out one after another. As guards of the weapon craftsman guild, even if a heavenly god expert were to attack them, they would not be afraid. Because the weapon craftsman guild did not lack heavenly deity realm powerhouses. A heavenly god. Yang Qianxiao frowned. Big brother Tianming? Feng Wuchen was slightly taken aback, and immediately said, Stop. Withdraw. Bai Hun hurriedly shouted, indicating for the guards to withdraw. Swish, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was none other than Tianming of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Heaven Rank 1 Assassin, Tianming. Seeing the newcomer, Li Yun and the others were shocked, their faces filled with fear. Heaven Class 1 Assassin. Knowing that it was the Sky Shadow Pavilion's Heaven Class Assassin, the guards of the Weapon Craftsman Guild all looked terrified. The middle-aged man in front of him was a top assassin in the Heaven Realm. President Bai, Elder Yang, long time no see. How have you been? Tianming cupped his fists and smiled politely. So it's the famous Heaven Class 1 Assassin, Tianming. Indeed, long time no see. Bai Hun nodded with a smile. Tianming was no stranger to the people of the Heaven Realm. Before he destroyed the Heaven Spiritual Stone Mine, Tianming was already a famous Heaven Class 1 assassin in the Heaven Realm. Big brother Tianming, why are you here? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. I have something important to tell you, Tianming said hurriedly with an excited expression. Something important? Feng Wuchen raised his eyebrows. President Bai, please wait for a moment. Tianming did not need to ask for Bai Hun's permission at all and directly pulled Feng Wuchen to the side. Seeing this, a heaven-class weapon craftsman wanted to stop them, but he was stopped by Bai Hun. "Everyone, please wait for a moment." Bai Hun smiled faintly and did not care about Tianming's actions. Bai Hun and the others did not dare to do anything. First, Tianming knew Feng Wuchen. Second, Tianming's strength was obvious, so Bai Hun naturally had to give him face. "Wind Shadow, is the news true?" Tianming asked anxiously and looked at Feng Wuchen excitedly. "What news?" Feng Wuchen asked back. "Of course it's a divine-class weapon craftsman. Kid, you're still playing dumb. Now, Spirit City is abuzz with the news. Tell me, is it true?" Tianming hurriedly urged. "Big brother Tianming, the news is true, but I'm not a divine-class weapon craftsman. I'm only in the heaven class now." Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and helplessly. "Who are you lying to? When I arrived at the entrance of the guild, I heard them say that you're a divine-class weapon craftsman. They said something about you being able to create an immortal-class weapon in the blink of an eye." Tianming did not believe Feng Wuchen at all. "Wind Shadow, tell me honestly. Can you create a divine-class weapon?" Tianming asked very seriously. His eyes were filled with anticipation and anxiousness as he looked at Feng Wuchen. There was even a trace of hope in his eyes. Tianming's question was not without reason. Feng Wuchen had a powerful divine-class weapon, and now there was news of him being a divine-class weapon craftsman. Therefore, Tianming was certain that Feng Wuchen could create a divine-class weapon. This was also the reason why Tianming was so anxious to find Feng Wuchen. Seeing the anticipation and despair in Tianming's eyes, Feng Wuchen had already guessed what Tianming wanted to do. "Big brother Tianming, I've heard a little about you. I've also seen Ling Er. She's very cute. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't. I'm really sorry." Feng Wuchen was in a difficult position. There was a touch of powerlessness on his face. "You can't do it?" Tianming's voice was very small. His face was filled with disappointment. His face was slightly pale, and his eyes were full of sadness. The more hopeful he was, the more disappointed he was. Tianming's heart completely sank to the bottom of the valley. It was as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Looking at Tianming's disappointed expression, Feng Wuchen's heart was also very uncomfortable. "Big brother Tianming, it's been so many years. You should let it go." Feng Wuchen comforted. "Ling Er is only 4 years old." 4 years old. How can I let it go? Ling Er just learned how to call Dad. She just learned how to call Dad. I'm sorry for Ling Er. It's all my fault for being useless." Tianming choked as he held back his tears. He was a little emotional. His mind was filled with his daughter's cute smile. However, as the longing grew stronger, Tianming's sorrowful tears finally fell. "Big brother Tianming." Feng Wuchen didn't know how to comfort him at this time. His heart was very heavy. In front of the main hall, seeing that Tianming was a little emotional and looked very sad, Sherpatian and the others felt very strange. "President, why did Tianming suddenly cry?" Sherpatian asked in surprise. The dignified heaven-class assassin actually cried. Sigh. "It's a long story." White Soul sighed and shook his head. After a moment of silence, White Soul said, "This is something that happened dozens of years ago. At that time, Tianming hadn't joined the Sky Shadow Pavilion. He had a 4-year-old daughter named Ling Er. Old man will never forget the day he held his dead daughter and begged for help at the entrance of the guild." End of chapter. Dead daughter? Li Yun and the others' expressions changed slightly as they looked at Bai Hun. Tianming and his wife and daughter were living happily, but unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Back then, in order to suppress the spirit realm, Tianming's wife and 4-year-old daughter died tragically. Later, he came to the guild to find the old man Sai. Bai Hun sighed as he recalled what had happened back then. Not even a 4-year-old girl? Li Yun's face became ferocious as a surge of anger surged in his heart. The Spirit Emperor is inhumane. Xiao Sanfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily. I didn't expect the Heaven Realm's first-class assassin to have such a sad story. An old man also felt sad for Tianming. The god race is in power, we have no choice. Bai Hun sighed helplessly. President, what does this have to do with Tianming looking for the wind shadow? What's more, this happened decades ago. Sherpatian asked doubtfully. You are very smart. It does have something to do with the wind shadow. Bai Hun glanced at Sherpatian and said, Tianming's daughter's body was a bit special. Although she was only 4 years old, her soul power was very strong. At that time, old man was also quite shocked. If she was still alive, she would definitely be a refining genius. Her talent would not be below Ling Er. At that time, after Ling Er died, Tianming found that Ling Er's soul had not dissipated and tried his best to preserve this wisp of soul. He hoped to use someone with a strong soul power to reform Ling Er's soul, but this can only be done by a powerful alchemist. Old man was only a refining master and could not save people. But the powerful alchemists of the heaven realm were in the same manner. Unfortunately, because of Mr. Guegu, the alchemists in the Saint Manor went their separate ways. Tianming should have known that Lord Feng was a divine-grade refining master, so he asked Lord Feng for help. After all, the realm of divine grade is not something we can understand. I see. Sherpatian and the others nodded slightly. Tianming's past had touched them, and they were filled with grief and indignation. Tianming had not given up for decades just to resurrect his 4-year-old daughter. Unfortunately, such an indomitable father was unable to save his beloved daughter's life in the end. Brother Tianming, you don't have to be too sad. It's not that there's no way to save Ling Er. When Tianming was disappointed and lonely, Feng Wuchen suddenly gave him hope. 2. Brother Tianming, don't be too excited. Ling Er's soul power is very strong. Moreover, you sealed it. This means that there's hope. I might have a way. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Don't forget that Feng Wuchen had the ability to bring the dead back to life. However, that was only the moment a person died. Before the soul dissipated, Feng Wuchen could use the ability to bring the dead back to life. However, Ling Er had been dead for decades. Feng Wuchen had no way to use the ability to bring the dead back to life. However, a strand of Ling Er's soul was preserved by Tianming. Feng Wuchen seemed to have thought of a way. Wind Shadow. You really have a way? You can really resurrect Ling Er? Tianming asked excitedly. He was so happy that tears rolled down his cheeks. Brother Tianming, don't worry. You go back first. When I come out of the heavenly tomb, I'll tell you. We can't let them wait too long. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Good, good, good. I'll wait for you. That's great. Ling Er is saved. Tianming was wildly ecstatic and immediately left with a flash. A strand of soul might really be able to bring the dead back to life. Feng Wuchen muttered as he walked towards White Soul Dayal. The heavenly tomb's entrance was at the guild's back mountain. It was completely sealed off at the back mountain. Furthermore, there was a powerful enchantment separating it. Several minutes later, White Soul and the rest entered the enchantment and arrived at the back mountain's valley. The valley was mystical and peculiar. There were 100,000 feet tall peaks in all directions, towering and imposing, spectacular to the extreme. Apart from this, there were also 3 extremely horrifying auras. What powerful auras! 3 great celestial deity realm powerhouses guarding the heavenly tomb. The armament guild is indeed not simple. Feng Wuchen secretly marveled. Just entering the valley, Feng Wuchen sensed the auras of 3 celestial deity realm powerhouses. Feng Wuchen was not surprised that the Armament Guild had so many celestial deity realm powerhouses. How terrifying the appeal of an Armament Guild was, Feng Wuchen was clearer than anyone. The Armament Guild had been established for many years. In order to obtain divine weapons and powerful Dharma treasures, countless forces and powerhouses wanted to curry favor with the Armament Guild. Therefore, the Armament Guild's foundation was extremely deep. Celestial deity realm powerhouses. Li Yunshan frowned. The terrifying pressure made his heart palpitate. What a terrifying aura. The Armament Guild's expression became somewhat alarmed. After all, celestial deity realm powerhouses were too terrifying. Rather, it was Feng Wuchen who appeared very calm. As Armament Guild, their perception surpassed ordinary people. They could all sense the terrifying aura of celestial deity realm powerhouses. However, these three terrifying auras disappeared in a blink of an eye as they entered the enchantment. Don't worry. They are the guardians of the heavenly tomb. They won't hurt us. Let's go. The heavenly tomb's entrance is just ahead. White Soul said with a faint smile, indicating for Sherpodian and the rest to relax. At the entrance of the heavenly tomb, there was a light blue formation that looked like an hourglass. Two blue light screens, one above and one below, corresponded to each other. In the middle, there was a twisting blue energy fluctuation. It was a very strange ceiling formation. What a strange ceiling formation. It contains yin and yang, heaven and earth reversed, and even integrated with an illusory formation. It's quite magical. Feng Wuchen exclaimed. Hearing this, White Soul and the three elders' expressions suddenly changed. They all stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Lord Feng can actually see the mystery of the ceiling formation with a single glance. This is a ceiling formation set up by our ancestors. Even the heavenly realm's array masters can't see through its mystery, but Lord Feng can see through it with a single glance. I really can't believe it. White Soul said in shock. As expected of Lord Feng. He can actually see through the magic of the ceiling formation with a single glance. Xianxia looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme shock. It seems that Lord Feng has studied formations quite a bit. This ceiling formation is just as Lord Feng said. It reversed heaven and earth and integrated with an illusory formation. White Soul said excitedly. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be an expert in formations. I learned a little from Master, but I don't know much about it. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Learned a little? It looked like he had studied it deeply. Ordinary array masters wouldn't be able to see through it, but Feng Wuchen could tell the structure of the ceiling formation with a single glance. He could even see through the existence of the illusory formation. Feng Wuchen said that he had learned a little, but White Soul and the others definitely didn't believe him. Even array masters couldn't see through the wonders of the ceiling formation, but Feng Wuchen could see through it with a single sentence. From this, it could be seen that Feng Wuchen's attainments in formations were extremely high. He was definitely not inferior to array masters. Suppressing the shock in his heart, White Soul said, Lord Feng, please follow me. End of chapter, open. Bai Hun activated his Heaven's Origin Qi and formed a seal with both hands. Buzz buzz. The ceiling formation flashed with a bright blue light, and the calm ceiling formation shook violently. Then, a circle of light slowly expanded, revealing an entrance. After entering the ceiling formation, just as Lord Feng said, heaven and earth have been reversed. Bai Hun said as he led Feng Wuchen and the others in. After Feng Wuchen and the others entered the ceiling formation, they found that the illusory world of the ceiling formation was inverted. It was quite strange. Hidden within the illusory matrix are defensive and offensive matrices. Feng Wuchen said. The layers are interlocked, tough and sturdy. Once the seal is attacked, 3 matrices will be activated. The existence of the illusory matrix can make the offensive matrix unpredictable. When Feng Wuchen said this, the 3 elders were instantly stunned. What kind of terrifying attainment in formations was this? It could be seen with the naked eye that this was many times more powerful than a formation grandmaster. Lord Feng is really powerful. Lord Feng is so skilled in formations that even a grandmaster can't compare to him. Bai Hun suppressed the shock in his heart and said. If one didn't have a profound attainment in formations, they wouldn't be able to see it. What is Lord Feng's background? Isn't this too terrifying? Yang Qianxiao was shocked to the extreme. He didn't know how to describe Feng Wuchen's terror. Li Yun and the other blacksmiths couldn't say a word except for shock and envy. After passing through the ceiling formation, Feng Wuchen and the others finally arrived at the heavenly tomb. The heavenly tomb was an ancient battlefield. After hundreds of thousands of years, it had long become a primitive world, completely covering the traces of the battlefield. Wow! This is the heavenly tomb? Sherpodian was shocked and saw a different world. This is the heavenly tomb. Bai Hun nodded. The spiritual energy is filled with an ancient aura. The heavenly tomb is bigger than I imagined. To be able to seal such a big place, the cultivation of the ancestors of the association must be very terrifying. Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, the aura of the heavenly tomb is unusual. The heavenly tomb is completely different from what I imagined. I thought that the heavenly tomb would be filled with corpses and resentment. The spiritual energy here is abundant, much stronger than the spiritual energy in the heaven realm. Lu Tianyu said in surprise, becoming more and more excited. Feng Wuchen said, to be honest, I also thought that the heavenly tomb was filled with resentment and was not suitable for cultivation. There were countless casualties in the ancient battlefield and it was indeed filled with resentment. However, it has been covered by spiritual energy in the long river of time and nature can purify all resentment. Lord Feng is right. The heavenly tomb is the equivalent of ancient times. Treasures abound here. This is also the reason why the guild doesn't dare announce its existence, Xianxia said, chuckling. Feng Wuchen joked, if such a precious place were to be made public, the heaven realm would definitely be in chaos. Roar. Roar, but at this moment, a deafening roar sounded in his ears. Ancient ferocious beast? Feng Wuchen's expression changed slightly. Sherpatian and the others were also shocked by the sudden roar. What a terrifying aura. It's at least at the late stage of the heavenly monarch realm. Lu Tianyu exclaimed. The heavenly tomb was boundless. It was a vast mountain range, with all kinds of strange flowers and herbs, as well as all kinds of birds and beasts. It was simply an isolated world. Bai Hun smiled and said, it is indeed an ancient ferocious beast. Their existence is not weaker than the spirit beasts of the heaven realm. Therefore, you have to avoid them as much as possible. You only have 7 days. After 7 days, the old man will come back to bring you out. However, whether you can survive or not depends on your ability. Lord Feng, you must be careful. Bai Hun smiled and reminded Feng Wuchen. Don't worry, President. Feng Wuchen nodded. Bai Hun and the 3 elders left. Lord Feng, where are we going? Sherpatian asked respectfully. He really didn't know where to find treasures in such a huge heavenly tomb. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and said, it's also my first time here, so I'm not familiar with it. However, there are treasures everywhere here. As long as we avoid the ferocious beasts, it shouldn't be a problem. For safety, let's go together. Lord Feng's words are reasonable. There are unknown dangers in the heavenly tomb. If we split up, I'm afraid we will all be in danger. Li Yin agreed. This was the first time Feng Wuchen and the others had entered the heavenly tomb. Without knowing where to go, they could only walk in a random direction. At the same time, they vigilantly checked their surroundings. I smell medicinal herbs. There must be a lot of precious medicinal herbs in such a treasure land. Feng Wuchen thought. Lord Feng, what is that? After walking for a while, one of them suddenly pointed at an item and asked. Feng Wuchen looked in the direction the man was pointing at and saw a strange medicinal herb. It had a black fruit and the surface of the fruit was glowing with a faint silver light. Soul essence fruit. Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. He said excitedly, our luck is really good. We just came in and we already found a treasure. Soul essence fruit that can strengthen the body? Sherpatian was shocked. It seems like you know a lot. That's right. It's the soul essence fruit that can strengthen the body. Its effect is very powerful. It can strengthen the muscles of practitioners. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. Soon after, he grabbed at the air and directly sucked the 13 fruits over. One for each of us. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He generously shared and kept 3 for himself. With the soul essence fruit, Feng Wuchen could strengthen his body. Eh? I seem to have stepped on something. It's soft. Lu Tianyu said in surprise. He immediately lifted his foot and looked. Lord Feng, what is this green viscous liquid? Lu Tianyu asked curiously. Feng Wuchen turned his head and found that the green viscous liquid was flowing out from the cracks of the stone. His expression instantly became ecstatic. He said excitedly, Xianxia lotion. Xianxia lotion? Li Yun and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Obviously, they didn't know what it was. Xianxia lotion is extremely rare. It looks ordinary and has no aura, but it can help Heavenly Monarch Realm experts improve their cultivation. Its effect is equivalent to a connate-grade elixir. The energy it produces is extremely pure and can be directly absorbed. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. It was such a precious treasure. No wonder Feng Wuchen was so excited. Lord Feng, you seem to know a lot about herbs. Sherpadian said. I've read all the medicine encyclopedias of Sky Shadow Pavilion. I also know about the herbs sold by the Chamber of Commerce. That's why I know a lot. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. Lord Feng, look. There's more over there. There's so much Xianxia lotion. Someone pointed not far away and said excitedly. Lord Feng, there's Xianxia lotion all around. My God, am I seeing things? Sherpadian couldn't help but exclaim. He looked extremely shocked. This seemed to be the place where Xianxia lotion was produced. There was Xianxia lotion in the cracks of the surrounding stones. Feng Wuchen said excitedly, the heavenly tomb is indeed full of treasures. There's so much Xianxia lotion. It's enough for me to break through to the mid-stage of Heaven Monarch Realm. End of chapter. In a short while, Feng Wuchen and the others each filled a dozen jade bottles with Xianxia lotion. They collected all the lotion in the surroundings and were all smiling excitedly. Lord Feng, we are so lucky to get so much Xianxia lotion as soon as we came in. Lu Tianyu said excitedly. He couldn't hide the bright smile on his face. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, there must be more treasures waiting for us. Let's continue the treasure hunt. Treasure hunting was a kind of fun. Even if it was dangerous, it was exciting and exciting. Six-tail flame vanilla, a herb for refining heaven-grade elixirs. Ice spirit delicate fragrance leaf, violet black condensing grass, Tian Xingzi, water immortal ink leaf lotus. There are so many precious herbs in the heavenly tomb. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. He didn't know how many herbs he had picked along the way. Lord Feng. It's the bone-corroding spirit crystal. There are so many of them. Sherpadian suddenly shouted excitedly. What? Bone-corroding spirit crystal? It's a treasure that can increase soul power. Li Yun's face changed as he looked over. Oh? There's a bone-corroding spirit crystal that can increase soul power? Feng Wuchen's eyes widened as he looked over excitedly. The bone-corroding spirit crystal was very effective and could help a cultivator to increase soul power. For blacksmiths and alchemists, the bone-corroding spirit crystal was a supreme treasure. The bone-corroding spirit crystal was silver-white in color. Blacksmiths and alchemists were very familiar with it and could recognize it at a glance. It's really the bone-corroding spirit crystal. This is great. I definitely have a chance to become a heaven-grade blacksmith. Lu Tianyu said excitedly. He had an impulse to look up to the sky and roar. With the bone-corroding spirit crystal, old man will definitely become a heaven-grade blacksmith. Li Yun was so excited that his body was trembling. The ecstasy in his heart was self-evident. Dig it out quickly and share it with everyone. Someone said anxiously. Wait. There are ferocious beasts approaching. Everyone, be careful. Before Feng Wuchen had time to look, he suddenly frowned and looked serious. It's very fast. This violent aura is comparable to a late-stage heaven monarch. Li Yun frowned and said. He also sensed a tyrannical speed approaching quickly. Not long after, a huge black python shuttled through the dense forest in the distance. It seemed that it had been attracted by the scent of humans. Very fast. Sherpadian frowned and said with a very serious expression. Although the heavenly tomb was filled with treasures, it was extremely dangerous. Roar. In a few blinks of an eye, the huge black python had already stopped a few dozen meters away from Feng Wuchen's group. It opened its huge mouth and kept flicking its tongue, looking ferocious and terrifying. The black python's scarlet eyes were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent, completely treating Feng Wuchen and the others as a delicious meal. Gulp, Sherpadian, Lu Tianyu, and the others looked at the huge python in horror. They were only in the heavenly king realm. In the face of a late-stage heavenly monarch realm beast, they had no power to resist at all. What about Lord Feng? Someone asked in alarm. His entire body was trembling, and his face was as pale as paper. President said to avoid the beast if we meet it. Let's run, Lu Tianyu said in fear. He felt that it was difficult to breathe. Lord Feng, such a terrifying beast, let's think of a way to escape. Sherpadian said anxiously. He couldn't wait to escape. This beast's entire body is a treasure. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave? You guys step back first, let me do it. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. The heavenly Tao divine power and the third stage of the supreme body had already been activated at the same time. The Qilin armor and the dragon god boxing gloves were also activated. Lord Feng, are you going to fight with it? It's at the late-stage heavenly monarch realm. Li Yun asked in shock. He was extremely worried. Lord Feng, you must be careful. Sherpadian warned worriedly. The 9 of them hurriedly retreated. Feng Wuchen sneered fiercely, don't worry. Buzz buzz. An incomparably vast power surged out crazily. The mountain range within a radius of 3,000 feet shook violently, and Feng Wuchen's aura instantly soared to the late-stage heavenly monarch realm. Late-stage heavenly monarch realm. A rank 9 divine artifact. Li Yun and the others' expressions changed drastically. They looked at Feng Wuchen in extreme horror, and their eyes almost popped out. Divine artifact. Lord Feng's divine artifact. How is this possible? Lord Feng actually rose from the early stage heavenly monarch realm to the late stage heavenly monarch realm in an instant. Sherpadian exclaimed. He was so frightened that his soul flew away. Lord Feng's combat strength is actually so terrifying. He rose by 2 levels in an instant. Lu Tianyu's face was filled with shock. Not to mention them, even Feng Wuchen himself was shocked by the power that erupted from his body. The combination of the heavenly Tao divine power and the third stage of the supreme body can actually make my combat strength reach the late stage heavenly monarch realm. Feng Wuchen's heart trembled. Roar. As if feeling the threat of Feng Wuchen, the black python roared and crazily opened its mouth to bite Feng Wuchen. Its speed was astonishing, like black lightning. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the black python's huge mouth slammed into the ground. With a loud explosion, a huge crater was created on the rocky ground. However, Feng Wuchen's figure had already disappeared. Roar. The black python soared into the sky. It seemed to be angry that it didn't bite Feng Wuchen. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than me. Feng Wuchen sneered. His figure flickered continuously, and a large number of clearly visible afterimages condensed in the complicated forest. It was dazzling. Roar. As if feeling Feng Wuchen's contempt, the black python roared again and crazily rushed towards Feng Wuchen in midair. Its aura was majestic, and a terrifying power erupted from its body. Humph. I don't have time to play with you, Feng Wuchen said fiercely. He immediately reached out and grabbed the dragon god sword from thin air. Once the divine sword appeared, Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed again. The surging sword intent swept out like a storm, and his combat strength became even more terrifying. Divine weapon. 9 stages of divine sword creation. Li Yun was shocked again, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. Feng. Lord Feng actually has three divine weapons. My God, am I seeing things? Lu Tianyu couldn't help but exclaim. He took a deep breath in shock. Lord Feng is indeed a divine weapon refiner. How dare you deny it? Sherpadian was also extremely shocked. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen stepped into the air. With an ear-piercing sonic boom, he transformed into a beam of golden light and shot out. His power was overwhelming. The dense afterimages seemed to be unable to fool the black python. Its scarlet eyes stared at Feng Wuchen's body. As the snake swayed its tail, the python's speed increased again. That's right, I have the blood of the dragon gods in me. This giant python is an ancient ferocious beast and is very sensitive to auras. Feng Wuchen frowned when he sensed that the black python was speeding toward him. The black light and the golden light were about to collide. In the next second, Feng Wuchen flashed to the side of the black python, and the dragon god sword swept across the snake's body. Ding ding ding. The dragon god sword collided with the scales on the black python's body, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. Sparks flew everywhere, and a violent force swept out. End of chapter. Not good. While Feng Wuchen was still in shock, his expression changed drastically. The black python's tail was already whipping towards him. Lord Feng, be careful. Sherpatian and the others were shocked. The snake tail's attack speed was extremely fast. Feng Wuchen was in a state of slashing and couldn't dodge it in time. Come on. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with ferocity. He quickly channeled his energy into the dragon god sword. The sword body burst with golden light, and a monstrous sword intent burst out. Soul extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing soul, extinguishing ghost god. Feng Wuchen yelled out fiercely. The tyrannical sword radiance spread out crazily. The sword body was condensed with extremely tyrannical and terrifying sword radiance. He then slashed at the black python's giant tail in a head-on manner. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the divine sword that contained the tyrannical sword radiance collided with the snake tail. There was a loud bang, and a violent and terrifying force swept out. Feng Wuchen's expression changed again. He was immediately sent flying. The snake tail was also sent back. The giant black python was forcefully pushed back dozens of meters. Light injuries? It is indeed an ancient ferocious beast. Even such a terrifying force can't injure it. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The soul-extinguishing sword art couldn't even injure the black python. How terrifying was it? The black python's scales were still intact after the collision, but green liquid flowed out. It was obviously injured. Lord Feng. Seeing Feng Wuchen being sent flying, Sherpatian and the others shouted in panic. Lord Feng's strength is indeed terrifying. He is actually unscathed. Li Yun was secretly shocked, and his old face was a little dazed. Lord Feng is actually able to contend against such a terrifying black python. Another old man's face was also filled with shock. Feng Wuchen was only at the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. The black python was at the late stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. There was a huge difference in strength. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen's physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would definitely be severely injured. Roar. The black python roared again and again in pain. Its roar was deafening. At this moment, it was madly rushing towards Feng Wuchen. Lord Feng, be careful. Seeing that the black python was getting more and more furious, Sherpatian and the others in the distance were incomparably terrified. Such hard scales, if used to forge weapons, it would be better than meteorite iron. There are still a lot of materials left. Feng Wuchen thought. Not only was he not afraid of the black python, he was even using the scales to forge weapons. Feng Wuchen held the dragon god sword in his hand and pointed it at the void, looking majestic and majestic. Its entire body is hard, but its eyes and head can't be made of scales, right? The corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Facing the black python that was shooting towards him, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly disappeared. The furious black python pounced on empty air. Swish. Swish. Using instant transmission, Feng Wuchen's figure flickered continuously. His speed was so fast that he did not even leave behind afterimages, making it impossible for others to determine his location. Roar. Unable to catch Feng Wuchen, the black python swayed its body in the void and roared continuously. So powerful. It doesn't even know where Lord Feng is. What kind of movement technique is that? Sherpatian and the others were dumbfounded. Lord Feng is a top gold medal assassin. It's not surprising that he has such a powerful movement technique, but isn't it too powerful? I can't even sense his aura. Lu Tianyu was stunned. The black python could not catch Feng Wuchen at all as he flickered continuously. Ding! Ding, ding! In the next second, Feng Wuchen launched a frenzied attack with the dragon god sword in his hand, slashing at the black python's wounds. The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously, and sparks flew everywhere. Waves of powerful sword aura rolled out like an avalanche. However, the ferocious attack did not have any effect at all. It was like scratching an itch for the black python. The black python's scales were too hard. Only the power of the sword aura just now could hurt the black python. Roar. Buzz. The black python roared crazily, and an incomparably violent power erupted. The void mountain range shook, and the weak birds and beasts were already scared out of their wits. The ferocious force forced Feng Wuchen to retreat. This beast is too strong. I'll definitely be at a disadvantage if I face it head-on, Feng Wuchen said to himself. The moment Feng Wuchen's figure appeared, the black python was already charging at him ferociously. Looking at its terrifying posture, it seemed like it was going to swallow Feng Wuchen whole. The dragon god sword stood in front of him. His left hand formed a sword finger and slid it from bottom to top. Black flames instantly ignited, and a bone-chilling cold air spread out. Whoosh! The black python shot over, but Feng Wuchen's figure mysteriously disappeared again. The black python missed again. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already on top of the black python's head. The dragon god sword in his hand was burning with black flames, and he mercilessly stabbed at the black python's eyes. Chi! Roar! In an instant, the black python couldn't dodge at all. Its scarlet eyes were pierced, and the black python let out a miserable cry. Its huge body crazily swayed. Sherpatian and the others trembled with fear as they watched the scene unfold. I thought your eyes were also made of scales. Feng Wuchen sneered. This sword was extremely harmful to the black python, and it had merged with the black flames. The pain was absolutely unimaginable. Chi! Roar! Feng Wuchen pulled out the dragon god sword, and then stabbed the black python's head again. Green blood spurted out, and the black python screamed again. Its huge body fell down the mountain range. Boom! The black python fell to the ground and died on the spot. In terms of strength, Feng Wuchen wasn't its opponent, but in terms of speed, Feng Wuchen was never afraid. The black python is dead. Sherpatian and the rest flew over. Li Yun asked, Lord Feng, are you all right? Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled, I'm fine. Lord Feng is indeed powerful. You can even kill such a powerful ancient ferocious beast. Lu Tianyu praised and was very excited. I'm not its opponent. This black python's strength is equivalent to the peak of the late-stage heaven monarch. I only killed it by hitting its weak point. Feng Wuchen said and used the dragon god sword to cut open the black python's head. I'll look for the demon core. Senior Li Yun, you take the black python's blood essence. Sherpatian, you guys quickly take the scales. Feng Wuchen said. Lord Feng, is this scale also a treasure? Someone asked in astonishment. The scales are very hard, even harder than meteoric iron. This is a top-grade material for refining equipment. Of course, it's a treasure. Feng Wuchen laughed. Harder than meteoric iron? Sherpatian and the rest were shocked and quickly took action. Found it. Feng Wuchen was delighted and took out a green demon core. It was the size of a bucket and emitted a violent and powerful aura. Lord Feng, this is the black python's blood essence. Li Yun quickly took the blood essence. With the scales, blood essence, and demon core, we can completely refine a powerful defensive armor. We might even be able to condense the black python's soul. This harvest is not small. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. In less than 2 hours, all the black python's scales were removed. There were more than 1,000 huge scales, enough for Feng Wuchen to refine a large number of top-grade artifacts. With so many scales, I'll make a defensive armor for Xiaoxiao and Qingyang. It'll be great if I can condense the soul of the black python. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Lord Feng, how do we deal with such a huge black python? Sherpatian asked after receiving the scales. Cut off the flesh. This black python is an ancient beast, and its skeleton is also a treasure that can be used to refine weapons, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Another 2 hours passed, and the huge black python was completely scraped clean by Feng Wuchen's group. Sky Shadow Pavilion. A gust of cold air spread out from Tianming's palace. Ling Er, are you okay? Daddy will revive you soon, just wait for a few more days, Tianming said excitedly as he looked at the crystal ice coffin in front of him. In the crystal ice coffin, a cute little girl lay quietly. She should have been a lively little girl, but now she was lying peacefully. The little girl was Tianming's daughter, Ling Er. Tianming had been waiting for decades, and finally the opportunity had come. Looking at the little girl with a pale face, it was really heartbreaking. Ling did you know? When Wind Shadow told Daddy that there was still hope, do you know how happy Daddy was? Tianming said excitedly, tears rolling down his face. Wind Shadow said that there was a way to revive Ling Daddy believes that he can revive Ling If your mother knew, she would be very happy. Tianming became more and more excited as he spoke. Ling has been frozen for too long. Even if Wind Shadow can help Ling condense her soul, it's not suitable to merge with her body, Ying Hun's voice sounded. Tianming greets the pavilion master. Tianming hurriedly knelt on one knee and wiped away the tears in his eyes. No need to be so polite, Ying Hun said lightly, gesturing for Tianming to get up. Tianming said respectfully, can't my flame power do it? Ling body is weak, and she's still a child. She can't bear it, even with pills. Ying Hun shook her head. Then what should we do? Tianming asked worriedly, his expression becoming anxious. Ying Hun faintly smiled and said, don't worry. You can go and find a gentle fire attribute medicine. But it must be very weak, otherwise it will damage Ling body. A gentle fire attribute spirit liquid? Good. I will go to the Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce to look for him. Tianming immediately went to the Chamber of Commerce. Looking kindly at the little girl in the ice coffin, Ying Hun smiled and said, what a cute little girl. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the heavenly tomb, Feng Wuchen's group continued their treasure hunt. Along the way, he didn't know how many treasures he had obtained. Medicinal herbs, all kinds of heavenly treasures, demon cores of ferocious beasts, and even treasures left behind by fallen experts. Lord Feng, in just 3 days, we have already reaped a great harvest. This trip to the heavenly tomb was worth it. Sherpadian laughed in ecstasy. The rewards of this armor conference are more worthwhile than those in the past. Lu Tianyu smiled excitedly. That's right. Our treasures added together are dozens of times more valuable than immortal tools and immortal arts. Someone laughed in ecstasy. Looking at the excited people, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, don't reveal the treasures when you go out, or else you will be targeted. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Feng is right. We must keep it a secret. Sherpadian hurriedly said. Let's go to the valley in front. There should be treasures there. Feng Wuchen said and led the way to the valley. The valley was filled with flowers, birds, and fragrant flowers. The scenery was pleasant. A small waterfall poured down from the mountainside, adding some color to the valley. The fragrance of the herbs is very strong, and the spiritual energy is dense. There must be rare herbs and precious heavenly treasures. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen's group arrived at the valley. Wow! I didn't expect the heavenly tomb to have such beautiful scenery. So beautiful. It is simply a paradise on earth. I have never seen such a beautiful valley. Birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. It is really a paradise with mountains and rivers. Feng Wuchen's group was directly attracted by the beauty of the valley. They were secretly amazed by the magic of nature. It is also my first time seeing such a beautiful scene. It is most appropriate to call this place the 100-Flower Valley. Feng Wuchen exclaimed. He was also attracted by the beauty of the valley. Lord Feng, there are so many strange flowers and herbs. Could they all be precious medicinal herbs? Sherpadian pointed at the sea of flowers and asked. Most of them are, but you must be careful. Places with dense spiritual energy and special fragrances are highly toxic, Feng Wuchen warned. After looking around and finding no abnormalities, Feng Wuchen said, everyone, let's split up and look. The valley is rich in spiritual energy. There must be many treasures born from heaven and earth. Okay. Sherpadian and the others rushed out like devils entering a village. As long as it was a treasure, there was never too much. Feng Wuchen walked towards the sea of flowers. In comparison, Feng Wuchen preferred precious medicinal herbs. After all, the value of elixirs was very high. Most of them are herbs used to refine innate grade elixirs. There are very few of these precious herbs in the Chamber of Commerce. This trip to the Heaven Tomb is not in vain. Looking at those precious and powerful herbs, Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. Thunder, fire, sun, grass. It can be used to refine heaven-grade elixirs. It is a fire attribute elixir. It can help fire attribute heaven monarch experts increase their cultivation speed. It is at least 3 times faster. Purple heart blazing grass. Using the same medicinal herbs to refine elixirs, it can refine innate grade elixirs. It is enough to help heaven god experts increase their cultivation. Also, Feng Wuchen let out a bright smile as he wildly plucked the precious herbs. At a glance, the sea of flowers was densely packed. Most of them were precious herbs. The harvest this time was not small. Lord Feng. Come quickly. There is a cave abode here. Lu Tianyu, who was searching for treasures in the distance, suddenly shouted at Feng Wuchen. Cave abode? Li Yin frowned slightly and looked over. He said in surprise, there is a cave abode in the heaven tomb. Why is there a cave abode? After so many years, the cave abode should have disappeared long ago. Feng Wuchen was also puzzled. Then, he flashed away. Li Yun and the others also flashed over. There was still a cave abode in the heaven tomb. This meant that it was left behind from the ancient times. Or perhaps, when the heaven tomb was sealed, there were still heavily injured experts hiding in the dark to heal their injuries. The entrance of the cave abode was covered with spider webs. The entrance of the cave was pitch black. It was mysterious and a little scary. It really is a cave abode. Moreover, it is a man-made cave abode. It is not a natural existence. The heaven tomb has been sealed for so many years, but it can still be preserved. Feng Wuchen confirmed. Lord Feng, should we go in and take a look? There might be powerful treasures, Lu Tianyu said excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go in and take a look. Since we are already here, we must not miss the treasure. Sherpatian looked impatient. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked in. However, the moment Sherpatian cleared the spider webs and stepped into the cave abode, the pitch-black entrance suddenly flashed with a bright light. Then, an extremely terrifying force swept out and directly sent Sherpatian flying. Pfft! Without any warning, Sherpatian spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact of the terrifying power, and his body was sent flying. Barrier. Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed as he hurriedly used his power to pull Sherpatian back. Sherpatian! Lu Tianyu and the others were shocked. There's actually a barrier. Why don't I sense any energy? The heavily injured Sherpatian said in shock, his face instantly pale. There were indeed no energy fluctuations in the cave. Even Feng Wuchen did not sense anything unusual. A sleeping barrier. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. At the same time, he took out a triple life heaven origin pill and gave it to Sherpatian to heal his injuries. A sleeping barrier? Li Yun and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. They had never heard of a barrier that could sleep. Because it has been too long and the barrier is too strong, it fell into a deep sleep. The person who set up the barrier has a very terrifying cultivation, at least at the Heavenly Emperor level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to last so long in the Heavenly Tomb. Fortunately, the barrier has existed for a long time and its power has weakened a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to keep your life. Feng Wuchen said. Heavenly Emperor level. Sherpatian swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear. He was secretly glad that he was only seriously injured. In the Heavenly Tomb, other than the dangers on the surface, there are still too many hidden dangers that we don't know about. We need to be more careful. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Sherpatian's serious injuries were an example. You guys step back first. Let me try. Feng Wuchen said and immediately summoned the black fire. Swish. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a black flame flew towards the entrance of the cave. Bam! The black fire collided with the barrier and crazily devoured the barrier's power. Lord Feng's flame actually has such a terrifying devouring ability. Li Yun was shocked. So powerful. Lord Feng's true fire is devouring the barrier's power. Lu Tianyu exclaimed, all of them widened their eyes. The barrier's power has already weakened a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block the barrier's power. Feng Wuchen said, secretly looking forward to what treasures the Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse would leave behind in this cave. A few minutes later, when the barrier had weakened to a certain extent, Feng Wuchen took out his dragon god gloves, activated his natural law divine power, and punched towards the barrier at the entrance of the cave. Boom! Buzz! An extremely domineering punch. With a boom, the barrier at the entrance of the cave was shattered. The powerful force shook the entire mountain. In fact, Feng Wuchen didn't need to break the barrier at all. He could just use spatial transference to enter, but he didn't do so. The enchantment shattered, and an ancient aura swept out from the cave. As expected of Lord Feng. You broke the barrier so easily. Sherpadian hurriedly praised. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's abode, the treasures are definitely not few. Lu Tianyu said excitedly, wishing to rush in right away, but also afraid of the danger. You must be careful, Feng Wuchen said solemnly and took the lead to enter the cave. The enchantment shattered, there wasn't any powerful aura inside the cave. But Feng Wuchen and the rest did not dare to lower their guard either. The cave was not deep, extending in only over 10 meters. Arriving at the innermost depths of the cave all the way, they did not discover any danger either. The cave was not big, several dozen square meters, completely empty. No way, right? Nothing at all? Coming in to take a look, Sherpadian and the rest were all dumbfounded. Several dozen square meters of cave was actually empty, completely exceeding the imaginations of Feng Wuchen and the rest. Such a powerful enchantment set up at the entrance of the cave, but there's nothing in the cave. What is this Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse doing? Lu Tianyu said with vexation, extremely disappointed. Indeed, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Such a powerful enchantment set up at the entrance of the cave, there's no reason for the cave to be empty, Li Yun said with a frown. What Senior Li Yun said is extremely true. You all mustn't be deceived by what you see before your eyes. These are all illusions, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Illusions? Sherpadian and the rest were stunned one after another. With their cultivation, they could not tell at all. This is a very ordinary illusionary formation. The ancient aura completely masked the aura of the illusionary formation. Even if we're artificers, it's very hard to detect too, Feng Wuchen explained. So that's how it is. Sherpadian and the rest nodded their heads one after another. Finished talking, Feng Wuchen's right hand formed a simple seal. In the next second, the cave's illusionary formation disappeared, instantly becoming an unexpected scene. A very horrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire cave, shocking until Feng Wuchen and the rest virtually suffocated, each and every one of their complexions turning pale. It's indeed a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. Feng Wuchen was greatly alarmed in his heart. This is the power of Heavenly Emperor realm. Li Yun cried out in surprise, horror written all over his face. Is the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse still alive? Sherpadian said in alarm, frightened out of his wits, his body directly collapsing onto the ground, powerless to withstand this horrifying pressure. Don't panic. This is just power. The cave doesn't have any life aura, Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. Feng Wuchen's words involuntarily made them completely set their minds at ease. If the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was still alive, they would be dead without a doubt. Furthermore, they would have already died when they were still in the cave. The illusionary formation disappeared. It was still the original cave. It was just that some changes happened. Inside the cave, it was no longer completely empty. There was an additional stone table in the center of the cave. 3 items were placed on the stone table. There was also a wisp of blood light suspended above the stone table, the blood light enveloping the cave. The extremely horrifying power pervaded over precisely from the blood light. Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's blood essence. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. It's actually a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's blood essence power. Sherpadian and the rest were dumbfounded with shock, not expecting that they could still encounter such a treasure inside the cave. The 3 items on the stone table, a storage ring, a map, and a scroll. The 3 items were all left behind by the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse before he died. There's also the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's storage ring. There's also the treasure map and scroll. Sherpadian and the rest cheered wildly in joy, as if discovering a new continent. This is the Heavenly Tao Floating Life Diagram. The sharp-eyed Feng Wuchen recognized that the diagram on the stone table was the Heavenly Tao Floating Life Diagram at a glance. No wonder the Heavenly Realms people couldn't find it all along. Turns out that there's actually one in the Heavenly Tomb. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen discovering the Heavenly Tao Floating Life Diagram in the Heavenly Tomb, this was absolutely a major discovery. This treasure map belongs to me. The Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's blood essence belongs to you guys. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Yun they all had not taken a few more glances, Feng Wuchen directly put the Heavenly Tao Floating Life Diagram into the storage ring. In comparison, the Heavenly Tao Floating Life Diagram was the most precious. Lord Feng, you're really going to share the Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's blood essence with us? An old man asked in shock, clearly in disbelief. Lord Feng, I didn't hear wrongly, right? This is a Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's blood essence. You don't want it? Sherpadian opened his eyes wide and asked. Each and every one of them even thought that they heard wrongly. Although the blood essence is powerful, it needs to expend time to refine. I don't have that much time. Feng Wuchen casually found an excuse and did not reveal any information regarding the Heavenly Tao Floating Life Diagram at all. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Reading Website. The blood essence of a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse was absolutely horrifying. Even if it was shared by 10 people, it was also sufficient for Feng Wuchen to smoothly break through to the middle stage Heaven Monarch realm. But Feng Wuchen was more interested in the Heavenly Tao Emptiness painting. That recorded the mystical cultivation method. It was absolutely more valuable than a Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's blood essence. Moreover, Feng Wuchen even obtained large quantities of natural treasures in the Heavenly Tomb and was not afraid that his cultivation could not advance. Lord Feng, are you sure you don't want it? Sherpadian asked uncertainly. Confirmed and certain. The blood essence left behind by a Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse is definitely for a fated person. Therefore, you guys have a share too, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Many thanks, Lord Feng. Many thanks, Lord Feng. Sherpadian and the rest bowed repeatedly in wild joy to express their thanks. Originally, they thought that Feng Wuchen definitely would not share the Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's blood essence with them. But the result was completely the opposite. They did not even dare to think about it. What's that treasure map? Lord Feng seems to be very concerned about it, Li Yun muttered secretly but did not say anything either. The others naturally also knew that that map was not simple. But since Feng Wuchen already gave up the Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's blood essence, they did not dare to say anything either. Even if Feng Wuchen did not give them anything, they did not dare to do anything either. Don't forget that Feng Wuchen was a divine-grade artifact refinement master in their hearts. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Feng Wuchen. In terms of soul force, he was even more inferior. For Feng Wuchen to be able to share with them was already a meat pie falling from the sky. Therefore, being able to obtain a Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's blood essence, they were already very satisfied. This scroll being released alone, perhaps it's a cultivation method that a Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse cultivated, Feng Wuchen guessed. At the same time, he opened the scroll to take a look. Li Yun and the rest also all came over to check it out. It's indeed an immortal art cultivation method, and it's even isotribute. This kind of cultivation method is rather rare. This senior's strength must have been very terrifying when he was alive, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Immortal art cultivation method. Sherpadian and the rest drew a cold breath in shock. Make a copy, and the scroll will belong to me. Feng Wuchen generously said, not intending to take it all for himself. Do we have a share too? Sherpadian asked in astonishment. Wasn't this Lord Feng a little too kind? Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's blood essence shared with them, immortal arts cultivation methods were also shared with them. This was simply the Holy Mother. This cultivation technique is useless to me, so it doesn't matter if I share it with you. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen kept it for the soldiers of the Dragon God Temple who would fly to the Heaven Realm in the future. Feng Wuchen's supreme dragon god art was much stronger than an immortal art, so there was no need for him to cultivate it. Thank you, Lord Feng. Thank you, Lord Feng. Sherpadian and the others bowed again in gratitude. The trip to the heavenly tomb could be said to have gained a lot. As for the last storage ring, Feng Wuchen erased his soul imprint and poured his energy into it to check. The number of treasures inside a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's storage ring could be described as enormous. As expected of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, the treasures he collected in his life are numerous. Heavenly treasures, heavenly spirit stones, immortal arts, immortal artifacts, medicinal pills, medicinal herbs, refining materials. Feng Wuchen said as he checked. This is 10,000-year Vajra. As he looked, Feng Wuchen was shocked. Great! My luck is really good, I actually found this treasure, and there are 12 of them. I can finally refine a Dharma treasure that can suppress cultivation. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and kept it in his storage ring. 10,000-year Vajra was a very heavy and special material. It was just right for Feng Wuchen to refine a Dharma treasure that could suppress cultivation and strengthen the body at the same time. Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's storage rings, powerful immortal artifacts and immortal arts, Feng Wuchen gave priority to looting. As long as it was something more precious, Feng Wuchen also looted it first before sharing it with the others in the end. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse shouldn't not have a lifeblood Dharma treasure. Why can't I find it? Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. The immortal artifacts in the storage ring were clearly not a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's lifeblood Dharma treasure. Everybody, take a look at what else is there, Feng Wuchen said, his gaze looking at every corner of the abode. As a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, a lifeblood Dharma treasure was absolutely indispensable. As an ancient powerhouse, the abode's owner's lifeblood Dharma treasure is either an immortal artifact or a divine artifact. It must be inside the abode, Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, observing carefully, not letting go of any place. Lord Feng, this abode is so small. Other than the treasures that we found, there's nothing else, Lu Tianyu said. Looking around, he did not find anything at all. Didn't find anything else, Sherpatian shook his head and said. Nothing? Feng Wuchen's brows furrowed slightly, and he thought to himself, impossible, would a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse not have a lifeblood Dharma treasure? No enchantment, no array, and no lifeblood Dharma treasure aura, where else can it be hidden? Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. Lord Feng, what are you looking for? Seeing Feng Wuchen frown, Sherpatian asked curiously. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's storage ring doesn't have a lifeblood Dharma treasure. This is absolutely impossible. It must be hidden inside the abode, Feng Wuchen said. Lifeblood Dharma treasure? Only then did everyone react. How could a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse not have a lifeblood Dharma treasure? Inside the abode, other than mountain rocks, there's nothing else. Could it be hidden inside the stone wall? Li Yun frowned and guessed. An old man hurriedly urged Earth attribute heavenly essence, pressing his palm on the stone wall to investigate. Then he shook his head and said, Lord Feng, there's nothing. Mountain rocks? Feng Wuchen frowned once more, seemingly thinking of something, and immediately shattered the stone table with a palm. Inside the abode, there was only a stone table. There was nothing inside the stone wall. Feng Wuchen guessed that it was the stone table. Just as expected. Smashing the stone table with a palm, there was immediately a blinding blue light that flashed out. An extremely powerful aura instantly filled the entire abode. Hiss! This incomparably powerful aura shocked until Sherpatian they all sucked in a cold breath, each and every one of their eyes widening to the extreme. Divine artifact. This is a divine artifact. Li Yun lost composure and cried out in surprise. Ancient divine artifact. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's lifeblood Dharma treasure. Sherpatian was incomparably shocked, his entire body trembling. My God! It's actually a divine artifact. This powerful aura is 1,000 times stronger than an immortal artifact. Lu Tianyu and the rest were alarmed and shocked. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't sense the aura. Turns out that a shackle was set up. This shackle covered the divine artifact's aura, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Finding a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's lifeblood Dharma treasure, Feng Wuchen finally set his mind at ease. On the shattered stone table, what appeared in the eyes of Feng Wuchen and the rest was a jade pendant emitting blue light. This jade pendant was an ancient divine artifact. well deserving of being an ancient divine artifact, indeed powerful. This should be a magic treasure to increase combat power. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's lifeblood Dharma treasure is absolutely not simple, Feng Wuchen said with an excited smile. Feng Wuchen beckoned his hand, the jade pendant flew into his palm. Such a powerful divine artifact, Feng Wuchen naturally would not share it with them. Congratulations to Lord Feng for obtaining an ancient divine artifact. Sherpatian said agitatedly. Congratulations to Lord Feng for obtaining an ancient divine artifact. Lu Tianyu and the rest also congratulated one after another. Regarding divine artifacts, none of them dared to think about it. End of chapter 1206. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.